I discovered that my wife faked her death and left me penniless. After my rebirth, I sent her corpse for cremation, and now they want me to forgive them. That day, I knelt at the door of the emergency room, and the doctor's words, "We tried our best," instantly pushed me back into the abyss. But the next second, I was back to 3 years ago, the day she faked her death. I'm Itan Chen. In my previous life, my wife, Grace, faked her own death, divorced me, and left me with tens of millions in debt. She then eloped with Bai Yueg Wang, leaving my parents and me with nothing. That same year, I was hit and killed by a car. When I opened my eyes again, the red light in the emergency room was still flashing. I stared at her face and said through gritted teeth, "King Grace, do you know how I managed to survive those 3 years?" Until I saw that photo, she in a white dress, leaning in another man's arms, with the caption, "Lovers finally get married." That post was deleted, and it was quickly deleted, but I was completely sober. This whole thing, from beginning to end, was a conspiracy they had orchestrated. From the fake death to the divorce, from the transfer of assets to pushing the debt onto me, every step was calculated with precision. And I became their biggest joke. I hated them. I hated them to the point of madness. I hated them so much that I dreamed of their smiling faces in the middle of the night. This time, I came back. God has given me this opportunity, and I'm going to make them pay. Grace, Wang family, I whispered, my voice hoarse as sandpaper. I'm going to take back every penny you owe me. Just as I was suppressing my anger, I heard heartbreaking sobs from behind me. Grace, my daughter. I turned around suddenly. It was my mother-in-law, Lydia, crying so hard she almost fainted. Victor supported her, tears streaming down her face. The couple fell to the ground, wailing, drawing the attention of passers-by. I looked at them, sneering inwardly. Even an Oscar-winning actor would give way to such acting skills. But I didn't expose them. Instead, I knelt down to help them up, my eyes reddening. Mom and Dad, the doctor has pronounced Grace dead. Lydia heard this. She collapsed on the ground and cried out loudly. Victor's eyes also turned red. Grace, my daughter. I watched their tears, and my heart slowly grew colder. Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice from trembling. The most important thing right now is to arrange Grace's funeral. Victor wiped his tears and suddenly rejected the idea. No, we can't rush the funeral. We have to wait 3 days. All the relatives will be here. I pretended to be hesitant. So what does Dad mean? He sighed heavily, held my hand, and said with a sad expression, Grace's company is at a critical moment now. The shareholders have been restless for a long time. If something happens to her, they will definitely make a fuss. You have to go to the company and calm them down. I was stunned for a moment. Then I slowly nodded. This scene was so familiar to me. In my previous life, they had deceived me in the same way. This time, I won't fall in again. Okay, I'll go. I choked back a sob, feigning grief. As I turned to leave, tears still shone on my face. But the moment I turned my back on them, my expression turned cold as iron. There was no sadness in his eyes, only murderous intent. Revenge is never the thrill of a single blow, but rather the process of watching your enemy fall, step by step. 3 days? They want to delay the funeral for 3 days? Excellent. 3 days is enough time for me to take over the company and block their escape route. When the cremation ceremony begins, I'm going to show everyone that their so-called good daughter isn't dead at all. I'm going to let Grace watch with her own eyes as the scheme she carefully laid out slowly crumbles. I wiped my tears, took a deep breath, turned to Victor and Lydia, and said, Mom and Dad, I'll go to the company to make arrangements. But the moment I turned my back to my parents-in-law, my face suddenly became extremely cold, and my tearful eyes emitted a cold and fierce light. True revenge is never about a clean break, but about a sharp knife cutting through flesh. I want to see with my own eyes the Wang family fall from their excitement and revelry into the abyss. The sky was gloomy, and the rain was falling softly, making a low sound against the car window. I leaned back in the back seat of the taxi, my mind racing. If I could close the loophole in the company's asset transfer within 3 days, and Grace was cremated, I could naturally take over her company. Then, I would no longer be a laughingstock, multi-million-dollar debt-ridden figure, but the mastermind of a fully fledged, profitable enterprise. Even if she were to return to life, she'd be left to watch me rise to the top. But the question was, how could I close it? I closed my eyes, recalling every detail of my past life. As my thoughts raced, a name suddenly flashed through my mind, like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness. Sophia. I murmured softly, the corners of my mouth curling up. She was Grace, his cousin, and the company's financial director. Without her cooperation, Grace wouldn't have been able to transfer assets without anyone noticing. She was undoubtedly the most crucial accomplice in the scam. The more I thought about it, the colder I felt. Memories flashed back to that chaotic infidelity scandal. That year, Grace had been in a car accident, and Sophia had been caught in an affair by her husband, causing a huge uproar at the company. She resigned in disgrace, and I was so focused on the company at the time that I didn't take it personally. But now, looking back, the timing of that scandal was too coincidental. It wasn't an accident. It was part of a plan. I had to take her down first. I took out my cell phone and whispered to the driver, "Master, let's go to the Hilton Hotel." The driver stepped on the accelerator, and my thoughts became completely clear. 3 years ago, Sophia's husband brought a smuggled photo of her to the office. I wasn't involved, but I knew where it was taken, the Hilton Hotel. Since God has given me another chance, this time I'm going to get there before he does. If I can get Sophia, she'll be my key, unlocking any door I want. Half an hour later, I was standing in the Hilton Hotel lobby. The receptionist smiled gently but flatly rejected my request. "Excuse me, sir, we cannot disclose guest privacy." I smiled, and while she went to the bathroom, I quietly slipped 500 yuan into a blind spot on the surveillance camera. 10 seconds later, a note slipped in my hand, 803. I sneered. Apparently, that was the room. As expected, no one was clean. I walked to the door of room 803. Instead of knocking, I took out my phone and sent a WeChat message. "Cousin, are you free now?" 2 minutes later, my phone vibrated. "Busy." A cold smile crossed my lips. "Great." My phone switched to video mode, and I pulled out the universal room card I just spent 3,000 on. The power of money can sometimes be more effective than the law. Ding! The door unlocked, and I gently pushed it open and entered. Ah! A piercing scream nearly shattered the air. A man frantically pulled up his pants and stumbled out. I leaned against the wall, holding up my phone and smiling faintly. "Cousin, you don't want her husband to see this video, do you?" The woman on the bed was stunned, her hair disheveled, her face flushed, and she curled up in the quilt. A 30-year-old woman, in her prime, her charm was even more deadly in her panic. She stared at me, breathing rapidly, anger and shame intertwined on her face. But as smart as she was, she quickly suppressed her emotions and replaced them with a charming smile. She lifted her wet long hair and whispered, "Brother-in-law, what do you think of my cousin?" I smiled playfully and said, "I think my cousin is still as charming as ever." Her eyes flickered and she whispered, "Now that you have the video, you can do whatever you want. Cousin, you really know what's happening." I closed the door, locked it, and walked over with a smile. Half an hour later, I walked out of room 803, feeling very satisfied. As I suspected, she not only knew about the asset transfer, but also personally handled the accounting. Now she's firmly in my grasp, unable to escape. Once Grace is cremated in 3 days, I'll be able to fully take over her company and put everything back under my control. I stood at the hotel entrance, lighting a cigarette and watching the smoke drift away in the rain, a sneer playing on my face. In my last life, they destroyed my family. In this life, I want them to live in insecurity. But I didn't notice that 5 minutes later, Sophia also walked out of the room. Her hair was wet, her expression was flustered, and she was filled with mixed emotions. She walked directly into the stairwell and secretly observed the direction of the door. 10 minutes later, a furious man rushed to the door of room 803 and banged on it. "Sophia, open the door. You bitch." The entire corridor shook. Sophia's heart was pounding in the stairwell. She patted her chest and gasped, cursing softly, "That damn man, my cousin's husband really got it right." Then, her face turned cold, and she bit her lip and whispered, "Cousin Grace, this is not my fault. I can't help it since your husband has me in his hands." She lowered her eyes, looking at her still flushed body, her eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. She murmured softly, "But, Ethan, you think you can win by controlling me? Humph, you underestimated me after all." I didn't know what happened in the hotel. I just called Sophia to remind her that her cousin-in-law was about to arrive at the battlefield. If she was caught red-handed, the situation would become even more serious. And I don't want to cause any more trouble because of her mess. As for whether she listens or not, that's not something I can control. But what happened in that hotel room completely changed my view of Sophia, this highly educated and powerful woman. She appeared gentle and intellectual on the outside, But in reality, she was passionate and wild at heart. Like a wild horse that had been trapped for too long, finally breaking free from its reins and running wildly across the wilderness. I'm no longer that naive person. The 3 years of debt repayment in my previous life allowed me to see through the twisted and dark side of human nature. I'm not exactly a gentleman, but I do have a bottom line when it comes to certain things. That night, she was as passionate as fire. When I left, there was only one thing left in my heart. It's time to calm down for a while. I got into a taxi, the lights dim outside the window. The uneasiness in my heart grew stronger and stronger. Simply shutting Sophia up wasn't enough. I knew her temper. If things got really bad, she'd do anything. I pulled out my phone, hesitated for a few seconds, and dialed a number I'd already thought of. I needed to leave myself a way out. When the taxi pulled up to the entrance of Shengding Group, I took a deep breath. This moment was chillingly familiar. It was just like my past life. The office was dead silent, everyone staring at me. I smiled and said, "Everyone's busy with their own things. I'm here." They didn't dare ask any more questions, but I knew the news had spread throughout the company. There was no way to keep. While I was still at the hotel, trying to stop my cousin, they were probably already discussing it. Mark emerged from the office. Young, refined, pushing up his glasses, his expression reserved. He whispered to me that the two vice presidents and several shareholders were waiting in the conference room. I looked at him, my heart aching. In countless late nights in my past life, it was this young man who had stayed with me. Later, he passed away in a car accident. One irony of fate, seeing him again now, he's still alive. He was about to say something, but I raised my hand to stop him. "I'm fine," I said calmly. "I'm the vice president. I won't be in any danger." As I said this, I was stunned. Vice president. Perhaps this identity had been plotted against me for a long time. I walked into the conference room, and the air inside was as cold as an ice cellar. The two vice presidents and 3 shareholders were all there, each with a different expression. Before I even sat down, a bald man with a face full of flesh spoke up. "Ethan, you're here, but can you make the decision for Mr. Wong?" I looked up at him. His name was Marcus, the second largest shareholder. He'd made his fortune through underworld tactics and was known for his ruthless tactics. He stared at me, his cigar dangling from his lips, his demeanor arrogant. I didn't respond, but simply pulled up a chair and sat down, smiling calmly. "I'm the company's vice president and Grace's husband. I can handle this." The conference room was silent for a moment. Marcus's eyebrows twitched, and then he sneered. "Are you qualified to be a vice president in name only?" He exhaled a puff of smoke, and the smell of sarcasm filled the air. The others watched, no one saying a word. In my past life, I groveled before him, only to be humiliated and exploited. This time I won't back down. He said with a smile, "What? You're still playing that widow thing?" A chuckle filled the conference room. Mark, the intern behind me, couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "You don't talk like that." Marcus's expression darkened, and he threw his cigar at him. There was a loud pop, sparks flew, and Mark screamed. I watched the scene coldly. After making sure he was all right, I stood up. My tone was calm, yet the air froze. "Mark, you're definitely wrong. You have no right to speak here." I slowly walked towards Marcus, my fingers tapping the table. "But, Mr. Wong, your word widow is really too much. I am the vice president of the company after all. Grace is still in the hospital, and her life is uncertain. I came to the company to reassure everyone." Before I could finish my words, he interrupted with a sneer. "Is he still alive? I'm afraid he's already dead." At that moment, my smile completely disappeared. The air suddenly turned cold. I looked down at him, my voice low. "What did you say?" He seemed to sense something was wrong, his eyes fluttering for a moment. I could sense his nerves beating. Before, I was a pushover in his presence. Today, he was facing a different me. The conference room was eerily silent. Everyone held their breath. I approached him, picked up the lighter on the table, and gently lit it. "Mr. Wong, calm down. Have a cigarette." He paused, then sneered, took the cigar, and leaned toward the flame. At that moment, I moved. I picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it into his face. Bang! Blood splattered, and he screamed and fell to the ground. I didn't give him a chance to react. I pounced on him and smashed the ashtray into his face with blood several times. I roared as I smashed him. "Widow, why can't I take charge of the situation?" Everyone around was stunned. Those who usually scoffed at me now looked ashen. Bang! 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 The conference room erupted like a pot of boiling water. The sound of ashtrays hitting faces and Marcus's screams like a slaughtered pig echoed in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was horrific to the extreme. I was still swinging the ashtray in my hand vigorously. My fists were sore and swollen, and every blow was filled with hatred. That kind of ferocity was not a momentary impulse, but an outlet for smashing the shame of the past life and the determination of the present in the other person's face. In my eyes, he was like an arrogant beast, and the arrogance on his face slowly melted away in the blood and broken bones. I did not pause, as if I wanted to settle all the humiliation on the spot. Mark sat down at the door, holding the chair with his hands and blocking the gap in the door with his suit jacket. His movements were clumsy but decisive, as if he was protecting me in the only way he could. I knew what he was thinking. He was afraid that Marcus's men would rush in and put me in danger, so he blocked the door and used his body to block that possible dangerous route. After the smash, I stood there gasping for breath, my right arm feeling like it was filled with lead. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. The contempt on their faces instantly turned into horror, and that fear was like a cold wind that penetrated into their bones. They thought I was just a vice president in name only, weak and easy to bully. Who knew that today I would become so cruel, like a thug in a suit, smashing the order they had built over the years. Marcus was lying on the ground. His face was smashed into a bloody mess. His nose was collapsed. His lips were cracked, and his yellow teeth were exposed. He was curled up and shivering, but his eyes were filled with cruel resentment, and that resentment made me feel a dangerous presence. He tried to speak, his voice squeezing out like it was being crushed. He called me a loser, said he was going to take over the company, and wanted to throw me into the Fu River to feed the fish, and wanted Grace to be buried with me. These words sounded like poison, and I could only sneer when I heard them. After the sneer, I kicked him and stepped him back to the ground, letting his screams explode in everyone's ears again. I stared at him, looking at his eyes, which contained a life-and-death struggle, as if I wanted him to die without a burial place in the next moment. In a low but unambiguous voice, I asked him whether I could control this company. He shouted, "Yes," quickly, his voice breaking like broken glass. The vice presidents and shareholders at the conference table panicked like ants on a hot pan, and no one dared to speak out against Marcus's support for the stock. I withdrew my foot from his face, walked back to my seat calmly, and sat down. Under the light, I looked like a cold judge. The people around me turned pale, and their hearts were in their throats. I spoke to them, my tone full of command. "Since I am now in charge of the company, please be patient. I will have my wife's funeral ready in 3 days. Please come and see her off." Speaking of funerals, the conference room suddenly became as quiet as a cemetery. Everyone took a breath, as if my calm request contained an unquestionable trump card. Then I made a bigger promise, saying that after the funeral I would give everyone a big gift that could double Shengding's market value. My voice was flat, but with an irresistible firmness. That promise hit the table like a heavy hammer. Marcus was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and asked me how I could double the money. 30 million to 60 million. What if you can't do it? I looked straight at him, a sneer curling up at the corner of my mouth. That smile was both a challenge and a bet. I said calmly, sucking the blood out of everyone. "Then I'll make a bet with you. It's a bet of our lives." Marcus sighs, but in the awkward silence, everyone couldn't tell whether he should be angry or give in. The air was like a taut string, ready to break at the slightest touch. I made this bet not to scare people, but to push everyone onto a path where they have to choose sides. Since they want to take advantage of the situation, I will let them bet on my life and death. A slight gasp was heard again in the conference room. Everyone was calculating the pros and cons in their minds, but no one had the courage to speak up first. Marcus lay there like a wounded dog, opening his mouth to bite, but unable to get up. I straightened my sleeves, and the humiliation and calculations I had suffered over the years flashed through my mind again and again. The fight in front of me was the first time I used blood and strength to fulfill a promise that I would no longer be weak. Mark was panting at the door, his eyes shining with awe and a little fear. He knew that the door above him was all he could do for me at the moment. I looked at him, as if silently saying thank you in my heart, then turned my attention back to the shattered ashtray on the table, as if throwing all the filth back to the ground. The faces of those vice presidents and shareholders showed calculations. What they wanted was profit and the biggest piece of the pie in the company. Now that they had changed their minds, they could only nod and cooperate. I spoke slowly, my voice cutting through the air like an icy blade. "Since everyone has agreed, I will do as promised. After the funeral, I will double your reward." Marcus looked at me with gritted teeth, as if giving me an ultimatum. But he knew that the situation today was different from yesterday, and a layer of his domineering arrogance had been torn off. I laid the gamble out on the table, tying life and death with interests, making it clear to everyone that this is no joke. I am telling the truth and making the final bet. In the conference room, people's desires and fears were intertwined into a web. I stood in the center of the web, like the only one who had the ability to reweave the web or tear it apart. I put my hands back in my pockets, my eyes calm and deep, as if I could see through all their calculations, and as if I was waiting for their final choice and compromise. The words "gamble your life" were like a sharp knife lodged in everyone's heart, echoing in every corner of the conference room. No one dared to underestimate me, who had once been treated as a soft persimmon. I stood up and said in a steady voice, "Then I'll make a bet with you, a bet of my life." In an instant, the conference room fell silent. Marcus and several vice presidents were all stunned where they were, and then there was a burst of ridicule. Someone scoffed and asked if I was crazy, daring to talk about gambling my life at a time like this. Marcus, holding on to the wound that hadn't yet stopped bleeding, wiped the blood from his face, grinned and scolded me, saying that I was not qualified to gamble my life with him. He threatened that if I beat him like this, 10 lives would not be enough to compensate him, and if I wanted to delay time, I should find a decent excuse. Several shareholders nearby echoed this, full of sarcasm, saying that I had suffered a mental breakdown after losing my wife and was pretending to be determined to fight to the death. Their laughter grew louder and louder, filled with disdain and malice. Even Mark, who was guarding the door, was stunned by their laughter. He couldn't believe I'd said such words. Doubling the company's market value in 3 days? Who in their right mind would believe that? To everyone, this was just an excuse to keep me alive. I raised my head, stared at Marcus, and asked coldly, "You dare not?" His face changed, and his eyes flashed obviously. I saw his Adam's apple move, as if he was suffocating because of my gaze. I leaned back in my chair and said calmly, "It's only 3 days. If I do it, your life will be mine. If I can't do it, my life will be yours. You all think I can't do it. So isn't this a sure win bet? What? Are you still afraid?" The air seemed to freeze as I finished speaking. The vice presidents exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. They could hear the challenge in my tone, yet they couldn't deny that I was right. They were guaranteed to win. Marcus's expression shifted between cold and cruel. He gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said viciously, "All right, then I'll take this gamble with you. Take advantage of these 3 days to see your wife off to the grave, and don't forget to prepare for your own funeral." I smiled faintly. Thanks for the reminder. Then I stood up, straightened my coat, and without looking at them, I turned and left the meeting room. Mark was still standing at the door, his face pale. I walked over to him and put my coat on his shoulders. "I'll give you 3 days off. Rest well." He was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized I was protecting him. He had already offended Marcus's people by blocking the door for me. "Thank you, President Ethan," he said, his voice trembling. I patted his shoulder and turned to leave the company. Behind me, whispers echoed in the conference room. A shareholder asked Marcus, "Are we really going to agree to this? Is he crazy?" Marcus sneered and took a breath, then said, "He wants to bet, so why shouldn't I agree? I want to see how he can double Shengding's market value in 3 days." He added in a low voice, "But this guy is different today. I've never seen such ruthlessness in him before. If we don't agree to his request, I doubt he'll kill us." At that moment, the fear in their hearts was greater than anger. After I left the company, I asked Mark to take a taxi around the city a few times and then find a hotel to stay in to avoid being targeted. He was innocent, and I had to protect him from the subsequent storm. I got in a taxi and drove home. The city lights outside the car window quickly receded, but my mind remained calm. I had experienced this scene before. In my past life, I was too merciful, and they pushed me into a corner. This time, I chose to use drastic measures to buy myself 3 days of peace. Marcus and his gang may appear to be businessmen, but at heart they are bloodthirsty wolves. For such people, fists are always more effective than reason. A gentleman fears virtue, not power. A villain fears power, not virtue. So I gave them the threat first, then the sweetness. The promise of a life or death bet was the carrot I dangled. They thought I was bluffing, but I knew deep down I had the cards that would turn the tide for Shengding. In my previous life, I was forced to sell off assets at a low price just to survive. At that time, I sold a key company asset and no one knew it was actually a gold mine. It wasn't until several years later, when the asset's value skyrocketed several times, that I realized it. That's Sheng Ding's true treasure. In this lifetime, I won't let it fall into the hands of others. These 3 days are my chance to reboot my destiny and give the company a break. More importantly, it allowed me to bid Grace farewell in peace. In my previous life, I only appeared once at her funeral, a day filled with paparazzi, rumors, and cold stares. I knelt before the coffin in utter dismay, not daring even to take a second look at her final moments. I wasn't worthy. Now I had a second chance. This time, I wanted to send her off myself. The car sped up in the night, the light reflecting off my exhausted face on the glass. My fists tightened, and my eyes felt sore. "Dad, Mom," I murmured. Two familiar faces came to mind. In my previous life, they sold their house and car to pay off my debts, working from dawn to dusk, completely crushed by life. The day my mother passed away, I was still begging for money. She held my hand and said weakly, "Eat well and sleep well." Before my father died, he stuffed a crumpled wad of money into my hands and said, "Son, I'm useless. I can only help you this far." I have remembered that scene countless times, and it is like a branding iron on my heart. After that, I worked myself to death, borrowed money, and suffered humiliation. I never even had a proper family reunion dinner. I'll never forget the heartbreaking regret. Now, fate has given me a second chance. I could finally go home and see them again. I leaned back in my seat, watching the lights drift outside the window, my heartbeat quickening. I knew this journey home wasn't just about returning home. It was about returning to the warmth I'd been missing for half my life. I desperately wanted to push open that old door again, throw myself into my parents' arms, and call out Dad, Mom again. I watched the setting sun slowly sink along the eaves of the old city. The dim street lights shone on the dividing line between the old and new districts like old eyes. A strange sense of familiarity and peace of mind surged in my heart. This was the direction of home. The messy wires, the nesting swallows, the smoke coming out of the window, and the aroma of food were like old signals telling me that I was still alive and could return to them. I approached the familiar alley, my pace unconsciously slowing down. The scenes before me were like a movie rewinding. My father on the second floor was blasting the news broadcast again. The smell of the garbage dump downstairs was exactly the same as I remembered. My heart ached and my eyes were hot. I lowered my voice and shouted the words I wanted to say the most. "Dad, Mom." Before the shouting died down, there was a loud noise from upstairs, as if tearing apart the softness I had just felt. Then my father shouted in fear, "Someone come. Beat him up, beat him up. Who are you, and why are you beating Lao Chun?" My whole body tensed up in an instant, and I rushed upstairs like the wind, my chest pounding like a beast. Just as I rushed to the stairs, I heard a bang above my head. Steel pipes and glass fragments fell from the sky and hit the ground in front of me, creating sparks and dust. The steel pipes on the ground were cold and heavy. I was stunned for a moment. When I looked up, I saw my mother's cries passing through the corridor, piercing my heart like a knife, and anger instantly spread in my chest. I picked up the steel pipe on the ground, with only determination left on my feet. I rushed up the corridor and saw 4 thugs blocking the door of my house. 2 of them were being held down and pulled by my mother and father, and the other 2 were punching and kicking my father, who was lying on the ground. My father's clothes were torn, and the bruises on his body were shocking. My mind was blank, as if my rationality had been drained away. Only anger filled every inch of my blood. I swung the steel pipe and smashed the first thug's head open. Blood splattered instantly, and screams echoed in the narrow corridor like torn strips of cloth. All sound stopped, leaving only the sound of heartbeats and blood colliding. At that moment, my arms seemed to have a will of their own. The second and third blows came out in succession. I no longer thought about the consequences. I only wanted to break up this group of people and snatch my parents back from their hands. Fists and pipes fell, and the sound of metal collisions and people's screams intertwined into one. The smell of blood quickly filled the air, almost suffocating me. Several thugs were stunned at first, then rushed forward in anger, but I pushed them back one by one like a split wave. I dodged and twisted in the narrow stairwell, and the steel pipe whipped them like a magic whip. Their shouting soon turned into heart-wrenching wails. In just a few seconds, I beat 2 of my younger brothers and made them stagger back. The thug leader saw that the situation was not good, but leaned against the wall timidly. One of the thugs had bloodshot eyes and cursed out loud through gritted teeth. I didn't give him a chance to speak and hit him on the arm with another stick. The pain of the broken bone was like a tearing sound. His arm instantly lost strength, and he collapsed wailing. This scene seemed to be magnified 1,000 times in the depths of my mind. My parents' pressing and my own former powerlessness turned into cold blades in my chest. After a few hits, every nerve in my body was trembling, but I didn't stop until the group of people had basically lost the ability to resist. The two ruthless guys staggered and fled downstairs. The remaining leader saw several of his men retreating in a panic, and finally panicked to the point of turning pale. He shouted that he would report to the police and file a complaint, his voice full of resentment and fear. I pointed the steel pipe at the leader, my eyes like the cold light of winter. "Who sent you?" My voice wasn't loud, but it was as chilling as thunder. The leader stammered, his lips trembling, and finally he couldn't speak. His eyes wandered, as if he was searching for a last straw. I sneered and knocked the steel pipe against the wall, powder and putty falling out. He was shocked and took a few steps back, shouting intermittently, "No one sent us here." But the fear in his eyes told me that it was a lie. I pressed him again, and he began to stammer out a few vague words, and those words were like a tide that washed away the wounds of the past. "I don't have time to waste here. My parents need to be taken care of, my neighbors need to be comforted, and the thugs need to leave." So I let go and let the leader put the unconscious guy on my shoulder. I walked out trembling, my voice as cold as a knife. "Get away and don't come back." He nodded repeatedly and fled out of the corridor in a panic, as if he had seen a ghost. The corridor gradually became quiet, with only the wind blowing in through the broken window, carrying away the remaining smell of blood. My father came over with a cane, praising me as a hero who came in time. His words, "Well done," were like a warm rope that tied my sanity for a moment. I nodded slightly towards him and managed to squeeze out a "Thank you, Grandpa Lee." I walked to my father, who was lying on the ground. My mother had already squatted over to protect him, her eyes full of tears and fear. She called out, "Ethan," and her voice was like a hollowed-out sandbag. I could hear both fear and relief. My heart tightened. The rage just now seemed to be fixed to my chest by a chain, turning into endless guilt and regret. My father was panting heavily, with blood at the corners of his mouth, but he forced a wry smile in front of me and said that there were bruises in several places, but fortunately, it was nothing serious. I felt a little relieved. The urge to make up for all the debts of the past almost overwhelmed me. I told him to go to Grandpa Lee's house for a while, and I would take care of everything when I got back. When my mother heard me mention Grandpa Lee's name, she was stunned for a moment, tears in her eyes, but she nodded in agreement. Looking at their expressions, my chest ached as if it was stabbed by a needle. I wish I could take out all my time to let my parents suffer less. I told them in a hurried voice to be careful and to call me if anything happened. I would go back immediately. As soon as I said that, my father's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He stood up suddenly. Although he frowned in pain, his eyes showed the strength to push me back. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with pain and cruelty. "Wait!" The shout was like thunder overnight, which shocked the people around him. My mother and father were both stunned, their faces filled with confusion. It seemed as if they realized what I was about to do. Regardless of the pain in his body, my father rushed over to stop me. He grabbed the corner of my clothes with trembling hands, and his voice was filled with pleading and fear. "Wife, Uncle Lee, hurry, go stop Ethan. He wants revenge." I know my father understands me best. He doesn't look at me with surprise or accusation like others do, but rather with calmness and regret, as if he's already seen through the restlessness and obsession swirling within me, as if confirming a preordained outcome. This confirmation gives me both peace of mind and a sense of danger. From childhood to adulthood, Daniel has cleaned up a lot of messes for me. He has seen me go crazy in the blood, and he has also seen me become silent after I put away my enthusiasm. My father's understanding made me realize that impulse in me is never fear, but excitement, an uncontrollable excitement, which has been fully exposed in the fight just now. My mother fell to the ground crying, her eyes blurred with tears. Her fear pierced my chest like needles. My mother was trembling with fear, calling my name with pleading and panic. This sound would be useful to anyone, but for me, it was more like a trigger awakening the colder plans and judgments in my mind. My father was supporting my mother and hurriedly urged me to turn back, fearing that my impulsiveness would implicate more people. But I had already averted my gaze. At that moment, there were only a few clues left in the world: the gangster, Marcus, and the puppet face that might appear at any time. I saw the gang leader's appearance clearly. His background made sense. Anyone who would use such brutal means to retaliate must have a bigger backer to do such a thing. I deduced in my mind, and it indirectly confirmed my initial suspicion. Only someone of Marcus's status could put his family in opposition and provoke them so directly. After confirming that my parents were all right for the time being, I disappeared into the night like a hunter, my steps quick and steady, calculating every step in my mind. I had to know whether Marcus would show up tonight, and I had to give him a warning that he would remember without implicating my parents. Two beams of headlights on the distant road were like two thorns. A Rolls-Royce slowly drove out, and the light suddenly illuminated the dim road like daylight. The license plate was clearly visible under the light. The familiar car condensed all the suspicion and anger into a decisive action. As I got closer and closer to the car, I held a steel pipe in my hand. It felt cold in my palm, like an extended thread. My idea was simple: show no mercy, give no way out, and let the other party know in an unignorable way that this fight was no joke. The moment I threw the steel pipe at the windshield, time seemed to be stretched. The steel pipe made a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the night sky. The moment it hit the glass, the impact and shattering sounds were particularly clear in the silence. The windshield was penetrated straight by a cold iron pipe, and the car was forced to brake hard. The driver's face was pale, but Marcus sank into the back seat. He had originally thought that hiding in the car would give him a sense of superiority, but at this moment, the steel pipe inserted into the windshield was like a mirror, reflecting his fragility and panic very clearly. I stood in front of the car lights, my shadow stretched long by the light, like a knife pressing on his chest. What I wanted was not to kill him, but to make him remember the boundaries. I shouted a warning and put forward the rules of the road, making him understand that the price of implicating my family was not something he could bear lightly. The silence lasted for a few seconds, and then he responded angrily in the car, his tone full of arrogance and threats, but I could read the panic behind the voice. The more arrogant he was, the more it showed that the other party's soft spot had been touched. I walked to the front of the car, stomped my foot on the front of the car, and explained everything in a cold and clear voice. The reason why I came to the company, the reason why I was in a hurry to go back, and the principles behind this situation that I could not tolerate. All my words were like bullets that hit Marcus's psychological defenses accurately. He said that my behavior was arrogant, and I smiled even colder, with no mercy in that smile. I wanted him to understand a few facts. I am not alone, and I have more pawns behind me than he imagined. I can use more ruthless methods to let him know why he should not provoke me easily. At that moment, I thought of the pain of the past, the helplessness of my family in front of me, and the powerlessness of being betrayed in my previous life. These memories pulled my will tighter like iron chains, forcing me not to give the Wong family any more advantages. I will respond to the invisible harm with a tangible deterrent, and use the current actions to regain all the dignity and sense of security that have been taken away. Tonight is not the end, but the beginning of remarking the boundaries of the battlefield. Marcus finally got out of the car abruptly, questioning, roaring, and testing him. He tried to turn the topic back to the company and push the responsibility onto others, but I had already seen through his calculations. I had calculated every step today clearly. This was an approach and test that I had planned. As soon as I thought of this, I met his gaze with a slight sneer. The chill deepened in my smile, and my words were an icy declaration on the edge of a knife. I knew he would react, and I also knew that this warning was just the beginning. I had already made plans in my mind on how to close the net next. I stared at Marcus, breathing steadily, a sneer on my lips, and my voice was as cold as frost in his ear. Otherwise, what do you think I can do to you? Okay, very good. Marcus stood by the car, watching me leave without looking back. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to kill me. I was wondering why a figurehead vice president of Shengding suddenly became like a completely different person. It turns out that someone is secretly behind the scenes, backing me up. I'm just being used as a pawn. He thought I was being used as a pawn. He doesn't know that all of this was set up by me. I could see the shock on his face, a mixture of fear at my attack and confusion at my change of character. A vice president who barely came to the office and lived a life of idleness was nothing but a laughingstock in his eyes. But today, this laughingstock made him bleed. The door of the Rolls-Royce was dented by his punch, and his rage was almost incinerating him. He sat back in the car, touched the gauze on his head, and cursed me viciously. Victor, Victor, your daughter is dead, and you still won't stop. You let your son-in-law come to the company to make trouble. I want to see if you can still stabilize the situation at Shengding. The car roared away. I watched him walk away, a smile playing on my lips. This move, I was plotting against him. I wanted him to think I had someone backing me, to make him suspect the Wong family, to start this storm from within. When I got home, I saw a crowd of people gathered in front of the building, making a lot of noise. Let's report it to the authorities. This is such a big deal. Why report it? Didn't Ethan go to get revenge? The most important thing now is to find him. Why would someone come to the Chen family? I stood outside the crowd for a moment, relieved by these words. My parents were fine. In the crowd, my father, Daniel, looked pale, and my mother's eyes were red. They frantically searched for something in the crowd. I quickened my pace. As long as they were still around, I wasn't afraid of anything. I knew it was time to call a day. If I said too much, I'd be exposed. I'd already planted a seed of doubt in Marcus, leaving him to watch the Wong family's dog-eat-dog dynamic. They'll never imagine how many key milestones Shang Ding has reached today were secretly driven by me. In my previous life, I trusted the Wong family too much. As a result, I was betrayed, trampled to death, and my dignity was destroyed. If I were to live my life again, I would make them pay me back one by one. Dad, Mom. I walked into the crowd and called softly. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. My mother suddenly looked up, saw me, and rushed over crying. She pushed me away and yelled, "Ethan, are you okay? Tell me where you're hurt. I'm taking you to the hospital." Her hands trembled as she touched my entire body, and she only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that I was okay. I laughed. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. But as I laughed, my eyes blurred. I'll never forget her care. In my last life, before she passed away, she told me to eat well and sleep well. That tender, motherly love nearly brought me tears. "Ethan, what are you laughing at?" My father leaned over, glaring at me with a frown. I opened my mouth to say something, but my throat choked. Before I could answer, I heard my father's roar from the crowd. "Ethan, you wouldn't kill anyone." The air froze. The whole place exploded. Some people gasped, others exclaimed, "Oh my God, did this guy really kill someone no matter how serious the incident is? This shouldn't happen." "Yeah, you're still young. Don't be impulsive. Look at that smile, he's crazy. Something must have happened." The chatter grew increasingly chaotic, like knives stabbing the air. My father was still patting his chest and shouting, "It's my fault. I should have stopped him earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten into trouble." My parents' faces instantly paled. My mother nearly lost her balance, and my father's hands trembled slightly. As I watched them, my heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Just then, a rough hand landed on my shoulder. I looked up. My father's eyes were as steady as a mountain. He looked at me and whispered, "Don't be afraid. No matter how big the problem is, Dad is here, and we'll handle it together." At that moment, my throat tightened. Those words brought back memories of his last words from a past life. They were a man's final promise to his family. I couldn't hold it back any longer, tears streaming down my face. "Dad, Mom," I sobbed, hugging them. "I didn't kill anyone," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm just glad you're all okay." They drove away, and I couldn't catch up. It was a lie, but it was the most harmless lie. It would reassure my parents and silence the neighbors. My mother was held so tightly in my arms that she couldn't move, but she still shouted at the top of her lungs, "Did you hear me? My son didn't kill anyone. He didn't cause any trouble." Her voice was hoarse, but it silenced the entire audience. My father was stunned for a moment, his face flushed red, and he quickly raised his hand to slap himself, apologizing repeatedly. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't misunderstand me." I let go of my parents and nodded to the people around me with a smile. "It's okay. It was all a misunderstanding. Let's go back." The neighbors looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and dispersed. Some of these people had watched me grow up, and some had been friends of my parents. They weren't bad people. They just liked to watch the fun. The noise died down, and we were the only three left downstairs. I took my parents' hands and whispered, "Let's go home and have a reunion dinner." My parents were stunned and looked at each other. Family reunion dinner? Their faces were filled with confusion, but they didn't ask and obediently followed me upstairs. The hallway was dimly lit, and my mother's shadow swayed as my father walked silently beside her. Dinner was simple. Under the dim light, the table was filled with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, blanched choy sum, and a bowl of cucumber and pork soup. My parents are used to being frugal. When I'm not home, they save as much as possible on all 3 meals a day. It's obvious at a glance that the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and choy sum are leftovers from lunch. But I savored this meal with such relish that it surpassed all other delicacies. Having experienced the pain of losing both my parents, I now know how to cherish this hard-earned reunion. As I hunched over my meal, images of my past life flashed through my mind, and tears quietly dripped into my bowl. I pretended not to notice. My parents looked at me wolfing down the food and looked at each other, both feeling something was wrong. My father shook his head slightly, signaling my mother not to ask. Of course, I didn't bring up my rebirth. I simply took a deep breath and chatted with them as if nothing had happened. Regarding the chase, I continued to lie from the day before, saying those people had already fled. I didn't mention Grace's car accident. I will never forget that incident. In my previous life, the Wong family didn't notify my parents to attend the funeral until the day of the funeral. At that moment, my parents collapsed in tears, nearly fainting. Their kindness had been exploited, their trust trampled upon. I didn't want them to experience that pain again. I had completely seen through this sham marriage. That night, our family talked for a long time. It was almost 11 o'clock before I returned to the room after helping them wash their feet. I lay on the bed, looking at the familiar ceiling, and felt a sense of peace in my heart. The debts from my previous life were so heavy that I felt like I couldn't breathe. Going home and sleeping became a luxury. Now that I have been reborn and am lying on this old bed again, the sense of security makes me almost dare not move. I couldn't sleep, so I put my hands behind my head and memories began to surge in my mind. Master, I murmured, are you a master of Taoism or a lovesick old Teddy? When I was paying off my debts in my previous life, I was exhausted both physically and mentally and almost had a mental breakdown. One day, I went to the mountains to relax and accidentally entered a Taoist temple to burn incense. It was in that Taoist temple that I met him, Taoist Wu. He was wearing a gray robe, had white hair and beard, held a whisk in his hand, and his eyes were so bright that they seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. At that moment, I really thought he was a man of enlightenment. He smiled and asked me to sit down, made me some tea, and the first words he said were Tao follows nature. He knew astronomy and geography, and he could talk about the past and the present in a very clear and logical way. I was fascinated by his talk. We chatted from morning till night, all day. Before leaving, he said, "Meeting is fate," and gave me a set of unknown exercises. According to him, this exercise can strengthen my body, refresh my mind, and help me better cope with the hardships of life. I believed it without a doubt at the time and left my contact information with gratitude. During that time, I practiced the exercises every day and really felt that my spirits had improved. Until one night, I received his call for help. When I rushed there, I was completely dumbfounded. Taoist Wu was taken to the foot massage club. Tao follows nature, actually includes foot massage. The incident caused a lot of uproar. When the police investigated, they found that he had a mountain of cases. He touched people's legs when he was reading fortunes, asked believers to take a holy water bath to exorcise evil spirits, and was also exposed to discussing Taoism with the young nuns in the nunnery. 37 cases, just hearing about them is outrageous. In comparison, the foot massage one is the lightest. In the end, he used his connections to get sentenced to 18 years in prison. It was then that I finally understood that this was not an old Taoist priest at all. He is clearly an old Teddy in love. Naturally, I also forgot about that set of exercises. But in this life, today's experience has shaken me. I fought Marcus and those four thugs. My body wasn't in the right place. That excitement and restlessness is not anger, but an inspiring sense of power. I found that I could dodge and move easily in a narrow corridor, and my punches and kicks were as smooth as flowing water. That is exactly the movement of the master's technique. The first time was a subconscious reaction, and the second time I deliberately exerted force according to the mental method. The result was the same, an explosion of terrifying power. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Is that so-called health-preserving exercise really useful? The more I thought about it, the more strange it seemed. No wind, no waves. I muttered to myself. I closed my eyes, silently recited the set of mental formulas again, and began to recall the rhythm of each breath in my mind. It was late at night, and the house was quiet. The insects were chirping outside, and I could feel the breath flowing in my chest. I didn't get up to practice the movements for fear of disturbing my parents. But that breath seemed alive. As it travels along the meridians, the skin becomes hot, the body becomes numb, and the heartbeat speeds up. I could clearly feel the blood flowing faster. It seems that this set of things is not simple. I opened my eyes and exhaled a breath of hot air. If this technique is truly useful, then there might be something else behind the master's identity. Maybe he wasn't just a liar. At least this set of skills saved me. And the crises I will face in the future are far more than I imagined. I need every means to become stronger. It's not enough to just talk, and it's useless to just have a background. Many times, fists are the most direct force. Thinking of this, my mind gradually calmed down. I will never waste a chance to have it all back. Meanwhile, in a distant hospital ward, things were brewing. Victor and Lydia sat by the bed, browsing their phones with dull expressions. And lying on that clean white hospital bed was my wife, Grace. She's not dead. The face was still beautiful, with rosy complexion, long hair draped over the shoulders, and light in the eyes. Even in a hospital gown, her charm could not be concealed. She sat on the bed, frowning, holding her cell phone tightly in her hand. I know she's waiting for someone. Finally, the phone lit up. When the WeChat video started, her eyes lit up. Here he comes, Mom and Dad, he's here. Silent Grace suddenly laughed excitedly and happily. At the same time, in the hospital on the other side, the light in the ward was gentle and the air was filled with the smell of medicine. Victor and Lydia were sitting on the edge of the bed, scrolling through their phones boredly. And lying on the hospital bed was my dead wife, Grace. Her face was rosy and her eyes were bright. How could she look like a dead person? She was wearing a hospital gown, her hair draped smoothly over her shoulders, and she looked better than anyone else. She held her phone tightly, and a name lit up on the screen. Dear Adrian. When I saw this name, countless images flashed through my mind. It turns out that she was not dead and was still video chatting with her ex-lover. Victor and his wife in the ward also became excited. Their eyes were shining as they stared at Grace's phone. Answer it quickly. Lydia's voice was trembling. I haven't seen Adrian in a long time either. Grace took a deep breath, suppressed her inner excitement, and answered the call. A gentle and elegant face appeared on the screen. That's Adrian. The sunny smile and gentle temperament are exactly the same as in my memory. Lydia smiled brightly and immediately called out, Chun-Shun, long time no see. Hello, Annie. Adrian responded a little stiffly. Still calling me Annie? Lydia pretended to be angry. Victor also joined in. Why? Shouldn't we call Mom and Dad now? Adrian in the video smiled and nodded slightly. Dad, Mom. The word Mom and Dad made the two old people smile with their eyes curved. Lydia smiled so much that her mouth almost reached her ears, and Victor also looked very proud. This scene is like a hypocritical family drama. If I saw it, I probably wouldn't even bother to sneer. After a few pleasantries, Grace turned the camera on herself and looked at Adrian tenderly. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and the air became ambiguous. I'm sorry you suffered so much. Adrian's tone was full of heartache. Grace shook her head, her tone firm. It's not hard as long as I can be with you. But I still feel bad that you directed all this. Adrian sighed and said softly, I wish I were by your side right now. Grace's eyes suddenly turned red and her nose felt sore. She whispered back, Then why didn't you leave me without saying goodbye? Adrian gave a helpless smile. Going abroad that year was an opportunity, but also a necessity. I couldn't let my family down, and I didn't want to drag you down with me. Would you rather see me inherit the family business in mediocrity, or would you rather see me make a name for myself? Grace fell silent. The past came flooding back to my mind like a tide. That year in college, she cried and looked for him, almost breaking down. It was during that most vulnerable time that I entered her world. I carried her school bag, helped her with projects, and accompanied her on her thesis. At that time, she smiled and said that meeting me was fate's salvation. But now it seems that salvation is only a temporary hope. After graduating from university, we joined hands to start a business and have been through thick and thin together. Eventually, we got married. I thought that was the beginning of happiness. But the person in her heart never left. She reconnected with Adrian a year ago. Adrian returned from abroad and became the CEO of a listed company, managing tens of billions of wealth. The white moonlight of the past shines again. And her husband, me, became a joke at her eyes. She forgot who stayed up late with her to start business, and she forgot who bowed her head in front of the Wong family. From the day Adrian reappeared, he was the only one left in her world. A phone call and a greeting are enough to soften her heart. Even in the quagmire of business war, she is still willing to take risks for him. Adrian became the light in her heart, and I was just her shadow. The air of the ward was sickly sweet. Lydia looked at the two of them, flirting with each other, and smiled as if she had met her son-in-law. Hey, what's done is done. She broke the silence. Now you two lovers have finally gotten married. This is what we call destiny. Victor also nodded in agreement. Yes, missing is fate. Meeting again is destiny. After Grace's funeral, we can fly there and reunite as a family. Grace smiled, and Adrian smiled too. The four of them laughed so naturally, as if I had never existed. They're a real family, and I'm just a pawn being used. We chatted via video until midnight. Adrian glanced at the time and said gently, Grace, Uncle and Aunt, I have a meeting to attend. You should also go to bed early. My dear son-in-law, don't be too busy and take care of your health. Lydia smiled brightly. Adrian nodded. His eyes fell on Grace, and his tone became a little colder. The plan must be safe and don't let Ethan find out. Grace responded softly, Don't worry, my cousin is the financial director, and the money has almost been transferred. Once the funeral is over, Ethan will be the scapegoat. Are you really not afraid of guilt? Adrian asked. She bit her lip, her expression flickering. Maybe a little. Wouldn't it be cruel to me if we couldn't be reunited? Adrian whispered. One sentence made her completely soften her heart. She smiled softly. Well, I just made the right choice that any woman would make. Lydia nodded repeatedly. Yes. You have to remember, there's nothing wrong with pursuing happiness. But Ethan is useless and doesn't deserve you. Victor also interjected to comfort her. Don't overthink it. I've already sent Ethan to the company. Once he takes over the debt, we can take the money and leave. They said it so easily, as if I was not their son-in-law, but a lamb to be slaughtered. But fate never allows betrayers to be safe for long. Just as they were laughing, a roar was heard from outside the corridor. Victor! The sound was so loud that the glass in the ward was shaking. The nurse's voice of dissuasion followed. Victor's face changed and his brows furrowed, but he still tried to remain calm. Grace, hide first. He said, got up, opened the door and walked out. The moment the door closed, a smile still remained on his lips. But when he looked up and saw the scene in the corridor, the whole person froze. Chapter 11. It got knocked crooked after being hit. Into the corridor. A huge crowd was walking towards Victor. They were all ferocious looking, tall and strong. In front of them, there was a nurse who was trying to dissuade them in fear, but no one paid any attention. In the end, she was pushed against the wall by a burly man. This scene, not to mention anything else, any normal person would know that the person is up to no good at first glance. In an instant, Victor's face turned pale and his heart was beating wildly. Without waiting for him to take action, the big man leading the group suddenly raised his hand and pointed at him, his eyes wide open, and said excitedly, You son of a bitch, you're here. Victor's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He subconsciously wanted to open the door and enter the ward, but then he thought that if Grace was exposed, all his plans would be in vain. Run. In a flash, there was only one thought left in Victor's mind. But just as he turned around and tried to escape in the other direction of the corridor, the thugs behind him had already rushed up to him. The burly man who was leading the group leaped into the air and gave a flying kick, which landed directly on his back with a bang. Ah! Victor screamed and lost his balance, falling to the ground like a dog eating shit, even breaking a front tooth. With blood in his mouth, he shouted in fear, Who are you guys? Hit me. The big man waved his hand. In an instant, the huge crowd surrounded Victor and started beating and kicking him violently. Victor knew he couldn't resist, so he protected his head with his hands and curled up like a shrimp. The screams like those of a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the corridor. At the same time, the sound of the burly men shouting curses and the dull thud of fists and feet landing on Victor could be heard. The scene was extremely tragic. The nurse in the distance was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. Dad! In the ward, Grace heard Victor's screams, turned pale with fright, and was about to rush out. Lydia, standing by, held Grace down and said, Don't move. If you go out now, you'll be exposed. We bribed the doctor, but we didn't bribe the entire hospital. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. But if those guys beat up Dad, what if? Grace resisted the urge to rush out, still feeling a little worried. Lydia's expression changed, her eyes suddenly firm, and she gritted her teeth and said, Didn't your dad just say that he would take care of anything that happens? The beating lasted for 5 minutes. Perhaps it was because the gangsters were so numerous and powerful that even the gang leader waved his hand to stop them, and no hospital security personnel came over. Just 5 minutes. Victor had been beaten black and blue. His face was swollen like a pig's head. His face was covered in blood. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered with bruises. Fortunately, he remained rational from beginning to end and always protected his head with both hands. Otherwise, he would have been beaten unconscious by so many burly men. He lay on the ground, his curled-up body shaking uncontrollably, blood still gushing out of his mouth and nose. But his tear-filled eyes still showed confusion. While he was being beaten just now, his mind was racing, and he even recalled the old events of his youth. However, he was still confused and couldn't find out where this beating came from. Who are you? Why are you hitting me? Victor asked with tears in his eyes. Bang! The leading thug kicked Victor on the waist, causing him to scream in pain. Do you think I'm stupid? I told you, expecting you to come and seek revenge. Spat fiercely at Victor and cursed. Remember, if your daughter dies, you should give her a proper funeral. You can't control what's going on outside. You're already an old man, but you're still restless and making trouble everywhere. Can you handle some of this? You please speak clearly. Victor's eyes suddenly widened. What have I done wrong? How am I restless? Bang! The gang leader was about to turn around and leave, but upon hearing this, he turned around and kicked Victor again, cursing. There are some things you can't touch, and some people you can't touch. You're still making trouble at your age. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. If you get beaten, you have to stand at attention. Don't ruin your reputation in your later years. Finished. The group of thugs did not stay any longer and left quickly. Only Victor was left lying on the ground, disheveled in the wind. Faced with this sudden group fight, he was really confused, so he bravely asked, but the other party's answer still made him confused. Wait until everyone is out of sight. Victor endured the severe pain all over his body and struggled to get up. He first signaled the frightened nurse to leave, and then pushed the door and entered the ward. Thankfully, Grace wasn't exposed. As soon as he entered the door, Victor couldn't help but wipe the blood from his mouth and said with emotion. However, what awaited him was not the heartache and comfort from his wife and daughter, but instead the sharp gazes from the mother and daughter that were like needles. Why are you looking at me like that? Victor was stunned and felt a chill on his back. Dad! Grace looked compassionate and sighed with her head down. Lydia suddenly jumped up, rushed to Victor, and grabbed Victor's ear. Old man, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Or do you think my daughter and I are stupid? It hurts, it hurts. What happened? Victor was shaking with pain and felt like his ears were about to be pulled off. Lydia refused to give in and burst into tears. Aren't those people's words clear enough? You old man have been out there flirting with women behind my daughter and me, and what kind of people have you messed with? Now you've got a bunch of people coming to your house to cause trouble? If you can't explain yourself today, I'm not done with you. Bang, bang, bang. Lydia screamed and threw Victor to the ground, punching and kicking him. The shrill screams echoed in the ward. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce and several BBAs were parked on the road outside the hospital. Marcus watched his younger brothers get into the car, then extinguished his cigar and sneered. Victor, Victor, you old men have no self-awareness at all, so you can't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Your daughter died at your age, and instead of busying yourself at the funeral, you actually ordered your son-in-law to come to the company and mess around. If you were smart, you would have restrained yourself after this beating tonight. Boss Wong, a Shengding company shareholder, said solemnly. Even if Victor restrains himself, what if that kid actually succeeds in his 3-day agreement with Ethan? He did it. Is it possible? Marcus scoffed, his expression becoming serious. If he can really double the company's market value in 3 days, I'd be happy to be his underling. The underworld isn't about fighting and killing. It's about the ways of the world. Everyone's just after money. Chapter 12, Strange Kung Fu. Marcus is very self-aware. Making money is what he values most. Today's status and position are nothing more than the purpose of making more money. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. Grace was in a car accident, and he was eager to stir up trouble in Shengding Company in order to make money, and wanted to swallow up Shengding. Ethan's appearance and brutal methods completely disrupted his plans. But as he said, if Ethan can really double Shengding's market value in 3 days, he would not be unwilling to bow to Ethan for money. It's all about making money, so it's not shameful. After all, Marcus knew too well how terrifying it was to double a company's profits. Even for a high-quality company like Shengding with continuously rising profits, doubling its profits in 3 days was undoubtedly a fantasy. Even if Ethan fails to fulfill the 3-day agreement, he will still be able to swallow up Shengding later. Unbeknownst to Marcus, Grace's family had long planned to destroy Shengding. His only hope was no longer to make money, but to withdraw from Shengding and preserve his principal. Even less aware, Marcus's momentary decision to make the 3-day appointment with Ethan would secure him a fortune in the future. But all this is a story for later. After beating up Victor, I finally let out some rage. Marcus slowly closed the car window and leaned back in the seat. This movement caused the injury on his head to tug at the pain, causing him to hiss. He then said, "We'll just have to wait for Vice President Shun to reveal his true identity. Let's see if he can double Shung Ding's value in 3 days. This will also determine whether I'll be his master or his little brother." At the end of his speech, the corners of his mouth rose up, revealing a sneer. This smile made the shareholder next to him feel a chill down his spine. As a shareholder, he knew very well how terrifying Marcus's background was. Tianba smiles, and life and death are unpredictable. This has long been known to everyone in Fuqing. The Rolls-Royce started slowly, and the convoy behind followed closely. Marcus suddenly smiled and said, "Lao Zhang, my underground boxing ring, is opening tomorrow. Would you mind coming and joining us?" This was a question, but the shareholder next to him felt a pang in his heart. He did not dare to refuse and nodded hurriedly. No words were spoken that night. The morning light is breaking. Ethan woke up from practicing the mantras of the mental method. It's really strange. I've never felt this intense before when practicing Master S technique. This time, after practicing all night, I'm not sleepy at all. On the contrary, I'm full of energy and... He slowly opened the quilt, hunched over, and stood up, complaining as he walked. "Master Wu, no wonder you became a master. It turns out there are such effects, cousin." After taking a cold shower, Ethan cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He changed into a set of sportswear and went out to exercise. To be precise, it is the movements of training exercises. A night of mental training made him feel refreshed and opened the door to a new world. Since the mental training was useful, the movements must also be effective. If this set of exercises really works. Ethan walked to a nearby park and found an empty spot. He carefully recalled his movements and murmured softly, "Perhaps after rebirth, I can go back to the Taoist temple where I met Taoist Wu and see him again. Maybe I can even prevent him from being imprisoned by the foot." Facing the rising sun, Ethan moved slowly. Each movement was slow, but there was a strange rhythm in the slowness. The whole set of movements took half an hour. However, Ethan did not repeat it immediately. Instead, he hunched over and walked to the stone bench next to him and sat down. He breathed and complained, "Cousin." After sitting quietly for 5 minutes, all distracting thoughts disappeared. Ethan then stood up and practiced the movements again. But without exception, after half an hour of training for each set of movements, he would complain, "Cousin," and then need to sit quietly for 5 minutes before he could continue. The identical effects of the movements and mental skills made Ethan a little worried. If he trained the two together now, what would the effect be? Gradually, the morning sun rose and dyed half the sky red. There are gradually more and more old men and women exercising in the park. Some were doing Tai Chi, some were spinning tops, some were doing iron crotch exercises, and some were doing square dances with loudspeakers playing. Full of vitality, life is full of different aspects. Gradually, more and more people gathered where Ethan was. As he sat on the stone bench after training and complained about his cousin, old men around him would occasionally cast resentful glances at him, and then low sighs would be heard. This made Ethan feel helpless, but his strength was limited and there was really nothing he could do. After only 3 training sessions, Ethan could clearly feel the difference. The mental method is to boost my spirits, but after training this set of movements, I can clearly feel my muscles throbbing. Does that mean they are strengthening? Ethan sat on the stone bench again, feeling every muscle throbbing in his body, and couldn't help smacking his lips in amazement. Then, he glanced at an old man in white training clothes not far away. The old man had white hair combed back neatly, a kind face and bright eyes. The white training suit he wore was similar to that of the old men and women around him. Really caught Ethan's attention was that the old man was the only one who looked at him without resentment or sighs. The old man had actually been standing there since his second training session, but he always maintained a calm and watchful attitude, without moving a muscle. Young people are young people. The old man noticed Ethan's gaze, walked over with a smile, and clasped his hands together. "I am Zhang Wuji. I have been watching you train, young friend. I find your movements very interesting. The slowness yet the strange rhythm. I couldn't help but stop and watch. I must think you must be a martial artist." Really, Ethan understood in his heart. Master is awesome. However, Zhang Wuji could tell that his moves were not simple. So Zhang Wuji was awesome. Ethan laughed it off and said, "No, I just do some random exercises. It helps to keep fit anyway. Haha, I've practiced martial arts all my life, and I can tell at a glance whether you have any basic skills or not. Don't hide your abilities, my friend." Zhang Wuji sat down and said with a smile, "It just so happens that there's a boxing arena opening in Fuching tonight, and I just can't find a partner. Are you interested in going with me? If you're itching to practice, you can go down and practice." Ethan's face disappeared, and he said solemnly, "Old man, please don't give me a cape. I'm really just exercising." Zhang Wuji ignored him and smiled calmly. It is said that the winning prize for just one match is 2 million. Besides, this boxing arena is owned by Fuching Baiyi. We could see a lot of real kung fu tonight. Tyrant? Marcus? Ethan's heart trembled, and he thought, it would be nice to broaden my horizons. At the same time, Shengding Company, Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Ichu. Sophia sneezed, a puzzled look on her pretty face. That's weird. I don't have a cold, and the weather isn't cold. Why am I sneezing so early in the morning? Since she arrived at the company in the morning, she felt something was wrong. She would shudder and sneeze for no apparent reason every half an hour. This made it impossible for her to immerse herself in the heavy work. Sophia couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the fact that she caught a cold because of Ethan's intrusion in the hotel yesterday. When she thought of Ethan, her dark brows furrowed slightly. A trace of resentment flashed across her watery eyes, and then she prepared to get up and pour a cup of hot water to drive away the cold. Suddenly, a message sound rang out on WeChat on my phone. Sophia glanced sideways and saw it was a message from Grace. The content is very simple. "Cousin, you can start the transfer. Chapter 13 for myself, for my parents." If it were in the past, Sophia would definitely take action immediately after seeing this message. After all, Grace's family paid her too much. But now, cousin, at home you call me cousin, and I don't argue with you, but at the company, I'm the financial director. Sophia smiled contemptuously, but quickly opened her phone with her right hand and replied to Grace with one word. "Okay." Immediately, she cursed, "Bitch." She knew very well that although on the surface it seemed that Grace had single-handedly created the current glory of Shengding Company, in fact, Ethan had always been the one who put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. Strictly speaking, Shengding Company is a joint venture between Ethan and Grace. In the early days, Ethan was even the leader. However, as the company developed, Grace was more willing to be exposed to the public eye, so Ethan was willing to retreat behind the scenes for love. As the financial director who joined Shengding after it had grown to a certain level, he might not know such a secret. But as a relative of the Wong family and a close relative, she knew it all clearly. Even in the early days, Grace's family situation was not very good, and they often suffered from contempt and ridicule from relatives. The real change came when Grace and Ethan fell in love and started working on projects together. Ethan's family is not well off. He has excellent personal abilities. The Wong family's wealth stemmed from Ethan, and this was actually an unspoken secret among relatives. It's just that they only help their relatives and not others. At first, Sophia agreed to help Grace transfer assets because of the relationship and the huge benefits. However, after Ethan broke into the hotel and got hold of something, she saw Ethan's wild side, and she was impressed by her cousin-in-law and began to look at him with new eyes. As an educated woman, she longs for freedom and wildness. Beneath her cold appearance, she actually has a heart as hot as fire. Ethan in the hotel yesterday, although she was angry, facing Ethan's wild and sinister side. After the anger subsided, she inexplicably developed a strong desire to win. It's like a rider trying to conquer a wild horse. That sense of conquest is far better than any dopamine. As for the man who followed Ethan and yelled outside the hotel room, in her eyes he was just impotent and furious, and she had no interest in him at all. Ichu. Sophia just took a sip of hot water when she sneezed again. She frowned slightly. It's really weird. After sitting down again, she glanced at her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up and sent a WeChat message to Ethan. "Cousin-in-law, what are you doing?" "Ding dong." Ethan replied immediately. "Exercising." "TSK, tisk." Sophia's lips curled up uncontrollably as she quickly replied, "I can't believe you're so focused on exercise at such a young age. You must be very strong, right? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I have something important to tell you." But this time, after she sent the message, it was like a drop in the ocean. She waited for nearly half an hour but still didn't get a reply from Ethan. Ethan didn't reply, but he replied to the first WeChat message immediately because he and Zhang Wuji had exchanged contact information and it was just a casual touch. Then, at Zhang Wuji's invitation, he practiced the movements again before sending Zhang Wuji away. When Ethan sat down quietly on the stone bench again and saw Sophia's WeChat message, he was too lazy to reply. Cousin, you are so annoying." Ethan rubbed his nose and smiled playfully. As for the important things Sophia wanted to talk about, he knew with his heels that it must be Grace informing her to start transferring assets. According to his speculation, the actual transfer should be launched in the next 2 days. However, the layout of transferring assets must have been arranged by Grace and Sophia long ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xingding to be so devastated in such a short period of time without anyone noticing. Sophia sending him this WeChat message actually shows that she is switching sides. This made him feel a lot more at ease. At least the call might have been in vain. Distracting thoughts gradually disappeared. The throbbing muscles all over my body gradually calmed down. Ethan stood up and stretched, then looked around contentedly. He could clearly feel the envious gazes of some old men, especially the one who practiced the iron crotch technique. He was somewhat helpless about this. There was nothing he could do since his strength was there after all. Who could blame him for having a master? However, the gains from morning exercises also elevated Ethan's understanding of the master to an unprecedented level. As he walked home, Ethan thought, after I cremate Grace and devour the Shangding, it's time to go to the Taoist temple to meet the master. When I got home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the afternoon. My parents went out to work, but breakfast was still on the dining table, covered with a mat, with a note from my mother next to it. The content is, "Mom and Dad are out at work. Remember to eat breakfast when you come back. Don't upset your stomach by starving." Ethan looked at the beautiful handwriting and couldn't help but smile happily. Is there anything happier than being remembered by your family? A plate of pickles and fermented tofu made by my mother, 2 salted duck eggs, and a pot of still warm rice porridge. A simple breakfast. But Ethan felt mixed emotions. In his previous life, he and Grace co-founded Shengding Company. Given Shengding's profitability, it would be easy for him to change the quality of life at home as long as he was willing. But he was obsessed with his feelings and was blinded by one thing. Despite his parents' earnest advice to live a good life, he actually failed to give back to his family. But under Grace's management, the Wong family became prosperous and wealthy. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late. He wanted to live his life, but the Wong family was scheming against him at every step. I owe so much to my parents. In this life, I want to live again for myself and my parents. Ethan swallowed the last mouthful of porridge. Then he went straight into his father's study. The narrow and cramped study was filled with all kinds of books and exuded a strong smell of paper scraps and ink. But for my father, a teacher, such an independent study is really necessary. Ethan really cared about was the city map of Fuching hanging on the wall of his father's study. He stood in front of the city map like a sculpture and first drew a circle on the map with a pen. That was the treasure hidden by Shengding Company. Then he looked at the map again, frowning sometimes and relaxing sometimes. Cremating Grace and annexing Shengding is only the first step. Relying on that piece of treasure land to turn the tide is the second step. But for him, the road ahead is still long, and he needs to rely on the memory of rebirth and plan well. The 3 years of paying off his debts made him miserable and his life was worse than death. But the high-pressure and high-intensity work environment left him with a deep memory of the changes in current affairs. Today, these memories have become the foundation for him to grow bigger and stronger and create greater glory. It is about planning for the future and searching and organizing memories. During this process, even Ethan didn't notice the passage of time. By the time he walked out of the study with a smile and satisfaction, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Not surprisingly, Zhang Wuji's series of fatal calls had already appeared on the mobile phone. The phone was on silent mode, but old man Zhang actually made dozens of calls. Ethan scratched his head awkwardly, smiled sheepishly, and muttered to himself while dialing old man Zhang's number. Chapter 14, The 4 Wealthy Zhangs. As night falls, the lights come on. When Ethan arrived at the Four Seals Club that Zhang Wuji mentioned on the phone, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he got off the car, he was stunned by the scene before him. The Seeing Club is magnificent and luxurious. There are long queues of luxury cars in front of the door. The beautiful women, the laughter and chatter, the graceful, swaying figures. Any one of them would be a goddess in the outside world, but here they always have flattering smiles on their faces. Is this the true meaning of debauchery? Ethan's eyes were a little vague, and he murmured with emotion. This was his first time attending such an occasion, so when he took a taxi amidst luxury cars everywhere, he attracted some surprised looks. Strange, how could such a low-class person come to the Baiyi boxing arena? If it were any other day, it wouldn't be surprising to see a taxi in front of the Four Seals Club, but what's going on tonight? It's the grand opening of Baiyi's new business, and this taxi is so shabby. Brother, who was that guy? He took a taxi to such a prestigious event. He looked so poor. Ethan turned a blind eye to the strange looks from the people around him. After going through the dark 3 years of paying off his debts in his previous life, he felt nothing at all about the whispers of disgust from the crowd. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty. Even dogs dislike poor people. The slander and humiliation he had experienced made the remarks around him seem like heavenly music. Just as Ethan was searching for Zhang Wuji, a voice suddenly came. My dear, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ethan looked in the direction of the voice. Who else could it be but Zhang Wuji? From a distance, Zhang Wuji was wearing a black and white training suit, which was very different from the white Tai Chi suit he wore during the day, but it made him look more majestic and serious, like a martial arts master. Behind Zhang Wuji were 3 young men in black training suits. The 4 of them walked quickly towards Ethan, and Zhang Wuji had a bright smile on his face. But Ethan clearly felt that the looks from the people around him seemed to have changed. Even the whispers that should have been harsh disappeared all of a sudden. Even the people farther away noticed this place. It seems that this Zhang Wuji is not simple. Ethan rubbed his nose and thought to himself, different fields are like different mountains. He was not familiar with martial arts, and it was purely because of Master-esque skills that he met Zhang Wuji by chance. Now the changes around him made him keenly aware that Zhang Wuji seemed not as simple as he had imagined. Even Grace might not be familiar with Zhang Wuji. After all, Marcus is very smart, has a strong background, and is ruthless, but when choosing investment companies, he always chooses small companies. In this way, when he is ready to swallow up the company, he can avoid a lot of trouble and can easily complete the swallowing without spending too much cost. Although he is the overlord of Fuching, he is ultimately walking in the dark, and many things he does cannot be seen in the light. If he really provokes those big companies, the probability of hitting a wall will skyrocket. Once he provokes the top upper-class wealthy families, it will not be so easy for him. Marcus knows better than anyone that effort and reward are directly proportional. Shengding Company introduced Marcus. It was an urgent need of expansion. Grace was too aggressive and invited a wolf into the house. By the time Ethan realized it, the contract and everything had been finalized, and there was nothing that could be done to save the company. Seeing Zhang Wuji and his men approaching, Ethan smiled and clasped his fists. Sorry, Mr. Zhang. I had something to do this afternoon, so my phone was muted. Thank you for your concern. The words were respectful and a little grateful. After all, it was just a chance encounter in the park, but it made Zhang Wuji remember dozens of fatal calls and brought him into another circle. Ha ha ha. It's okay, it's about to start. Let's go in first. Zhang Wuji waved his hand, his face full of smiles, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. There are many martial artists in Baiyi's boxing arena tonight. It is also a fate that I can meet you. As they were talking, the 2 of them walked into the Four Seals Club side by side. It was not until the figures of the few people disappeared in the lobby of the Four Seals Club that the crowd around them finally came to their senses. Am I seeing things right? Was that Mr. Zhang Wuji just now? That's right, it's Mr. Zhang Wuji. I never thought he would attend an event like this tonight. But the young man who came in the taxi actually knows Mr. Zhang Wuji. More than just knowing him. It's not like I haven't seen the old man before, and he's always serious. It's rare to see him smile like this at a young person. Brother, who is Zhang Wuji? Call him Grandpa. Even I'm not qualified to address him by name. He's the Grand Master of the martial arts world, the head of the Bajiquan Zhang family. If you don't understand the Bajiquan Zhang family, then you should understand the 4 great families of Fuching. The Zhang family. Ethan and Zhang Wuji entered the Four Seals Club. A special waiter immediately came forward and took them through a dimly lit and depressing alley, and then took the elevator directly to the basement. Along the way, Zhang Wuji always had a smile on his face and talked about martial arts with Ethan. Ethan was confused, but it didn't stop him from nodding in agreement. You're right, I think so too. As long as you master these 3 sentences of this scumbag, you can maximize Zhang Wuji's emotional value. If I really encountered a dead end, I could rely on the skills left by the master and carefully recall the details, and I could still barely get Zhang Wuji's approval. The elevator door opened. A deafening roar broke in. Ethan couldn't help but frown, feeling a sting in his ears. But everything he saw shocked him so much that he almost died on the spot. The spacious underground boxing arena is brightly lit, as bright as day. It was like a Roman Colosseum, with stepped seats surrounding the center of the boxing ring and countless lights covering the ring in the center. Above the ring, there was a huge iron cage and a coffin hanging. At this moment, the seats on the stairs were almost full. People's faces were full of excitement, and they were talking to each other. The atmosphere when they gathered together was really deafening. It's just a small scene. Zhang Wuji smiled calmly and said to Ethan, Master Ba should have prepared for the opening ceremony. Let's go to the VIP room. It's a bit noisy outside. If it weren't for my little bastard insisting on participating in this boxing match, I, an old man, would not want to get involved in such an occasion. Ethan, if you're interested, I will tell Master Ba, and you can come down and help me teach my little bastard a lesson. What? Ethan paused as a chill ran down his back. He looked at Zhang Wuji in astonishment. What was this old man talking about? Chapter 15, A gentleman hides his talents and never reveals his edge? Old man, you can't wear a cloak. Ethan reacted and looked at Zhang Wuji seriously. When Zhang Wuji invited him to the park, he did say that he could go down and practice, but he didn't take it seriously at all and just thought it was a polite invitation. When he heard that it was an underground boxing ring opened by Marcus, he became interested and agreed immediately. But now that they were in the underground boxing arena of the Seeing Club, when Zhang Wuji said such words again, it had a different meaning. This old man, I really wanted to go out and fight some dirty boxing. I understand. Zhang Wuji smiled, patted Ethan's shoulder gently with his right hand, and said meaningfully, A gentleman hides his talent within himself, never revealing his edge. He is young but not arrogant. Young people like you, Ethan, are so rare nowadays. If I hadn't been immersed in martial arts all my life, I would have let you get away with your talk of physical training. It's because you are so calm and reserved at your age that I brought you here on purpose. Young people should sometimes show their edge. At the end of the conversation, it sounded like an elder giving serious advice to a younger person. Ethan, Master, what the hell did you teach me? He really wanted to call Marcus over immediately and let Marcus tell Zhang Wuji in front of him whether he was angry or not. But in this situation, where can I find Marcus? Ethan, not everyone can be called my friend. Zhang Wuji's smile faded, and he said seriously and earnestly, Zhang Wuji has had a decent life. You're the only one who can make this old man's eyes light up and his heart warm. The guests tonight aren't enough for me to call them my friends, nor are they enough to make this old man's eyes light up and his heart warm. Even Marcus, if it weren't for that little evildoer at home, I'd think he was a traitor even for carrying my shoes. Ethan, this is such a huge misunderstanding. He knew that Zhang Wuji's identity was not simple, and he didn't mind what Zhang Wuji said at all. But he minded that Zhang Wuji really regarded him as a master. It was clearly just physical exercise. Even if the techniques taught by the master were effective, he had only practiced a few sets today since his rebirth. Going to fight underground boxing? Just having fun. Rather than being thought so highly of by Zhang Wuji, he would rather it was that old man who practiced the Iron Crotch Kung Fu who came to him this morning to ask for advice humbly. MMP. Ethan cursed inwardly, but despite all that had happened, he still smiled and clasped his fists towards Zhang Wuji. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your kindness. Let's go. Zhang Wuji saw that Ethan was calm. His eyes were bright but not arrogant, and the smile on his face became more peaceful. Rare. Such young people are so rare. He watched Ethan training today. He suddenly recalled the glorious days of his youth. If he had such a terrifying martial arts background at Ethan's age, he would definitely be arrogant and aggressive. Not to mention challenging each other from house to house. At least they would set up a ring and beat their peers until they cried out in frustration. How could he be like Ethan, who is trained to this point but still modestly calls himself training? The noise was deafening, like a carnival feast. Ethan followed Zhang Wuji into the VIP room. A huge floor-to-ceiling window caught his eye. Several single sofas were placed in front of the window. After sitting down, he could have a clear view of the entire boxing arena. In just a short while, all the seats on the steps below were filled, and many people were standing in the corridor. Marcus really put a lot of effort into opening this underground boxing ring. Ethan looked down at the carnival scene below and was shocked. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Zhang Wuji, given his current situation, Even if he successfully swallowed up Shengding Company, he would not be able to get access to such a high-level occasion in a short period of time. He also knew how terrifying the odds were behind such a grand scene tonight. The underground boxing world, after all, is just like his decoration style. Just like the Roman Colosseum, it is just a place for entertainment among the upper class and wealthy nobles. But for Marcus, this is his main business and the real way to make big money. The reputation of Fuching Ba Yi now had a new meaning in Ethan's mind. 2 million per match tonight is the prize money for the contestants, but the handicaps behind it are staggering. Zhang Wuji held a cup of fine Baihao Indian tea and gently stirred it twice with the lid of the bowl. He sipped his tea and chatted with Ethan. There are 8 VIP rooms on the second floor. Originally, my Zhang family disdained to attend, but that little bastard showed up. As for the other rooms, according to the information I've received, all 4 major families have arrived. The 4 major families? Ethan paused as he was about to offer the tea, and said in surprise, the 4 great families of Fuching, Zhang, Wang Qi, and Si. Wait, Mr. Zhang, the Zhang family. Halfway through his words, his tone suddenly rose, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Wuji became even more horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Under bright lights, Zhang Wuji put down his teacup slowly, turned to look at Ethan, and smiled softly. Thank you for your kindness, my friend, for being willing to put my Zhang family first. Boom! Ethan was struck by lightning and was immediately killed. It's not that he didn't know about the 4 major families, but who would have thought that the old man exercising in the park would be from one of the 4 major families? Level of status is like a mountain. Sometimes, if you can't reach that level, you will never know what's happening there. Not to mention, the 4 major families are all ruled by the middle-aged generation, and the older generation is basically elusive. Zhang Wuji is obviously the same age as the grandfather of the Zhang family. Not to mention that he has retreated behind the scenes of Grace and Shengding. Even though Grace often attends various occasions, she is probably a little unfamiliar with Zhang Wuji. A small mistake can lead to a huge difference. The gap here is huge. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. A waitress in a black OL skirt walked in with a tray and said respectfully, Master Zhang, Master Si Tianming of the Si family in Hall 1 has learned that you are attending the opening of the boxing arena tonight. I know that you don't like to place bets, so I've sent you a card as a token of respect. Please feel free to place your bets. Si Tianming? Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He was unfamiliar with Zhang Wuji, but he was not unfamiliar with Si Tianming. The head of the Si family, one of the 4 major families, is now very prominent and often makes headlines in major financial media. Compared with the Si family, Shengding is no different from an ant. Oh, he's a pretty good kid. Old Si will be able to die with a smile on his face. But I really don't have the heart to play with these things. Zhang Wuji picked up the bank card and played with it for a while, then suddenly smiled and handed it to Ethan. Ethan, are you interested in playing? After all, it's the Si family's money. His family is very rich. Go ahead and bet. It's not our money, so we don't feel bad about it. Ethan, what you said makes a lot of sense. Chapter 16, The Misunderstanding is even bigger, the ring fight. Should I answer it or not? Not a problem. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I can't accept gifts without merit. This is a gift from the head of the Si family. How dare I accept this card? Ethan leaned back slightly, smiled, and clasped his fists. Zhang Wuji was stunned for a moment, then weighed the bank card with his right hand and said jokingly, the Si family is really not short of money. There should be a lot of money in this card. It's just for fun. It's for me to play with. Ethan smiled and shook his head. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'm not interested in betting either. What kind of existence is the Si family? What kind of existence is the Zhang family? Even if he successfully swallowed up Shengding and took off with the treasure land, he would still be nothing compared to these 2 big families. The 4 major families in Fuching are the Taishan Mountain and the Northern Star, the real top of the pyramid. How much money is on this card? At least 10 million, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for Si Tianming to give to Zhang Wuji as a gift. But to Ethan, it doesn't matter. What's important is that this was a gift from the head of the Si family to Zhang Wuji, or, in other words, it was a filial piety from the younger generation to the elder based on the relationship between the 2 families. Different circles cannot be forced to integrate. He had met Zhang Wuji by chance, and it was thanks to Zhang Wuji that he was able to enter the boxing opening tonight and sit in the VIP room. Zhang Wuji can give him this card at will, but he really can't reach out to take this card. Otherwise, what would Si Tianming in VIP Hall number 1 think? He can change his fate after rebirth. He is so arrogant that he directly uses an ashtray to open Marcus's head, but he is not so reckless as to directly offend the C family. Marcus is just a younger brother in front of C Tianming. Alas, young man, how can you be so calm? Zhang Wuji sighed in boredom and casually tossed his bank card onto the tea table. But it's true. If you didn't have a personality like yours, how could you have achieved your current level of martial arts accomplishments? Ethan, the misunderstanding seems to be even bigger. What on earth is this old man thinking about? He subconsciously glanced at the bank card on the tea table and secretly clenched his fists. Missed a windfall. If he hadn't thought too much, he really wanted to show Zhang Wuji what lightning techniques were. Any hesitation is disrespectful to money. Soon, amidst the deafening roar of music, the host walked onto the stage. After a lengthy opening speech, the host suddenly changed the subject. Then let us give the warmest applause to welcome tonight's most distinguished guest, Mr. C. Rumble. There was thunderous applause. Everyone's eyes turned to Hall 1 at the same time. Ethan's heart trembled, and he also looked towards the direction of Hall 1. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the VIP hall on the second floor are actually specially treated. You can overlook the entire venue from inside the hall, but you can't see what's going on inside the hall clearly from the outside. But now the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows in Hall 1 faded rapidly, revealing the brightly lit interior of the hall. A tall figure in a suit and tie was standing in front of the window, waving slowly downwards. It was C Tianming, the head of the C family, one of the four major families. Is this to help stand on the platform? Ethan reacted instantly. Otherwise, given the status and position of the four major families, even if they were willing to attend the fun, they would never be so open and proactive in greeting everyone after the host announced it to everyone. Marcus's shattered kneecap if they didn't want to. Do you understand now? Zhang Wuji smiled playfully and said, Master Ba is just a broker. Si Tianming is generous. The 7 VIP rooms on the second floor, except for his, must have received gifts from him. He does respect me, but it's just that the money in this card is bigger. So, you really won't bet on my behalf. Ethan rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. I'm just an ordinary kid. Being able to follow Mr. Zhang to such an occasion is already an eye-opener. I have no interest in betting. Hee. Zhang Wuji sneered strangely. Ethan remained silent and smiled reluctantly. After the thunderous applause lasted for a few seconds, the floor-to-ceiling windows in Hall 1 returned to normal, hiding C. Tianming's figure. The host then announced the start of the first fight. Ethan also cheered up and looked at the ring below with interest. Although he wanted to greet Master immediately, if there were many martial artists on the ring today, as Zhang Wuji said, then he still needed to be patient and observe carefully. After all, the techniques taught by the Master have clearly shown results, and paying attention to these combat techniques will also be beneficial to his future development in martial arts. The two players walked onto the stage amid cheers from the audience. Without any warm-up, they started the most intense confrontation right away. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch hit the flesh and blood splattered. The most primitive bloody violence is like the strongest dopamine, driving the emotions of the whole audience to remain high. Cheers, shouts, curses. They filled up together and almost lifted the entire Four Seals Club into the sky. In less than half a minute, both players were covered in wounds and blood. Ethan was shocked. Are they just going to fight to the death? Of course, in an unregulated fight, the one who falls loses or voluntarily surrenders. Zhang Wuji was calm and composed, speaking eloquently. Kung Fu is a killing technique. The one practicing white eyebrows should win. As for his opponent, his life or death is unknown. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an underground boxing arena, and there wouldn't be a 2 million bounty for each match. Ethan nodded secretly, looking at the coffin on the ring in a trance. It turned out that it was not only for decoration, but also had a practical use. Zhang Wuji also noticed Ethan's anomaly and pointed to the sky above the ring. You understand what the coffin means, but do you know what the iron cage means? It means a fight to the death. In the ring, you can admit defeat, or the winner can show mercy and let the other person go. Both of these have a chance of survival, but once the iron cage descends, one of the two opponents must lie in the coffin. Ethan took a breath. On the ring below, the two fought for nearly a minute. The result was exactly as Zhang Wuji expected. Amidst cheers and curses, the two contestants left the stage, and the host came on to announce the start of the second round. In just 1.5 minutes, a bet was opened and the result was already known. Zhang Wuji tapped the table lightly with the tip of his right index finger and sighed. Before he finished speaking, the second match, Bajikwan Taishanko versus Karate Duin Shuiliu. Rumble. There was thunderous applause and loud cheers. Bang! Zhang Wuji's right index finger suddenly dropped, making a dull sound that echoed in the VIP room. Ethan was shocked and instinctively glanced sideways, his heart pounding. The slate tea table was poked with a hole by Zhang Wuji's finger. This old man. Almost at the same time, Zhang Wuji's expression was sullen, his face as black as charcoal as he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Little evil creature, can't you just hold back your desire to show off? Chapter 17, The Zhang Family's Little Evildoer, Zhang Qinghe. Little evildoer? Descendants of a Zhang family? Ethan suddenly understood. No wonder the calm and composed Zhang Wuji suddenly started practicing one finger's in. For the four major families, for their descendants to step onto the underground boxing ring, it not only means taking risks of life and death, but also means the face of the family. The younger generation wants to step onto the ring, show off their skills, and be in the spotlight. But the arena is a fight of life and death for the entire audience and even the outside spectators to place their bets. Any upper-class family would not allow their family members to do such things, let alone the Zhang family. However, although Zhang Wuji cursed and used one finger to zen, the little evildoer was still able to go on stage, and Zhang Wuji was able to watch, which also indirectly proved the status of the little evildoer in Zhang Wuji's heart. Could it be the elite of the third generation of the Zhang family, or the candidate for the head of the family? Ethan thought to himself, looking down at the ring below with curiosity. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, two figures slowly walked onto the stage. One of them was wearing a purple belt in karate, had a burly build and slick back hair. As soon as he came on stage, he raised his hands arrogantly and looked around as if he was already holding a victory ceremony in advance. The other one seemed extremely quiet. He was wearing a black training suit and was shorter than his opponent. As soon as he came on stage, he stood still with his hands folded across his chest. But on his face, he wore a gray-white mask of a sneering internet kid, and his big nostrils were particularly eye-catching. Mr. Zhang, the one wearing the mask is your younger generation, right? Ethan looked at Zhang Wuji with a strange look. Zhang Wuji covered his face and sighed softly. If a Zhang family member dares to wear karate uniforms on stage, I will be the first to clean up the mess. But this little bastard dares to go on stage and still thinks he can save face. It's really a misfortune for our family. Ethan laughed at these sarcastic words. The more Zhang Wuji acted like this, the more it confirmed the status of the little evildoer in the Zhang family. Below the stage, some people had already keenly noticed a clue. Who the hell is that guy with the big nose? He's already in the underground boxing ring. Why would he wear a mask? Bajikwan Taishanko? Or is that a pseudonym? Wait, Bajikwan? Oh my god. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bajikwan, could it be Zhang? Have you pretended enough? On the ring, Zhang Jia's big nose suddenly shouted impatiently. This shout was like thunder from the blue sky, resounding throughout the entire venue. The originally noisy and boisterous place suddenly became quiet. Because this voice is a woman's voice? Woman? No way. Did I hear it wrong? How could it be a woman? This is an underground boxing arena. Which woman would dare to fight in such an arena? Wait, the Zhang family. No, there's actually a little hottie in the Zhang family who dares to go to a place like this. Woman. Duan Shuiliu's boastful smile froze for a moment. He then raised his right hand, placed his index finger on the right side of his nose, and looked at Taishanko with a serious expression. Haha, you've successfully caught my attention. I'm from Shudao Mountain. Zhang Jia's big nose said coldly. Stop pretending. I've already pretended. Duan Shuiliu sneered and slapped himself with his right hand. This slap is a lesson for you. If it were anywhere else, I wouldn't hit a woman, but this is in the ring. Fists and feet have no eyes, even though you're nothing but trash in my eyes. You. The mask's nostrils trembled as it flared its nose. Duan Shuiliu's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had realized something. He quickly waved his hands and sneered. No, sorry, I was wrong. I wasn't targeting you, but everyone here tonight is garbage. As soon as these words were spoken, even the noisy audience fell silent. Arrogant and domineering. This is too arrogant. What an arrogant tone. Zhang Wuji lowered his eyebrows, and a rare look of anger flashed across his kind old face. Ethan's eyes flickered. That is your Zhang family's granddaughter? Her name is Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Wuji's expression softened a bit. He looked at Ethan with a complicated expression and said with a wry smile, "Not only is she my granddaughter, but she's also my only granddaughter. She's also the most gifted martial artist among the younger generation of the Zhang family. However, she's got a hot temper and loves to show off, much like me when I was young. She insisted on attending an event like this, and I'm at my wit's end. Just tell me, isn't she a little devil?" Ethan took a deep breath. No wonder Zhang Wuji scolds and praises her at the same time in a sarcastic tone. With this status, isn't she the apple of his eye? Then Ethan rubbed his nose and said, "Old man, you said you were almost the same as her when you were young, so stop calling her a little evildoer." Zhang Wuji was stunned for a moment, then reacted and burst out laughing. He laughed twice and sighed helplessly. If Qinghe had a bit of your calmness and restraint, her future achievements would not be inferior to mine. Even at her current age, it would not be difficult for her to surpass me in the future. But she still hasn't fallen. Her edge is too strong, and it is easy to break. Ethan remained non-committal. He understood Zhang Wuji's concerns very well. The elites of a big family represented the future of the family. Zhang Qinghe went to a place like the underground boxing ring to fight and show off, which was indeed a bit irrational. Once she is targeted, it will not be a good thing for her or the Zhang family. At this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the venue. 8 Extreme's Iron Mountain back. He finally couldn't bear it anymore with his nostrils wide open, and while shouting, he rushed directly towards the broken water flow like a cannonball. Duan Shuelio's expression turned fierce, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to get ready, he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing in his face, and his vision suddenly darkened. As fast as lightning and as swift as a ghost. By the time Duan Shuelu could see clearly, Zhang Dabi had already approached him, and his left shoulder was close to his chest. Bang! There was a loud bang, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, in full view of the public. Ah! Duan Shuelu didn't even have time to resist. He flew into the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was shot out of the ring like a broken bag and fell heavily to the ground. He didn't move, and blood quickly spread all over the ground. The whole place was dead silent. It was as if it was frozen in time. Some people even kept their mouths wide open while speaking, but their jaws kept shaking as if they were about to fall to the ground. It seemed like a close match, but the outcome was actually decided in just 1 second. "What are you playing? You've been showing off in the ring for so long, and you were defeated in the first encounter? So fast." Ethan witnessed the scene on the ring and jumped to his feet in shock. The way my granddaughter charged just now, her power was from the ground up. Using the force of the collision and the strength of her waist, she instantly channeled all her strength into her left shoulder and exploded out. It was truly domineering and powerful. The little devil was so angry that he didn't even think about normal attacks and just used his ultimate move right away. That's the Zhang family's secret Baji Iron Mountain backbone. Zhang Wuji's smile was forced, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ethan became strange. He chuckled playfully. "This little devil of mine has earned the nickname Heavy Artillery at home thanks to her Baji Taizhan technique. Her peers, and even the older generation, are all impressed. But, my friend, you can see her movement trajectory and collision momentum so clearly, and you still say you're just practicing?" Ethan was shocked, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. This old man has started to imagine again, etc. Ethan's pupils constricted, and he was puzzled. "Yeah, at such a fast speed, I shouldn't be able to see clearly, but I saw it clearly just now. How come I even saw how she exerted her strength?" Chapter 18. Let's have a fight, Mr. Chun. Greeting the master. Ethan was shocked. He still knew the seriousness of the matter. He immediately turned around and was about to explain to Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji seemed to have expected this. He raised his right hand to signal a halt and smiled slightly. "Young people should be more afraid of me than of myself. I understand. You know nothing." Ethan was so shocked by Zhang Wuji's laughter that his back felt a little creepy. On the stage below, after Zhang Da's nose finished the fight with a Baji Taishenko, he slowly retracted his stance under the attention of the whole audience. Then she exhaled and spoke, her words thunderous. "I want to fight Lian Tai." Boom! The whole place was in complete chaos. Compared with these words, Duan Shuelio's previous words suddenly seemed pale and dull. Fighting in succession? Did I hear that correctly? How dare she? This is practically a life-or-death duel. "Brother, What exactly is a Dalian Tai? It sounds so awesome. Haha. She's more than amazing. She's practically reckless. She fights continuously, meaning once she wins a match, she doesn't leave the ring. Instead, she stays there and keeps fighting. In other words, she's truly, either she kills you or you kill her. Just because they won their first fight so smoothly, have they become so arrogant? The Zhang family's Bajiquan is indeed powerful, but as one of the four major families, they're so out in the open that they don't even care about their lives. How ridiculous! In an instant, the crowd was excited and there were many opinions. Some exclaimed in shock, some were puzzled, and some sneered and laughed. Just as Zhang Wuji worried, for a family like theirs, winning or losing in the ring is not important. What matters is that as soon as they step onto the ring, they start to lose face. Asshole. Absolutely asshole. Zhang Wuji was furious. He slammed the tea table beside him with his right hand. With a bang, the tea table exploded into pieces. He stood up angrily and strode to the French window. His old eyes were wide and bloodshot as he glared at Zhang Qinghe below. You bastard, I shouldn't have let you participate. It's embarrassing enough to fight on stage, and now you have the audacity to fight in a series of matches. I don't know how many eyes are watching you in secret, hating you for not dying. If you fight in a series of matches, there will always be a master who can drag you down to exhaustion and kill you in one fell swoop. At the end of his words, his body was shaking like a sieve, and his angry voice was trembling and breaking. Ethan stood there in a daze. This woman is such a tiger. He didn't understand what Daliantai meant, but the deafening roars below made it clear that things were getting serious. One can also get a glimpse of the whole picture and hear part of the explanation from Zhang Wuji's words. This is clearly the guy with the wide nose who is actively accepting the round-robin challenge from all the masters participating in the fight today. It's fine if you're just showing off and liking to be in the spotlight, but is it really necessary to risk your life? Mr. Zhang, you could just ask the C family to end this series of events. Ethan suggested after thinking for a moment. Even Ethan ignored Marcus, who was just a broker and a small pawn of the C family. Then my Zhang family will be completely nailed to the pillar of shame and become a laughing stock. Zhang Wuji turned around angrily, his old eyes bloodshot and nearly bulging out of his head. He gritted his teeth and said, there are only two options now. Either that evil creature wins the fight, or the contestants tonight voluntarily give up the challenge. Which of these two options do you think is feasible? Ethan smiled bitterly. None of them worked. Zhang Wuji continued. The first option is that if we win, we'll naturally gain honor and even erase the shame of the Zhang family's involvement in the underground boxing world. But if we continue fighting, the situation will likely change dramatically. Those who accept the invitation to participate for the bounty will most likely be bribed and turned into bounty hunters. There are many people who want our Zhang family dead. As for the second possibility, they're showing up in the underground boxing arena for the 2 million yuan bounty. So how could they possibly let go of such a good opportunity? The further the fights go, the more rapidly their physical strength and energy will decline, giving the challenger a huge advantage. People die for money, birds die for food, and they won't give up. In the huge VIP room, it is so quiet that you can hear a needle in a haystack. As Zhang Wuji stopped talking, the atmosphere became so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. The host below has announced the start of the third game. Amidst cheers and shouts, close combat with fists hitting flesh. In just 1 minute, Zhang Qinghe won the victory with overwhelming advantage. Ethan vaguely understood why Zhang Qinghe wore a mask with a big nostril facing people. Just based on this strength, she was indeed arrogant enough to look down on others. Game 4. Game 5. Under the host's encouragement, challengers came on stage one by one. However, in the bloody and violent fight, Zhang Qinghe always maintained his domineering attitude and could end a battle in 1 or 2 minutes. Shouts, cheers, applause. The whole audience was filled with laughter. Each victory seemed to completely ignite everyone's blood and push their desires higher and higher. But Ethan frowned slightly. It seems like a quick victory, but each battle is very exhausting. The longer the fight goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for her. This is the drawback and hidden danger of fighting consecutively. Zhang Wuji's face was gloomy, and he looked up at Ethan. Furthermore, the little evil creature is aggressive, striving for a quick victory. This will actually accelerate her exhaustion. If she had a more calm mindset than you and used clever tactics to gain advantage, the crisis would not have manifested so quickly. Ethan, here we go again. He and Zhang Wuji looked at each other and could clearly feel the complexity in each other's eyes, but he didn't know how to explain it. Suddenly, Zhang Wuji's gloomy face became extremely kind, as if by magic, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Ethan's eyelids twitched violently, and a chill ran down his spine. Zhang Wuji's eyes turned earnest, and he said with a smile, "Friend Shun, I'm counting on you." MMP. Ethan immediately stood up to leave. On the stage below, the host's voice resounded throughout the audience. Ninth match, Bajikwin Taishenko versus an unknown young fighter. Another challenger appears under a pseudonym. Ethan turned his head suddenly and stared at Zhang Wuji in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Wuji smiled kindly and nodded gently. "Don't doubt it, it's you." "Fuck, when the hell did you sign me up?" Ethan was completely upset. This old man was serious. During the sixth game, Zhang Wuji stood up and clasped his hands towards Ethan. "This is the only third way I've come up with to stop Qing He's attacks. Only with your help can you defeat Qing He and save her life." Ethan felt like 1,000 horses were running wildly in his heart. He opened and closed his lips, making ABA sounds as if he wanted to say something, but due to the nervousness, his throat was tight and he couldn't say anything. Zhang Wuji clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. "Please, young friend Shun, let's fight." Chapter 19, A 30 Million Gamble. What will happen if I don't fight? Ethan's face darkened, and he felt as if there was a lump in his chest. "I don't know, but you can ask them." Zhang Wuji looked towards the door with an innocent face. The door to the VIP hall opened and 5 burly men in suits stood at the door. The leader said in a muffled voice, "Master Zhang, the unknown young general is here. If you give up the fight, you will lose both your hands and your feet." Damn it. It's worthy of being the underground boxing world. It's so dark. Ethan's eyes twitched wildly, but he didn't even wait for him to speak. The leader added, "Mr. Zhang, please forgive me. This is also the rule of the C family head. If everyone signs up and then abandons the competition, treating it as a joke, then this underground boxing arena will not be able to continue." When the last word was uttered, a chill suddenly spread throughout the huge hall. Ethan felt like he was being stared at by everyone, and he felt like he had a thorn in his back. This is already being roasted on the fire. Just because he can knock down 4 thugs with a steel pipe doesn't mean he is truly invincible. After watching so many of Zhang Qing's battles, that one 8 Extremes Iron Mountain lean move alone was enough for him to silence anyone. If he didn't leave the field, he would be eliminated on the spot. I can only go ahead with it. "Okay, I promise," Ethan said bluntly, then turned to Zhang Wuji and said, "You will suffer the consequences." "Don't worry," Zhang Wuji grinned. "Since I asked you to leave, I've already prepared myself mentally. Even if Qinghe loses his hands and feet, it is better than dying on the stage. I'm really overthinking it." Ethan was speechless for a moment. He wanted Zhang Wuji to pay for his medical expenses, but Zhang Wuji had another idea in his mind. With the help of his 4 thugs, Ethan quickly picked out a smirk mask that was also an internet emoticon. All the way to the ring, his heart was so nervous that it was about to jump out of his chest. What kind of skills did Master teach me that could have caused Zhang Wuji to misunderstand me like this? The cheers and shouts gradually became louder and deafening. After Ethan passed through a dark passage, his eyes suddenly lit up. The dazzling light suddenly focused on him, the focus of everyone's attention. He walked slowly into the ring, bathed in the lights and the attention of the audience. But under the bright light, his and Zhang Qinghe's masks looked extremely eye-catching. Even Zhang Qinghe stared at Ethan's face and was silent for 3 seconds before speaking in a cold voice. "Are you ready?" As he spoke, Zhang Qinghe bent his body slightly and slowly took half a step back with his right foot. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. "Gio, this woman doesn't look like a good person." After watching so many fights just now, he naturally recognized at a glance that Zhang Qinghe's move was the starting posture of Baji Taizhan Cao. How can you use your ultimate move right at the start of every game? However, etc. Suddenly, a deep voice, supported by the speakers, resounded throughout the venue. Ethan followed the sound and looked towards the VIP room where Zhang Wuji was. Sure enough, the huge floor-to-ceiling window had become transparent, and Zhang Wuji was standing majestically in front of the window. That voice! Zhang Qinghe also slowly raised his head, his pupils suddenly constricting under the mask. "Grandpa?" Almost at the same time, the whole audience looked over. Who was that? Anyone who can be in the VIP room is definitely not an ordinary person. Looks familiar. Wait, that person seems to be the old man of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuji. What? Oh my god. Old Master Zhang Wuji has been living in seclusion for a long time, and yet he shows up here today. Rumor has it that he's already become a martial arts master, and has even mastered his family's Bejiquan to the pinnacle. Huh, young man, that's the old man of the Zhang family. Why would he care about this underground black boxing? It's obvious that he's here for the younger generation of the Zhang family. Zhang Wuji raised his right hand in public and showed the bank card in his hand. I am Zhang Wuji, and I place a bet with this card. Ethan's eyes lit up. The bank card was clearly the one Tianming had just handed over. Oh my god. Not only did Mr. Zhang show up at the underground boxing arena tonight, he also wanted to place a bet. Haha. It's a bit embarrassing for the Zhang family to have one of our own juniors fighting in the ring, but the fact that the old man is here must mean he values that junior. Placing a bet now is like directly supporting him. Mr. Zhang placed the bet himself. I wonder how much money is on that card, but it must be a lot. This game is going to be exciting. The whole audience exclaimed, and public opinion was in an uproar. The floor-to-ceiling windows in Hall 1 also became transparent. Tianming stood in front of the window, looking at Zhang Wuji from a distance. Mr. Zhang, there are 30 million in the card. Which side do you want to bet on? He presented Zhang Wuji with the bank card, firstly as a gesture of hospitality, and secondly as a sign of respect from the younger generation. As Zhang Wuji had guessed, the 30 million yuan on that card was the highest among all the VIP rooms. Even though he knew that it was Zhang Wuji who arranged the unknown young player to take the stage to fight, he showed up to place a bet now, which made him suspected of supporting his own family. Even if this was a black within a black fight arranged by Zhang Wuji, he still had to give Zhang Wuji face. You also have to ask about the process. This is the rule. The whole audience was silent. Zhang Wuji exhaled and said, 30 million? Then I'll gamble 30 million on the unknown young warrior. Boom! The sound was like thunder, bombarding the entire audience. What? 30 million? All bet on an unknown player? What the hell? That's 30 million. And the old man of the Zhang family shamelessly showed up to place a bet, and he didn't bet on his own descendants, but on his opponent. Who is that unknown young warrior? After Master Zhang was exposed, he didn't support his own family, but instead bet on his opponent. Isn't this a blatant disdain for his own juniors? What a joke. What on earth is Mr. Zhang up to? In Hall 1, Tianming was also shocked and stunned for a moment. In an instant, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's quite interesting. Mr. Zhang still loved Zhang Qinghe and deliberately suppressed and ended the competition. However, the identity of that unknown young player can make Mr. Zhang look up to him so highly. It's really interesting. While whispering, his deep eyes also looked at Ethan on the ring. Ethan looked at Zhang Wuji in shock. How crazy are you, old man? You think so highly of me that you'd gamble 30 million. At your age, don't you really know what throwing money away means? Such a high-profile bet undoubtedly pushed him to the forefront in an instant. But while Zhang Wuji values him, it also means publicly belittling Zhang Qinghe. Old Denga. As expected, Zhang Qinghe was stunned for 2 seconds before he flew into a rage. With one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Zhang Wuji, he began to curse. Even if you don't agree with me fighting, you shouldn't slap me in the face like this in public, right? A 30 million bet. You think you're rich? You're boosting others' ambitions while destroying your own. Don't I have any dignity? You old bastard. You're making me so angry. The series of questions and curses shocked the entire audience into silence. Some people even opened their mouths into a big O shape, with their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Oh my god, how dare someone speak to Zhang Wuji like that? If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it, even if they were beaten to death. This is exactly what is enough to expose the arrogant Zhang Qinghe, and how furious he is at Zhang Wuji's behavior at this moment. In the VIP room, Zhang Wuji's face was gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "Young man, you are so arrogant and overconfident, you dare to fight continuously. Today, I have placed my bet on this unknown young warrior. I just look down on you. If you can withstand a move from this unknown young warrior, then you can call out." Chapter 21 Move. Immortal exploring the cave. Hee. Zhang Qinghe was shaking with anger and sneered. Just wait. Wait for these 30 million to go down the drain. Just one move. Who are you looking down on? I'll just take this guy's move first and see if he can knock me down with one move. The whole audience was silent. One move? What's the fun? Not only Zhang Qinghe didn't believe it, no one present believed it. Zhang Qinghe's strength after 8 consecutive matches is no joke. How could he not be able to withstand even one move? It was obvious that Zhang Wuji had lost his mind due to anger and shame, and said these words on purpose to irritate Zhang Qinghe. On the contrary, Ethan felt a chill on his back when he heard what Zhang Wuji said. He was certain that his image had been imagined to a very high level in Zhang Wuji's mind. At least 3 or 4 stories high. Let's try it first. Zhang Wuji spoke coldly and turned his head, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window glass quickly became blurred. The whole place was dead silent. Countless eyes were focused on Ethan and Zhang Qinghe. Come on. Zhang Qinghe retracted his starting stance, stood still, and said fiercely, "Didn't Lao Deng say that you could knock me down with one move? I'll let you have one move first. If you can't knock me down with one move, then you'll be the one to fall." Ethan shrugged and said helplessly, "Don't trust your grandfather. He's old and naive. He's never been cheated before. 30 million is definitely down the drain." "Ha!" Zhang Qinghe sneered, "Don't worry about it. A big woman keeps her word. If she says she'll take your move, then she'll take your move." Ethan was speechless for a moment and took a deep breath. But he was in a dilemma and could only make one move. At worst, Zhang Qinghe would push him away and that would be the end of it. He is still young and can be relied upon. It's better than having your hands and feet crippled by people in the underground boxing world, right? In that case, then you should get ready. Ethan exhaled the foul air in his chest and said in a deep voice. It was originally just a reminder. But when it fell into Zhang Qinghe's ears, it sounded so harsh and sarcastic. Prepare? What a joke. A big woman is about to take your attack. Do you still need to be prepared? Zhang Qinghe was not to be outdone and retorted, "You don't need to worry about this. If you want to remind me, why don't you think about how to fly out of the ring next? I know a lot of positions." Ethan said, "I have everything you want." Zhang Qinghe's body trembled, and he suddenly realized the hidden meaning of these words. He cursed angrily, "You bastard." Ethan sneered, said nothing more, and quickly searched his memory for the skills. He is not a good-tempered person. Being dragged to the ring by Zhang Wuji was infuriating enough, and being forced and bullied by Zhang Qinghe was unbearable. Son of a bitch. Ethan's silence. Zhang Qinghe cursed softly and also became fully focused. The silent audience finally began to become noisy. Who should I bet on this time? I'm kind of stuck. Mr. Zhang showed up in person to bet 30 million on that unknown young player. What are you worried about? Can't you see that Mr. Zhang is deliberately suppressing his descendants? 30 million is nothing but a drop in the bucket for the Zhang family. Ha ha ha. Old Master Zhang bet 30 million, which is no different from us betting a few $100s for fun. He showed up to bet, but he didn't really want to bet. He was clearly very angry about being embarrassed by his own juniors. Putting everything else aside, his junior has won 8 matches in a row. With that level of skill alone, can't he withstand a single move from that unknown young player? He's just kidding. In Hall 1, Marcus was sweating all over and stood beside Si Tianming in silence. He lowered his head, and beads of sweat the size of beans stained the wound, causing pain. He did not dare to raise his hand to wipe it, and he did not even have the courage to look up at Si Tianming. It is true that he is a tyrant, but in front of Si Tianming, it is an honor to be called Little Tyrant. If he had really been called Little Bully by Si Tianming, he would not have resorted to the same old tricks to target companies of the same size as Sheng Ding over the years. He would have long ago directed his spearhead at bigger and better companies. The unknown young player will pay 10 to 1, and Zhang Qinghe will pay 2 to 1. Si Tianming sat in a chair, flipping through the computer Marcus had just handed him. He smiled calmly. Everyone's pretty calm. Aside from Mr. Zhang's 30 million bet, there are only a few who followed suit. The vast majority of bets went to Zhang Qinghe. This match only involves one move, so the risks and uncertainties are indeed too great. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? Marcus's body trembled, and he looked up at Si Tianming with trepidation. Of course, if Zhang Qinghe wanted to stop the match arranged by Elder Zhang, she would definitely lose in one move to the unknown young fighter. But it seems that she is so angry that she has no intention of doing so. There is no way someone who can win 8 consecutive matches can be defeated by that unknown young fighter in one move. That's what we all think, Si Tianming shrugged and said with a smile. It was arranged by Elder Zhang, so it's hard to refuse him. Otherwise, if Zhang Qinghe continues to fight, who knows how many shady people will secretly plot to turn those contestants into bounty hunters. But since Elder Zhang can't get what he wants, he might as well put on a mask and go into the ring himself instead of finding some unknown fighter. Marcus said helplessly. Even if that unknown young fighter has the ability, Zhang Qinghe is unwilling to admit defeat and leave. It's impossible to stop the continuous fighting with just one move. Ethan below with deep eyes. Anyone who could be brought here by Zhang Wuji was definitely not an ordinary person. But no matter how extraordinary he was, it was impossible for him to knock Zhang Qinghe off the stage with one move if Zhang Qinghe was unwilling to leave. As soon as he thought of this, a playful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on. Zhang Qinghe's shouting drowned out the entire venue, and the noisy audience quickly quieted down. She glared at Ethan, especially the smirk on the mask Ethan was wearing, which was really provocative. Grandpa's disparagement and contempt was like a thorn welded to her heart. As proud as she is, even after winning 8 games in a row, she still can't stand being looked down upon by her grandfather. Not to mention one move, even if it was... No, as long as he gets past this move, he'll end the fight with a single 8 Extremes Iron Mountain backstroke. Zhang Qinghe glanced angrily at the VIP room where Zhang Wuji was. It was this moment of distraction that caused an inexplicable chill and palpitations to arise. What? She was startled when she realized that Ethan's eyelids, which had been drooping, had been raised and he was looking at her. That look was like a brand that instantly became engraved in her heart. It's like a ferocious beast locking onto its prey. Fanatical, restless, and impatient. That's it. Ethan looked stern, and he slowly stepped back with his right foot. At the same time, he slowly raised his right hand, putting his index and middle fingers together. It seems to be called Immortal Exploring the Cave. Zhang Qinghe's heart trembled, as if he had thought of something, and cursed in shame and anger. You son of a bitch, you pervert. Before he finished speaking, bang! Ethan pushed the ground hard with his right foot, and a muffled sound came out. He rushed towards Zhang Qinghe like an arrow. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. Even though he was determined to use this immortal cave exploration move and was directly sent flying out of the arena by Zhang Qinghe, he did not think of casually perfunctorily using it. It was just a good opportunity to test how powerful the master's set of skills was in actual combat. Damn it! Zhang Qinghe stared angrily at Chun Zhao's middle and index fingers on her right hand. Even though she was covered by the mask, her entire face was trembling violently. How could this damn guy use such a shameful trick in public? Anger surged. She didn't dodge or evade. She bent her body and boldly swung her palm with all her strength, creating a strong wind, directly facing Ethan's finger. I'll break your palm with one blow. Let's see what hole you can explore. Chapter 21 shocked the whole audience and won 300 million. Buzz. The wind howled. Palms and fingers clashed. Time seemed to slow down. But just when Ethan's sword finger was an inch away from Zhang Qinghe's palm, something strange happened. What? Zhang Qinghe's pupils dilated rapidly, and he exclaimed in disbelief. 1 inch distance. She clearly felt Ethan's sword finger forming a spiral airflow, stirring in her palm through the air. The intense pain made her frown, and she felt miserable. But the cause of his severe pain made her mind go blank in shock. Airflow? How is this possible? In a flash, Zhang Qinghe almost instinctively gave up the fight and suddenly bent his right palm, trying to grab Ethan's sword finger directly. But just as she bent her 5 fingers, she clearly felt a special rhythmic vibration coming from Ethan's sword finger, just like a slippery loach struggling, which she couldn't catch at all. Ah, so slippery! Zhang Qinghe screamed and exclaimed, why is this happening? Almost instantly, Ethan's sword finger broke through Zhang Qinghe's right hand grip, and his long body went straight in, heading straight for Zhang Qinghe's chest. Not good. Ethan was shocked, and his face changed drastically. He didn't know how powerful his immortal cave exploration move was. But Zhang Qinghe's screams and the unobstructed movement of his sword made him suddenly realize that this immortal exploring the cave move not only exceeded his expectations, but also exceeded Zhang Qinghe's tolerance. If Zhang Qinghe were to bear this finger, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the critical moment, Ethan gritted his teeth, shook his right arm violently, and with a buzz sound, he turned his fingers into a palm. There was a bang. Ethan's right palm hit Zhang Qinghe's left chest, causing the towering part to suddenly cave in, creating ripples. At the corresponding position on Zhang Qinghe's back, the clothes were torn apart suddenly with a pop, revealing an area of snow-white skin the size of a fist. The two of them froze at the same time. Ethan's right palm was still pressing on Zhang Qinghe's left chest, sinking deeply into it. Zhang Qinghe also kept swinging her right palm in the air. She no longer cared about the shame of having her chest desecrated. She stared at Ethan with horror, as if she had seen a ghost. The whole audience was silent and stunned. Next second, puff! Zhang Qinghe's body shook, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But under the mask, blood was dripping to the ground. Tick, tick. Drops of blood fell to the ground, like blooming plum blossoms, bright red and dazzling. The whole place was dead silent, but the sound of the dripping blood was like thunder. This mouthful of blood seems to have already announced the victory or defeat. Zhang Qinghe's eyes were filled with fear, and he wanted to say something with blood in his mouth, but his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Bang! The sound of kneeling on one knee and hitting the ground was like thunder, resounding throughout the venue. Ethan in horror. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone. The whole audience was silent, as if they were falling into an icy cave. Ethan was so frightened that he quickly took a step back, looking back and forth between his right hand and Zhang Qinghe in panic. This trick of the immortal exploring the cave is so powerful. He had forcibly restrained his strength at the critical moment, but the damage he caused to Zhang Qinghe was still terrifying. Little evildoer. Zhang Wuji's deep, angry voice echoed through the speakers, echoing throughout the room. This palm strike required at least 30 years of practice. Do you now understand that there are always people who are better than you? If he hadn't held back at that crucial moment, this move wouldn't have decided victory or defeat, but a matter of life or death. Experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. If Zhang Qinghe vomited blood and knelt down, it would be like a bolt from the blue. As a master of Zhang family Bajiquan, Zhang Wuji's conclusion was more like the sentence of death. It's already like this, or is the unknown young man deliberately holding back? An incredulous cry rang out from the crowd. Oh my God! If he doesn't stop, won't this descendant of the Zhang family die on the spot? This exclamation was like pouring boiling water into a frying pan. The dead silence of the entire place completely exploded. Oh my God! Who is that unknown young warrior? How could he kill the Zhang family's descendants with just one finger? The Zhang family's younger generation has won 8 games in a row, so how come they ran into such a powerful opponent in the 9th game? They've won 8 games in a row, yet they can't even stop him with a finger. I lost. I've lost miserably this time. Where on earth did this unknown young man come from? Grandpa Zhang wouldn't be wrong. His judgment clearly shows that the gap in strength between this unknown young warrior and the younger generation of the Zhang family is enormous. My money. See you on the rooftop tonight. In Hall 1. Bang. Si Tianming suddenly grabbed the tablet and smashed it on Marcus' head. Marcus cried out in pain and squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head, blood oozing quickly from between his fingers. The hall was dead silent, and everyone was trembling with fear. Si Tianming's face turned icy, and he stood up angrily. Find out who he is. Understood. Marcus rushed out of the VIP room, fearing that if he was a step slower, he would be sentenced to death by Si Tianming. The noise below was deafening and pierced the sky. Si Tianming gritted his teeth and slammed his left hand on the tea table. With a bang, the tea table shattered. Everyone present knelt down in fear at the same time. Si Tianming's frosty face curled up into a strange sneer. All right. It really is a one-shot deal that decides the outcome. This unknown young warrior is truly terrifying. No wonder he caught Zhang Wuji's eye. Losing 300 million is nothing new. He didn't care about losing 300 million in one move. With the odds tonight, it would be easy to make it back. What he cared about was this master who suddenly appeared and was too close to Zhang Wuji, and even helped Zhang Wuji to interrupt Zhang Qinghe's attack series with one move. At the same time, amidst the thunderous curses, Ethan ran back to the VIP room in shame. As soon as he entered the room and took off his mask, he was greeted by Zhang Wuji's playful and eccentric smile. Friend Shun, are we still just exercising now? Zhang Wuji smiled broadly, his gaze fixed on Ethan. He raised his hands and clasped his fists. With all my life's experience, I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person. Today's incident is a favor the Zhang family owes to young friend Shen. It not only helped Qinghe face reality, but also saved Qinghe's life. Ethan pursed his lips and tried to explain that he was really exercising, but his throat was so tight that he couldn't speak. There's really no way to explain it. He was trained well enough to defeat a village owner who has won 8 consecutive kills with just one finger. This determines the master, and he has to be one even if he doesn't want to be one. Mr. Zhang, my mother asked me to go home for dinner, so I'll take my leave now. Ethan was too lazy to explain. Zhang Wuji had already figured it out. He was confused and just clasped his fists and turned away. My friend, please leave me your car number. I will transfer the 300 million I won tonight to your card. Zhang Wuji said. Ethan paused, veins throbbing in the corners of his eyes. 300 million? Could this immense wealth really be discovered by just using a finger like an immortal exploring a cave? If I don't take it, I will not be able to sleep all night and will feel uneasy. Zhang Wuji added. Ethan frowned. He is not a person who loves money, but he must be a person who respects the elderly and loves the young. If Zhang Wuji can't sleep at such an old age, it will be fatal. He can't hurt anyone. So he gritted his teeth and said, I'll send you a bank card later, and you can transfer the money to that card. Zhang Wuji watched Ethan hurried away and couldn't help but smile in admiration again. He left after completing his mission, concealing his achievements and fame. This boy is not only calm and reserved, but also has a broad mind. He must be a true dragon. It's a pity that he got married already. Chapter 22, The Father's Fault. Paused. Zhang Wuji smiled helplessly, and he just lost his wife. For him, investigating Ethan's background was just a matter of a word. Find out the location of Ethan's ancestral grave in minutes. If it was just a chance encounter, he wouldn't investigate, but when he decided to bring Ethan to an occasion like tonight, he actually had the intention of making friends, so investigation was necessary. But the result made Zhang Wuji a little disappointed. He was really pleased with Ethan. Master, the eldest lady, the accompanying Zhang family bodyguard asked in a low voice. Zhang Wuji's brows were etched with anger. Take that little evildoer back for treatment. Spend 300 million to teach her a lesson. If she learns from her mistakes and learns to be more reserved, then this money will be well worth it. Ethan rushed out headfirst. The voices behind me were like a tide, shaking the earth. I really can't stay here for long. Even he did not expect that the immortal exploring the cave move, which he had originally thought was like a lion fighting a rabbit, would not only unexpectedly defeat Zhang Qinghe, but also make all the gamblers in the venue lose money. I wonder how many people are going to the rooftop tonight. But Ethan didn't care. Gamblers don't deserve sympathy. Anyway, he managed to get 300 million in one move. These 300 million are a fortune to him. A full 300 million in cash flow. Even if Grace was cremated successfully and Shengding was swallowed up, it would not be as much as these 300 million. The reason why he didn't give Zhang Wuji the bank card immediately was that he wanted to use his own bank card, so that if the Wang family caused trouble, it would add unnecessary variables. It is much safer to use your parents' bank card. Ethan ran out of the Four Seals Club. He stretched and took a deep breath. The air becomes sweet. In one fight, I got 300 million in cash. From now on, I can fly as high as I want. Ethan hailed a taxi and headed straight for home. What he didn't know was that the scene from when he entered the underground boxing ring of the Four Seals Club to when he left the Four Seals Club and finally stood at the gate was now presented in front of Marcus. Marcus watched the video scenes in front of him. His head ached and his teeth almost broke. Ethan, why is it you? The underground boxing ring opens tonight, and he is in charge of coordinating the entire event. In order to please Si Tianming, he was so busy that he was almost smoking. Zhang Wuji is a VIP boss, so it is normal for him to bring a few people with him. No one will ask about it, let alone let this matter reach his ears. But among these people there is one named Ethan. And Ethan is the unknown young player who blew up the whole audience with just one finger tonight. Fuck. Marcus wanted to question Ethan immediately. Why did he become a different person after his wife died? More importantly, how did that loser get a hold of the Zhang family? The Zhang and Si families are wealthy families of the same level. He is Si Tianming's henchman and knows very well how much effort it takes to get involved with such a wealthy family. Ethan usually displays he wouldn't even be in the Zhang family's sight, let alone a connection. If Marcus knew that Ethan was just exercising in the park and what happened tonight happened, he would not have wanted to question Ethan, but would have been so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. 300 million. That's 300 million. Marcus gritted his teeth. Ethan was an unknown player, which shocked him. But paying out 300 million is like cutting his flesh and bleeding him. Si Tianming doesn't care about the 300 million. It's just because he has money. He cares. How could a person who even Ding wanted to swallow up not care about losing 300 million in cash? Boss Wong, things have gone beyond our expectations. A middle-aged man said with a gloomy face and fearful eyes. He turned out to be Lao Zhang, one of the Shengding shareholders invited by Marcus. Not to mention Marcus, even when he saw that the unknown young man was Ethan, his mind went blank for a while. This is really incredible. Hee. Marcus clenched his fists. Can you swallow this? I can't. It seems the Wong family hasn't been disciplined enough. Ethan even had time to come out and fight during his 3-day appointment. It's obvious that Victor has been too indulgent. This, old Zhang realized something and was speechless. I twitched as he endured the severe pain in his head. I'm always picking on the weak. Ethan was so tyrannical and caused me to lose 300 million. Victor has an unshirkable responsibility. Lao Zhang hesitated for a moment. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Ethan is a bit domineering because of Shengding, but tonight's fight probably has nothing to do with Victor. If you rashly go to Victor again, aren't you afraid of Ethan? I'm not afraid of fuck. I just want to vent my anger first. Marcus stood up angrily, gritting his teeth and saying, if his son is not well educated, it's the father's fault. He is Ethan's father-in-law. Putting aside the facts, is he completely innocent? Grace is dead. And instead of busying himself with the funeral, he instigated Ethan to cause trouble at Shengding and even indulged Ethan in boxing. Obviously, a beating wasn't enough for Victor. Boss Wong, old Zhang's expression, sternly said, don't forget, it's not just Ethan now. The Zhang family is also behind Ethan. Will they know? Marcus shrugged and sneered. The henchmen never revealed that I was the mastermind behind this. If they hadn't revealed it once or twice, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Victor, on the other hand, would have been smarter and known to hold back. And didn't you see Ethan just leave after the fight? From my perspective, even if they're connected, their relationship isn't that deep. Crunch. Marcus' eyes flashed with a fierce light. Anyway, I'm going to get revenge. If I can't beat Ethan, then I'll go after Victor, the mastermind behind this. As long as he doesn't reveal the details, I won't worry. Victor should think carefully about this. Seeing that Marcus was determined, Lao Zhang did not try to persuade him any further. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. Inside the hospital ward, Grace was chatting with Adrian while looking back at every little detail of their time together, and she had no desire to sleep at all. Victor was lying on the sofa in the hospital ward, his face and nose bruised like a pig's head, with a bandage wrapped around his head. He looked as miserable as could be. Achoo! The sleepy Victor suddenly felt a chill and sneezed. Bang! Lydia grabbed the TV remote and threw it at Victor. Calling you mother. Can't you let me sleep at this hour? Victor's pig-headed face was full of resentment, but he dared not speak. The inexplicable beating he received yesterday left him speechless and unable to express his pain. In particular, he made his wife and daughter misunderstand that he was having an affair outside. After being beaten up by his wife, he finally explained and barely calmed his wife's anger. Although it was said to have calmed down, he had been enduring his wife's sarcasm and unreasonable anger all day long. He was already a coward, and faced with Lydia's angry scolding, he didn't dare to refute. Be patient, and everything will be calm, Victor thought to himself, pursed his lips, and was about to turn over and continue sleeping. Because of their daughter's fake death, they spent a lot of money in the hospital to get such a secluded independent ward. And precisely because of its seclusion, the beating yesterday did not attract the security guards to help. But for the sake of his daughter, Victor felt that this little suffering was nothing. Sudden, a roar came from the corridor outside. Victor, get out here. Victor sat up suddenly, his face changed drastically. This voice was so familiar. Chapter 23. Cheating? Dad and I are different. Dad, old thing. Grace and Lydia also sat up at the same time. Lydia was even more shocked and angry, gritting her teeth and wishing she could bite Victor directly. I don't know either. Victor's pig-headed face was full of resentment and confusion, and he spread his hands. You, Lydia was about to question. Grace's expression changed. Mom, calm down. The plan is important. Right. Lydia reacted and said to Victor in a harsh voice, Old man, you don't want your daughter's plan to fail, do you? In no mood. Victor's eyes suddenly became determined. Lydia suppressed her anger and squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. Then how should I do it? Do I need to teach you? Victor shook his head. Then, under Lydia's murderous gaze and Grace's watchful eye, he staggered to his feet and walked slowly out. I would do anything for my daughter. You can't let my daughter's happiness be destroyed because of me. This is what a man is. Victor's steps were slow, and he even staggered a little due to the pain, but each step was extremely firm. It was like a soldier who was determined to die. Although he didn't understand who he had offended to be beaten repeatedly. But everything is for my daughter. Victor opened the door to the ward, walked out, and closed the door. I'm here. The guy next door. I told you to stop causing trouble and stop making trouble, but you still have the nerve to ask for money. Angry curses echoed throughout the corridor. The owner of the voice was none other than the gang leader from yesterday. What? Grace and Lydia looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Next second, Victor's screams, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. There were fierce sounds of punching and kicking, accompanied by angry curses. You old fool, you have no respect for yourselves. I gave you a beating to teach you a lesson, and you still dare to go even further? You old bastard, I told you that you can't control what's going on outside. You don't know how to restrain yourself, and you even shamelessly make money. I'll beat you to death, you shameless old bastard. In the ward, it was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle. The air was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Lydia's whole body was shaking. Her teeth were clenched so tightly that they made a squeaking sound. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. She doesn't understand. The family planned carefully and saw their daughter's happiness was about to come. Why did misfortune befall her? Mom! Grace noticed her mother's strangeness and reached out to grab Lydia's left hand. Don't be sad. Calm down. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Lydia clutched Grace's hand tightly with her left hand, turned her head to look at Grace, tears welling up in her eyes. Once is a misunderstanding, twice is still a misunderstanding? How unlucky is Victor? And how many immoral things has he done to let such a misunderstanding fall on his head twice? Grace, you know everything. I clearly told him to clean up the mess outside, and I believed him, but how can this old man still have the nerve to ask others for money? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and in the end he burst into sobs. Grace had a complicated expression and trembled with her lips, but she didn't know how to comfort her mother. No matter who you are, it is difficult to remain calm when encountering such a thing. Yesterday, she and Lydia had asked Victor to deal with it. Who could have thought that those people would come to their door again in the blink of an eye? What's even more outrageous is that when my dad went to deal with this kind of thing, he actually asked the other party for money. As a child, Grace was caught between her parents and was speechless and unable to defend herself. Adrian, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, came to her mind. She still said, Mom, no one wants to cheat, but for Adrian and me, you must calm down. This is a critical moment. If you get caught, it will be troublesome. Lydia wiped her tears with her right hand, and suddenly her body twitched. She looked up at Grace and blurted out, Wait, isn't your dad like you? Thinking of harming his wife after cheating on her? Mom, what did you say? Grace was caught off guard, and her face changed drastically. Lydia panicked, realizing she had said the wrong thing, and quickly said, Yes, I was wrong, but please consider my concerns. Impossible. I'm not like Dad. Grace flatly denied it, shook her head and said, Adrian and I are truly in love. Adrian is my first love. He came back to me, so I divorced Ethan this way. Dad was just having an affair and cheating on me. It was just a moment of confusion. Is there any difference? Lydia really wanted to ask this question, but after seeing Grace's expression just now, she rationally held back. Outside, there was a violent sound of beating and Victor's screams. There was suppressed anger in the ward, and the air was frozen. Grace seemed to be lost in thought, holding Lydia tightly, but Lydia was sobbing and shaking all over. I waited for 10 minutes. The sounds of beating and screaming gradually subsided. Old bastard, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. This ends here. After the gang leader uttered a vicious remark, the corridor outside immediately returned to silence. Waited another 3 minutes. Squeak. The ward door was pushed open. Victor lay on the ground, crawled into the ward covered in blood, smiled sadly, and blood flowed out his mouth. Wife, daughter, I'm back. Go back to your mother. Get out of here. Lydia knew the thug had finally left, and she couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed everything around her and threw it at Victor frantically. Get out of here, you old bastard. You're so shameless at your age. Not only are you messing around with other girls, but you're also asking for money after breaking up with them. You deserve this beating. Victor's blood-stained pig face looked bewildered and helpless. It seemed that Lydia was about to go berserk. Grace hurriedly hugged Lydia, then turned to the bewildered Victor and shouted, "Dad, you go first. I'll take care of Mom until she calms down." Victor lay on the ground, and even though he was full of grievances, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He had just been beaten up by thugs, and if he was beaten up by his wife again, he would be finished. Just think of this. He struggled to stand up and stumbled out, ignoring Lydia's crying and cursing behind him. It was drizzling. Victor didn't even bother to treat his wounds and stumbled out of the hospital like a wandering ghost on the street. Fortunately, those thugs taught him a lesson, but they were still holding back. Although he looked embarrassed, he was actually not having an easy time at all. Anyway, it won't be life-threatening if the wound is not treated. Lydia's time bomb at any time. The rain soaked Victor's entire body. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat on the curb, letting the rain mixed with blood flow down. He looked around, but didn't know where to go. Doubt, grievance, fear. Victor was completely confused at this moment. After 2 consecutive beatings and the misunderstanding of his family, this coward was really feeling wronged and had nowhere to complain. Tears fell quietly. Victor covered his face with his hands. Being a man is really hard. It really is a natural disaster. What's more important is that he had just escaped in a hurry, and when he calmed down, he realized that he didn't bring any money with him. The rain is getting heavier. If I can't find a place to stay, I'm not sure if I can survive tonight. But if he were to find his relatives and they knew what had happened to him, he would be completely embarrassed. Suddenly, Victor looked up, tears welling up in his eyes. Yes, find Ethan. He's my son-in-law, so he has to take care of me when something like this happens. Chapter 24. Get your father-in-law drunk, and then you can have a chance. After Ethan returned home, I didn't tell my parents the whole process. If I told them everything late at night, they would probably be so worried that they couldn't sleep. It would be better to wait until the 300 million yuan arrived. He asked his mother for a bank card and sent it directly to Zhang Wuji. Then he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to practice his mental skills again. Not only did he get 300 million in one move tonight, but he also truly realized the horror of Master's set of skills. Zhang Qinghe is the heir of the Zhang family. The fact that he has won 8 consecutive competitions is enough to demonstrate his strength. But he still defeated Zhang Qinghe with just one finger. Perhaps Zhang Qinghe was too arrogant and planned to withstand the attack from the very beginning. But he had only just started practicing this set of skills for a short time. In Ethan's opinion, compared with the 300 million, this set of skills is the real treasure. However, Ethan had just been practicing his mental skills for a while when he was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Caller ID, father-in-law. Ethan couldn't help but frown. Strange, why would Victor look for me so late at night? Despite his doubts, he still pressed the answer button. Thank God. Ethan, you finally answered my call. Didn't it bother you so late? As soon as the call was connected, Victor started talking eagerly. Ethan frowned even more tightly. Dad, what's going on so late at night? Victor's tone was hesitant. Ethan's mind trembled, and he suddenly realized. At this critical juncture, the Wang family should be feeling smug about their successful plan and celebrating with a toast. Victor's tone. Ethan took a deep breath, yawned deliberately, and asked softly, Dad, I just finished my work at the company. Is something wrong with you? Victor sighed on the phone. Ethan, I need to get out in a hurry. Can you help me get a hotel room? Really? There's a problem. Okay, where are you now? I'll come find you right away. Ethan didn't ask any further questions, but directly asked for Victor's address. Outside the hospital, please hurry up. I'm sleepy and tired, it's raining, and I'm injured. Is it so miserable? Ethan was a little surprised. After he responded, he hung up the phone, his brows raised uncontrollably. Although I don't know what exactly happened, Victor's description clearly shows that it was a bad thing. Good thing, I wouldn't look for him at this critical moment. But for Ethan, the Wang family's misfortune is his greatest luck. Maybe I can continue to operate it? Ethan hurriedly got up, changed his clothes, tiptoed out of the house, and took a taxi straight to the hospital. The rain is getting heavier. The rain was pouring down, covering the sky and the ground, blurring the vision. Ethan got out of the car. He searched for a while and finally found an extremely disheveled figure beside the green belt on the side of the road. While I got closer, I saw that it was indeed Victor. Even though Ethan had a feeling that something was wrong, he was still startled by Victor's appearance. At this time, Victor was covered in wounds, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and his face was blue and purple and a little pale from a cold. He was wearing a snakeskin bag that he picked up from somewhere to barely protect himself in the rain, but he was still soaked. He curled up beside the green belt, looking more miserable than a street beggar. At least the street beggars know to find shelter under a bridge when it rains so hard. Dad! Ethan shouted. Victor, who was trembling, suddenly shuddered. He looked up and saw Ethan, tears welling up in his eyes. Ethan, you were finally here, he cried and tried to stand up, but perhaps because he had been squatting for too long his legs were numb and he couldn't stand up. Ethan hurried forward to help Victor up, pretending to be concerned and asking, Dad, what happened so late at night? I was beaten out by your mother. Victor burst into tears, and it seemed that his grievances had found an outlet all of a sudden. What? Ethan exclaimed. How can Mom do this? It's just, he was about to say, well done, but suddenly came to his senses. So, he immediately changed his words and said, I'll go up to find my mom. You're injured like this. She beat you out. Stop. Victor grabbed Ethan and said, Don't go up there right now. Your mom is really crazy. Let me settle her down first. He wasn't worried that Ethan would go up to find Lydia, but Lydia and Grace were in the same room at that moment. If Ethan went up, wouldn't he run into them? I'll take you to the hotel. Ethan helped Victor into the taxi. You look tired and hungry. I'll order some takeout for you later. Chance. This is a godsend. Ethan was overjoyed. If the Wong family were tied together, it would be a seamless egg. Now that Victor and Lydia suddenly have a conflict, the egg is cracked. Then you can't blame him for being a fly and biting randomly. Yunju Hotel. As a 5-star hotel, every aspect has been taken to the extreme. If it were the previous Victor, Ethan would not be so generous. But now Victor is in such a miserable state. As a son-in-law, shouldn't he show some concern for him on the surface? More importantly, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to see if he could cause any trouble. Ethan settled Victor. He ordered a lot of delicious food at the hotel and 2 bottles of Matai. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. If I don't get my father-in-law drunk, he won't have a chance to cause trouble. When Victor came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, he looked at the table full of delicious food and fine wine, and he couldn't hold back his aggrieved mood any longer. Dad, stop watching. You must be hungry. Come over and eat something. I prepared some wine for you. Drinking can keep away the cold after getting caught in the rain. Ethan had a caring smile on his face. He opened the Matai and poured a full goblet for Victor. He handed it to Victor and said, Drink some first. Don't rush to eat. Victor was already filled with grievances, 2 inexplicable beatings, Lydia's injustice and beatings. This made him, a man, feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the wine Ethan handed to him, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Men still understand men. This son-in-law is actually not bad. Victor took a deep breath, picked up the goblet, and drank it in one gulp. Ethan was stunned, watching from his side. How much injustice must this old guy have suffered? But he immediately took the glass again, poured a full glass, and poured himself half a glass at the same time. Dad, Grace just left, and there's a lot of stuff going on at the company. I'm so busy I'm almost flying, but I'm really upset. I'd like to have a good drink with you tonight. As he said that, Ethan drank half a glass of white wine in one gulp. Good son-in-law. Victor suddenly felt like he had found a confidant and relaxed his guard against Ethan. He was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat when Ethan handed him the wine. Ethan smiled and said, Dad, I've already finished it. Don't just eat the food, have a drink first. Victor was speechless, looking at the table full of dishes, but he hadn't eaten a single bite yet. But he didn't refuse. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then picked up the food and started eating. Ethan didn't ask any further questions immediately, but stayed by his side to eat and drink, chatting with Victor about the past. After guzzling the first glass of wine, Victor was clearly tipsy in just half an hour. The paleness on his bruised face faded, and 2 blushes appeared on his cheeks, as if bleeding. Ethan wasn't drunk at all, but he saw that Victor was tipsy. He knew the opportunity had come. So, he pretended to be drunk, put his arm around Victor's shoulders, and asked with a tongue tied, Brother, what happened to you tonight? If you have any grievances in your heart, just tell me. It will make you feel better if you say it out. Chapter 25. The wind and rain are so strong tonight. Brother. Victor paused for a moment as he was picking up the food and looked at Ethan with drunken eyes. Ethan was stunned for a moment, then quickly burped and apologized. Dad, I said something wrong. I drank too much. Fiend. Victor grinned and waved his hand. Let's talk about our own things. We don't follow the rules tonight. Cheers. Ethan picked up the wine glass. Dad, Don't just eat the food, have another drink. Victor didn't actually eat much of the food, just a few bites in total, but given the mood he was in tonight and the alcohol in his head, he didn't refuse. He drank half a glass of wine in one gulp, then raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and said with red eyes, "Ethan, if I don't have you tonight, I don't know what I will do. I'm telling you, listen to me, burp." Ethan listened to Victor open up and spit. He smiled widely, pretending to listen attentively the entire time, and then quietly poured Victor another full glass. Listen and drink at the same time. Soon, he understood the whole story from Victor. Oh my God, which God is helping me here? After 2 beatings, Victor became shameless and cheated on his wife with a mistress, causing a family conflict. Even Ethan was amazed and moved. He made up his mind that if he could find the person who assisted him, he would definitely treat him to a drink. Victor's narration and aggrieved sobs echoed in the spacious and luxurious room. Ethan was so happy when he heard this. This was really like being struck by lightning. He was also thinking in his mind how to deal with things. My father-in-law is already in such a miserable situation. As a son-in-law, I must help him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this God-given opportunity. Gradually, Victor, who was drunk, became a little unconscious. He cried and wailed, but could hardly speak clearly. However, Ethan's patient listening allowed him to vent his emotions to the greatest extent. Fatigue, sleepiness, and weakness from injury came flooding in at this moment. Ethan also noticed that Victor was sleepy, so he stood up and helped Victor to the bed. "Dad, you should rest first. Even if the sky falls, you have to take care of yourself first." I'm sorry. Victor lay on the bed, holding Ethan's hand, and apologized with tears in his eyes. "I'm so sorry, Ethan, I. But before he could finish his words, his head tilted and he fell asleep. Dad. Ethan pushed Victor twice, then stuffed Victor's hands back into the quilt and tucked the quilt for Victor. But when he turned and left, the gentle smile on his face disappeared. Instead, there was an indescribable gloom and coldness. "Salavi, do you know how to say sorry now? It's too late. If it weren't for those 2 divine assists and those 2 beatings that shattered the family's trust, you would still be sitting in the hospital, gloating over yourself and celebrating the impending success of your plan." Click. Ethan closed the door to his room and stood in the hallway, hesitating. My father-in-law has been feeling wronged all day and is covered in bruises. How about ordering him a home massage? However, even if Lydia was notified, it would only make Victor's infidelity a fait accompli. Revenge is not enough. Just when Ethan was thinking about how to arrange for his father-in-law, WeChat on my phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw. It was his cousin. "Sophia, it's late at night and it's hard to fall asleep. Cousin-in-law, are you asleep?" A smile appeared on Ethan's lips. It seemed that his cousin's CD had cooled down. "But if something comes to your door, don't refuse it." "What?" Ethan replied. "Ding dong." Sophia. Damn, shy expression. Truly a wild horse. Beneath the cool exterior, there's a heart hotter than a volcano. Ethan pretended to be confused. "I asked you what's the matter?" Sophia. "Haha, so that's what you mean. I thought you were interested in me. So annoying." Ethan. "You were Cousin Grace." Sophia. "That was just Cousin Grace. To be honest, when you saw your cousin that day, didn't you have any thoughts at all?" Ethan. "Yes." Sophia. "That's right. This is the answer my cousin wants. Where are you now?" Ethan. "What are you doing?" Sophia. "You guessed it," sticks out tongue playfully. "I want to eat you tonight." Done. Ethan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and look back at the closed door. Then he took a photo of the door and sent it to Sophia. Another message was sent. "I'm so scared. Come and eat me now if you dare." The door card was placed under the door. After sending this message, he stuffed the door card under the door, leaving a little exposed, and then quickly left the hotel. All that's left is to wait for the truth to be revealed. Ethan wasn't worried at all about whether Sophia would come or not. They could chat like this in just a few words. It was obvious that his cousin couldn't wait any longer after the cool-down period. For a woman who yearns for freedom, excitement and freedom always go hand in hand. After leaving the hotel, Ethan thought about it, then sent a concerned WeChat message to Lydia. "Mom, what happened to you and Dad?" "Don't worry, I'm with Dad." Ding dong. Lydia replied immediately. "Don't bother with that old man. He is so shameless that he actually dared to look for you." Ethan. "Mom, we are all family. If there is anything wrong, let's talk about it and solve it. Dad cried a lot tonight. He is very sad." Lydia. "He's not sad at all. That old bastard must have said nothing good in front of you. I'm not even sad yet." And you, where are you? I'm coming over here and tearing that old bastard apart. Ethan didn't reply. Instead, he walked into the rain, raised his phone, and took a picture of the Yunju Hotel's signature logo. Then he posted a message on his moments with the caption, "The wind and rain are really strong tonight." Waited another 3 minutes. Lydia called directly. Ethan paused deliberately before answering the phone. Lydia screamed and demanded, "Ethan, are you at the Yunju Hotel? I'll be right there. This old bastard is so shameless. He dares to talk nonsense to you. I'm going to tear him apart today. Which room is he in?" Ethan said helplessly, "Mom, please don't be like this. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk it over. I'm even more afraid to tell you the room number if you're like this. Dad drank a lot tonight and talked a lot about things. He said he's usually very depressed and frustrated when you yell at him. Please be more understanding of him." Lydia's voice suddenly sank. "Okay, I'll understand him and have a good talk with him." Ethan then said, "Room 999. After hanging up the phone, Ethan braved the heavy rain and went into a small supermarket not far away. He bought 2 bottles of beer and a bag of drunkard peanuts and sat at the door of the supermarket, eating and drinking while waiting. Next, you could just sit back and be a spectator, waiting for the storm to come. Chapter 26. You are really not human. The rain is getting heavier. The wind in the second half of the night brought a slightly biting chill. Ethan sat at the door of the small supermarket and waited for about half an hour, then saw a black Mercedes-Benz E300 driving to the gate of Yunju Hotel. It turned out to be Sophia's car. "My cousin is over the cool down and can't wait to use her ultimate skill." Ethan had a playful sneer on his face, and he grabbed a handful of drunken peanuts with interest, stuffing them into his mouth one by one with beer. In sight, Sophia got out of the car wearing a thin khaki trench coat with a black lace skirt underneath, showing off her graceful curves. A pair of Valentino heels brought out the charm of her long legs. Exquisite makeup, heavy makeup. Even though they were at a distance and the rainy night was hazy, Ethan was still moved by what he saw. If women were compared to flowers, the girl's shyness is just a bud about to bloom. The charm of a mature woman is like a flower in full bloom, blooming to its fullest without any restraint. Her every gesture is full of mature charm, alluring and captivating. Sophia, carrying her bag, threw her keys directly to the hotel security after getting off the car and hurriedly walked into the hotel lobby. You can see that she is very anxious. Really? Ethan's WeChat on his phone started ringing. "Sophia, I'm in the elevator. Are you ready?" Ethan smiled without saying anything, drank the beer in his hand, and opened the second bottle. He didn't intend to reply. In this situation, any reply seemed unnecessary. All he had to do was to be a bystander, eating and drinking, waiting for the next protagonist to arrive. As the room is dark and Sophia is impatient to eat, can the drunk victor eat? That's not his concern. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes after Sophia arrived at the battlefield, a taxi stopped in front of the Yunju Hotel in the wind and rain. Lydia rushed out of the car angrily and rushed directly into the hotel lobby without paying any attention to the security guard at the door. The show begins. Ethan crunched a drunken peanut, took a sip of wine, and a look of disappointment appeared between his brows. "It's a shame I can't be there to watch it in person. Otherwise, I'd really like to see the expressions on their faces. In my last life, you all conspired to cause me to be burdened with a huge debt of tens of millions, and my family was destroyed. In this life, I'll let you experience in advance how painful it is to have your family torn apart." This is what Ethan thought in his heart. Just think of this. His eyes were slightly red, flashing with a cruel and fierce light. At the same time, in room 999, crash. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. The bed was dark, with only the residual light from the bathroom shining through the frosted glass, illuminating a corner of the room. But this makes the graceful figure on the frosted glass more clearly visible. That graceful silhouette in the dim light blooms with ultimate charm. Sophia didn't wait for Ethan's WeChat reply. She took out the room card from the crack in the door and opened the door. After all, it was too late, and it was normal to fall asleep after waiting too long. After entering the room, she saw a figure sleeping on the bed, which confirmed her guess. However, she did not go forward to confirm, but tiptoed into the bathroom. She wanted to give him a surprise. The night is deep and long. Take your time, don't rush. Even though she had already dressed up carefully at home, she still wanted to present her best and most perfect side to Ethan. Women dress up to please themselves and also wash themselves clean to please themselves. She pursues freedom, but also has high demands for freedom. Finally, the sound of water stopped. The bathroom door opened and mist rushed out. Sophia, wrapped in her nightgown, stepped out with her snow-white feet, walked carefully step by step to the dressing table, and sprayed herself with a specially prepared man-killing perfume. She looked at herself carefully in the mirror again. Perfect. Then she turned around, swaying her body as she walked towards the bed. Such a strong smell of alcohol. It really is true that alcohol gives people courage. Sophia smiled faintly, full of charm. But it's good this way. Only when you're a little tipsy can you relax a little. But I've been here for so long, and I can still pretend to be asleep. I really am good at pretending. She wrinkled her nose slightly, carefully lifted a corner of the quilt, and then put herself into the quilt with a fragrant smell. It was at this time. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Sophia was about to take the next step when she suddenly felt like she was electrocuted. Her body froze, and she stopped moving. Next second, open the door. Open the door for me. A familiar knock on the door sounded. Boom! Sophia was struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and her body, which was still flushed with water vapor, suddenly felt like it was on fire and quickly became hot. This voice is clearly my aunt's. Oh my God, what on earth happened? Ahem, who is it? Almost at the same time, the person sleeping soundly beside her rolled over, facing her side, and shouted impatiently with a drunken whiff. Can't you let me sleep at this hour? Boom! Sophia's hot body trembled violently, and she could even clearly feel the hot breath coming out of the other person. But this voice is clearly my uncle-in-law. Victor also trembled and suddenly realized that there was someone next to him. Who? He got up in a hurry and was about to turn on the light. In a flash, Sophia was completely confused and shouted, Uncle-in-law, don't. Snap. Victor flipped the switch anyway. Bright lights instantly filled the room. In an instant, they looked at each other in bewilderment. The air was frozen and dead silent. During this process, Sophia and Victor's expressions changed from dull to terrified, and their pupils dilated rapidly. Ah! They both screamed at the top of their lungs. In panic, Sophia, with her hair disheveled and wrapped in her nightgown, jumped out of bed. Her pretty face flushed red as she stared at Victor as if she had seen a ghost. Uncle-in-law, why? Why is it you? Lucia, why are you here? Victor was instantly no longer drunk. Before he finished speaking, bang sound, the door of the room was kicked open by brute force. Ah! Sophia knew that it was her aunt outside, and now she knew even more what it meant for her aunt to break in. She screamed as if her soul was about to burst out, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into, and she covered her face with her hands. But it was this movement that caused a nightgown that she had just wrapped around herself in panic to completely lose its restraint and slide directly off her body. In an instant, the whole place was dead silent. Victor sat on the bed, his face pale and his eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Lydia kicked the door open, and without getting angry, she just stood there in a daze. What caught my eye was the graceful white figure and Victor's lifeless pig-like face on the bed. Everything was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Lydia like a bolt of lightning. Her body shook violently, her vision went dark, and she felt dizzy. Next second, Lydia's heart-wrenching cries and curses rang out. You guys are not human. Chapter 27. The sky collapses for the Wong family. Curses echoed through the corridor. Sophia and Victor in the room were already in a state of panic and at a loss. No, Annie, it's not what you think. Sophia waved her hands in embarrassment and anxiety to explain, completely forgetting that she was currently naked. So when he waved his hand to deny, his whole body swayed from side to side, like mountains and waves. Lydia, even more angry, and her eyes turned red. Her scarlet eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and she cried and cursed. You little bitch, put on your clothes first. Ah! Sophia suddenly woke up, screamed, crossed her arms, and retreated into the corner in panic. It's so embarrassing. It's completely over. Oh my God, why is this happening? She felt as if her whole body was on fire, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. All her longings and fantasies before coming here were shattered. It was supposed to be a wonderful encounter and a night of spring, but in the blink of an eye it turned into a cruel nightmare hell. Isn't it, Ethan? Why did he become my uncle? Just when Sophia was desperate and helpless, Lydia's crying and cursing pushed her into the abyss of darkness. Lydia pointed at Victor and cried and cursed. You son of a bitch! Victor, you're worse than an animal. How dare you look at me? This is your niece. How could you have the heart to do that? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out. At the end of her words, she rushed directly into the house. Victor's body shook, and he suddenly became more alert than anyone else. He quickly covered his eyes and explained in panic. Wife, no, it's a misunderstanding. I drank, You, are you drinking and playing with my niece? Lydia gnashed her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were as fierce as a beast ready to devour its prey. I'm going to skin you two shameless bitches alive today. However, two security guards suddenly rushed to the door and called out to Lydia, Madam, calm down. I calmed down, motherfucker. Lydia turned around and yelled at the security guard like a mad dog. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. The two security guards' faces turned pale with fear. Lydia's shrieking cries also disturbed the guests staying on the first floor. At this time, people walked out of their rooms one after another in the corridor and gathered here, following the sound. What happened? It sounds like they're catching a mistress. It's more than that. My uncle-in-law was caught having sex with my niece by my aunt. This plot is too ridiculous. Oh my God, this is too explosive. Hey, but this little niece is pretty good looking and has a hot body. The crowd swarmed over and talked a lot. Some people even stopped at the door and looked into the house with the security guard. Sophia was naturally also seen and commented on by everyone. She leaned against the wall at a loss, unable to balance her hands. Her face was pale, tears were pouring down her face, and she was trembling all over, but she couldn't cry out. The sky is falling. Being stared at and commented on by so many people at the same time, what's the difference between that and being tortured to death? With a plop, Sophia's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Victor saw more and more people coming, and his face flushed with anxiety. Lydia, wife, there are too many people. Please close the door first. Sia is your niece. We are all family. Close the door first. It would be better if you didn't say that. Lydia was completely pissed off. I'm talking to your mom. Are you messing with your whole family? Lydia roared. Her anger completely overwhelmed her rationality. She rushed directly toward Sophia and slapped her face violently. You bitch, I'm your aunt, and he's your uncle-in-law, you die. Papa. Sophia was already in a state of shock. She was slapped more than a dozen times, with blood flowing from her mouth and nose, but she didn't even know how to resist. This scene drew applause and cheers from the crowd in the corridor. Victor rushed out of bed and slammed the door shut. This action was instantly noticed by Lydia. She turned around angrily, pointed at Victor's nose and cursed. Victor, you old bastard, you dare to do it, and are you afraid of being seen? Ooh, I'm really blind to meet a bastard like you. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. You caught my niece and pulled her out. You deserve to be beaten twice. You've been beaten like this, and you still want to have fun with this bitch, you bastard. Swearing and roaring. Lydia was so ashamed and angry that her rationality was overwhelmed, and the foul language she swore was unbearable to hear. While cursing, she grabbed Sophia's hair and slapped her face and chest with her right hand. Pa. The slap sounded crisp and loud. Lydia still felt unsatisfied, so she jumped up and kicked Sophia directly. With a bang, Sophia screamed, and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lydia, if you go crazy again, someone will die. Victor was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he rushed forward to hug Lydia. Lydia let out an and used the 9-inch white bone claw to scratch Victor's pig-headed face, leaving several bloody wounds. Victor screamed in pain, but still held Lydia tightly with his hands. Lydia cursed and struggled desperately, hitting Victor's face and body with her hands frantically. She can't figure it out. When you are in middle age, it is bad enough that your husband is cheating on you. Knowing that Victor had cheated on her, she was very angry and thought a lot. But she never thought that the mistress Victor cheated with was actually her own niece. The two of them are of different generations and more than 20 years apart in age. How did they get together? Before coming here, she was only thinking about catching someone cheating. But when she stood outside the door and heard Sophia shout, "Uncle-in-law, don't," with her own ears, she felt like the sky was falling. Oh my God, what did I, Lydia, do wrong to deserve such divine punishment? Such grievances were pinned up in Lydia's chest, so much so that her anger burst out. Victor tried to stop her, the more she felt that he was protecting the mistress. In a hurry, Lydia bit Victor's arm directly, and blood immediately flowed into her mouth. Victor screamed and struggled hard, and there was a clear swish sound of tearing on his arm. He finally escaped from Lydia's clutches, but his right arm was already covered in blood, as Lydia had bitten off a piece of flesh. Victor looked at the hideous wound on his arm and immediately became furious. Lydia, you crazy old woman, do you want to die? Are you finally telling the truth? Lydia spat the blood and flesh in her mouth onto the ground with a tisk sound, glaring at Victor fiercely. You just hate my age, and you teamed up with this bitch to kill me, right? I'm really curious. How much effort did this bitch put into you, to the point where now that I've caught her in the act, you're still willing to protect her and even reveal your true intentions to me? Victor was completely confused and got caught in the act. Sophia was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, her chest stained with blood, looking miserable. When he heard Lydia's scolding, his pupils quickly focused. Tears welled up her eyes. She slowly struggled to sit up and crawled out like a zombie. I want to go home. However, Lydia suddenly grabbed an ashtray nearby and smashed it on Sophia's head. Go home? You can't go back, you bitch. Chapter 28. The Wong family is in chaos. Bang! There was a loud noise. Ah! A sharp scream echoed through the room, followed by a heartbreaking wail. Sophia lay on the ground, keeping her upper body raised, her tearful face full of shock and confusion. She had clearly seen her aunt swinging the ashtray at her out of the corner of her eye. But Sophia slowly looked at her aunt, who was writhing and crying like a slaughtered pig on the bed. How did it fly out? You crazy mother-in-law, you even killed your own niece. Do you want to kill someone? Victor stood beside Sophia with a bruised face and nose, panting, his chest heaving up and down like a bellows. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lydia was more angry and fierce than ever before. It was he who did just now. He saw Lydia swinging the ashtray at the back of Sophia's head. He almost instinctively rushed over and knocked Lydia onto the bed. Lydia really had let it fall. Someone would have been killed today. He really just wanted to save people. But in Lydia's opinion, this is clearly a desperate attempt to protect the mistress. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Help! Someone's killing someone. Help! Lydia was hit and felt severe pain all over her body. She cried and raged. You two bastards! I caught you in your affair, and you're going to kill me to silence me? Ooh. Oh God, is there any justice in this world? Please open your eyes and send down a thunderbolt to kill these beasts. Victor's face flushed and he yelled, Lydia, that's enough. That's enough. Lydia turned over and sat up, punching and kicking the quilt. Victor, you beast. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. I've been with you for decades, and you have to treat me like this. And Sophia, you bitch, how have I ever wronged you? You, that's enough. Sophia screamed, interrupting Lydia's crying. Lydia didn't expect that Sophia, whose soul was out of her body throughout the whole process, would suddenly roar, and she was stunned for a moment. Her tone was a little flustered. Do you still want to eat me? That's enough. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Sophia endured the severe pain and slowly stood up. Anger and ferocity appeared on her tear-stained face. Lydia, I don't care what the hell you two are doing. Today's incident has nothing to do with me. I'm also a victim. You've scolded me and hit me, but now I want to go home. If you go crazy again, don't blame me for being rude. The words were sonorous and full of strong cruelty. She's really had enough. I happily rushed to the hotel to pursue freedom with Ethan, but who knew that the person lying next to me was my uncle-in-law, and he was blocked in the house by his aunt. This bolt from the blue completely brought her down. So much so that when faced with Lydia's beating and scolding, her brain froze, and she didn't even have the thought of explaining, let alone resisting. Now the yellow mud has fallen into my crotch, and I can't explain what's going on. Even if she was angry, she could only be angry for a moment. I can't explain that I came here to go to Wushan with Ethan, right? She just wants to leave this place of trouble now. Otherwise, Lydia, the crazy woman, might really kill her. However, just as Sophia picked up her clothes and put them on, a big hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbed her hair, and pulled it back hard. Sophia screamed and was grabbed and fell backward onto the bed. Without waiting for her to resist, Lydia turned over and straddled her with a grin, then slapped her in the face with her hand. You bitch, what the hell are you talking about? You're the victim? Don't you care about your dignity? I'm the victim. The slap was so powerful that it tilted Sophia's head and caused blood to flow out of her mouth and nose. This sudden scene also made Victor stunned on the spot. This crazy woman, does she really want to kill someone tonight? Pa pa pa. In an instant, Lydia raised her hands, lashing out left and right and whipping Sophia violently, grabbing Sophia from time to time. The room echoed with Lydia's curses and Sophia's screams. When Victor came to his senses, Sophia's face was already red and swollen with blood, and her snow-white body was covered with bloody wounds. However, furious and frantic, Lydia suddenly pulled out a bottle of Fenjuyujing, medicated oil, from her pocket and said, "You damn bitch, slut. How desperate must you be to have sex with your uncle? I'm going to give you a good treatment today to relieve the itch." Not good. Victor's face changed drastically, and he rushed forward. "Stop! Lydia!" Ah! Sophia suddenly realized what the Fenjuyujing was for, and her pretty face, which was red, swollen, and bloodied, turned pale with fear. She screamed and pushed Lydia over with all her might. Without waiting for Lydia to get up, she turned over and pressed on Lydia, hitting her with both hands. The originally one-sided fight instantly turned into a fight between two people. Screams, curses, cries resounded throughout the room. Sophia was completely furious, with her hair disheveled, scratching and whipping Lydia like a madman. The clay Buddha still has some anger. Relying on her youth, she beat Lydia so hard that she couldn't resist. That's enough, that's enough. Victor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, trying desperately to pull the two people apart. But the two of them were already furious and didn't care about anything else. "Victor, you beast, get out of here. I have to relieve this bitch's itch today." Lydia was pressed on the bed, her face covered in blood, but she was still crying in anger. "It's for relieving itching, right? Lydia, let me help you." Sophia snatched the medicated oil. Victor was so scared that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In a hurry, he pounced on Sophia and pressed her down on the bed. Ah! Sophia was already naked, and the moment Victor pressed her down, she screamed in fear. "Do you really have to kill someone?" Victor was on the verge of collapse. Sophia's screams made his heart beat wildly, but he still didn't dare let go of Sophia. Instead, he wailed, "I was just drunk and took a nap. Ethan helped me open this room. How come when I open my eyes, Sophia, you're right next to me?" "Ethan!" In an instant, Sophia and Lydia exclaimed at the same time. The room, which was in a mess, suddenly became dead silent. The three of them seemed to be frozen, their expressions dazed and their eyes flickering. There was silence for 5 seconds. Victor then wailed, "It was Ethan. After I was beaten and kicked out of the hospital, I had no money on me, so I went to the hotel that Ethan opened for me. He even drank with me. I drank too much and fell asleep. When I woke up, see ya, you were next to me." These words immediately calmed down Sophia and Lydia. Their eyes flickered and their minds were turning. Because the fact that both of them can come to this 999 room is related to Ethan. Chapter 29, I have no morals anymore. Can you still kidnap me? Yes, Ethan. Victor pressed on Sophia, his eyes suddenly brightening. I'll call Ethan right now. Only he can prove my innocence. Etc. Sophia and Lydia shouted in unison. Sophia was so anxious that she grabbed Victor's phone. What a joke. Had come here because she had flirted with Ethan. If Ethan came here now, wouldn't they have to confront each other face to face? Anyway, the sky has fallen to the ground tonight. They're all cheating. What's the difference? She is not stupid. Although she has a passionate heart under her cold and intellectual appearance, her high IQ is also real. Lydia's beating and scolding of Sophia made Sophia completely hate her. Lydia would have succeeded with her medicated oil, and now she would be the one suffering a fate worse than death. Why should Ethan be called over for a confrontation and then let Lydia and her husband reconcile? By then, their family will have a huge amount of money, live happily overseas, and enjoy themselves? Is she going to have to bear the cost of being ruined? You're dreaming. If we're going to rot together, we're going to rot together. You're being unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Ethan asked me to come here, and now it's like this. There must be some misunderstanding. This is what Sophia thought in her heart. If it were in the past, she wouldn't mind reconciling the family's intelligence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped the Wong family transfer assets for the sake of family ties. Even when Lydia first came in, everyone was clear about it, and for the sake of the family, she was still able to speak frankly. After all, she changed sides because Ethan had evidence of her infidelity in his hands. But now, after personally experiencing my aunt's cruelty and viciousness, I realized that the concept of family and relatives is pure bullshit. Victor, aren't you embarrassed enough? Before Sophia could say anything, Lydia rushed forward, wailing and cursing. You've already fucked my niece, and you still want that loser Ethan to be a witness? Also, what the hell is wrong with you that you'd think of getting drunk with Ethan? When you get drunk, you'll tell everyone about our daughter's affairs, and we'll all die together. Daughter. Victor's eyes flickered, and it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, and he suddenly became calmer. No, I definitely didn't tell Ethan those things. Victor immediately stood up and patted his swollen and aching head in frustration. I have no choice. You misunderstood me. I have nowhere to go after I get out, and I can't embarrass myself in front of my relatives and friends, so I have no choice but to find Ethan. Huh. Lydia glanced at Sophia on the bed, lifted the bedsheet and covered Sophia, then turned to Victor and said, Now, aren't you embarrassed enough? You and this bitch. Lydia, watch your mouth. Sophia's expression suddenly turned stern. She sat up wrapped in the sheets and stared at Lydia fiercely. Since you know that your daughter is at stake, you should think twice. Lydia's face, covered in blood, was immediately filled with fear and panic. Hee. Sophia sneered, grabbed some clothes from the side, stuffed them into the sheets, and fumbled to put them on. At the same time, she said coldly, I won't pursue what happened tonight. I'll just treat it as sleeping next to a dog. But if you guys tell anyone about this, don't blame me for completely exposing your disgusting faces and conspiracies. You? Victor's body trembled, and his face flushed red. I am a dog? Lydia suddenly felt as if her breath was taken away. She stared at Sophia in panic, her lips trembling. Sophia had already put on her clothes quickly, and her scarred face was covered with a layer of frost. By controlling the transfer of assets, she is essentially controlling the lifeblood of the Wong family. At this point, everyone had calmed down and understood the stakes, so she naturally took control of the situation. She walked up to Lydia, raised her right hand, and slapped her face. Old bitch, remember this. Don't say I didn't sleep with your man tonight. Even if I did, you have to kowtow to me and apologize, and cheer for your man. These words are indeed strong. It can be said to be overbearing. Sophia now, she doesn't care about anything else, as long as she has fun. By the way, using the fact that his lifeline was at stake, he tried to prevent Lydia from telling anyone about what happened tonight. Adults all need to be decent. You. Lydia stood up straight, not daring to dodge. Her eyes were aggrieved, and tears fell like rain. Xiaoya, I'm your aunt, my dear aunt. I watched you grow up. Bullshit. Do you know I'm your aunt now? What about when you beat and scolded me just now and wanted to use Finjiujing to treat me? Sophia scolded, then calmly adjusted her dress and leaned over to put on her Valentino high heels. Then she said to Lydia in a cold voice, Don't cry those crocodile tears. Moral kidnapping is for people with morals. I've already slept with your man. I have no morals anymore. How can you still kidnap me? You? Lydia has a hot temper and is about to explode. Victor's face turned pale with fear, and he covered Lydia's mouth with his hand. He whispered in her ear, You know it's for the sake of your daughter, so just be patient for a while and keep things calm. Lydia's eyes became panicked and frightened again. When I think about this plan, she suppressed all the grievances in her heart and nodded vigorously. However, just as Sophia walked out the door with a swaying stride like a victorious peacock. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. In an instant, the room seemed to be still. Who again? Why is it so lively tonight? Next second, open the door, open the door. Suddenly, there was an angry cry outside. Sophia's face instantly turned into horror, and her battered body trembled violently, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. This voice is clearly her husband's. The situation finally calmed down, and she also controlled Victor and Lydia. What would happen if the man outside rushed in and destroyed everything in front of him? Victor's pig-headed face was also pale, and he trembled as he said, Why is he here? God, if no one dies today, you won't be satisfied. Lydia's mouth was covered by Victor, and she couldn't speak, but her eyes, full of bloodshot and tears, opened wide rapidly, and her eyeballs almost popped out, coming so fast. Oh my God, how so? Sophia say, Uncle-in-law, don't outside the door just now. She was immediately filled with anger and blood, and sent a WeChat message to her niece-in-law without caring about anything. The two families naturally have to solve the problem together. Even men and women who beat dogs can only feel relieved by playing mixed doubles together. But she never expected that her decision, made in a moment of anger, would cause the current situation to explode completely and become unmanageable. Chapter 30. Caught in adultery in the room. Ethan comes to save us. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the room, there was a loud bang on the door. At the same time, there were noisy discussions from the onlookers. Sophia, Victor, and Lydia in the room were running around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Originally, Sophia wanted to save face and control the lifeline of the Wong family by transferring assets so that she could leave calmly. Victor and Lydia also took their daughter into consideration, so they were afraid to act rashly and had to swallow their anger. Out of adult decency, the three of them tacitly reached a superficial reconciliation. But the sudden knock on the door shattered the balance and quiet that had been achieved. The situation finally calmed down. At this moment, a violent storm suddenly arose. What should I do? What should I do now? Victor was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged out and throbbed wildly, and he was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Even if he didn't do anything, just lay down on the bed with Sophia. But if someone is caught cheating, it only takes a few minutes for someone to die. Men are women's support, and women are men's face. What's more, Victor is the elder and Sophia is the younger niece. Lydia took the opportunity to force herself away from Victor's hand, took a deep breath, and glared at Victor with a gloating look. You old fool, are you scared now? Victor blushed and hesitated to speak. Just then, a tall and graceful figure suddenly walked in front of the two of them. With a snap, the slap sounded crisp and loud. Sophia frowned, shook her right hand, which was a little painful, and said coldly, Wife, I gave you face, didn't I? The sudden slap not only startled Victor so much that he was stunned, but also made his mouth open into a big O shape. Even Lydia was beaten so hard that she stood there stunned, not even able to scream. Lydia's eyes, bloodshot and tearful, widened as she stared at Sophia in disbelief. How dare she? Who is the victim after all? What kind of world is this? The mistress is more arrogant than her, the original wife? Who caught whom committing adultery? For a moment, Lydia's mind was filled with countless questions. Grievance, fear, anger, all kinds of emotions consumed her madly. When has a domineering person like Long Xiaoyu ever suffered such injustice? Just when she couldn't bear the humiliation anymore and was about to go berserk, Sophia's cold words were like the king of hell, strangling her throat, making her dare not say a word. If you want Ethan to know that your daughter faked her death to get a divorce, and you want outsiders to know that you're transferring Shengding's assets, then you can continue to make trouble. We'll all be doomed and go our separate ways. The words are cold and sharp as a knife. Lydia, she is so angry, but she didn't dare to resist. For the sake of my daughter's happiness, and for the wealth that I had worked so hard to get, I could only endure it. Victor couldn't control his belt. If he lost his man, he could find another one, but if he lost his money, he would lose everything. Lydia took a deep breath and changed the subject with an anxious look on her face. I really don't know why he suddenly showed up. Right now, the most urgent thing is to deal with the current situation. Otherwise, if he really breaks in, everyone will be in vain. That door is not strong at all. I didn't have to use much force to break it open just now. Of course, she couldn't be stupid enough to reveal the truth. But the current situation really made her feel upset and blame herself. He's so weak and doesn't have your stubbornness. Sophia frowned and said coldly, Bang! Before he could finish his words, there was a loud noise and the door of the room shook violently. Someone is kicking the door outside the corridor. Sophia's delicate body trembled, and a look of panic appeared on her frosty face. Victor and Lydia looked at each other, at a loss as to what to do. Open the door! Open the door! I know you are inside. The man outside roared, Don't think you can hide in there, and keep quiet. I know what's going on. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it open. Bang! There was another loud noise. Sophia, Victor, and Lydia's hearts were pounding, and they felt that the kick was not at the door, but at their hearts. The air suddenly became so solid that it was suffocating. The atmosphere was even more tense, like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The three of them knew that even if the man Sophia mentioned was weak, the door of the room could not withstand his kicking. Unfortunately, the three of them were trapped in the room, like a turtle in a jar, with no possibility of escape. You can't just open the door and say that the three of them couldn't sleep at night and decided to play landlord together, right? When Lydia broke in through the door just now, even though Victor reacted quickly and closed the door again, everything inside the house, especially Sophia, who was completely naked, was seen clearly by the onlookers outside. Sir, calm down. Suddenly, the security guard's voice of dissuasion was heard in the corridor. This made Sophia and the other two's expressions ease slightly. Victor was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. Hurry up and think of a way. There are security guards holding him back now, but if he rushes in, we'll all be finished. Every word she spoke was trembling with tears. The middle-aged man was completely terrified and frightened at this moment. Bang! The third kick landed on the door. At the same time, a man's curse was heard outside the corridor. Fuck you, get out of here. I'm coming here today, and I'm going to kill them. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you first. These words sounded like a death knell. Victor's face turned pale, his body went limp, and he collapsed on the bed, sweating profusely. Weren't you hard when I wasn't here? Lydia took the opportunity to sneer. Sophia suppressed her anger and said, Do you need me to open the door now? No, Xiaoya, calm down. Lydia came back to her senses, shaking her head like a rattle, and slapped herself on the mouth. But now we are caught in a jar. Unless there is a savior outside to take him away, it will be a matter of time before the truth is revealed. Bitch! Sophia cursed, what a bitch. Lydia smiled awkwardly, looking at the door of the room with annoyance and worry, which could be broken down at any time. Outside the corridor, the men's voices and the security guards' voices mixed together, turning into a complete commotion. Those roars and snarls were like death knells, ringing in the ears of Sophia and the other two. Time slowed down extremely at this moment. All three of them felt a sense of anxiety and panic, as if every second seemed like an eternity, as if they were sitting on pins and needles, waiting for death to come. Victor was so frightened that his body was shaking like a sieve and his whole body was limp. Lydia was also pacing back and forth anxiously. Sophia was the only one who remained calm. Although she stood there, her eyes flickered and her lips were bitten so hard that they almost bled, which still betrayed her. Just as the noise outside was about to reach its climax, the sound of physical contact was already evident. Sudden, a shout was heard. Cousin-in-law! Boom! This shout instantly made the three people in the room feel like they were listening to the sound of nature, and their eyes lit up. The Savior is here. Chapter 31. All are reborn. Of course, they are both in office and in power. Is it Ethan? Sophia pursed her red lips, her nose aching, and she instantly recognized the voice. It's Ethan. Victor was like a dying man who had grasped the last straw, tears of excitement streaming down his face. There is hope. We may be saved. This bastard has arrived at the perfect time. Lydia was equally ecstatic. I never expected that our savior at this critical moment would be this bastard, a loser. But will he really save us? As soon as the last doubt came out, Sophia and Victor's expressions froze. Yes, will you save me? Ethan had no idea what was going on in the house. Although everything that happened tonight was caused by Ethan, Lydia's complete outburst after entering the house seemed to have broken up the family ties between the three of them. The three of them did not think about reconciling the intelligence, nor did they link everything to Ethan. In their opinion, since Ethan didn't know the situation inside the house, the chances of him opening the door and persuading him were completely 50-50. From Sophia's perspective, Ethan was able to invite her over and even put the door card in the crack of the door, which clearly meant he had the right to use the suite, and it was easy for him to have a second room card. From Victor and Lydia's perspective, all the rooms were booked by Ethan. Could it be that he didn't have a second room card? Ethan opened the door with a room card, which was much easier than that weak man kicking the door. He was holding the room card, which clearly meant their lives. The choice is just a matter of thought. The three people's mood, which had just calmed down, became nervous and frightened again, and even their hearts were in their throats. You could hear a pin drop in the room. Depressing silence. My cousin's husband roared in surprise. Ethan, why are you here? I rented a room here for my father-in-law. Ethan laughed. It's the one you're kicking now. It's going to be bad. The faces of the three people in the room changed drastically. Victor's body stiffened, and he almost peed himself. Is this self-destruction? My uncle's room? My cousin's husband exclaimed. But just now What do you mean, cousin-in-law? You haven't told me why you are here. Ethan laughed out loud. My father-in-law was a little grumpy tonight. I had a few drinks with him, and he's fast asleep inside. My mother-in-law just asked me about it, so she's probably here too. The old couple should be inside right now. Paused. Before my cousin's husband could speak, Ethan shouted again. Why are you all standing in the hallway so late at night? Haven't you seen an old couple quarreling? Go back to bed. Hear this. The expressions of the three people in the room visibly relaxed. Sophia pursed her lips, her eyes flickering. Did he automatically ignore me and protect me on purpose? For a moment, Sophia felt touched and warm in her heart. She was certain that Ethan knew she was in the house. After all, they were in direct contact. But Ethan didn't mention her at all in his words. If it wasn't intentional protection, what else could it be? Lydia and Victor looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Clearly, the situation is moving in their favor. At the same time, in the brightly lit corridor, as Ethan's words came out, it became extremely quiet. Ethan in surprise, and the security guards and tenants in the corridor also looked at Ethan strangely. When Ethan said the last sentence, he was actually sweating secretly. He is gambling. Are there any tenants here who are willing to watch the fun and stir up trouble? Will anyone actually break through this last layer of window paper? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle what happened tonight. He deliberately instigated this situation in order to take revenge on the Wong family and Sophia. But the sudden appearance of his cousin-in-law was beyond his expectations. Sophia fall into destruction so quickly. Letting his cousin-in-law rush into the house and kill them would be too easy for them, right? Fortunately, the two security guards and the hotel manager were smart enough to immediately persuade the onlookers to return to their rooms and promise them some compensation. Fortunately, this hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the quality of the customers staying there is quite high. They all take the attitude of minding their own business and not wanting to cause trouble, so they didn't say much and went back to their rooms. In just 2 minutes, the corridor became empty. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief, and his anxious heart relaxed a little. Next, it depends on how to trick my cousin-in-law, this idiot, into doing NTR. Thank you. I'm really sorry for making such a noise so late at night. Ethan first smiled awkwardly and sent the hotel manager and security away. Then, he turned to his cousin-in-law and revealed a look of grief. Cousin-in-law, you know my wife just passed away, and my parents-in-law are still immersed in grief. What on earth are you doing running here in the middle of the night? My cousin's husband calmed down a little. The red anger on his face faded, and he became pale again, but he was speechless for a moment. I was busy dealing with company matters during the day, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law were heartbroken and had to deal with my wife's funeral. They had a quarrel, and my father-in-law came to me to complain. Ethan's face was filled with grief and confusion, and he stared at his cousin-in-law sharply. As his son-in-law, I naturally have to accompany him. He had a few drinks, and I went out to buy something. How did such a big deal happen? My cousin's husband was a little at a loss. Ethan's eyes made him feel uneasy. He suddenly gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and whispered to Ethan, "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to do this either, but my aunt just contacted me and said my wife was in this room and asked me to come over and catch her in the act." "My mother-in-law contacted you?" Ethan howled in surprise, then burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, should I call you stupid or sick? My father-in-law and mother-in-law were arguing, and she contacted you. Even if she said some nonsense in anger, can you really take it seriously? Said. He directly took out a room card and said, "What you said, do you think that my cousin is cheating on my father-in-law? They are relatives of the same generation, and my mother-in-law is in the room. They cheated in front of her? How sensitive must you be to connect such impossible things and get so angry? If you really don't believe it, then I will open the door right away, and you will know when you go in." The series of questions were like heavy punches hitting my cousin's husband's heart. Faced with Ethan's firm words, my cousin's husband's eyes flickered, and he gradually became flustered. Is it really too sensitive? Brother-in-law, we are all relatives, so I tried to persuade him kindly. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I would have slapped him in the face. Ethan's expression turned serious, and he said coldly, "My wife's body is still warm, and the house is in chaos, and you still come here to throw dirty water. Do you think my father-in-law is too idle when he is in agony? Or is my cousin too busy with company matters? Or you are too idle?" He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. My cousin's husband's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his hand and slapped me in the face. "Sorry, Ethan. Yes, I was wrong. I was too sensitive. I was so angry when I saw my aunt's WeChat message. I didn't think about it carefully at all. I didn't expect that my aunt and uncle were arguing. Damn me." A strong sense of guilt and apology almost rushed directly onto Ethan's face. Ethan looked indifferent and asked, "Do you need me to open the door and let you in to take a closer look?" "No, thanks. I'm leaving now." My cousin's husband waved his hand awkwardly and ran away. Ethan witnessed his cousin-in-law's hurried departure and couldn't help but feel sympathy and smiled helplessly. If he didn't want to gradually erase the revenge on the Wong family, he really wanted to open the door and let his cousin-in-law and to find out what was going on and put an end to his suspicions. This cousin's husband was obviously tortured to the point of being insane by Sophia's affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled by him with just a few words and felt so ashamed that he ran away. But since he was reborn, of course he had to be both responsible and independent. Otherwise, how could he use a blunt knife to cut his flesh to avenge the Wong family and pay blood debt with blood? Ding dong. WeChat on my phone rang. Ethan picked it up and saw that it was from Sophia. The content is simple. Thank you for protecting me. Can we change rooms? Chapter 32. My cousin takes off her disguise and opens her heart. Really? Why is she still interested? If a normal person encountered these things tonight, they would have been calm. I have to say, my cousin has a really strong mental state. Ethan looked at the message from Li Qingya on WeChat on his phone and was speechless. A short sentence, even through the screen, can make him feel the desire and impulse coming at him. But Ethan has no such plans, at least not now. Do the whole act. As a qualified person who has both responsibilities and responsibilities, he cannot just take off without caring about landing. Ethan pondered for a moment and replied on WeChat, "Cousin, are you really here?" Immediately, he glanced at room 999 and turned away without looking back. Just a few seconds. The door of room 999 opened. Lydia was the first to stick her head out and look at the corridor. After making sure that there was no one there, she was about to turn back. A fair and slender hand grabbed her hair and pulled it back violently. Lydia had no time to react, her face showing pain as she staggered back. Even so, she still managed not to scream. The storm has just subsided, and she doesn't want to create any more complications. "Old woman, why are you blocking the door and dawdling?" Sophia pulled Lydia back with one hand. Her heavily made-up face revealed anxiety and anger, and she said coldly, "Didn't you ask me to check out the situation outside first?" Lydia looked at Sophia with grievance and resentment. "Besides, I'm your aunt, dear aunt." Without waiting for her to finish, Sophia raised her right hand impatiently, covered Lydia's face with one hand, and pushed her aside. "Kiss your mother. My mom is also your grandmother," Lydia said. But Sophia showed no interest in responding and quickly walked down the hallway, just in time to see the elevator doors close. "Ethan." Sophia frowned and immediately ran towards the elevator, but she was still a step too late. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Ethan. "I'm really here. I was in room 999 just now." During the whole process, she blatantly ignored Lydia and Victor, who were standing at the door of the room, looking behind her. But Ethan didn't respond. Sophia anxiously tapped the elevator button several times, staring at the phone screen with a frown. "Why is this happening? Didn't he ask me to come here?" Sophia was a little confused. The shock I felt just now seemed to have disappeared at this moment. The only remaining question was, why did Ethan suddenly change his attitude? After what happened just now, Sophia even thought that Ethan was deliberately protecting her. So after Ethan sent the weak man away, she couldn't wait to contact Ethan, with the purpose of thanking Ethan for his protection tonight. But now Ethan's reply seems to indicate that she was mistaken in her imagination again. "It shouldn't be like this. It's impossible. Aren't you moved at all? You were the one who asked me to come here. I was clearly ready. There's no way I'm going to give up like this. If I say I want to eat you, then I must eat you." This is what Sophia thought in her heart. She is proud. The passionate heart hidden beneath her intellectual and cool appearance makes her decide to do something even if it costs money. Finally, the elevator door opened. Ethan's WeChat reply also arrived at the same time. The content is very simple. "Ethan, don't go through the main gate. My cousin-in-law took a taxi. Go directly to the underground parking lot. I'm here." "Good, good, good." Sophia's eyes lit up, her heart pounding, and she pressed the button for the basement floor almost without thinking. That's strange. What happened to Sophia today? Lydia frowned as she watched Sophia leave in a hurry. Sophia was a little weird today. Even in the midst of doubt, the anger he had just felt had subsided a lot. Victor shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't know. I'm still a little confused." Before he finished speaking, Lydia's expression suddenly turned fierce. She turned around and slapped Victor in the face. Victor wailed and staggered back, half of his face becoming red and swollen. Without waiting for him to speak, Lydia started cursing. "You're stupid. You old beast. You didn't even let your own niece go. Why? Why don't you just die?" The anger was ignited again, dispelling reason. Lydia rushed directly at Victor, punching, kicking, scratching, and biting him fiercely. Victor was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. After losing the initiative, It was too late for him to resist. He could only passively endure Lydia's anger and torture. But he still wailed, "Lydia, you calm down for your daughter." "That was for that bitch, Sophia. Why should I endure your business?" Lydia bared her teeth and said viciously, "Even if Sophia doesn't care about our relationship, the assets have already been transferred. We're all in this together. Do you think I'm afraid of her?" He was arrogant and completely different from when he faced Sophia just now. Underground parking lot. Ethan sent the message to Sophia. He leaned against a pillar and silently lit a cigarette. The cigarette just burned out. Da-da-da-da. In the quiet parking lot, the sound of hurried high heels could be heard. Ethan looked up and saw Sophia running out of the elevator wearing Valentino. She was a little anxious and flustered, looking around. "Let's start." Ethan stretched and then coughed forcefully twice. "Ethan." Sophia's heart trembled when she heard the cough. She ran 2 steps in the direction and saw Ethan leaning against the pillar. "What time?" Her expression suddenly changed. There was a mix of urgency and doubt, and even ripples of emotion. "Dad-ada," just as Sophia twisted her waist and ran towards Ethan. Ethan looked around, then showed an innocent expression and said cautiously, "Oh my God, my dear cousin, how dare you? How dare you be so brave to come here?" "What?" Sophia paused, her doubts growing stronger. She slowed down her pace and walked in front of Ethan. Like Ethan, she looked around and made sure it was safe. She then said with a puzzled look on her face, "Didn't you ask me to come on WeChat?" "I..." Ethan sighed helplessly and spread his hands. "I thought we were just flirting, so I was just teasing you." "Tease me?" Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "You're chatting with a woman like me late at night, just for fun?" "I am sorry, cousin. I really didn't expect." Ethan pretended to be flustered and said angrily, "And I thought you wouldn't know how to do it either, so..." "You saw me naked." Sophia bit her lip angrily. "And you took that video and asked me to help you interrupt the transfer of property. Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" Ethan's expression turned serious. "Cousin, let's be honest. I'm just protecting myself. Besides, you know my current situation better than I do." Before Ethan could finish, "I don't care." Sophia interrupted directly and forcefully. "They're being unkind to you. Why are you still talking about this? I will punish you for being unjust." Chapter 33 Cousin. "No, that makes sense." Ethan agreed deeply with Sophia's words. "Don't wait for his response." Suddenly, everything in front of my eyes went dark. At the same time, his lips were touched by a soft warmth. A burst of rich fragrance rushed into Ethan's nose, making his heart flutter. Next second, Sophia moved forward, pressed her whole body into Ethan's arms, and pushed Ethan's back against the pillar. "She is so strong. She is so good." Ethan felt it all, his heart beating faster and faster. This process lasted a full minute. Ethan finally managed to suppress his reluctance and push Sophia away. "Cousin, no." "What?" Sophia licked her lips. "Can't you feel it?" "What?" Ethan asked. Sophia suddenly grabbed Ethan's right hand and pressed it against her heart. "Can't you feel my heartbeat? I used to think you were just a gigolo like the one at home. But what happened in the hotel that day made me see you in a new light. It's like you've become a completely different person." A sudden confession, the words were sincere. In the dim light, even Sophia didn't see it, but Ethan's eyes suddenly twitched twice. He really is a different person. It's just that Ethan experienced many things in his past life, and he was completely changed after his rebirth. A good horse is ridden by others, and a good person is ridden hard by others. Ethan is acting. But there was one thing he didn't lie to Sophia. That's what he did. It was revenge, but also self-preservation. "You know what? You gave me a new feeling, a very strong feeling. It was that video that made me feel that you had me in your hands. Before this, no man had ever been able to hold me in your hands." Sophia's eyes were like water as she took a slow step forward, not realizing that even though she had let go of Ethan's right hand, it was still resisting the gravity and clinging to her chest. She tilted her head slightly, staring at Ethan, and said with a soft smile, "You've already got me, so I'm yours. Even though there were some minor incidents tonight, I still want you to do whatever you want tonight." The breath is as fragrant as orchid. Ethan's heart was pounding. MMP, what a tribute to my cousin did that short video unlock? How come she was still being controlled and getting carried away by that short video? Yes, it's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. So, Sophia finally asked the question in her heart. Did you know I was in the room just now? Because you knew you deliberately sent that person away to protect me, right? Ethan's right hand finally obeyed the gravity and slid down quietly. His expression began to become complicated, twisted, and finally silent. Speak. Sophia frowned. Ethan said, Cousin, I really don't know. Putting the facts aside, even if it was my cousin's husband who broke down a stranger's door, I would stop him. Huh? Sophia's eyes dimmed a little. So did I misunderstand? I'm really just kidding you. I don't believe you really dare to come. Ethan shrugged helplessly, but it was a lucky coincidence. I was able to protect you. Almost there. Ethan thought to himself. He wasn't worried at all about the intelligence reconciliation between Sophia and the other two. The situation had become like this, and if the three of them could still sit down and reconcile and sort out their thoughts, that would be weird. His moments, his WeChat conversations with Lydia, and his care for Victor were all flawless and completely flawless from a single perspective. Everything is reasonable, and as a son-in-law, this is what a good son-in-law does. With Sophia on WeChat was the only flaw, but as long as Sophia was cleared, there would be no worries at all. Protect. Sophia's smile was a bit forced. Yeah, you protected me by accident. I should thank you, but it's also my fault for being too sentimental. Cousin, Ethan pretended to be distressed. Don't be like this. So what? Tears welled up in Sophia's watery eyes. I thought you were the man who could conquer me, but wronged. It's so unfair. Ethan sneered in his heart. No wonder they say that beauty fragrance is the tomb of heroes. But no matter how much he loved it, the aroma that filled his nose was so tempting, but it could not stir up any ripples in his heart. Ethan took a deep breath. My dear cousin, you're really nice. If I knew you were in there, I would protect you and do the same thing. But even if you're interested in me, it's not now. At least wait until Grace and I are completely done. That way, it's better for both of us. Otherwise, what are we together now? A pair of bastards? An adulterer? So what? Sophia's eyes sparkled with tears as she smiled. Grace has been so ruthless to you and wants to bring you to ruin. Even if I help you, I have a clear conscience. It's their whole family who should be scolding these bastards. Nailed it. Ethan felt relieved, as his assets were now completely secure. Without waiting for him to speak, Sophia suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. She said shyly, but you do have a point. Let's just be patient. Once this is over, you won't be able to reject me anymore. I want to get to know you better. Good. Ethan smiled slightly. Good night, sweet dreams. Sophia didn't linger any longer. She smiled and turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct him. I'll sort out the company's accounts as soon as possible. I'll keep the assets for you. Just focus on your work and don't ask any other questions. You just need to know that I'm yours now. My heart is yours, and my body will be yours too. Ethan nodded and watched Sophia walk away, swaying her waist. Wait until Sophia completely disappears from sight. The smile on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a deep chill. If it weren't for the video captured by the hotel that completely revealed your hidden attributes, would you have helped me so wholeheartedly? Funny. Ethan couldn't deny that the video could allow Sophia to help him, but there were still hidden dangers and uncertainties. How could it be as safe as it is now? Everything in her past life was still vivid in her mind. Although Sophia resigned from the company after completing the property transfer because she was too embarrassed to stay there after being troubled by her husband, but she is still a huge force pushing him into hell. 300 million will be coming soon. With this money, I may lack true women, but I will definitely not lack women. If you have rice in hand, chickens will come to you. In Ethan's eyes, Sophia is actually not much different. How could the revenge stop? It's my first time being a scumbag, so I'm still a little rusty. Ethan pursed his lips and couldn't help getting excited when he thought about the 300 million he was about to get. Which kind person would be indifferent to 300 million? Chapter 34. We are husband and wife. I want her to die in a dignified manner. But Ethan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and went back to Yinju Hotel. After he accidentally dropped 10,000 yuan, he successfully got it from the front desk. Sophia rushed to the hotel and entered the surveillance footage of room 999. Because of his experiences in his previous life, he was no longer accustomed to pinning his fate on emotions. Only the fate that was in his own hands belonged to him. The only thing that made him a little regretful was that he should have acted like Mr. So-and-so and installed a few cameras in the 999 room. What a pity. Ethan returned home with some regret. It was raining heavily. The wind in the second half of the night was bitingly cold. When Ethan opened the door, the living room was brightly lit and his parents were sitting on the sofa. He couldn't help but be stunned. Mom and Dad, it's so late and you haven't slept yet? The mother was so anxious that she almost cried. When she saw Ethan, she hurriedly said, "Ethan, did you do something bad outside?" Huh? Ethan was taken aback. Bang! My father suddenly slapped the coffee table, causing the items on the table to clang. His face was filled with anger, and he looked at Ethan with wide eyes. "You little bastard, a gentleman should earn money in a proper way, although our family is not rich." He had only finished half of his angry scolding. Ethan reacted immediately. Old man Zhang Wuji is really efficient. Under the angry gaze of his father and the tearful gaze of his mother, Ethan walked over to the sofa and sat down calmly. "You dare to sit down? Kneel down." The father raised his hand to hit him. The mother beside him hurriedly raised her hand and grabbed his father's right hand. "Dao Lin, let Ethan explain clearly first." Ethan looked at his mother and felt a warm feeling in his heart. She is the woman who loves him the most. But he was not angry at his father's actions. His father was a teacher with a sense of righteousness in his bones. He taught him benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness from childhood to adulthood, for fear that he would go astray. Now, suddenly 300 million yuan in windfall has poured into their bank cards. Given my father's personality, how could he possibly bear it? Father's love is silent. His father was angry because he was afraid that he would go astray. But what my father didn't know was that it was because he had been too upright in his previous life that he eventually fell into the conspiracy of the Wang family, a family of crooked people, and was finally trapped and doomed. As a result, his parents were involved in huge debts, and eventually they became ill from overwork while helping him pay off the debts and died of depression. During the sleepless nights of paying off his debts, Ethan gradually figured things out. When you live your life, you should burn incense in one hand and hold a gun in the other. When you encounter a Buddha or a ghost, you should burn incense or fire a gun. If you walk too straight or sit too upright, that is a weakness that the ghost can attack. Are the Wang family members considered human beings? Ethan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Mom and Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. If you're angry about the 300 million that suddenly arrived in my account, I can only say that I deserve it. I have no further comment for now, and you'll know the answer later." He wasn't ready to tell the whole story yet. It's not just about Grace's death, but also about the Zhang family. At least the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. His father's face flushed red, and he punched his thigh furiously. "How could I taught you this? That's 300 million yuan. How can your mother and I sleep well and eat when 300 million yuan suddenly arrives? You're sending us away with just one sentence." Ethan grinned. "How about I ask for a ruler and you mixed doubles players give me a beating?" The father gritted his teeth. If one of his hands hadn't been held by his mother, he would have swung it away. Suddenly, his mother looked serious and asked, "Ethan, I just want you to ask me one question. Have you done anything wrong?" "No." Ethan shook his head flatly. Unexpectedly, the mother nodded and said firmly, "Okay, Mom believes you. When you feel you can speak, tell us. Go to bed." "What?" The father's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he stared at his mother as if he had seen a ghost. "Wife, a loving mother often spoils her son. After such a big incident, you still let him do it?" "Yes, my son, I know." The mother nodded firmly. "If you want to hit someone, then hit me first." As she said this, she let go of her father's hand. My father's left hand suddenly froze in midair, trembling slightly. He gently touched his mother's face, then stood up angrily. "I don't care. A scholar meets a soldier. It's hard to explain, even if he is right. What's your point?" The mother smiled sweetly. "I told you to hit him, but you didn't." Ethan looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile happily. He saw the love between his parents and knew in his heart that his father's slap would never hit his mother. In fact, a harsh word is the limit of a father's anger towards his mother. Bang! The door is closed. Ethan said to his mother gratefully, "Mom, thank you for believing in me. You are my son." The mother smiled gently. "As long as you have done nothing wrong and have not taken a wrong path, I will wait for you to tell me the reason for the 300 million. I believe you. It's so late, go to bed." The tone was gentle, but the words were extremely firm. Perhaps only a mother in this world can have such great trust in her son. Ethan suppressed the soreness in his nose, returned to his room, and lay down on the bed. All sorts of things from his past life inexplicably emerged in his mind. His mother helped him pay off his debts, became exhausted and became bent over. Her hair turned white overnight, and eventually she passed away. Then I thought of the Wong family traveling overseas and the happy scene of the family living in harmony. Ethan felt as if his chest was filled with stones and resentment was surging. Grace, as husband and wife, I will make sure you leave with honor. Ethan clenched his fists, squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and then immersed himself in the practice of his mind method. No words were spoken that night. When the first ray of sunlight shines on the earth in the early morning, Ethan had already practiced 5 sets of exercises in the park, enduring the envious and jealous gazes of a group of old men. After 5 times, I suppressed all distracting thoughts in my mind. He looked at the time, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The timing is just right. Ethan returned home, washed up, had breakfast, changed into a black suit, and then took a taxi straight to Qingshan Funeral Home. Without consulting Victor and Lydia, he directly arranged a top-level cremation package for Grace at the recommendation of the funeral home. Mr. Chun, you really love your wife. After signing the contract, the funeral home director shook Ethan's hand and said sincerely. Ethan looked grief-stricken, but smiled bitterly. As husband and wife, I want her to pass away in style. Please make sure to make the ceremony as grand as possible. Money is not a problem. Also, please increase the temperature of the crematorium as high as possible. My wife was afraid of fire, and I want her to pass away quickly. Don't worry, that's for sure. The person in charge pretended to be sad and nodded repeatedly, then asked doubtfully, but are you sure you want to broadcast it live? Chapter 35, The Lively Funeral, Let Her Go in Peace. When asking this question, the veins at the corners of the person in charge's eyes twitched noticeably twice. Who would broadcast a cremation or funeral live? Could it be that he encountered some crazy internet celebrity who was deliberately hyping up traffic? The world is really going downhill. Ethan said with a serious face, of course, not only do we need a live broadcast, I'd also like you to use your connections to find a few more accounts to broadcast live online. Money is not a problem. I just want my wife to die in a dignified manner. That's possible. The person in charge's smile had become a little stiff. But we rarely encounter this kind of thing, so finding a live broadcast number will take some time. Besides, most internet celebrities are reluctant to broadcast this kind of thing. After all, it's a funeral, and they're afraid of bad luck. But Mr. Chun is willing to spend a lot of money, so if we try hard, we should be able to do it. Then please, Ethan said gratefully. Actually, it's because my wife is a respectable person. She's the president of Shengding Group. She was in her prime and had a lot of success, but she met with such an unexpected tragedy. It can be said that she died young. I have to give an explanation to the public and all our relatives and friends. I will also invite mainstream media to the scene and publish news reports, so you don't have to mind. President of Shengding Group? No wonder. The person in charge was surprised for a moment. Then his expression relaxed and calmed down. Okay, if that's the case, then we will do our best to make it happen. Mr. Chin's love for his wife is truly touching. Ethan didn't say anything more. After finalizing the specific procedures, he left Qingshan Funeral Home directly. The moment you get in a taxi, he looked at Qingshan Funeral Home through the car window. His eyes gradually turned cold, but he was expectant in his heart. When that day really comes, the Qingshan Funeral Home should be a grand spectacle with fireworks shooting into the sky and firecrackers blasting, right? It will be broadcast live on the internet, and all mainstream media will be present to report the cremation funeral and inform the world. Grace, will you be dead or alive then? Even if you don't want to die, you should die here. Even if you fake your death on the spot, it is not Shengding Group that is waiting for you, but a medical organization or some mysterious organization inviting you for tea, right? Ethan thought to himself, clenching his fists excitedly. Either don't cause trouble or make it big. It was also his sudden inspiration to invite live broadcast and mainstream media. But after this happened, and everyone knew about it, Grace's death was completely confirmed. Even if they return to Shengding at that time, they will become ghosts and cause trouble, and the human world will no longer be in charge of them. After leaving Qingshan Funeral Home, Ethan first went to the local TV station and mainstream newspapers. Shengding is a local enterprise after all. Although it is not the leader, it still has a place. Grace is young and extremely beautiful. She has long been in the spotlight of major media and has become the first female president in the business world. With such a title, Ethan was suddenly in trouble. He spoke a few words with a sad face and easily got the media's consent to report on the story. Not only that, Ethan also received unanimous praise from his friends in the media, who praised him as a man who loved his wife deeply and expressed their sympathy and understanding for his pain of losing his wife. Ethan arrived at the hospital with satisfaction. He did not go to the hospital immediately, but first packed 3 dishes and a soup at a restaurant outside, and then sent a WeChat message to Lydia. The content is, "Mom, are you and Dad in the hospital? I was worried about you, so I took some time to make some food at noon and brought it to you." After sending, he was sitting on the side of the road, smoking a cigarette. It's not that he wanted to pretend, but he couldn't just go into the hospital rashly, right? If I ran into Grace lying in the hospital bed, what's even more embarrassing is, what if Grace is in a love affair with that white moonlight? As a human being, you should be respectable. Since I have decided to give my wife a grand funeral, I can't just not give her even a little bit of decency now, right? Waited 2 minutes. Lydia replied on WeChat. "Ethan, you are so thoughtful. I'm the only one here, and that old bastard is dead outside." Ethan smiled and stubbed out his cigarette, throwing it into the trash can. Then he carried the packed food and went into the hospital. From a distance, Ethan saw Lydia sitting alone on a bench outside the corridor. This made him sigh, thinking that he was too upright, stupid, and naive in his previous life. If he had not been trapped in Shingding Company at that time and had taken the time to come to the hospital, he might have been able to expose the conspiracy and avoid his family being broken up. Anyone who has experienced a death in the family knows that if there are family members around and there are no unnecessary disputes, how can a person stay in a hospital morgue for a long time after death? In the absence of any dispute, the body was actually transferred to the funeral home immediately. But in his previous life, Ethan didn't. Fortunately, he was reborn. "Mom," Ethan called out and walked over quickly. "Chun, Ethan, you're here so soon?" Lydia's eyes were flustered for a moment, and while she was speaking, she glanced upwards out of the corner of her eye. She received Ethan's WeChat message. She immediately ran to the ward downstairs. After all, they spent a lot of money to smooth things over and get a ward for Grace to hide in, so it's not difficult to get another ward to pretend to be one. Ethan noticed this subtle movement and knew what was going on. However, for the sake of everyone's dignity, he still explained tiredly. "I was already downstairs when I sent you a message. I was in a Qingshan funeral home, but when I got there I found out that you hadn't transferred Grace there yet, so I came directly to the hospital." "Oh, I see." Lydia rubbed her hands, her face tired, and pretended to be sad and said, "You also know that Grace was in a car accident and the driver was not found, so we were delayed for a while, and your father and I were." "The driver who caused the accident?" Ethan sneered in his heart. How could he act out a scene where a driver who caused an accident went to jail? He interrupted Lydia directly and forcefully. "Mom, relax. Let's take care of Grace as funeral first. You're alone in the hospital and must be hungry. I made these dishes, so eat them while they're hot." Okay, you're so thoughtful." Lydia forced a wry smile. When she brought the food, she couldn't help but frown. "It's still so hot. You must have been very anxious on the way, right?" "I am anxious, especially when I know you haven't transferred Grace to the funeral home yet. I'm even more anxious." Ethan frowned and said with a sad face, "What happened last night is also my fault. When I knew you hadn't been transferred, I was worried that you were too tired, so I discussed the details of the cremation and funeral with the person in charge of the funeral home." Lydia just picked up the rice, and her hands trembled noticeably. In order to hide her panic, she lowered her head and took a big bite of rice. While chewing, she said, "Thank you, you are so thoughtful. This is what we should do, but..." Ethan sneered inwardly. "Mom, we're all family. Please don't say such things." Ethan interrupted Lydia again, his face filled with grief as he said, "Grace and I are husband and wife. You are Grace as parents, and naturally my parents as well. I want Grace to be honored, so doing this is what I should do. Besides, didn't you say we should wait for relatives and friends to mourn?" "Yes, that's right." Lydia nodded with food in her mouth. In fact, they were not waiting for mourning. The 3 days were also to give Sophia enough time to transfer assets. But Ethan never stops talking until he makes a shocking statement. He said sadly, "So after I took care of the company's affairs, I worked all night to compile a list of the Wong family's relatives. I invited all those distant relatives, as well as the neighbors and friends from the old street where your family got rich, and we all came together to send Grace off with a lively farewell so that she could pass away peacefully." Chapter 36. Saving Face? Then die. Cough, cough, cough. Lydia was caught off guard and started coughing violently, almost spitting out the food in her mouth. Ethan in shock. "Invite them over?" "You invited everyone over." Panicked? Ethan sneered inwardly. After all, the Wong family loves Face, or rather, they're very concerned about Face. In his previous life, when he rushed to Grace's cremation funeral, only the Wong family's close relatives were present. The scene was simple, lonely, and depressed. At that time, he just thought that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were too sad and had no intention of holding a grand celebration. But when he saw the Wong family living in harmony, he suddenly realized that it was not excessive grief, but they clearly invited the least number of relatives and friends to minimize the impact. Even if close relatives knew about their dirty and despicable behavior, they would only help their relatives due to their blood relationship. Just like Sophia helped them transfer assets. After thinking it through, Ethan decided to give Grace a grand funeral after his rebirth and organize a well-anticipated funeral for her. What people say is scary. 3 people make a tiger. Close relatives may care about blood ties and help their relatives instead of helping others. Those distant cousins and former neighbors and friends don't care. If the Wong family really wants to save face, then should Grace live or die? Yes. As a couple, when I was busy stabilizing the company, I recalled every little detail in my time with Grace and thought about it a lot. Ethan feigned grief, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice trembling. Our family has been through such a huge ordeal, and you and Dad are incredibly grief-stricken, not to mention what happened last night. As her son-in-law, I have to think twice before sending Grace off in style. It'll also be a way for everyone to understand. Every word was heartfelt, revealing sadness and pain. Ethan said this. He even admired his own acting skills. If he played the short play Crooked Mouth Dragon King, wouldn't it be Cuckoo's success? But it's such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with us in advance? Lydia pretended to be calm, but her tone was clearly anxious. Even though she was trying hard to suppress it, her eyes were terrified and panicked, and the corners of her eyes were twitching wildly. Besides, how do you know about those distant cousins and former neighbors? Ethan spread his hands and said gratefully, "Of course I asked Cousin Sia to help me find those distant cousins and neighbors. When Grace and I went to your house together before, didn't we go to your old home? After Grace and I opened Shung Ding together, you moved away because your life got better, but I know all those neighbors." Sophia. Lydia's heart skipped a beat, and she almost crushed the plastic lunchbox with her hands. She simply ignored Ethan's subsequent words. The scenes of last night suddenly emerged in my mind, and an indescribable sense of shame, anger, and humiliation almost erupted like a volcano. Sophia, you bitch, you hooked up with my uncle. I've already endured it, but you actually took the opportunity to take revenge. You are such a bitch. This is what Lydia thought in her mind. In her opinion, Sophia helped Ethan compile a list of distant cousins, which was clearly a deliberate revenge for what happened last night, and she wanted to discuss them with so many distant cousins. Otherwise, even though Sophia clearly knew the whole story, if she was in her right mind, she would never help Ethan compile a list of the Wong family's distant cousins. But Lydia is not stupid, so she would never lose her temper in front of Ethan. She forced a smile. "I see. You kid, why don't you discuss anything with us first? This kind of thing should be handled by me and your old bastard dad. Just focus on taking care of the company. I'll also invite people from the company to be here," Ethan said. Lydia's smile froze. MMP. At this time, she was already a little confused. Faced with Ethan's kindness, she didn't know how to proceed. Victor, what should I do now?" Ethan raised his right hand and patted Lydia's shoulder, saying sadly, "Mom, I'm your son-in-law. A son-in-law is half a son. These are my responsibilities. Don't worry about Dad. It's all a misunderstanding. I think you two should have a frank talk. I've already arranged the funeral." Lydia's eyes kept twitching, but she could only force a smile. Thank you. Just make the arrangements. Thank you for what happened last night. Otherwise, I don't know what your cousin-in-law would have done last night. Your father and I are fine. You want to ask this?" Ethan was a little surprised. He thought Lydia would ask how the funeral process was arranged. "Since I don't want to ask any further, I can only wait until the day of the funeral and give their family a big surprise." Well, it's all a misunderstanding. The shareholders have been making a lot of noise lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left last night after trying to persuade my cousin-in-law to leave. Ethan showed a bitter expression. "Actually, I should have come in and tried to talk you through it last night. With me around, you two would have been able to talk more easily, but I was really too tired." "No, it's okay. I can talk to him myself." Lydia shuddered as if she had received an electric shock and waved her hands. "Joke. If I had really come in last night, wouldn't I have seen all 3 of them in the room? Now that the matter is settled, someone may die. If everything is fine, I'll go back to the company first. Ethan nodded, stood up, and left pretending to be sad. But when he turned around, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling up, which was harder to suppress than AK. Lydia sat on the bench, watching Ethan leave, her mind blank. Ethan's words were like heavy artillery fire, leaving her overwhelmed and unable to cope. But this was her son-in-law's kind intention, leaving her no chance to refuse. Lydia sat there for nearly 5 minutes before she finally twitched violently, her pupils rapidly focusing. Ethan was no longer in sight. She jumped up from the bench as if she was installed on a spring, and then rushed to Grace's ward upstairs in a hurry. Bang! Lydia pushed open the door and said in panic, it's over, Grace. We've made a big deal." Grace was chatting with Adrian on WeChat. When she looked up and saw her mother's panic, her brows furrowed. "Mom, what happened? Why are you more panicked than when you found out Dad was cheating on you? Don't you dare mention that old bastard to me." Lydia's face flushed with anxiety as she hurriedly said, "Ethan just arrived. He's already arranged your funeral. He's called all our distant cousins, as well as our old neighbors and the people from your company." Boom! Grace was struck by lightning, and the phone in her hand fell on the bed. Lydia clenched her hands together and paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. So many people are attending your funeral, and so many people are watching. If someone finds out, our family will lose face. Those people will definitely break our backbones. Grace's stiff face couldn't help but twitch, and her lips trembled. "So, you are worried about your reputation. Do you really want me to die?" Chapter 37, putting the facts aside, Mom. Are you okay? Lydia looked at Grace in shock. "No, that's not what Mom meant. I'm just worried that if this gets discovered, our Wong family will lose face. You know, we set up Ethan to take the blame and get away with it. It was you who cheated on Adrian first." "That's enough." Grace's pretty face was sullen, and she interrupted sharply. "Mom, let me tell you again, what happened between Adrian and me is not the same as what happened with Dad. Dad was just confused for a moment. Adrian and I are true love, and marrying Ethan is just a substitute." Lydia was already at her wit's end. Noticing Grace's anger, she quickly apologized, saying, "I was wrong. I was so anxious that I lost my mind. Adrian is doing very well overseas now. Our family background is nothing to him." Grace frowned and said angrily, "Adrian left to pursue his own career. Ethan is the third person between us. After the funeral, we'll go find Adrian. What awaits us will be far greater wealth and glory than what we have now. How dare you still worry about the Wong family's reputation?" "I understand everything you said." Lydia rubbed her hands together and said anxiously, "But now things have gone beyond our expectations. There's so many people here, and they're not even close relatives. If anything gets revealed, we'll be completely embarrassed, and nothing. Besides, you're still worried about your face." Grace lost her patience and interrupted in a harsh tone. "Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Once the funeral is over, when our family is free and enjoying wealth and glory overseas, those poor relatives will be completely useless. We might even end up ignoring each other until we die. Why do we still care so much about face? Even Dad." "You mean we can even do without your dad?" Lydia's face changed. "That's what you said, not me." Grace picked up her phone indifferently, glanced at the message from Adrian, and said coldly, "But our goal is to transfer the assets as soon as possible. Adrian is still waiting for me on the other side of the ocean. And this is just your worry. Who cares about a corpse and a jar of ashes at a funeral? It's likely that they won't be discovered. You are worrying about these things for no reason. Are you really going to burn me in Qingshan Funeral Home?" "No, no, no." Lydia waved her hands repeatedly. "I was just anxious and confused. You're right. It was just my worry. Once we go overseas, we won't have any contact with these poor relatives anymore. Who cares about face anymore? But your cousin must be holding a grudge against me for what happened last night. She was the one who helped Ethan compile the list of distant relatives." A cold light flashed in Grace's beautiful eyes. She pondered for 3 seconds and said coldly, "I guess she's just holding a grudge and trying to embarrass us. Regardless of our relationship or the compensation I gave her, she shouldn't have acted so recklessly. Besides, we're all in the same boat. If we capsize, she, as the financial director, will go to jail." "Go to jail?" Lydia was calm. Grace then added, "But it's better to be cautious about this matter. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. I think you still need to talk to your cousin about what happened last night. An apology won't be a big deal." Lydia cried and told her the whole story of what happened last night after returning to the ward. But now Grace is determined to get out of this as soon as possible and fly to Adrian's arms on the other side of the ocean, so she can tolerate this kind of thing more than Lydia. In other words, this is not her business at all. As long as her plan could be successfully carried out, it was not a big deal for her mother to apologize and calm Sophia down. What? Lydia was immediately embarrassed, her lips trembling as she said, Grace, you want me to apologize? Mom is the victim. It was your dad who cheated on me with your cousin and made me a cuckold. Now you want me to endure such a huge injustice and apologize to your cousin. By the end of the conversation, he even started to cry. What else? Mom, you have to be prepared to do something big. You're my mom, and this is for my happiness. Even if we take a step back, whether it's for the transfer of our assets or for the prosperity Adrian and I will have after we're together, shouldn't you just endure the humiliation and take the loss this time? Grace looked confused, but she still spoke earnestly. And you should also look for your own problems. Putting the facts aside, Dad and your cousin are having an affair. Don't you think it's okay for you, Mom? Look at me and Adrian. Even though we broke up back then, he always had me in his heart. When he became successful in his career, he came back to me. This proves that we've always been together. Lydia, she was a little confused. What are you talking about? What does it mean to put everything else aside? Is the problem still my fault? But Grace's words made Lydia a little hesitant to refute. Indeed, whether it is transferring assets or going to find Adrian, it is all for a richer life, which is directly related to her retirement issue. Now the arrow is on the string and has even been shot. We can't just pull it back, right? Anyone who has ever shot a shot knows that it is simply impossible to retrieve it. Seeing Lydia's silence, Grace continued to chatter away, saying in a deep voice, You and Dad are together every day, and yet he's still able to get together with my cousin at such a critical moment. Isn't it because you've wronged him so much that he's doing this? Sometimes you can't always find fault with others. You have to reflect on yourself. Lydia's body trembled, as if a red-hot knife was stabbing her heart. Grace lying on the hospital bed. These words are so familiar. But when it came out of her own daughter's mouth, it sounded so distorted and strange. In a trance, Lydia suddenly felt a scar appear between her and Grace, which suddenly widened the distance between mother and daughter. But Grace doesn't think so. As long as she can achieve her goal, she must use drastic measures now. Otherwise, no matter whether it was my dad or my cousin, if one of them jumped out, the plan would be completely exposed. Adrian is still waiting for him on the other side of the ocean. She couldn't wait to fly over, hug him in his arms, and relieve her longing for him. Glory, wealth, and honor are also waiting for her. Compared with her current achievements in Shengding, the life with Adrian is what she really wants. These achievements of Shengding are not worth mentioning. But I can't really go to Adrian naked, right? The Wong family would never do such a shameful thing. The assets transferred out were all her dowry with Adrian. Just think of this. WeChat on my phone rang. Grace glanced and saw a message from Adrian. It's too late here. I miss you so much. At this moment, Grace's heart melted. Longing reaches its peak. Her eyes suddenly became firm and resolute. Mom, my words may be a little harsh, but you still have to go talk to your cousin and apologize. Chapter 38. Be honest. This is your chance. After leaving the hospital, Ethan went straight back to the company. Firstly, the company does have a lot of things to deal with, and he needs to slowly familiarize himself with the company before he can really take charge of it in the future. Secondly, there was an underground boxing fight last night. Zhang Qinghe was knocked down with one move and won 300 million yuan. As the official owner of the underground boxing world, Marcus could not have been unaware of it. He was even certain that as soon as he walked out of the underground boxing ring, all the surveillance videos would be presented to Marcus. Now that he was back at the company, it was a good opportunity to see Marcus's attitude. If he could use the power of the Zhang family to settle the 3-day agreement with Marcus, that would be great. But if he couldn't settle it, he wouldn't mind continuing to play the game of driving the tiger to devour the wolf on Marcus and the Wong family. Ethan entered the company. Mark hurried over to greet him. President Ethan, Mr. Wong and his team are waiting for you in the conference room. They've already brought many of the company's project books over. Ethan frowned slightly. Is this something you're planning to do? Just call me Brother Ethan. Ethan patted Mark's shoulder. Then he walked straight into the meeting room. The rustling sound of flipping papers echoed in the huge conference room. As Ethan walked in, even the faint sound stopped abruptly. Coming, Marcus looked at Ethan first, then waved his right hand gently. You all go out first, Lao Zhang stay. The shareholders and vice presidents left the meeting room obediently without saying much. He didn't even look at Ethan the whole time. Ethan had long understood that after Grace's death in her previous life, Marcus relied on his influence in the company and forced the shareholders and vice president to force him to buy back all the shares, making the already dilapidated Shengding even more heavily in debt. The attitudes of shareholders and vice presidents are exactly the same as in the previous life. Master Ba, you're so kind to take time out of your busy schedule to come to the company and check out the project. Ethan put his hands in his pockets, pulled out a chair calmly, and sat down, saying with a smile. This calm and composed look, however, had a different meaning in Marcus's eyes. No, no. How dare I call myself the boss in front of this unknown young warrior? Marcus lit a cigar, puffing out thick smoke. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ethan through the smoke. No wonder you, with just a false reputation, dared to come to the company and crack my head open. Huh, so you must have secretly found a backer to be so bold. Backing. This is the only reason Marcus can understand for Ethan's drastic change in personality. The Zhang family, one of the four major families, can indeed become Ethan's backer. Even Marcus felt a little envious. In front of Si Tianming, he was just a pawn to make money and take the blame. He could hardly even be considered a lackey. But Ethan was able to fight under Zhang Wuji's arrangement, and he personally ended Zhang Qing's dangerous situation with one move and made a great contribution. These two relationships combined really gave Ethan the capital to be arrogant. After losing 300 million last night, Marcus angrily asked someone to beat Victor up directly, but then he calmed down and figured out the relationship between Ethan and the Zhang family. How lucky is Ethan? Ethan smiled non-committally. He reached out and pulled the ashtray on the conference table toward him. Just this one action instantly changed the expressions of Marcus and shareholder Lao Zhang. Marcus said in a deeper voice, Ethan, put down your ashtray and talk. I'll have a cigarette. Ethan smiled. Marcus finally relaxed when he saw Ethan take out the cigarette box. As if to ease the embarrassment, he also took a deep puff on his cigar, exhaling thick smoke. Ethan had expected this, and calmly took out a cigarette from the Lacoon cigarette box, lit it, and took a puff. As he slowly exhaled smoke from his mouth and nose, he said in a deep voice, Since Mr. Ba knows everything, I won't pretend anymore. I had no choice last night. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's kindness, I wouldn't want to fight in that arena, and I don't want you to lose 300 million. 300 million is a small matter, but if you had told me earlier that you were leaning against the towering tree of the Zhang family, why would I have bothered you? Marcus said hypocritically. If you had told me that last time, I wouldn't have split my head, nor would I have sent anyone to your house, let alone go to your father-in-law and his family. Knock, knock. Ethan tapped the table with the tips of his right finger, interrupting Marcus. He smiled slightly. Master Ba, everything is in the past. I came here today to have a frank talk with you. Be open and honest. Marcus was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Lao Zhang, who was also stunned beside him. Both of them were eyewitnesses of what happened last night. They came here today to clean up Shengding Company's projects, hoping to wait for Ethan to ask them about their revenge last night. But Ethan's reaction and words and actions after entering the door were too calm, which was completely different from his image when he last came to the company, so much so that Marcus and Lao Zhang didn't know how to deal with it. He also has the Zhang family as his backer, and he started fighting the last time he entered the door. After having made contributions to the Zhang family this time, his tone became kinder when he entered the door. There was silence in the conference room for a minute. Marcus's frown suddenly relaxed, and he smiled. Okay, since you're being frank, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, I was just mad at myself last night and went to get revenge on your father-in-law. If you want to hold me accountable, I'll take it. But regarding these shareholding projects, you have to give me an explanation. As he spoke, he placed his right hand on the thick project book in front of him. After he realized what was happening last night, he had actually already thought about giving up on the 3-day appointment with Ethan. Even if he is a lackey of the C family and Ethan is a lackey of the Zhang family, the weight of a lackey is completely different from that of a lackey. Ethan made great contributions to the Zhang family last night, and his status is obviously higher than him, a lackey of the C family. If he really goes for the 3-day agreement, he won't get any advantage once the Zhang family intervenes. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Marcus now only wants to keep the original funds. As for how Ethan will mess with Shengding in the future, that is not his concern. However, are you seeking revenge on my father-in-law? Ethan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He was also curious about which kind-hearted person had pushed the relationship between his father-in-law and mother-in-law to what it is now. It turned out to be Marcus. The last time he drove the tiger to devour the wolf, his purpose was to make Marcus turn his hatred towards the Wong family. But he never thought about what happened last night, which also allowed Marcus to turn his hatred towards the Wong family and completely broke the trust among the Wong family. This is simply a divine assist. It was all Ethan's fault that he only wanted to take advantage of the situation last night to disintegrate the relationship between the Wong family members, and he didn't have time to think about the details. Hearing Marcus' words, he suddenly understood, and even felt less hatred and dislike towards Marcus. But when these words fell into Marcus' ears, it was completely different. Marcus' expression turned stern. I told you, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it. I'll stand firm when I'm beaten. If you want to punish me, I'll take it. But I want to return all my shares in Shengding. You have the Zhang family behind you, and I have the Si family behind me. If we get into a fight, no one will be happy. However, Ethan smiled and said, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that we can all make money together. This is your chance. Chapter 39. A real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he be inferior to others for long? What? Marcus and Lao Zhang were both stunned. After experiencing what happened last night, the two of them discussed it all night and decided that they would be satisfied as long as they could get back the full amount of money they invested in Shengding. Make money? What a joke. Marcus and Lao Zhang looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. If only one of them heard it, they would definitely think they had heard it wrong. But both of them heard it, obviously not. Making money, opportunities. Marcus twisted a cigar with his right hand and smiled playfully. President Ethan, this joke is not funny. Why does Mr. Wong think I'm joking? Ethan smiled, pulled 2 cigarettes from the laccoon box, and stood up, handing them to Marcus and Lao Zhang. I've always been both self-serving and community-serving. Since everyone's speaking frankly, I don't need to hide it either. Now that my wife has passed away and I'm taking charge of the company, I think it's better to keep quiet than to move forward with the company's current setup. The words are sincere and powerful. It's not that Ethan is stupid or rich, but after careful consideration, canceling the 3-day agreement to keep Marcus is his best option now. In her previous life, Grace's transfer of assets left Shengding in tatters, and the withdrawal of shares by Marcus and others made the company even worse. Now that he has been reborn, he has blocked the transfer of assets. As long as Grace's cremation and funeral are over, he will be able to take over the thriving Shengding company. And now, he has successfully blocked Marcus and his men's ambition to swallow up Shengding. If I agree to let Marcus and the others withdraw their shares, then wouldn't this step be similar to the previous life? He now has 300 million in cash, and the money Marcus and others withdrew from their shares is just a drop in the bucket. But what happens after withdrawing the shares? Marcus and others really withdraw their shares. Shengding Company will depend on him alone in the future. One cannot do anything alone. One tree cannot support the whole thing. Ethan needs most now is people. Only with people can his future path be smoother. Marcus, the underground tyrant, is obviously a very good candidate at the moment. At least with someone like Marcus around, many things that are inconvenient for him to do can be handed over to Marcus. Even if Shengding continues to grow in the future and Marcus get a lot of benefits based on the shares, Ethan thinks this is a very cost-effective deal in the long run. Making money is hard, but sharing money is even more of an art. What's more, if Marcus and others are kept now, the proportion of money distributed in the future may not necessarily be based on the current shareholding ratio. Ethan thought to himself that he was still confident that he could control the vicious Tiger Marcus. Marcus and Lao Zhang looked at the 2 Licoon cigarettes handed to them in a daze, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. Ethan's change today was so unexpected. Even these 2 veterans were confused and nervous. If Marcus didn't know that the Zhang family was behind Ethan, he wouldn't be so nervous. But with the mighty Zhang family standing behind him and having made great contributions to the Zhang family, he unexpectedly became kind again and tried to keep them. Marcus's opinion, this is clearly a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, with no good intentions. Let's smoke together. Ethan twisted 2 cigarettes in his right hand and gently weighed his hands. If you 2 take the cigarettes, we can smoke together and continue the conversation. If you don't want to take the cigarettes or talk, you know the Zhang family is behind me. If you want to fight, I, Ethan, will accompany you to the end. At the end of the words, the tone suddenly turned cold. Ethan's brows furrowed, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and a chill suddenly emanated from him. Even Marcus and Lao Zhang were shocked by this sudden change. Marcus suddenly forced a smile and took the cigarette from Ethan's hand. Ha! Then President Ethan, please continue. This. Old Zhang's pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically, but he calmed down in an instant. The company's shareholders all know Marcus. He is definitely a ruthless person, but at the same time, he is definitely a smart person. He would never have a sudden change of attitude. If he did, it must be because he realized something. Very good. I believe that one day, you will be grateful for the choice he made now. Ethan sat back in his seat with a confident look, squinting his eyes and smiling at Marcus. He remembered that after Marcus and others withdrew their shares, he was busy supporting the company, but less than a year later, he accidentally saw the news that Marcus' body was found in the wilderness. At the time, Ethan was busy with his debts and didn't care at all. Marcus' identity was also like death was always around him. But what happened in the underground boxing arena last night also made Ethan vaguely guess that Marcus' death might be related to the C family. Gratitude. Marcus was twisting a Lacoon cigarette with a frown on his face. For some reason, being stared at by Ethan made him feel a chill down his spine. Paused. Marcus said in a deep voice, "Do you know something?" "I don't know." Ethan's brows relaxed, and he smiled. "But are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? A true man stands between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? Bai Yi is now very successful and powerful, but Bai Yi knows the real situation best. Staying in Shengding is an opportunity for both of us. I also need the support and help of heroes like Bai Yi to run the company." Ethan said this. His attention was always focused on Marcus. Words can lie, but expressions never do. When he said this, Marcus' expression changed obviously and became a little unnatural. Really? Ethan felt a little more confident. Without waiting for Marcus to speak, he continued, "Since we've all spoken frankly, let's let bygones be bygones. I have the Zhang family's backing, so it's impossible for you, Mr. Ba, to swallow up Shengding. I certainly won't agree to withdraw your shares to protect yourself. Why not give up the 3-day agreement and continue with this 3-day agreement? After my wife is buried, Shengding will have a chance to rise, and then you will get the return you deserve for your shares." Quiet. There was dead silence in the conference room. Marcus lowered his head, deep in thought, twirling the cigarette between his right fingertips, completely deformed. Lao Zhang was confused and waiting for Marcus' decision. Tajda, Tajda. Ethan was not in a hurry, tapping the table lightly with the tip of his right index finger. This subtle sound inexplicably made the atmosphere in the conference room become a little tense and urgent. Hee. Marcus suddenly sneered, breaking the silence in the room. He then placed the deformed cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and said, "Since President Ethan has forgiven me for what happened, I will naturally lend my full support. I will not return my shares. President Ethan, please feel free to ask for anything you need." What? Old Zhang's body trembled, and he died on the spot. Is this what Marcus said? Ethan smiled and stood up, extending his right hand. "It's a pleasure working with you. I don't need you to do anything for now. I just need you to be there at my wife's funeral to see her off." Finished. Ethan turned and left. "Wait until the conference room door closes." Old Zhang asked impatiently, "Master Ba, why did you agree to this? He didn't do anything at all, and you just believe his empty words? And if we don't withdraw our shares, he will rely on the power of the Zhang family, and our situation in Shengding will be—" He didn't finish his words. Marcus raised his hand to interrupt. He rubbed his hands over his face all the way to his bandaged head and gasped in pain. But when his face reappeared from under his hands, it was full of sorrow and bitterness. Marcus sighed and said, "He was right. A true man stands between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? If it weren't for the Zhang family, I wouldn't agree. But with the Zhang family, this might be my chance." Chapter 40. Don't worry about the rest. Crunch. Marcus unconsciously clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking slightly. Even he himself didn't realize that his eyes were slightly red. Old Zhang standing by didn't notice it either and was speechless. Final. Lao Zhang stood up and left. "Then everything is up to you." Bang. The door to the conference room slammed shut. Marcus sat alone in the chair, lost in thought and with a sad expression on his face. Even the cigarette smoke that flowed into his mouth tasted particularly bitter. He is a smart man and clearly knows his situation and position. The powerful and imposing Bai Yi in the outside world is just a pawn of the C family, not even a lackey. C Tieming's attitude towards him in the underground boxing arena last night was actually quite restrained. He also had a vague feeling that the C family intended to replace him. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, while a villain will flee as soon as he smells danger. If it was just Ethan, Marcus wouldn't be so friendly and agree so easily. But behind Ethan is the Zhang family. The Zhang family is one of the four major families, along with the C family. If he could use Ethan to connect with the Zhang family, then even if the C family planned to replace him as the tyrant in the future, he would have room to retreat and maneuver. He also knew what the final outcome would be if someone like him was abandoned by the C family. As Ethan said, this is indeed his opportunity. Marcus didn't think he was a real man, but he didn't want to be under someone else's control for too long. Not to mention that being under someone else's control meant he was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Even if I have to be a dog, I must be a dog that can save my life. The C family, the Zhang family. Ethan, Marcus murmured softly, slowly looking up at the conference room door. Ethan, I can't believe our situation has changed so drastically in just 2 days. What on earth did you do? And what is this opportunity you mentioned? Can you really double Sheng Ding's fortune after Grace's funeral? A series of whispered questions were enough to reveal the conflict in his heart at the moment. But in the final analysis, the Zhang family was the real key that made Marcus willing to take this gamble. In a trance, Marcus recalled Ethan's transformation in the past 2 days, and was even certain that Ethan had been hiding his true colors all along. What he showed in the past 2 days was his true face, and Sheng Ding was actually always controlled by Ethan in secret. Was it your wife's death that changed you? Or was it your wife's death that brought you to the forefront? Marcus's brows were furrowed, his red eyes flickering. But now that I've agreed to a temporary partnership with Ethan, I can't go to Grace's funeral alone. That would seem insincere and petty. I have to help make it a grand occasion. Ichu. In a hospital ward, Grace was chatting sweetly with Adrian on WeChat when she suddenly sneezed for no reason. She rubbed her nose and glanced at the air conditioning vents. This hospital is really stingy. I paid so much money, but even the air conditioning is so fickle. Ding dong. Adrian, did you really ask your mother to apologize to your cousin? Grace looked at the word mom and suddenly felt a sweetness in her heart. Adrian in college, and now they were finally reaping the rewards of their hard work and were about to become a family. Who in this world doesn't want their relationship to be two-way and to be blessed by their family? Not only did she wait for Adrian to come, but she also got help from her parents. I feel so happy. Grace quickly typed a response. Of course, my cousin is responsible for transferring assets. If we anger her at this time and cause trouble, it will be a big trouble. It is right for my mother to apologize. I am her daughter. For the happiness of you and me, shouldn't she, as a mother, make sacrifices? Adrian, of course you should give. What parent doesn't give for their children? But you still have to persuade mom and dad. I think as a daughter, you should really persuade them to stop cheating. Otherwise, it's a pity that I'm not with you now. Grace pursed her lips and frowned. She was wearing a hospital gown, lying in bed, looking at the message from Adrian on her phone, revealing the longing and expectation of a young girl. She quickly typed the next line. That's their own business. What does it have to do with me? But when she pressed the send button, she hesitated again and deleted the line of text directly. Then he sent a new message. Adrian, you are so nice. Don't worry, I will persuade them. If that doesn't work, we'll wait until we all meet you. With you, the good son-in-law they have been dreaming of, they will definitely listen to your advice. Adrian to have a bad impression of her because of this incident. Even though she was selfish in her heart, for her own happiness, she only wanted to rush to the other side of the ocean to see Adrian. But in front of Adrian, you still have to pretend when it's time. Adrian, well, good night, baby. I have a meeting to attend to, and I really want you to come to me soon. Grace, don't worry, it will be here soon. It was at this time. The ward door was pushed open. Grace, who was looking forward to a happy and sweet life, was startled. When she looked up and saw her mother Lydia, she immediately complained, Mom, you came in without knocking. Are you trying to scare me to death? Lydia's face looked a little ugly. Faced with the complaints, she ignored them, closed the door, and walked into the ward with her legs filled with lead. Mom, you don't even knock on the door. You're so disrespectful to me. Grace put down her phone, frowned, and asked, I asked you to talk to your cousin. How did the conversation go? Lydia looked at Grace's anxious face and felt inexplicably annoyed. She lowered her head to look for Sophia. She really had no shame at all. Is there any victim in this world who would go to the mistress to apologize? It's so frustrating. But in order to bring her family to the other side of the ocean to find Adrian, and for her future prosperity and wealth, she took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in her heart. Then, Lydia said in a deep voice, "Your cousin promised she will help us do it, so you can rest assured and don't worry about the rest." "Yeah, Mom, you're so nice." Grace's face immediately lit up with joy. She excitedly stood up, hugged Lydia, and kissed her hard on the cheek. "That's good now. As long as my cousin lets bygones be bygones, I can finally die in peace. As soon as the cremation and funeral are over, our family can go to the other side of the ocean to find Adrian. Mom, I really can't wait to die. Let bygones be bygones." Lydia couldn't laugh at all. Her daughter's words were like a thorn piercing her heart, stirring it violently. Is this really my biological daughter? She looked at Grace's excited and cheering face and asked calmly, "You're going to die. Why are you so happy when it's just a funeral?" "Happy, of course I'm happy." Grace ignored Lydia's expression and said excitedly, "I've long wanted to stop being with that loser Ethan. The days I spent with him felt like they were lasting years. Adrian is still waiting for me on the other side of the ocean. My funeral is my farewell to the past, to that loser Ethan. It's my new life, and the starting point for the life I've always dreamed of. Of course, I can't wait to die." "Mom, why do you ask that? Don't you want me to die?" Chapter 41. The person who wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. Facing her daughter's questioning, Lydia looked sad and nodded. "Yes, of course I want you to die. You are pursuing your own happiness." As she said this, her eyes became moist. "You are pursuing your own happiness, but what about me?" But Grace didn't care about Lydia's expression at all. She just smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom. As soon as the funeral is over, we can go to the other side of the ocean to find Adrian." "Your dad." Lydia bit her lip and asked tentatively. "Dad." Grace waved her hand nonchalantly. "This is your business. It's up to you." Lydia pursed her lips, suddenly feeling extremely bitter. She pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was so tight as if it was being strangled that she couldn't utter a single word. "Oh my God, what have I done wrong?" This is what Lydia thought in her mind. The family that originally pursued happiness and wealth in harmony fell apart in the blink of an eye. For the sake of her daughter's happiness, she could humbly beg Sophia for leniency. This was the most humiliating thing in her life. But now when I ask my daughter what she thinks about this matter, she just calls it her own business, as if she has nothing to do with it. When Lydia thought about how cowardly Victor used to be, she couldn't believe that Victor had cheated on her with his own niece. This was like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering all of Lydia's previous confidence and courage, just like a completely deflated balloon. At the same time, Ethan found a nearby coffee shop. By leveraging the Zhang family's power, he successfully canceled the 3-day agreement with Marcus. This was the best way he could think of to deal with Marcus so far. Money is a small problem. The key is people. With a good colleague like Marcus, things will be much easier in the future. Moreover, Marcus agreed to make peace so easily. Obviously, he realized something. After all, people who walk on the edge of a knife have a much keener sense of danger than ordinary people. Now, I just have to wait for the funeral the day after tomorrow. Ethan took a sip of his coffee, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes particularly cold and stern. Everything has been arranged. When the grand funeral begins the day after tomorrow, it will no longer be up to Grace to decide whether to live or die. After the day after tomorrow, he will cut all ties with the Wong family. From then on, he will be able to swim freely in the vast sea and fly freely in the sky. The cell phone suddenly rang. "It's Victor calling." Ethan frowned and sneered. "Your family painstakingly planned to harm me, and now that something's wrong, can you still stand together as one family?" He knew Victor and Lydia as personalities. One is honest and weak, harboring evil intentions. The other is strong and domineering, arrogant and unreasonable. Strong as Lydia would never let go of the issue of cuckolding. When Victor faced Lydia, no matter how angry he was, he could only be angry for a short while. Ethan thought of this and answered the phone. He yawned as if he was tired and asked anxiously, "Dad, where have you been all day?" "I just went to the hospital to bring Mom some food." "Why weren't you here?" On the phone, Victor said weakly, "How can I dare to go to the hospital? Where are you now? I have something to ask you." Ethan wasn't surprised at all. He said calmly, "I'm downstairs in the office right now. I just finished talking with the shareholders, and I have to continue later. I'm coming over now." Bang! The phone was hung up. Ethan scoffed, and placed his phone on the table. In the 3 days leading up to my previous life's funeral, your family ignored me and the company. You were just waiting for the asset transfer to be successful so you could just walk away. Are you still going to sit there and do that? An hour later, Ethan saw Victor sneaking out of the taxi and running towards him, looking around. Hot summer. Victor, however, was wearing a hat and a thin windbreaker, and he was walking with his head down, almost wanting to bury his face in his arms. Dad, here it is. Ethan stood up and waved. Victor's body trembled, and he looked up and shouted, "Don't shout." Just by looking up, all the bruises, swellings, and scratches on his face were exposed. The people around were attracted by Ethan's shouting, and when they saw Victor's appearance, they immediately burst into sarcasm and ridicule. Victor wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was too embarrassed to face anyone. He sat down next to Ethan, and despite the strange looks from everyone around him, he got straight to the point and asked, "What on earth happened last night, kid? I've seen all the hotel surveillance videos. Why did you put the room card under the door? And why did you just leave last night?" A series of questions filled with anger. Apparently, after watching the hotel surveillance video, Victor blamed everything on Ethan. The reason why he came to Ethan so anxiously was that he knew that only Ethan could clear his grievances. Ethan had already prepared himself and immediately put on a distressed and helpless expression. "I was drunk like you last night and wanted to go out to buy something, but I was afraid I'd lost my room card, so I simply left it under the door so it would be easy to get when I came back. But when I got back, I saw my cousin's husband banging on the door. I saw he was so excited, so after I persuaded him to leave, I was worried he would do something stupid, so I followed him secretly." He had prepared these logically consistent words in his mind countless times. Victor didn't mention Sophia on his own initiative, so naturally he wouldn't mention it either. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. If Victor brought it up, he could just continue making it up. Anyway, he is not worried at all that Victor and the other three will be frank in reconciling intelligence, as they are all feeling guilty. However, what Ethan didn't expect was that Victor suddenly lowered his voice and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Do you know that your cousin was in our room last night? Thanks to you for showing up in time and persuading your cousin's husband to leave, otherwise there would really be a loss of life." "What?" Ethan's face changed drastically. "Dad, you mean you really cheated on me and with my cousin? You are her uncle." At the end of the sentence, he suddenly raised his voice. Victor's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in fear, but it was too late to stop him. Boom! There was an uproar all around. There is already a lot of traffic around the coffee shop, and many people were attracted by Victor's appearance and were paying attention to this side. Ethan's words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, completely shocking everyone. "Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? That old pig-headed man cheated on his niece. Wow, the world is going downhill. What kind of world is this? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, and this old pig-headed man has thrown away all moral principles. Big news. This is too melodramatic. The old man is covered in wounds. Could he have been caught cheating and beaten?" There were exclamations, uproar, ridicule, and contempt. Victor buried his whole body on the coffee table, shaking all over, and wailed to Ethan with tears in his eyes, I was wronged." Ethan sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew that Victor was wrongly accused. He knew better than Victor how unfair it was. But so what? When the Wong family did everything in his previous life, and he was burdened with huge debts, wasn't he wronged? Chapter 42. Bitch can only be cured by a bitch. But at that time, who cared whether he was wronged or not? Who has ever thought of clearing his name? His parents helped him pay off his debts, and when they passed away, the Wong family was still living happily together overseas. The person who wronged you always knows better than you how wronged you are. Ethan treats Victor now, and wasn't it the same how the Wong family treated him and his parents in the previous life? Dad, I didn't expect that either. Ethan's eyes widened, and he spread his hands. Even if I believe you were wrongly accused, what about Mom? That's her niece, and you're her husband. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, to the point where his voice could hardly be concealed and accidentally fell clearly into the ears of the onlookers. Explosion. It's so explosive. Damn it, this old man is so heartless and worse than a beast. What a beast. How dare this old man go out? Haha, didn't you see how sneaky he was? He really deserved it. He actually still had some shame. Why didn't you beat him to death? Victor alive like knives and swords. His body felt like it was being sieved, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. If looks could kill, he would have been tortured 100 times by the onlookers around him. Now, in middle age, he never thought that he would suffer such a disaster. Now only you can help me prove it. Victor resisted the urge to leave in a hurry, gritted his teeth, and grabbed Ethan's right hand. My dear son-in-law, I'm already so old, my daughter's body is still warm, and I am still being wronged like this. If you don't help me prove it, then I really have no face to live. Come with me to explain to your mother. Dad, now it's not a question of whether I help you or not, but you haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. Ethan sighed helplessly and said in a deep voice, haven't you ever thought about why your cousin came to the hotel and mistakenly took the room card to enter your room? And why did your cousin's husband come to the hotel to catch you cheating? It's obvious that they have been separated for a long time. Now the person who can prove and help you the most is not me, but your cousin. But in this case, what about your cousin's husband? These words, like a fatal blow, instantly made Victor look ashen. Ethan paused, then added with a look of horror, and didn't you see the look on my cousin's husband's face last night? He really was going to kill someone with a knife. My testimony is far less convincing than my cousin's, but this will shatter the relationship between my cousin and her husband. My cousin's husband will definitely kill someone. Victor shuddered violently. He held Ethan's hand tightly, but now he let go helplessly. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. The tears that had been accumulating in my eyes for a long time burst out uncontrollably. How is he going to find Sophia? He saw Sophia's strong performance last night. If Sophia had wanted to help explain things, things wouldn't have gone as they did last night. And Ethan's words also gave Victor some enlightenment. Yes, Sophia took the room card from under the door and entered his room. It might have been a misunderstanding, but Sophia went to the hotel so late at night, which was definitely an affair, and her man went to the hotel, which was definitely to catch him cheating. After figuring out this key point, Victor suddenly realized that Sophia's strong performance last night was a desperate move. The water has been completely muddied. Sophia and her husband is broken again. Her husband will definitely pick up a knife and attack someone. His crotch is now covered in yellow mud. If the man really picks up a knife and chops someone, he will definitely chop his neck first. This is no longer a question of whether he is wronged or not. But if you want to prove that he is wronged, it will definitely involve his life and safety. Could it be Victor burst into tears? Are you really going to let me die? It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Ethan sneered as he looked at Victor crying on the table, his eyes full of indifference. He knew Victor, if he really wanted to die, he would have died long ago. Not to mention now, even if his cousin-in-law put a knife to his neck, he would definitely kowtow and beg for mercy. Wait, I have an idea. Victor suddenly raised his head, and a strange look appeared in his dark eyes. Ethan looked surprised. What solution? The best thing to do now is to let time take its course. After Grace's funeral, you and Mom can reconcile. No, what I have in mind is definitely a good idea. Victor excitedly raised his right hand and pointed at Ethan. You? Me? Ethan was surprised. Victor said quickly, my dear son-in-law, you are the only one who can help me now. Grace has passed away, and you are now alone. As long as you admit to your mother that it was you who cheated on Sophia, not me, then this misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. I know you were wronged, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly afterwards. Ethan's expression turned completely cold. That's a great idea. It is a good idea that I would rather die than let my friend die. Ethan didn't have a rational mind and knew the whole story. He would have wanted to slap Victor in the face. How despicable a person must be to come up with such a despicable idea. Victor ignored Ethan's expression and said gently, look, we only have Grace as our only daughter. After Grace dies, we will have a son-in-law and a half-son. We will definitely not treat you unfairly. Besides, Shengding Company has been handed over to you to manage, and all the family property will be yours in the future. The most urgent thing is to stabilize the overall situation first. Ethan, you don't want our family to be completely broken up when we send our children off, do you? At the end of his speech, Victor burst into tears. This scene left the surrounding onlookers stunned. How can this old guy still have the nerve to cry? Ethan's mouth curled up, and he sneered undisguisedly. Dad, you said it very well. Don't say it again next time. If he hadn't experienced it before and seen through the true colors of his family, he would have really believed Victor's nonsense. Blamesiftin, deception, betrayal, selfishness, moral kidnapping. These bad habits have been passed down from generation to generation in this family, and they are easily passed down. Are you trying to cheat your son-in-law out of his life? Should I manage Shengding Company, or take over and clean up the mess. Really, he still has too much moral bottom line. Victor really has no bottom line at all for letting him do this in front of him. Don't you think my method is good enough? Victor looked at Ethan in surprise. Okay, very good. Ethan smiled and rubbed his face with his hand. You are worthy of being my father-in-law. You are experienced and wise. But how can I admit this? I am sincere and loyal to Grace. Even if I help you bear the blame and give me countless benefits, how can I face my deceased wife in the afterlife? What's more, Grace's body is still warm and has not been cremated or buried yet. Tears rolled down Ethan's eyes. His face was filled with pain and self-blame, and his whole body was shaking from crying. Without waiting for Victor to respond, Ethan cried out at the top of his lungs, "Father-in-law, please be a man. You cheated on me, so be it. Even if it was my cousin, you shouldn't let me take the blame for it. My wife is also your daughter, and she's lying in the funeral home right now. You only think about yourself, but have you ever thought about the pain I've been going through these past few days? How can I have a nerve to face your daughter's cold body on the day of her burial?" Boom! The wailing sounded like a bolt from the blue. The crowd of onlookers around suddenly fell silent, each of them staring in amazement, anger quickly appearing on their faces. Chapter 43. Let me take the blame? Then I'll add fuel to the fire. There was a sudden silence all around. You can hear a pin drop. As Ethan cried, everyone's expression changed. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Looks they gave Victor were sharper than ever before. Victor felt the gazes from everyone around him, and it was too late to stop Ethan. He tried his best to curl up, his face flushed to the color of liver, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ethan was full of shock and anger. How dare this spineless coward cry? Victor knew how despicable this method was, but as long as it could clear his suspicion, what did it matter if it was a little despicable? What he wanted was family harmony, so that after his daughter was buried, he could happily fly to the other side of the ocean with his wife and daughter to embrace a new life of luxury in the future. As for Ethan, he was originally meant to take the blame. So what's the problem with letting him take the blame again? Victor understands Ethan's character that he dares to tell Ethan this method frankly. Even if Ethan disagrees, she will only reject him politely and will not react too strongly. But he never expected that Ethan would burst into tears in public. This shout made him the target of public criticism. Next second, bang! A coffee cup suddenly fell from the crowd onto the ground in front of Victor, breaking into pieces and sending fragments flying everywhere. Victor shuddered with fear, and his face changed drastically. Suddenly, there were shouts of curses all around, and the crowd was outraged. "You son of a bitch, this is not a human being. You beast, you old beast. You can't even control your own pants. How dare you abuse your son-in-law? Your son-in-law's wife just died, and you let him do this for you, you bastard. Do you have any conscience? This is so heartless. I can't stand it anymore. No one can stop me. I'm going to beat this old beast today. I may be a scumbag, but compared to this old bastard, I'm a fucking saint." No, it's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. Victor was so scared that he quickly turned his head and explained while crying. But the crowd around were already furious and ready to take action. It's going to be bad. Victor's heart was pounding, and he didn't bother to continue chatting with Ethan. He immediately stood up and ran out of the crowd. "You old Biden, you're a beast, and you still want to run away?" Someone cursed loudly and chased after him. This chase was like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil, causing the entire audience to completely explode. The curses were loud, and the crowd was surging. More and more people were filled with righteous indignation and chased after Victor. "You beast, take a picture of him and post it online. Hey, the guy next door, catch this old Biden and beat him to death. He can't even control his own niece's crotch. He's a beast. What a shameless guy. If I were his son-in-law, I would have given him a beating." Ethan sat calmly in his chair, watching the crowd chasing after the fleeing Victor. He picked up his coffee cup, leaned lazily to the left in his chair, and took a sip of coffee. "Father-in-law, how does it feel to be the rat crossing the street and be chased by everyone? Just because you have no moral bottom line doesn't mean that everyone else has no moral bottom line." Ethan's mouth slowly turned up, but his eyes became colder. In the sight, Victor was fleeing in panic, getting farther and farther away. The rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat is in such a miserable state. But this is just Ethan's first step. If Victor were to escape the punishment of the crowd so easily, wouldn't that be too easy for him? Since Victor is so shameless as to resort to such a desperate measure, he can naturally return the favor. There was a lot of noise around, with people cursing and talking nonstop. Ethan drank the remaining coffee in the cup, then stood up, quietly disappeared into the crowd, and left the scene. He walked all the way to a secluded corner, then pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. The surveillance video I copied last night is just what you need. Since you want me to take the blame, I'll just add fuel to the fire. It takes another evildoer to deal with an evildoer. Since Victor doesn't want to take the blame, it's necessary to add fuel to the fire. But there is no rush now. Ethan put away the USB drive, looked at the crowd still gathering in the distance, smiled indifferently, and then took a taxi home. Grace's funeral is the day after tomorrow, and her parents should be notified soon. The Wong family gave a hypocritical notice, but when his parents heard the news, they felt devastated. In his previous life, he was busy dealing with Shengding's affairs. He was not around when his parents learned of Grace's death. They only found out about it afterwards. His father was so grieving that he didn't eat or drink for the entire day, and his mother fainted from crying the moment she heard the news. In this life, he stayed by his parents' side, at least to provide them with comfort and care, which was better than his parents wasting their unnecessary emotions. When I got home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My parents haven't gotten off work yet. Ethan thought about it, then ran to the nearby farmer's market to buy some vegetables. He hasn't cooked a good meal for his parents for a long time. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, twice-cooked pork, blanched choy sum, and vegetable soup. Ethan can easily prepare 3 dishes and a soup. When I finished cleaning the kitchen, my parents just came home. Ethan, it's been a while since I've had your cooking. The mother entered the room. She saw the dishes on the table. She was stunned at first, and then she smiled happily. His father's face was also full of smiles. He praised the dishes on the table. The combination of meat and vegetables is delicious and goes well with rice. You are worthy of being my father's son. Ha ha! Mom and Dad, hurry up and wash your hands and have dinner. I'm free today, so I'll show you my cooking skills. Ethan took off his apron and said to his parents with a smile. The parents' reaction clearly showed that they had not yet received any notification from the Wong family. And Dad didn't mention the 300 million that suddenly appeared in the card. The atmosphere was harmonious and comfortable, so he naturally couldn't be so tactless as to break this atmosphere. During the dinner, the family of 3 talked and laughed. It was simple but warm. While Ethan was chatting and laughing with his parents, he felt a little sad. Only after losing something do people understand how hard-earned and precious it is. But what Ethan didn't expect was that he waited until late at night and fell asleep, but still did not receive any notification from the Wong family. This made him a little puzzled, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Shengding had already dealt with it anyway. He stayed with his parents during this period and didn't worry about anything going wrong. The next morning, Ethan got up early and went to the park for movement training. He continued training until 10 o'clock in the morning before he finally stopped. As usual, sit quietly for half an hour to clear your mind. Ethan stood up and walked towards a nearby overpass. He remembered that there were always a few homeless people under the overpass. He spent 5 minutes selecting the youngest and most robust-looking homeless man. Enticed by the huge profit of 500 yuan, he gave a USB flash drive and the address of his cousin's husband's house to the homeless man. He was even worried that the homeless man was illiterate, so he took a taxi and took the homeless man to his cousin's husband's house. He gave him many instructions and watched with his own eyes the homeless man walking towards his cousin's husband's house with the USB flash drive. Only then did he feel relieved. Chapter 44 Women are Men's Faces. Ethan didn't get out of the car. He was even worried about being discovered, so he asked the taxi driver to move the car to a bend. Through the car window, he saw with his own eyes that the homeless man walked to the community where his cousin's husband lived and waited. Waited about 5 minutes. The familiar figure of my cousin's husband walked out of the community gate. Ethan had no idea what his cousin-in-law and the homeless man were talking about. But he saw that after the two of them had a brief conversation, his cousin's husband took the USB flash drive, and then the homeless man ran away, leaving his cousin's husband alone staring at the USB flash drive. Ethan nodded repeatedly at this scene. He was indeed the strongest one picked out from the homeless people, and he ran very fast. If I ran too slowly and was questioned by my cousin's husband when he came to his senses, who knows what might happen. After all, when he was trying to persuade his cousin's husband in the hotel, he clearly noticed that his cousin's husband had become somewhat confused because of Sophia's infidelity. There is no reason to let a homeless person bear the anger of my cousin's husband. The homeless person is innocent. It is Victor who should bear the consequences. He is not innocent at all. Wait until my cousin's husband turns around and enters the community with a USB drive. Ethan then asked the taxi driver to leave. Strange, what is in here? Zhou Chun held the USB drive with a frown. His face was a little pale, as if he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, and he also looked a little sick. He walked forward with his head down and his steps hurried, but his eyes were flickering as he kept staring at the USB drive, and he even ignored the greetings of acquaintances around him. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But I also feel a little excited and thrilled. Could it be? Is it really so? Zhou Chun didn't dare to think about it. He just wanted to get home as soon as possible, plug the USB drive into the computer, and confirm whether his guesses and feelings were correct. Even though he had confronted Sophia countless times, he was always defeated by Sophia's strong words and tone. This made him gradually doubt himself and his perception of his surroundings. Is it true? What is true? After repeated attempts to collect evidence and repeated failures, he gradually became what Sophia called sensitive, suspicious, neurotic, unfit, and a killjoy. But how can a couple not feel the changes when they are together every day? He hadn't slept in the same bed with Sophia for a long time. Sophia even used the excuse of being too busy with work and didn't come home for many nights or went out at night at random, just like the night before last. So when he received a WeChat message from his Aunt Lydia, he thought the opportunity had come, finally free. But when he banged on the door like a madman, Ethan's appearance and some persuasion made him panic-stricken. Being suspicious again? Sensitive again? He wasn't sure, but his aunt and the others were arguing, and when they were arguing, it was inevitable that they would go crazy and do something extreme. That's why he obeyed Ethan and left in a hurry. After all, her aunt's family was very good to them, and Sophia was working as the financial director of Grace Shongding Company, earning a good income. Finally, Zhou Chun sat in front of the computer. Click. He plugged in the USB drive. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, his sickly pale face flushed, and his dim eyes brightened as he stared at the computer screen. Even, he could feel his heartbeat accelerating, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Nervousness, anxiety, fear, anger, resentment. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, madly attacking his mind. His right hand trembled as he pressed the left mouse button and opened the USB drive. A surveillance video suddenly appeared on the computer screen and started playing. The picture is black and white and a little blurry. But when Sophia appeared in the video, Zhou Chun recognized her at a glance. Is it really you? Zhou Chun blurted out and slammed the mouse with his right hand. In an instant, he watched the video with his eyes, and red bloodshot covered the whites of his eyes, which changed from the initial brightness to scarlet and fierce. He was trembling. Sophia stands in front of the door of room 999. In the video, she skillfully takes out the door card from the crack of the door and swipes it to enter the room. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Chun's body was shaking like a sieve, becoming more and more violent. His scarlet eyes were filled with mist and ripples. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes and flowed into his mouth. The salty and wet taste hit his taste buds. It's really you. You clearly went into room 999. And he didn't lie to me. Sophia, you really are cheating on me. Zhou Chun gnashed his teeth, like a ferocious beast ready to devour someone. He watched the video until the end, but he didn't see Sophia come out of the room. But it doesn't matter anymore. Bang! Zhou Chun grabbed the mouse and smashed it hard on the computer screen, causing it to shatter and crack. He slumped in the chair, staring at the ceiling with his scarlet eyes wide open with tears, his chest heaving violently, and the gasping and breathing sounds through his mouth and nose were like pulling a bellows. This moment, he felt very strange. It felt like a relief. All the suspicions and speculations before, and the countless days and nights of tossing and turning, were now verified. It's not that he is sensitive and suspicious, but Sophia really cheated. But more of it is anger. Marriage is a city, and a woman is a man's face. For a long time, Zhou Chun stayed at home. His face is completely gone. But Sophia, how dare you? Sophia, how have I wronged you? Zhou Chun bared his teeth and burst into tears. What's wrong with me that you treat me like this? All those vows you made to me time and time again seem so ridiculous now. You keep saying you're working overtime, but where are you working overtime? And with whom? A series of questions and cries echoed throughout the room. But the room was empty and no one paid any attention. With Sophia flashed through Zhou Chun's mind and replayed like lightning, severely impacting his mind. I'm not crazy. I'm not sick. It's you, a slut, who's been slandering me. Zhou Chun clenched his fists. Veins on the back of his hands bulged out, and he looked at the computer screen again with gritted teeth, but only the broken screen remained, and he could not see anything clearly. In a trance, he thought of Ethan. Yes, it was Ethan who persuaded him to leave the night before. Cousin-in-law, what on earth are you thinking? Called Ethan directly without caring who sent the video. Just one ring. Ethan answered the phone. Cousin-in-law, the night before last, didn't you say that my aunt and uncle were in room 999? Zhou Chun tried her best to remain calm and suppress her trembling tears, but because she was too excited and angry, her voice and tone completely changed. Ethan exclaimed on the phone, I don't know. My father-in-law and mother-in-law had a big fight the night before, and then my father-in-law and I got drunk. I went out to buy something, and while I was shopping, my mother-in-law called to ask about it. And when I came back, I saw you, my cousin-in-law, at the door. What happened? It's okay. Zhou Chun's tearful eyes instantly turned cold. Thank you, Ethan. Bang. After Zhou Chun hung up the phone, his face turned cold. Ethan's words clearly showed that he was unaware of what happened the night before, so there was no need for him to drag his feet on Ethan. But Ethan's words also made him realize who the adulterer was. Uncle-in-law, she's your niece. How could you be so shameless as to get together? I won't let you go. I absolutely won't let you go. Hee. I won't let you have an easy time. You have no shame and have made me lose face. Hee. Then at your daughter's funeral, I will definitely not let her die in peace. Chapter 45. Everyone is mortal. Ethan sat in the back seat of the taxi, looking at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window with a serious expression. A chill emanated from him, so much so that taxi drivers would look at him in panic through the rearview mirror from time to time. Ethan has become like this since he received that phone call just now. His cousin's husband's reaction was just as he expected. No man in the world can tolerate such a thing happening, especially when the third party is his elder uncle-in-law. If so, it only means that both parties have determined from the beginning that it is just a simple cooperative relationship. If Victor hadn't been so crazy as to want him to take the blame, he wouldn't have taken this step. But now, he was already looking forward to Grace's funeral tomorrow. Tomorrow is no longer a matter of whether you, Grace, live or die. Whether you live or die, it will not change the fate of your family. This is what Ethan thought in his heart. His eyes were sometimes bright and fiery, sometimes gloomy and cold, and finally narrowed into a slit with a cold light. Aren't the Wong family shameless? Then after the funeral tomorrow, let's see how shameless you can be. A rat crossing the street is despised by everyone. Even if you have no moral bottom line, but you are in the center of the vortex and become the target of public criticism, you will probably be embarrassed, right? Ethan took a deep breath. Seeing that they were almost home, he said to the driver, Master, please go to the nearby farmer's market. Parents are busy with work. Of the 3 meals a day, only dinner could be eaten well at home. After his rebirth, he actually enjoyed cooking for his parents. Especially when he saw his parents smiling while eating, he felt so satisfied in his heart. But Ethan knew that tonight was also the deadline. Dinner. Maybe it won't be as fun as last night. The sun sets. The old city was filled with the fragrance of fireworks, the faint sounds of neighbors chatting and laughing, and children gathered together playing on the roadside. The atmosphere of worldly life is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most. Ethan carried the vegetables and meat he had bought and walked downstairs. His uneasy mood actually calmed down. What's coming will eventually come. I can't tell my parents the truth, but I hope they can be less sad. Ethan looked up and suddenly saw his father leaning against the windowsill and drinking. My father is a lonely man. Since his wife passed away, he has never thought about remarrying. His only hobby is reciting poetry and drinking. At night, he becomes like an old scholar. As for his children, Ethan had never seen them. Even his father's wife had only seen his portrait in his father's home. But I have to say that my father lived a very free and easy life and was very open-minded. Maybe it would be better if there was an outsider present to give guidance. Let's drink and sing. How long is life? It is like the morning dew, and the past days are full of suffering. How can we relieve our worries? Only Du Kong can do it. My father held up the wine glass and lay on the windowsill. Ethan laughed and shouted, Dad, are you drinking again? Come over to my house. I'll make some snacks so we can drink together. As he spoke, he picked up the dish in his hand and shook it. The father shook his head. Forget it, young man. No reward without merit. You helped my parents last time. If you don't come over, I'll bring the food to your house later," Ethan said with a smile. The father smiled and said, "I really can't help you. You are so grateful, young man. What a good kid." Ethan smiled, but said nothing. He was already used to his father's strange behavior after drinking. As I recall, this old man often pulled his father aside to ask him for advice on poetry and songs, and his tone of voice was so awkward. My parents still haven't come home. Ethan swiftly carried the vegetables into the kitchen. In half an hour, we prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and even made a braised pig's trotter specially for my father. When the truth comes out, my father is the main force, and we can't treat this old man unfairly. When the dishes were served, my parents pushed the door open and went home. "Mom and Dad, the food is ready. Wash your hands and eat." Ethan caught his parents' facial expressions immediately, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he continued, "I even called my father. He helped our family with the gangster incident last time, so this is a good opportunity to thank him." Okay, you're really thoughtful." The mother put down her bag and told Ethan, "Father likes to drink at this time of year, so prepare some wine for him." "No problem." Ethan made an okay gesture, turned around, and went out to knock on his father's door. Squeak. My father opened the door. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and he was holding a wine gourd in his hand. As soon as he saw Ethan, he burped a breath of alcohol and said with a smile, "Is the food ready? Do you have any snacks? Since you're treating me, I won't be polite." "You're welcome, sir. Please don't be polite." Ethan was all smiles as he helped his father back home and had him sit down. After some chatting and laughter, the atmosphere at the dinner table was relaxed and comfortable. The father and his father were talking loudly. Ethan was joking around, and the mother had a gentle smile on her face. This made Ethan feel a little emotional. How nice it would be if the meal could continue like this until the end. "Xiao Chun, you've been bored teaching your whole life. It's a relief that you have Lon to help you manage the business and give birth to a boy like Ethan." His father's tongue was a little tied, but he still gave Ethan a thumbs up. "The way you beat up the thugs last time was dangerous, but it still opened my eyes. You are a real man, a real man." "Father, please stop praising him." The mother couldn't help but interrupt. "That was so dangerous. I was so worried at the time. If you praise him again, he'll be brave enough to do something like this again." "Mom, if I don't do it, what will happen to you and Dad?" Ethan's expression became serious. "Even if the same thing happens again, I will still do it for you and Dad." The mother's smile completely disappeared, and she angrily said, "You little bastard, do you know that you might die?" My father smiled and said, "Everyone has to die. Some people's death is heavier than Mount Tai, while others are lighter than a feather. The opportunity has come." Ethan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, "Then what do you think of death, Grandpa Lee?" My father pondered for a moment. "What do you think? Let nature take its course. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident. Death could come in the next second. We should cherish the present and enjoy life while we can." As he said this, he picked up the wine gourd and drank it in gulps. It was at this time my mother's cell phone rang. "Mother-in-law, why are you calling so late?" "What's the matter?" the mother asked puzzledly after answering the phone. "What a coincidence." Ethan subconsciously clenched his right fist. Next second, bang, my mother's cell phone fell on the dining table. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes like pearls falling from string, and she said in a sad voice, "Grace. Grace has passed away, and my mother-in-law asked us to attend the funeral tomorrow." My father's hand fell onto the dishes, and he froze in shock as if struck by lightning. His father's body also shook, and with a puff sound, a mouthful of wine sprayed directly on Ethan's face. Heavenly Bodhisattva, how could such a coincidence happen? His father stared at Ethan with his drunken eyes bloodshot. When he saw that Ethan remained indifferent even after being sprayed in the face with wine, he suddenly understood. Without any hesitation, his lips opened and closed, and although no sound came out, he still clearly expressed 3 words. "Are you trying to trick me?" Chapter 46. Parents grieve. Funeral begins tomorrow. My father wasted most of his life, and even though he didn't eat much pork, he had seen many pigs run away. Even if he was drunk, he wasn't passed out. After seeing Ethan's reaction, he should have understood what was going on. "It's just a meal. It was you who said you wanted to be grateful. Why did the old man have to suffer such a disaster?" Ethan imitated his father's lips and said silently, "Please, Father." In an instant, he had 2 impulses. One is to directly swing the wine gourd at Ethan's face. The other option was to just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After all, He had just said the bullshit, everyone is destined to die, when he received a call about a deceased person's funeral. This coincidence is really frustrating. Oh my God, what on earth is going on? The mother could no longer control herself. She burst into tears and collapsed on the table. The originally comfortable and relaxed atmosphere was instantly filled with grief. My father remained calm, but his old face was still filled with grief and shock, and his eyes were faintly rippling. This is nothing but a bolt from the blue. It was like a bolt from the blue. No matter who you are, it will be difficult to adapt to it in a short time. His father slowly turned his head, as stiff as a machine, and looked at Ethan with tears in his eyes. He opened his lips and teeth slightly. "Shao, Ethan, what is going on?" "Grace." Even though she tried her best to suppress her emotional breakdown, each word she uttered was still trembling and came out in a tearful tone. Ethan rubbed his face with his hands, wiping off the wine on his face. When his hands slid down his face, endless sadness and pain were revealed. It was as if all disguises were removed in an instant. He cried and said inconsolably, "Mom and Dad, yes, I'm sorry. I don't want to hide this from you, and I don't want you to be too sad, but Grace's funeral is tomorrow, and I'm really sorry." Bang! My father slammed the table and stood up, angrily scolding. "You are confused. Such a serious matter. Why didn't you tell us earlier? She is your wife, the daughter-in-law of your mother and me. You're making me die of anger." While yelling, he grabbed the bowl on the table and was about to throw it at Ethan. "Stop it." The mother raised her hand and grabbed the father's hand. "You think this isn't messy enough? Are you going to beat the kid to death?" My father's face turned red as liver. His mother with tears in her eyes. He couldn't utter more words. He sighed deeply and sat down again. The mother cried loudly, her heart broken. The crying touched Ethan's heart. He appeared to be grief-stricken, but in reality his mood was calm. The love between parents is real. The mother's grief and the father's anger are also real. But Grace's funeral was fake. In the previous life, the Wong family took advantage of their kindness, so they set up such a vicious conspiracy to escape. Even after Ethan knew about the Wong family's conspiracy, he hid it from his parents, so that his parents had no idea until their death that the funeral was a conspiracy carefully planned by the Wong family from beginning to end. This guilt reached its peak when facing my parents at this moment. This time, it is also a good opportunity for parents to see the true face of this family. Just think of this. Ethan raised his foot and kicked his father's calf, signaling with his eyes. My father was so sad that he could not even cry, and even his drunkenness had disappeared. He really wanted to call the police. But even a judge cannot judge family affairs, and no one can help in such a matter. But the words have been spoken out, and now in front of my father and mother, I can't just walk away, right? "Dallin, my dear Lon." His father glared at Ethan fiercely, then gritted his teeth and said, "The dead cannot be resurrected." Ethan is also filial. He didn't want to tell you in advance and let you be immersed in the pain and sorrow of seeing your loved ones die. But now that it has happened, it's like father and mother looked at father at the same time. Ethan also looked at his father. My father clenched his fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, and he was trembling slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just like I said just now, no one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Just like when my wife passed away, I didn't expect it to be so sudden. Ouch, well, but since the accident has already happened, well, what we should do is accept it and send the deceased on his last journey properly. Why make things difficult for ourselves and the living?" Halfway through his speech, my father suddenly lowered his head, convulsed, and began to cry. Father and mother looked a little dazed. He was obviously touched by his father's words. Ethan saw it all, his mind determined. He didn't actually require his parents to have no emotions about this, but at least they shouldn't cry and faint on the spot like they did in his previous life. Why waste emotions on such ruthless people? Although my parents are immersed in grief and pain now, with my father's words and the example of him as an elderly widower whose wife had passed away, my parents' current emotional state is actually pretty good. Then, Ethan released his right hand from around his father's thigh. He straightened himself slightly, wiped away a tear, and continued, "Wow, Mom and Dad, Grandpa Lee is right. It's already happened, and all we can do is accept it. Grace died in a car accident, and I returned to Shengding Company to handle her affairs. I've been exhausted by the intrigues among the shareholders lately. Even if my mother-in-law doesn't inform you tonight, I will tell you after this meal." Tears fell from his eyes, and his voice trembled. He also portrayed exhaustion and sadness vividly. Damn, I really should get an Oscar. Ethan performed. He watched his parents' expressions change. The father standing by even raised his hands to cover his face, not wanting to look at Ethan anymore. It was his father and mother who showed signs of heartache towards Ethan. His father apologized to Ethan, saying, "I'm sorry, Ethan. I was impulsive just now. You've been through too much these past few days." Wow, wow, wow. Silly child, you should have told us about this. Why did you have to bear it all by yourself? It must be so painful. The mother cried with tears in her eyes and hugged Ethan with heartache. This action made Ethan's heart seem to skip a beat. A cold gleam flashed in his tearful eyes and disappeared in an instant. Yes, it is indeed too much. Just wait until the funeral begins tomorrow, and all the hatred and humiliation will be washed away. Ethan gently patted his mother's back and sobbed. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm the one who's sorry. I've booked the first cremation for Grace. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, our family will go and see her off. Chapter 47. Musste beauty fully. This night, Ethan had no desire to sleep and lay in bed, silently practicing his mental skills. At 6 in the morning, he entered his state early and got up to wash up. Today is Grace's funeral, and it will also be his new life. He wants to use his best side to welcome the upcoming grand funeral. Ethan took a hot shower, changed into a brand new black suit, and combed his hair thoroughly. After doing all this, he stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself, and whispered softly, "Today is my gift to you, Grace. Take a deep breath." Ethan turned and walked out of the room. His parents were almost ready. But compared to Ethan's depressed look, the old couple looked even sadder and more depressed. It was obvious that they were too heartbroken and had not slept all night. Ethan saw it and felt pain in his heart, but he could do nothing about it because he had to go through this difficult time. "Mom and Dad, let's go and see Grace off for the last time," Ethan said softly. Father and mother nodded dejectedly and walked out, supporting each other. Chingshan Funeral Home. In a dark and cramped corner, the light from a phone screen shone on Grace's face. With a happy and sweet smile on her face, she sent a voice message on WeChat. "Baby, I'm going to die soon. Are you happy?" Ding dong. Messages are replied immediately. "Adrian, silly girl, don't say such unlucky words." Grace smiled playfully and said, That's right. The funeral is about to start. My mom has already booked the plane tickets. We will be able to meet soon." "Adrian, I can't wait to hold you, baby." Grace leaned against the wall, her heart almost melting at the thought of seeing Adrian, whom she had been thinking about day and night. She's been waiting for this day for a long time. Now she is so impatient and her heart is beating fast. Suddenly, a complaining voice sounded behind me. "You silly girl, why are you standing here when you're almost done putting on makeup? If someone sees you, they'll think it's haunted." Grace shuddered with fear and turned to look at Lydia. "Mom, you walked without making any sound. You scare me to death. I was texting Adrian." Upon hearing this, Lydia's eyebrows immediately lit up. "What does a good son-in-law say?" "What else can I say?" Grace said coquettishly. "He can't wait for me to come over. Our happiness is about to begin." Okay. Seeing you happy makes me, your mother, happy too." Lydia seemed to have forgotten her previous grudge and said with a smile, "Then why don't you hurry up and put on your makeup? I remind you, I've already arranged for those people. Just put on your makeup and wait until the funeral is over. Even if it's done, someone will push you to the crematorium. Then you can leave directly from there. That way, no one will notice." She put a lot of effort into this funeral and spent a lot of money just to bribe the people at Chingshan Funeral Home. If Grace gets carried away by her complacency and lets the cat out of the bag, all the efforts will be in vain. "Mom, I know everything, but have you made all the arrangements carefully?" Grace was still a little worried. Money makes the world go round, so why can't it make people go round? Lydia rolled her eyes. "Just stay calm and don't cause any trouble for me. I'll take care of the rest. Remember, you're a dead man now." "I love you, Mom." Grace happily threw herself into Lydia's arms and hugged her tightly. Lydia's expression softened a bit, and she said earnestly, "What mother doesn't want her children to be happy? Isn't it for your true happiness that I do all this?" "It's also for my mother's future happiness in her old age," Grace added. Lydia didn't say much. After turning around and making sure that there was no one outside, she gestured for Grace to follow. Along the way, both mother and daughter were very cautious. Lydia checked the situation in front and only let Grace continue to follow after making sure that no one had discovered them. Finally, the two walked into a room. Lydia pointed at the cart and said, "Lie down." A makeup artist will be here to put on your makeup soon. I have to go outside to entertain the guests. I'm very busy today. Please don't do anything rash. Don't worry, Mom. This concerns my happiness. Grace raised 3 fingers on her right hand and promised, I promise to die beautifully. Lydia rolled her eyes and turned to leave, but the door suddenly opened. Ah! Lydia screamed in fright, shuddered violently, and almost fell to the ground. Grace's face suddenly turned pale, and she was at a loss. The mother and daughter looked carefully and found that it was Victor who pushed the door. You want to die? Lydia cursed angrily. Grace also complained. Dad, are you trying to scare us to death? Victor was wearing a black suit. His bruised face looked tired and haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he had not had enough rest. He looked at Grace and forced a wry smile that was uglier than crying. On an occasion like today, I am your father, and I have to come to see you off. He doesn't want to come, because he knew that once he came, he would inevitably face Lydia's scolding and even beatings. He has been exhausted these past 2 days. Yesterday, because of Ethan's sudden words, although he ran fast, he was still hit by things thrown by some onlookers, and his body is still in pain. But he knew better that today was his daughter's funeral. As a father, wouldn't it be the biggest flaw if he wasn't there? For the sake of his daughter's happiness, he still came. You old bastard. Lydia glared at Victor, a surge of anger rising to her head. How dare you come to your daughter's funeral? Why didn't you show up with that bitch Sophia? Really? Victor felt like he was hit hard in the chest, and he felt very suffocated. It feels so bad to be wronged. But as Ethan said, the current situation is that either he has to bear the blame, or he will be hacked to death by Sophia's husband. There is no other choice. Victor gritted his teeth, ignored Lydia, and walked over to Grace. Bang! Lydia was immediately furious when she was ignored and punched Victor on the back. You old bastard, say something. Victor groaned when he was hit, staggered, and almost fell on Grace, but fortunately he managed to hold the cart with both hands in time. He didn't look back, but squeezed out a sentence through his teeth in anger. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. I don't want to say anything more. Today is my daughter's funeral, a happy day. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to send her off as a father and witness her run towards happiness. Dad, Grace pursed her lips, looking sad. My dear daughter, after today, you will be free. Your future happiness is in your hands. Victor raised his hand, gently stroked the top of Grace's head, and softly reminded her, Promise, Dad, that you must die beautifully and don't let anyone find out. Dad will take you to the crematorium later. Dad will definitely protect you. Chapter 48. A grand and spectacular funeral. Dad. Grace's expression was moved. She looked up at Lydia and pursed her lips. Mom, promise me. Okay? For my happiness, you and Dad. Don't even think about it. Before she could finish her words, Lydia screamed like a cat with its fur standing on end. Grace, I'm telling you, for your happiness, I can endure it today, but after today, don't worry about what I do. Grace was stunned. What she actually wants is today. As long as she can endure today, she can fly to the other side of the ocean to pursue happiness. I'm afraid that when the funeral is over, my parents will have a fight because of my infidelity, and then all my efforts will be wasted. However, in order to maintain her image as a good daughter, she lowered her brows and spoke in a soothing tone. Actually, Mom, there's no hurdle in the world that can't be overcome. You and Dad have been together for so many years, and you know what kind of person he is. You can't just blame Dad. You should think about your own problems. Husband and wife in youth are companions in old age, and happiness is earned through hard work. Lydia was already suppressing her anger, and when she heard her daughter's words, she felt as if each word was like a sharp needle piercing her heart, causing her heart to be torn apart by pain. What kind of bullshit is this? She gritted her teeth and said, Managing your own happiness? You say it so easily, but you still want to pretend to be dead to pursue your happiness. If you have the ability, don't pretend to be dead and manage your happiness with Ethan. Mom. Grace's expression changed, and she said sternly, I've already told you that what's going on between Adrian and me is completely different from what's going on between you and Dad. Why don't you understand? I don't understand shit. Lydia put her hands on her hips, her face turning the color of liver. They're all about spreading your legs? What's the difference? You? Grace's face turned pale and red, but she still wanted to refute. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside. Lydia felt like she had been electrocuted. She rushed over and pushed Grace onto the cart. She sternly warned her, I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. It doesn't matter if you're after happiness or money. If you get caught today, our family will be completely disgraced. We'll be the butts of the world." Grace nodded her head like a rattle. Victor on the side looked at the mother and daughter sadly, looking like a walking corpse with a lost soul. The footsteps outside are getting closer. Lydia's expression changed suddenly as she cried out, "Ah," and tears flowed out of her eyes like they were free. Before Victor could react, she threw herself into Victor's arms, crying and pounding his chest with her fists. "My child's father. Woo. Why? Why does God treat our family like this, Grace? Grace is still so young." Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. The force was extremely strong. After a few punches, Victor's body trembled and his face turned red. But before he could shout, the door was pushed open. "Sir, madam, let's put the final touches on Miss Wong's makeup." Two undertakers in black suits and serious faces walked in. "Please accept my condolences and wait nearby, or go out and wait." "Woo-woo. Oh my God, my daughter." Bang, bang, bang. Lydia threw herself into Victor's arms, crying and beating him hard. Victor had no words to express his pain, so he could only endure the severe pain and said to the undertaker, "Sorry to bother you. We will go out to receive the guests first." 7 o'clock in the morning. The entire Qingshan funeral home was still shrouded in the hazy morning fog. The entire number 1 morning hall is decorated solemnly, with black and white tones as the main theme. Wreaths and elegiac couplets extended from the hall all the way out to the main road. Then, considering traffic issues, they were arranged layer by layer to the back, almost filling the entire open space in front of the morning hall. Not only that, even the passage was already covered with yellow chrysanthemums, extending from the main road into the morning hall. The wreaths are like a sea, with clusters of flowers, grand and magnificent. People passing by were so shocked by the scene that they stopped to watch and were stunned. Oh my God, who is being mourned in the number 1 morning room today? What a big scene. This scene is truly spectacular. Even though it's a tribute to the deceased, using the word spectacular is a bit disrespectful. But this scene is truly spectacular. So many wreaths, so many chrysanthemums. This grand display couldn't possibly be for some powerful noble, or some wealthy family, or even some underworld tycoon. But that doesn't make sense. I haven't heard of anyone passing away in the news recently. Damn it. Anyone who's been to funeral homes for a long time knows that this kind of grand ceremony is no small feat. Just take a picture and post it on social media to show off. Ethan and his parents arrived outside the number 1 morning hall early. However, it was still early and the guests had not arrived yet. So Ethan did not rush to take his parents into the morning hall, but waited outside with his parents. The parents' grief was beyond words. This made Ethan feel very sad. His father was still able to maintain his composure, with only slightly red eyes, but his mother could no longer hold on as soon as she got out of the car. If Ethan and his father had not been supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Finally, Ethan saw 2 familiar figures appear in front of the number 1 morning hall. It was Victor and Lydia. Shrouded in mist, the dim lights in the morning hall seemed a little desolate. The 2 of them supported each other as they walked out of the morning hall, staggering and dejected, expressing their grief vividly. But Ethan sneered in his heart. The Oscars should give them both an award. If it weren't for the situation and the need to save face, the old couple would probably have killed each other. With Lydia's personality, she would never tolerate Victor putting a hat on her. But the more they did this, the more excited Ethan became. After the funeral begins, can you continue to pretend? Father-in-law, mother-in-law. The mother was the first to let out a wail, then staggered towards the 2 of them. Relatives by marriage. Lydia reacted and cried out. The 2 families finally met at this funeral. Facing their mother's grief and tears, Victor and Lydia also demonstrated the style of the head of the family to the fullest, looking like they were trying hard to suppress their grief and sob to comfort her. Ethan and his father follow behind, and his father stepped forward to support his mother. Ethan stepped forward and supported Victor and Lydia on the left and right. He ignored their grief and feigned grief, saying, "Mom and Dad, it's almost time. The MC and the others are ready. As Grace's husband and your son-in-law, this is the only thing I can do. It's the funeral home's top package, and I've done everything I can to get Grace first in line. Let's send Grace off together. Ethan, you have a heart." Lydia burst into tears and patted Ethan's hand. "You are a good person, but our Grace doesn't have this blessing." Ethan's eyes were moist. As he listened to Lydia's S-words, he glanced at Victor's pig-headed face from the corner of his eye. He thought about all the sad things in his past life, which prevented him from laughing. It was at this time. The voice of the master of ceremonies in charge of the condolence sounded. Guests are arriving. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the funeral home staff set off fireworks and firecrackers, and the dense roar of explosions completely shattered the morning tranquility of Qingshan Funeral Home. Chapter 49. Fireworks shoot into the sky. Live funeral. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound of fireworks resounded through the sky, completely shattering the early morning tranquility of Qingshan Funeral Home. Mixed in with the sound was the roar of cannons. The sound was deafening and echoed in the mountains for a long time. This scene was truly shocking. Even those onlookers who were also preparing to bid farewell to their deceased loved ones in the early morning were stunned by the shocking scene. Oh my God, what important person died today? How come we didn't hear anything? The fireworks and cannons are so loud and clear. It's such a grand spectacle. If it's so impressive, why don't you invite the media to cover it? He's probably a wealthy local tycoon who wants to show off when he leaves. Wait, what are those people holding up their cell phone cameras for? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out among the crowd. Everyone looked over at once. On the main road of the funeral home, there was a huge group of people holding up their mobile phones and cameras, rushing towards the number 1 morning hall like a tide. Camera, mobile phone, lights, lighting board, all equipment is available. In addition to simply filming, there were several people standing in front of the camera and saying something. This scene stunned everyone. In this era of prevalence of self-media, it is no longer difficult to understand what people with these equipment do. Anchor. A group of anchors. If fireworks and cannons shooting up into the sky and shaking the earth are already grand and spectacular enough, then now, a group of internet anchors coming to broadcast a funeral. What is that? Who the hell wants to live stream a dead person's funeral? That's insane. Wait, could it be some big streamer? Is his family trying to use this as an opportunity to gain sympathy? How is that possible? I guess the local tycoon just wanted to leave in a dignified manner. Those anchors didn't seem to have much of an impression of him. It must be the little anchor fan Maisie. Little anchor? Look at that anchor in the middle. Who is that? A big anchor with 1 million followers. There was a lot of noise and discussion. If fireworks and salutes give people a physical shock, then a group of anchors rushing to broadcast a funeral will give the bystanders a naked psychological shock. Death is a serious matter. The end of life's journey is filled with sadness and pain. How crazy does a person have to be to live stream a funeral? Even bystanders are like this. Victor, Lydia, and others who had witnessed the incident were already stunned. Amid the blazing fireworks, they had already completed the guest reception ceremony. The only guests who came were a few distant cousins, who even Victor and Lydia were stunned for a long time before they remembered them. I thought the fireworks and salute were what Ethan called Grace's grand funeral, and there was nothing wrong with that. But when a group of anchors came to broadcast live, it was like a bolt from the blue, and it directly hit Victor and Lydia's brains and caused them to crash. What on earth is going on? The mother, tears streaming down her face, pointed at the anchors heading their way and asked, incomprehensibly, "It's a perfectly normal funeral, and why are these people interfering?" "Mom, this is my token of my love for Grace." Ethan looked forlorn, his eyes dim as he explained to his mother, "Grace and I were once a couple, but our relationship ended prematurely. Grace used to enjoy watching live streams when she had some free time. Having these streamers broadcasting live is like giving Grace a formal farewell ceremony to the public." These words were said to my mother. But Ethan said this to Victor and Lydia, and he also used these words to shut up the couple's questioning. "Anyway, don't ask. The only thing I'm asking is my love for my late wife." This statement is simply an unsolvable panacea. Ethan pondered in his heart, looking at the anchors walking towards him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he was just too kind. His sincere heart was exploited by the Wong family, who pushed him and his parents into the abyss. This time, let the Wong family see what it means that the abyss has a bottom and the human heart is hard to guess. Really? Victor and Lydia finally reacted after hearing this. The couple looked at each other first, then looked at Ethan at the same time. Lydia looked embarrassed and said, "My dear son-in-law, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Mom, what kind of swagger is this?" Ethan stepped forward and supported Lydia, saying earnestly, "This is my sincere love for Grace. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, I have arranged everything. I will definitely give Grace a grand funeral. Sincerity is always the secret weapon, but sometimes sincerity also needs to be used in a certain way. For example, Ethan's sincerity has made Lydia and Victor a little unsure of how to deal with it. Lydia looked lost, and her eyes were empty, not knowing how to respond to Ethan's words. Grace really died. They naturally wouldn't think there was anything wrong with Ethan holding such a grand funeral. But the key point is that this fake death funeral is the most crucial link for their family to escape. The bigger the scene, the harder it will be for them to get away. It will also dramatically increase the chances of a funeral going wrong, etc. Victor's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly realized, Ethan, you mean, now that it has come to this, the funeral you arranged for Grace is far more than this? Distant cousins and neighbors were all present. Aoyama Funeral Home's top package. A group of anchors swarmed to broadcast live. This isn't over yet? Of course, Dad. Ethan nodded with a sad look on his face. You and Mom didn't have time to arrange Grace's funeral. How could I treat my wife badly? Victor, he felt his eyelids twitching instantly, and an ominous premonition suddenly burst out. He could feel his heart about to beat out of his chest. It's almost killing me. Then what else? Lydia finally reacted and asked tremblingly. She didn't even realize that the palm of her right hand, which was held by Ethan, was covered in sweat. Ethan remained noncommittal and sighed. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks and cannons once again shot into the sky, resounding throughout the world. Guests are arriving. The voice of the funeral master of ceremonies sounded at the same time. Victor and Lydia had no time to think about anything else and immediately went to greet the guests who came to pay their respects. They're the main family members of the funeral. Even the weight of their father and mother is far less than that of them, so they have to receive the guests themselves. It only took a moment. A group of anchors have already divided their respective live broadcast areas and set up their equipment. My friends, welcome to the live broadcast room. Today's content is funeral. It is with great sadness that my family informs you that I have dared to change the content of my live broadcast today. This is also the funeral of a close friend of mine. I hope she can pass away in a dignified manner, and I hope her family can join me in remembering her. Family, friends, brothers, and sisters, welcome to my funeral live broadcast. Ethan looked at the group of anchors with sad expressions, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's different when you spend money, but this is just an appetizer. Chapter 50, which Superboss died? Ethan, you're so thoughtful. The father patted Ethan's shoulder with relief. Grace is so lucky to be with you. You are so sincere. As a father, I am also relieved. At least my child is an honest and kind person. Dad, with the influence of you and Mom, how bad can I be? Ethan smiled bitterly, his eyes reddening a little. Don't people always put themselves in others' shoes? We're husband and wife. As long as Grace doesn't let me down, how could I let her down? The answer was a double entendre, but the father and mother who were kept in the dark could not understand it. Boom, boom, boom. Guests are arriving. Boom, boom, boom. Guests are arriving. As the time got closer to 8 o'clock in the morning, more and more guests came to pay their respects. The funeral master's voice rang out one after another, and the fireworks and cannons throughout the Qingshan funeral home continued without stopping, soaring into the sky and echoing in the mountains. Even in the early morning, countless fireworks shot up into the sky, emitting a brilliance visible to the naked eye. Even the morning mist lingering in the Qingshan funeral home was completely dispelled. The scene was truly shocking. The onlookers were already dumbfounded and speechless. It's nothing but shocking. Faced with such a grand funeral scene, the anchors seemed to be energized and worked hard to broadcast the event, striving to present the most complete and sensational side of the funeral. The popularity of the live broadcast room is also skyrocketing at an extremely exaggerated speed. After all, in today's self-media era, even though many live broadcast methods have emerged, some anchors are even willing to destroy their values and write scripts for the sake of popularity and traffic. But who has ever seen a real live broadcast of a funeral? Putting aside other things, the shocking scenes of the salutes and fireworks on the scene are enough to attract attention. What followed was speculation about the identity of the deceased in each anchor's live broadcast room. Ethan stood with his parents in front of the morning hall. When Victor and Lydia welcomed the guests, he went forward to greet them and then arranged the guest seats with the funeral home staff. He would only step forward to greet someone if they were a close blood relative or an elder. 7:30 in the morning. The entire number 1 morning hall was crowded with guests inside and outside. Rows and rows of guests stood waiting in 3 layers inside and outside. Victor and Lydia were busy welcoming guests and were already sweating and exhausted. The number of guests now alone is already huge. The scene was comparable to the funerals of some underworld bosses and industry giants that had been reported in the media. But the guests are still coming in an endless stream. As the scene grew more and more intense, the only question lingering in the minds of onlookers and viewers in the live broadcast room was, who died? No one knows. The anchors even took the job and broadcast live for money, without knowing the identity of the deceased. But it is this kind of secrecy that arouses people's curiosity even more, causing the number of online users in each live broadcast room to skyrocket. So much so that even on the social hot list, it is soaring at a rocket-like speed. Hey, who's dead? If it was a big shot, there would definitely be rumors leaking out before the funeral. This funeral was even more sensational than my wedding day. It's true that being rich is good. When I die, if my family gives me such a sensational funeral, I'll be grinning in my grave. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is horrifying. The mainstream media didn't even report this first. So it's very likely that the deceased family members have collectively silenced the news of his death before this. The onlookers were speculating, but everyone's guess was that Grace was a terrifying being, and the sense of mystery was skyrocketing as people talked about it. The whole audience was shocked and talking about it. Perhaps only Victor and Lydia were trembling with fear, with cold sweat pouring down their backs and almost soaking their entire bodies. There were too many guests, and the couple who were in charge of the reception were already exhausted and out of breath. But looking at the cars rushing towards them on the main road like a river of stars rushing towards them, they were both filled with fear and despair. He was too lazy to even control his facial expression and just let fear and worry show on his face. What should I do? What should I do now? Lydia gritted her teeth, her right hand tightly pinching Victor's waist. You old bastard, when you cheated on your niece, wasn't your brain quick? Now this situation. How should we end today? She is scared. Even if one is domineering and overbearing by nature, one's heart will beat faster and his scalp will tingle when faced with such a scene. The key. I still can't think of a way to break the deadlock. Victor grimaced in pain, his face turning red and blue. How should I know? I didn't arrange this funeral. It was Ethan who made such a big fuss for Grace. What do you want me to do? Besides entertaining customers, what else can I do? You. Lydia bared her teeth, wishing she could bite Victor. But this anger was suppressed again when the host shouted, "The guests have arrived," and he went forward to greet them. Distant cousins, neighbors. The number of these people alone is already a terrifying number. But this time, more than a dozen cars drove over from a distance at the same time. Neat and orderly parking. As Victor and Lydia watched anxiously, all the car doors opened at the same time. Marcus got out of the car first. His bandaged bald head was particularly eye-catching. As soon as he landed, he shouted loudly, "Shung Ding Company, shareholders and all employees of the company are here to pay their respects and bid farewell to President Wang. Everyone in the company." Victor and Lydia were so shocked that their brains almost crashed. But immediately afterwards, Lydia caught sight of Sophia in the dense crowd. A surge of resentment erupted. She looked sad, but her teeth were biting so hard that they made a squeaking sound. Victor, on the other hand, frowned, subconsciously pulled Lydia's hand, and whispered, it's over. Hurry up and find a solution. Everyone in the company is here, and the situation is getting out of control. Deal with your mother." Lydia felt the scratching on her palm and suddenly felt nauseous. "Go talk to that bitch." Victor blushed and was speechless for a moment. Without waiting for Victor and Lydia to come forward to greet them, nor for all the employees of Shungding Company to come forward. The host's voice sounded again. "The guests have arrived." This time, the dense crowd looked towards the main road at the same time. The next second, a cry of surprise rang out. "Yes, it's a news truck. Oh my God, it's scary enough that the anchor is here live, but why do they even scare the mainstream media's live truck out? It's more than just a news car. Didn't you see that car behind us? We've even got a mobile communications base station car. Oh my God. Why don't you stop cremating me and open your eyes to see what happened today? It seems like all the mainstream media, even the print media, have been involved. Oh my goodness. Who died in such a sensational way?" The crowd exclaimed in surprise, as if it were a bolt from the blue. Victor and Lydia were stunned on the spot, feeling as if they had fallen into an icy cave, with chills all over their bodies and a dizziness. Oh my God, please don't do this. Chapter 51. The thief is guilty. The four major families are here. If only the scene were more grand. Even distant cousins and neighbors came to pay their respects, and anchors broadcast the event live. Victor and Lydia gritted their teeth and managed to bear it. Even if you're nervous or scared, you can suppress it with reason. But now, the situation seems to be out of control and is getting worse and worse. All employees of Shengding Company were present, which dramatically increased the risk of asset transfer. Sophia was the only one who handled the entire process. There is no such thing as a leak-proof wall. If someone in the company had discovered even the slightest clue and suddenly brought it up at the funeral, it would have caused a huge uproar. Even if it is just a rumor, it could disrupt the smooth progress of the entire funeral. The presence of mainstream media immediately elevated Grace's funeral to a very high level of status. Even in the era of self-media, although the popularity of mainstream media has declined, their status is still irreplaceable by self-media. In a sense, they're orthodox. Ordinary people may doubt the information from self-media and only treat it as leisure and entertainment after dinner. But they will never doubt the authenticity of information from the mainstream media. The mainstream media's coverage of the deceased also respects and highlights the deceased's status and identity. Given Grace's status, her death alone would not be enough to attract the full attention of the mainstream media. If this fake funeral were to be exposed and characterized by the mainstream media, the Wong family would lose more than just people. Instead, they will completely become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat them. Even if they want to make a comeback in the future, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. The appearance of mainstream media is like a decisive blow. The cost of exposing the funeral was raised to a level that made Victor and Lydia terrified and desperate just thinking about it. Cost and reward are always proportional. But when the cost is magnified to the extreme, people's psychological defenses will tend to break down. What should I do now? Lydia's anger faded, and fear made her calm down. She murmured tremblingly, if this gets exposed, it will be completely over. Victor's swollen, purple, and red pig-headed face looked ashen at the moment, and he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He even ignored Lydia's terrified cries. Similarly, when facing Shengding Company and mainstream media, the two of them stood still, which was rare, and did not step forward to greet them for a while. Ethan naturally saw everything. He had no idea what Victor and Lydia were talking about. From where they were standing, no one could even hear them. But he knew very well that the couple must be very panicked right now. Shengding Company increased their risk of bankruptcy, and the mainstream media's on-site coverage sharply increased the price they would have to pay after the bankruptcy. Faced with such risks and costs, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. A thief will always feel guilty. Mom and Dad, it's my turn. Ethan said something sadly to his parents, then strode towards Shengding Company and the mainstream media. Everyone, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Ethan quickly passed by Victor and Lydia and clasped his fists towards the Shengding crowd and media reporters. This scene, Victor and Lydia were suddenly awakened, and their eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light. There is help. Neither of them knew how to approach the situation, and Ethan's approach just solved their urgent problem. President Ethan. Marcus greeted Ethan seriously. Everyone, please come in, Ethan responded, glancing sideways at Sophia in the crowd before continuing sadly. I apologize for the poor hospitality at my late wife's funeral. Marcus waved his hand. We all want to see President Wong off for the last time. President Ethan, you guys go ahead and do your work. We'll take care of the company's staff. Ethan watched everyone walk towards the number 1 morning hall, his eyes revealing a subtle coldness as he glanced at Victor and Lydia. The undisguised fear and panic on the two people's faces made him extremely satisfied and felt proud. However, this is far from enough. Ethan turned to look at the mainstream media and greeted them with a sad look on his face. The leading reporter quickly stepped forward, microphone in hand. Mr. Chun, we are deeply saddened to hear the news of your beloved wife, Ms. Grace's sudden and tragic passing. Therefore, we would like to broadcast the funeral live, so that the story of Mr. Wong from Shengding Company can be shared with the public. I'm so tired from the journey. Thank you all for your kindness to my late wife. Ethan's red eyes were filled with tears, and he said in a sad voice, we also heard about the love the gentleman had for his late wife when we received the interview notice. Please accept our condolences. The leading reporter looked sympathetic and said with emotion, Mr. Chun, please go ahead and do your work. We will make our own arrangements. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. Ethan wiped the tears from his eyes and pointed to Victor and Lydia not far away. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are over there. Boom! Victor and Lydia, who were secretly delighted, were suddenly struck by lightning. What? Is it coming towards us now? Almost instantly, Lydia reached behind Victor with her right hand and gave him a hard push. Victor's body trembled violently, and he looked at Lydia in horror. Lydia said, You shouldn't push, but you do. Do you look at me when you should push? Victor, following Ethan's pointing, all the mainstream media reporters turned their eyes to Victor and Lydia. After a brief pause, everyone walked towards the two of them. Victor and Lydia felt like ants in a hot pan, feeling extremely anxious. Especially Victor, who was pushed, looked at the crowd of reporters coming over, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead, and his legs were trembling slightly. Oh my God, don't do this. Victor burst into tears of fear and despair. But to the reporters, these are nothing more than the pain of losing a daughter. However, guests are arriving. The funeral master's voice sounded at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the whole audience suddenly exclaimed and burst into uproar. In full view of the public, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up from the main road. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. 99999, the number of the Supreme Emperor. That's the exclusive car of the head of the Zhang family, one of the four great families. Boom! The whole audience exploded. Countless eyes converged on it. Even the reporters from the mainstream media stopped in their tracks, turned around, and aimed their cameras precisely at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Phew! I'm saved. Victor stared at the reporters intently. When he saw them turn around, he let out a long sigh, feeling relieved that he had survived a disaster, etc. Suddenly, Victor took a deep breath and the breath got stuck in his throat. His facial features widened, and he looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in horror. Why are all the four major families here? What has my daughter done to deserve this? Chapter 52, Top Funeral. Number 1 on the hot list. The four major families? Lydia was standing behind Victor and blurted out the words almost at the same time. She felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Fortunately, she grabbed Victor in time and did not fall to the ground. The four major families are at the top of the pyramid in Fuqing. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the Wang family and Shengding are already high and mighty. But in front of the four major families, he is still just one of the countless living beings. In the past, even if Grace, the president of Shengding Company, was at the peak of her career, it would have relied on luck to meet people from the four major families. But what about now? A funeral, and four major families came to pay their respects? Or is it the exclusive car of the head of the Zhang family who comes here? Is there any need to guess who is in the car? Why? Victor turned to Lydia in horror. Lydia murmured, Are we worthy? As strong and domineering as she is also confused at this moment and knows that she is not worthy. Finally, amid the exclamations of the crowd and under the cover of countless spotlights, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. The three luxury cars following behind also stopped at the same time, and a group of people got out quickly. One of them announced loudly, The Zhang family has come to offer condolences. This sentence was extremely valuable and instantly silenced the entire audience. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the passenger door of the Rolls-Royce opened and a graceful figure got out first. It was Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Qinghe wore a black long dress, showing her seriousness and solemnity. She wore no makeup and had a high ponytail, looking elegant and refined. As soon as he got out of the car, he quickly walked around to the back seat and opened the door. Then, Zhang Wuji slowly got off the car, and a middle-aged man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses also got off with him. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Zhang Wuji, the old man of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianyu, and Zhang Qinghe, 3 generations of the Zhang family, have all come to pay their respects. Quick, take pictures. My God, this funeral is truly magnificent. 3 generations of the Zhang family are all in the same frame. This is a rare occasion. Definitely front page news, hiss. Damn, this is definitely going to be the headlines. Family members, friends, look at this funeral, isn't it awesome? See that car? The supreme number. And do you see those 3 people? 3 generations of the Zhang family, all paying their respects together. My dear friends in the live studio, I'm so lucky to be able to attend a funeral of this level. 666, my friends, go. My family. Well, look who that is. Whose funeral is this? Even the Zhang family is here, and it's a rare sight to see 3 generations of a family together. The deceased must have been a super powerful person. Tell the funeral home staff to postpone my mother's cremation. I want to see what's going on today. Damn it. This funeral is way more elaborate than my wedding. If I wasn't afraid of getting beaten, I'd really want to go and see who died right now. In an instant, the whole place exploded. The mainstream media went crazy, the anchors went crazy, and even the onlookers went completely crazy. Even the guests who came to pay their respects couldn't help but exclaim in joy when they realized what was happening. The Zhang family. That's the Zhang family. I can actually attend the funeral with the Zhang family. I'm so proud of myself. Help me take a picture quickly. I want to post on WeChat moments. Oh my God, I made the right decision to come to this funeral today. The Wang family has truly made a name for themselves. Grace's death has caused such a huge stir. I heard from the media that it's like a blessing that 3 generations of the Zhang family are pictured together. A funeral that was held with such grandeur and splendor. If my death was half as grand as this, I'd wake up laughing even while lying in the crematorium. The whole audience went completely crazy. There were even some people who were excited and happy to be able to attend the same funeral. They were complacent and felt extremely superior because they could attend the same funeral with the Zhang family. It's already #1 on the hot list. It's already #1 on the hot list. One of the anchors suddenly shouted in ecstasy and jumped 3 times on the spot. The other anchors also screamed at the same time. The scene was no longer just sensational, but had become somewhat out of control. If the previous part was just to make the funeral grand and sensational. If we say that the presence of mainstream media made the funeral more valuable and more orthodox. The presence of the Zhang family made the value of the entire funeral infinitely higher. Even Ethan was a little panicked by the Zhang family's presence. He didn't expect it at all. It wasn't his plan either. Friend Chun, Ethan with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, his face heavy. Before Ethan could react, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhang Wuji took the initiative to reach out and grasp Ethan's right hand. It's really rude of you to come here uninvited. I'm here to offer my condolences to my deceased wife. Please forgive me. Ethan, abrupt? It's really too abrupt. So abruptly beautiful. Ethan used all his strength to suppress the corners of his mouth that were harder to hold down than an AK. He had thought the plan was explosive enough. But the arrival of the Zhang family undoubtedly added a highlight to this funeral. Grace, are you going to die or not now? Following closely behind Zhang Wuji were Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Qinghe. Ethan with complicated eyes without saying a word. Instead, Zhang Tianyu stepped forward and said sadly, Mr. Chun, I heard from my father about my daughter's ridiculous behavior. Fortunately, you helped me. Tianyu is very grateful. Ethan came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Tianyu without commenting. He changed the subject and made a pleased gesture to the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, saying, please wait for a moment. Okay, this is a serious matter. You are extremely sad. Don't worry about us. There are more important friends in the future who need you to receive them. Zhang Wuji waved his hand and said meaningfully. Ethan's expression was stern. More important friends? Just think of this. Guests are arriving. Several Rolls-Royces drove over directly from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a voice rang out. That car in front, that is the exclusive car of the head of the C family, one of the 4 great wealthy families. Boom! The whole place exploded. Screams reached the sky, even louder than the sound of fireworks and cannons. Before the C family's car stopped, several Bentley luxury cars followed closely behind. Guests are arriving. Boom, boom, boom. Wang family. That's the Wang family's convoy. Guests are arriving. Boom, boom, boom. Chi family. That's the Chi family's convoy. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks and salutes exploded in the sky and earth. The entire crowd cheered loudly. The 4 major families came together to pay their respects. How explosive was this funeral? How glorious is this death? It's simply top-notch. The gods who looked down upon all living things suddenly jumped off the clouds at the same time and mourned with the people. Even Ethan was completely stunned. This is truly a top all-star lineup. It would be a shame for this funeral if Grace didn't die. At this moment, Grace had no idea how serious the situation outside had become. She did her best to play the role of a cold corpse. But while lying on the cart, he still couldn't control his longing for Adrian. Even after burying himself under the white cloth and making sure there was no one around, he still couldn't help sending WeChat messages to Adrian. Missing, you can only make me spit bubbles when we meet. I'm gonna die soon, and then I can fly to the other side of the ocean to find you, hold you in my arms, hee, and then make bubbles to ease the pain of missing you. Wait until that loser Ethan pays the price for his loserness. This funeral will be over soon. Love you. Chapter 53. Funeral? Carnival Feast. After sending this message, Grace carefully hid her phone, folded her hands on her chest, and closed her eyes. To her, it was just a sleep. When she woke up, she realized that the matter was already settled. She and her parents had already booked their tickets and would fly directly to the other side of the ocean to pursue happiness. As for Ethan, we had already parted ways by then and were both doing well. Ethan, I'm sorry. I'm just pursuing my own happiness. You're just a replacement in my life. You took advantage of me when I was at my lowest point. Maybe without your sudden intrusion, I would be able to reconcile with Adrian now, instead of having to run to Adrian in this way. All this is your fault. Grace thought so as she closed her eyes. It seems that everything I am doing now is taken for granted. At this moment, the #1 morning hall has completely exploded. The noise was deafening and the crowds were surging. Countless flashes and live broadcast lights covered the 4 major families. The fact that 3 generations of the Zhang family attended the morning ceremony together was sensational enough. Now that the 4 major families have appeared at the same time, what an honor it is. As the top of the pyramid of Fuqing, the value of the 4 major families is self-evident. Their simultaneous appearance to pay their respects is equivalent to elevating the deceased to the same level as them. And today's funeral is Grace. He's just the president of Shengding Company. Before this funeral, no one would have connected Shengding Company with the 4 major families. Unless you are crazy. But now, reality is like a bolt from the blue, completely bombarding the entire place. The roar of fireworks and cannons in the sky seemed insignificant and was completely drowned out by the thunderous screams of the audience. Mom, wait for your cremation first. I want to see which super boss can mobilize the 4 major families today. Impossible. I must be still asleep. I'm still dreaming. Who on earth could have died that would have caused the 4 major families to show up to pay their respects simultaneously? With such a grand display, if I'm not dreaming, I really can't imagine who else it could be. Oh my God, Zhang, Wang, Qi, and Si are all here. Even the grand banquets of the past year haven't brought together the 4 major families like this. A funeral has disturbed them all. Quickly take a picture and post on social media. Today's atmosphere is simply amazing. Take pictures of them all. Those are the 4 major families. Oh my God, this is not just going to top the hot list. This is going to blow up the hot list. Brothers and sisters, my old friends, let's go to Beer Star and show you the 4 major families, all in one place. Focus on the 4 major families. All cameras and lights, focus on them. This funeral today is going to be a huge hit. It's definitely going to be front page news. Even for us mainstream media, it's been a while since we've been able to film the 4 major families at the same time. We were really lucky to come to this funeral today. Oh my goodness, editor-in-chief, station director, leaders, I'm practically snapping away. This is headline news, absolutely viral. This month's bonuses and performance bonuses are off the charts. Whether it was the onlookers, the anchors, or the mainstream media representing orthodoxy, they were all completely crazy at this moment, as if they had participated in a glorious carnival feast. Excitement, carnival, laughter. It seemed that for a moment, everyone forgot that this was a funeral because of the 4 major families. But some were happy, while others were shocked. Victor and Lydia were completely stunned. The couple stood one in front and one behind like sculptures with dull eyes, their pupils dilated and their eyeballs almost popping out. We don't deserve it. These 4 words roared madly in the couple's minds like rolling thunder. But witnessing this scene, the 2 men felt terrified and weak all over, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of despair and darkness. In the Shengding Company team, Marcus witnessed the shocking scene, his eyes flickering, his lips parted as he murmured, Fortunately, the 4 major families have all arrived. Ethan, you hit really well. From Marcus, Sophia stared at the 4 shining families in a daze. How did they come? A small Shengding and a betrayed Grace who faked her death. Are they worthy of the condolences of the 4 major families? Where does Grace get her face? Etc. Suddenly, Sophia's body trembled. and a flash of lightning flashed through her mind. Grace can't do it, Shengding can't do it, and Victor and Lydia definitely can't do it either. But it seems there's an exception. Sophia's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she locked onto Ethan, who was standing at the front of the crowd. Is it him? For a moment, even Sophia didn't know why she connected it to Ethan. But when her eyes focused on Ethan, the thought in her mind grew like a weed. Is it such a big deal? Ethan couldn't help it any longer. When he raised his hand to rub his nose, he covered the upturned corners of his mouth. The fact that 3 generations of the Zhang family appeared in the same frame was enough to shock him. Following closely behind were the other 3 major families. This is your card, Mr. Chun. A deep voice came from behind. Ethan turned to look at Zhang Wuji, who had not yet walked far, with some confusion. The C family's presence was barely acceptable. After all, they had interacted with each other in the underground boxing world. But what about the Wang and Qi families? Zhang Wuji spoke in a low voice. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. My friend, you helped me save Qinghe, and in turn, helped me win over the C family. Since the Zhang family is here to pay their respects, they will of course follow. Ethan suddenly understood. Rather than saying it is his card face, it is better to say it is a chain reaction caused by the 3 generations of the Zhang family appearing in the same frame. What's more crucial is the move he used against Zhang Qinghe in the underground boxing ring, the immortal exploring the cave. Not only did he investigate Zhang Qinghe, at the same time, we also discovered the 4 major families. Mr. Chun, please forgive me for coming uninvited to my deceased wife's funeral. Si Tianming was the first to walk up to Ethan, his face heavy, and he clasped his fists in a bow. Sir, please accept my condolences. Please don't bother with your arrangements. We can stay with the Zhang family. Ethan nodded. Thank you. Si Tianming then brought his men to the Zhang family. The Wang family followed closely behind, led by a tall, majestic old man. Mr. Chun, I am Wang Tianpeng. This is our first meeting, especially in such an occasion. It is also the Wang family's imprudent act to come and offer condolences. Please forgive me. Thank you, Master Wang. Ethan nodded, indicating please. After the Wang family walked towards the Zhang and Si families. The Qi family caught up again, but what surprised Ethan was that the leader of the Qi family was an old lady with silver hair and wearing a cheongsam. The old lady was dressed in the style of the Republic of China, exuding elegance and grace, especially a pair of specially made gold-rimmed glasses that added a touch of elegance. She leaned on a crutch in her right hand and bowed to Ethan with her left hand, saying, Amit Ba, I, Qi Jiakasi, have brought my family to pay my respects to Mr. Chen's deceased wife. Qi Sui? Ethan was shocked. This person was comparable to Zhang Wuji, and even older than Zhang Wuji. It seems 100 years old? He only vaguely remembered it, but not very clearly. However, he quickly returned the greeting. Please come in, old Madam Qi. Thank you very much. Just when Qi Sui and her family were reuniting with the 3 major families. Ethan raised his hand again and pointed at Victor and Lydia. Everyone, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are over there. Chapter 54. Ethan, is he the perfect son-in-law? This finger. It is no less powerful than the finger of the immortal exploring the cave in the boxing ring. In an instant, everyone from the 4 major families followed the direction Ethan pointed and looked at Victor and Lydia. Along with their gazes, the cameras and flashes were also moving wildly. Click, click, click. There were dense shutter sounds, accompanied by flashes. Coupled with the live broadcast lights of the anchors, Victor and Lydia were illuminated so brightly that they were completely different from the surrounding daylight. Victor, who am I? Lydia, where am I? The gazes of the 4 major families brought them back to their senses instantly, as if the sky was falling down on them. The flashes and focused lights were more like countless huge hands tearing at their bodies, stripping them clean and exposing them in broad daylight. Fear, absurdity, trance, guilty conscience. All kinds of emotions are growing wildly like weeds. Victor and Lydia still remained standing stiffly, but their bodies were already soaked with sweat. If it was a real funeral, with such a grand occasion today, and the 4 major families present to pay their respects, even if they were in deep grief, they would definitely be cheered up. Lydia, who is very concerned about her reputation, she can't help but feel complacent. After all, this scene really made her proud. But this funeral is fake. It was a fake death funeral that was painstakingly planned and instigated by their family, so that Grace could escape unscathed. The scene has become so big now that even the four major families are here. How can we continue? Are you really going to send your daughter into the crematorium and burn her? Obviously impossible. But it's such a sensational scene. How will it end if he doesn't die? Victor and Lydia were bathed in countless lights, and they felt as if they were worse than death, as if they were covered not by countless lights, but by blazing fire and hot oil. The shocking scene of the four major families walking towards them almost made the couple kneel down. What should I do, my wife? What should I do now? Victor was so anxious that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He murmured softly, should I ask Grace to come out? Please, Mom. She's a corpse now. Lydia was so angry that her teeth were about to break, and she wanted to kill Victor on the spot. How could this bastard be so cowardly and come up with such shitty ideas? Calling Grace out now would be equivalent to self-destruction, wouldn't it? Could he say to Grace, daughter, please get up and see how awesome the scene is outside? Stop playing dead. Obviously impossible. Victor can no longer be relied upon. Lydia gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. If you can't do it, I'll do it. But as she took a step, she accidentally bumped into Victor. Victor's face changed drastically, his body swayed, and with a bang, he knelt down in front of the four major families, kneeling straight. Victor was confused. Lydia was confused. The whole audience was stunned. The excited screams suddenly stopped. Even Ethan and the four major families were confused. This kneeling was so sudden. How could the head of the family kneel down directly to mourners at a funeral? Mr. Wong, we can't afford this great gift. Zhang Wuji was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward, solemnly grabbed Victor's arm, and helped him up. During this process, Victor felt like he was being shaken all over, like a shaking noodle, unable to calm down at all. Zhang Wuji clearly felt the tremors coming from Victor's shoulders and thought it was just Victor being too excited or too sad. He helped Victor up, patted Victor's shoulder gently with his right hand, and said with emotion, Mr. Wong is so lucky to have a son-in-law like Ethan. I envy him. Boom. Victor's whole body trembled, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened into an O shape. He almost knelt in front of Zhang Wuji again and asked in a shrill, hoarse voice in disbelief, what did you say? Mr. Wong is so lucky to have a son-in-law like Ethan. I am so envious. Zhang Wuji repeated it without understanding why. Victor shuddered again and almost subconsciously glanced at Ethan, and Ethan's eyes met Victor's for a moment. After confirming through eye contact, it was still the same person. But how could this loser become a son-in-law? Or did it come from the mouths of people from the four major families? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am hallucinating. It's absolutely hallucinatory. Victor was instantly certain that he was hallucinating. It was no longer a question of not hearing clearly. So he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. With a pop sound, the slap sounded crisp and loud. Zhang Wuji. What kind of peculiar way of returning the favor is this? But the old man is old. What kind of scenes has he not seen? Even though he was feeling nervous, his facial expression remained perfectly controlled and calm. You say it again? Victor slapped himself. He pointed at Zhang Wuji and asked with veins bulging on his neck. Zhang Wuji. Lydia, who was standing by, finally reacted. She hurried forward and pulled Victor to the back. She said to Zhang Wuji with an apologetic look on her face, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. My husband is so sad about losing his daughter that he's a little crazy. But when you praised Ethan, were you really serious? Or did I hear it wrongly? Of course I'm serious. Zhang Wuji finally showed doubt on his face. He was very good at controlling his facial expressions, but he couldn't handle Victor and Lydia's incessant and repetitive questioning. Lydia was stunned. Ethan? A good son-in-law? Ha! Are you kidding me? If he were a perfect son-in-law, wouldn't it be a shame for us to fake our own death and divorce him? What about Adrian on the other side of the ocean? Ethan can be a son-in-law. Then doesn't that mean Adrian is also a real dragon? Lydia pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly and changed the subject. Thank you so much for your kindness, old man. I'm a guest from afar. Please come in. Zhang Wuji nodded slightly, then walked towards the mourning hall. Behind him, the Zhang family and the three major families followed. As they passed by, the dense crowds automatically parted to make way for them, while casting excited and joyful glances at them. Only Victor and Lydia stood there dumbfounded. Both of them were somewhat skeptical of what Zhang Wuji had just said. Do you think what he said is true? Victor asked. Lydia frowned and said, Do you believe me, or do you believe he is Qin Shi Huang? Victor thought for a moment and said, I believe you. Lydia rolled her eyes and said nothing. Ethan witnessed everything, remaining calm and composed, his eyes becoming even colder. Some people, even if you put the facts in front of them and whisper the answers into their ears, they're unwilling to accept them or believe them. People are just so ridiculous sometimes. When you choose to pretend to be asleep, no matter how others call you, you really can't wake up? It's really him. Sophia witnessed everything with her own eyes. A blush appeared on her heavily made-up face, and her heart beat faster and faster. At this moment, she looked at Ethan with eyes full of love, almost foaming at the mouth. Chapter 55. The Funeral of Roses, Burying Memories of the Past. It seems it's also a good choice. Sophia's face flushed, and, as she murmured softly, the decision in her heart became more firm than ever. She turned, her eyes gazing into the number 1 morning hall with a flood of water, and thought to herself, Grace, did you see the grand spectacle outside? Your funeral was attended by even the 4 great families because of Ethan, and yet you called him a waste and betrayed him in this way. Now, perhaps your cremation is the best option, and the best for me too. She was not foolish enough to expose the Wong family's conspiracy until now. For her, if the funeral goes on, Grace's family will be in a dilemma. Into the crematorium, Grace died. If they don't go into the crematorium, the Wong family will be completely disgraced. Neither price is something the Wong family can afford, but these are the only 2 options left. No matter which one it is, Sophia is happy to see it, and it will be beneficial for her to continue developing her relationship with Ethan. 8 o'clock in the morning. The funeral master of ceremonies announced loudly, "The condolences begin." Sad funeral music suddenly resounded inside and outside the morning hall, and the loud sound seemed to echo in the mountains. Amidst the excitement and revelry, the sound gradually faded away. There was a lingering trace of excitement and joy on everyone's face, but also a layer of sadness. The 2 expressions intertwined on his face seemed so fake. Ethan quickly caught up with his parents, Victor and Lydia, and the 5 of them walked into the number 1 morning room side by side. The morning hall was already crowded with people. Solemn and serious, sadness is pervasive. There is only a large open space in the center. Ethan and the other 4 stood beside the clearing. My mother and father were already sobbing uncontrollably, and my mother had already broken into tears. If my father hadn't been supporting her, she would have probably collapsed to the ground. Even when the 4 major families arrived, they were only given a glance by the old couple. Victor and Lydia snuggled up to each other, crying and trembling. Although they were all grieving, they were obviously much more relaxed than their mother and father. But now, such ease is actually not too noticeable. On the contrary, it is among the 4 major families. Zhang Qinghe frowned and muttered softly, "Why are my mother-in-law and father-in-law crying even more sadly than my own mother and father?" Qinghe. Zhang Wuji and Zhang Tianyu glanced at Zhang Qinghe at the same time. Ethan deeply. She is proud. She is the best in martial arts among her peers in the Zhang family, which gives her the capital to be proud. Ethan in the underground boxing world completely shattered her arrogance. Even now, the injuries in her body have not healed. But she was not depressed by being defeated. Instead, she was amazed by Ethan's martial arts skills. Ethan is only a few years older than her. Without any systematic accumulation of martial arts resources, how could this man be so vigorous? Is it true that there really are martial arts geniuses in this world who are extremely compatible with martial arts? Zhang Qinghe calls himself a genius, but after a decisive battle with Ethan in the ring, he suddenly wakes up and realizes that his talent seems to have only reached the threshold of daring to be a genius. Curiosity about Ethan was stronger than ever before. What's more, this man is the one that my grandfather always praises and never hesitates to praise. But it's really quite handsome. Is this the mature charm of a married man? Ethan with a sad face, his mind full of random thoughts, but he inexplicably felt his heart beating faster. Her delicate body trembled, her pretty face flushed, and she glanced secretly at her grandfather and father beside her like a child who had done something wrong. Damn it! Zhang Qinghe, what are you thinking about? Zhang Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his grandfather didn't find out. The condolence ceremony begins. The MC's voice echoed throughout the venue. The crowd automatically parted to create a wide passage, the focus of everyone's attention. The whole audience was silent, under the focus of countless flashes and lights. Grace's body was slowly pushed by the funeral home staff to the open space where Ethan and others were standing. Grace was lying on the cart, covered with a white cloth. The whole place was so quiet that she didn't know what was going on around her. All she heard was sad funeral music and some dense clicking sounds of shutters. I just feel it's very dazzling. What happened? Even with her eyes closed, Grace could clearly feel flashes of white light passing before her eyes. She carefully opened her eyes a little, and all she saw was the white cloth and the light shining through it. With so many lights, is this a special farewell from the funeral home? She couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, the sound of footsteps coming from all around scared Grace so much that she didn't care about anything else and quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. The funeral master's voice rang out. "Everyone, please allow Mr. Ethan to show a little favoritism to his late wife." The sound echoed throughout the venue. Ethan took the microphone from the MC and said sadly, "I'm sorry, everyone. Grace loved roses so much that I arranged so many roses around her. I also wanted to give her a funeral filled with roses." Grace, pushing carts full of roses. These words and this scene moved everyone. What true love! The same thought instantly popped up in everyone's mind. Take a picture quickly. Mr. Chun is really a lovesick man. Such a big preference. If it gets reported, I wonder how many girls will be envious. Headline, here I come. Mr. Chin's love for his late wife, from the grand gestures to the small details, is impeccable. It's truly heartbreaking. Media reporters and anchors were filming frantically. Their whispers were completely drowned out by the sound of the shutter clicks. But it does not affect others from having the same idea as them. A man who can hold back his grief and arrange all these things, even at his wife's funeral, is the greatest preference in itself. Zhang Qing'a looked sad. She pursed her lips and murmured, "A funeral of roses, burying the memories of the past." He really loved it. However, when everyone is moved, Ethan's dim eyes stared at Grace, who was covered with a white cloth on the cart, and suddenly a cold light flashed across his eyes. Roses are beautiful, but they have thorns. If you dare to be frightened and jump up, you will be finished if all these roses can hold you back. A funeral of roses? How funny. You actually remembered that I like roses. Grace remained motionless, sneering inwardly. But Ethan, we are about to part ways. What's the point of your belated love? We're no longer on the same path. You are a loser who has accomplished nothing. What's the difference between doing this and being a bootlicker? She still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Covered by the white cloth, the entire place was silent, making it difficult for her to truly perceive what was happening in the entire mourning hall. But Victor and Lydia know. From the moment Grace was pushed out, Victor and Lydia were almost completely focused, their nerves and bodies stretched to the limit. Oh my God, if this is suddenly exposed, it will be like the sky falling. Now we will begin the viewing of the body, and the family members will express their gratitude. The master of ceremonies' voice sounded, driving the funeral process forward. Chapter 56, Come on, Grace. Sad music filled the entire venue. As the host's voice sounded, Grace's body suddenly stiffened under the white cloth, and she became extremely nervous in an instant. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and even her breathing was reduced to the weakest. Crash! The staff lifted the white cloth from Grace's face and covered her chest with it. Grace was completely exposed. Countless flashes and lights were completely focused on Grace's face. Oh my God, what happened? Why is it so glaring? Grace's heart twitched violently in an instant, but she didn't dare to open her eyes to check again. Her eyelashes even trembled as she closed her eyes tightly, for fear that anyone would notice anything. If someone came forward to take a closer look at this moment, they would even be able to notice her eyelashes trembling slightly. But the roses surrounding her prevented others from approaching. Even the reporters and anchors who were in a state of excitement and ecstasy did not notice this subtle abnormality, even with the help of the camera. Grace! Lydia was the first to cry heart-wrenchingly and pretended to pounce on Grace. Victor hugged her tightly, crying in grief. Ethan, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward to stop them, sobbing and comforting them. Mom, the dead cannot be resurrected. Let's send Grace off together. His father and mother also suppressed their grief and offered comfort. The viewing ceremony begins. The family members return the greeting. Whenever someone walked around Grace, the MC would shout at the right time. Ethan and the other four suppressed their grief and nodded to the guests who came to pay their respects. In the huge mourning hall, Guests paid their respect from inside to outside. Close relatives, distant relatives, former neighbors. With sad faces, they surrounded Grace and then walked out to make room for the guests who would come to see her later. The family members returned the greeting. The family members returned the greeting. The family members returned the greeting. The funeral master's voice echoed throughout the venue, accompanied by sad and mournful music. Time passes slowly. Grace lay there waiting for everyone to see her appearance, but she gradually became a little anxious and even felt a tingling sensation under her body. So annoying. Why did you look at it for so long? How many people are there? No, Mom said that Ethan invited all the distant cousins and neighbors, so there would naturally be a lot of people. Hold on, you must hold on. Persistence is victory. Come on, Grace. For your happiness, for Adrian, and for the future, you must persevere. Grace roared in her heart to cheer herself up. Family members respond with greetings. The funeral director's voice seemed to go on forever. Click, 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 click. The flashbulbs of mainstream reporters flashed wildly, bursting out at maximum power. The lights of the anchors were all focused on Grace's face, but all the anchors remained silent, giving the greatest respect to the funeral and just let the live camera broadcast everything to Grace. But I have to say that Grace is really beautiful, with a carefully sculpted face and extremely strong fighting power in the live broadcast room. As a result, the public screen in the live broadcast room was completely dominated by words such as "God is jealous of beauty," and the popularity was rapidly increasing, and more viewers flocked to the live broadcast room. Soon, they arrived at the four major families. The Zhang, Wang, Qi, and Si families came forward one after another, surrounded Grace, and saluted her. Seeing this scene, Victor and Lydia's hearts were in their throats, and they were about to explode with fear. God, my daughter, please don't lose your temper. Otherwise, it will be completely over. Soon, the four major families finished their viewing. Victor and Lydia breathed a sigh of relief and started crying again. Following the four major families are all the employees of Shengding Company. Marcus, with a bandage on his head, walked slowly forward with his men and walked slowly around Grace. Victor and Lydia's hearts were lifted again. Oh my God, Grace, you must keep going. Don't expose it. The two were so nervous that their crying stopped again and their expressions became stiff. Ethan stood by while the family members responded to the greetings and watched the couple's changing expressions like a spectator. Do you feel panic now? He glanced outside the mourning hall. Only people inside the mourning hall were paying their respects. There were still huge crowds of people waiting in line outside the mourning hall to pay their respects to Grace. Can you guys really withstand it? The family members returned the greetings. The funeral master of ceremonies. Time is passing slowly, but for Victor, Lydia, and Grace, it was an unprecedented anxiety and hardship. Victor and Lydia were worried about Grace being exposed again and again, and their expressions kept changing between crying, grief, and stiffness. Grace simply felt that time was passing too slowly. There were too many people around, and she felt as if she was lying on pins and needles. Come on, Grace, you must keep going. Grace wailed in her heart over and over again, but the dazzling light flashing in front of her eyes made her a little dizzy. These lights cannot be completely blocked by eyelids. Something seemed a little off. Grace finally began to have some doubts. Next second, the viewing of the guests inside the venue has ended. Please move out of the venue and let the guests outside enter in order for a new round of viewing. The MC's voice was like a bolt from the blue. Grace didn't move, but her mind went blank. Inside the venue? Off the court? Is this a new round? How many rounds are left? In panic, Grace even quickly recalled her relatives at home and went through everything she could remember in her mind. If Ethan really invited so many people, it would be normal that the mourning hall would not be able to accommodate everyone and people would need to take turns to pay their respects. Come on, Grace. Grace cheered herself up secretly. Another long time passed. The boring viewing ceremony and family members' responses remained the same. But the funeral master's voice rose again. The viewing of the guests inside has ended. Please move out of the venue and invite the guests outside to enter the new round of viewing. Boom! Grace clenched her hands into fists under the white cloth. Damn it! Why is there another round? Where do so many relatives and friends come from in my Wong family and Long family? Even if we invite everyone from the entire street in my hometown, there won't be so many people. What exactly happened? Grace was so shocked that she wanted to open her eyes and find out what was going on. But her reason made her afraid to open her eyes. At this critical moment, let alone opening her eyes, even if her eyelids trembled, she would be completely exposed. Something is really wrong. It is during the new round of viewing of the appearance. Under Qingshan Funeral Home, a taxi sped along the winding mountain road towards the Qingshan Funeral Home on the top of the mountain. Don't worry, buddy. You've already paid so much. I'll definitely get you to the funeral. I've even used some powerful tricks like drifting through drainage ditches, so don't worry. The taxi driver was operating the steering wheel with a red face and a thick neck. He caught a glimpse of a thick stack of red banknotes on the center console out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes turned red with anger. At least 100,000. A trip to a funeral costs $100,000. Blood Mom made money. Drift? No problem. The drainage ditch was blown up when it went around the bend, and the car had to be overhauled. It was worth it. Master, this is all I have. It depends on you whether I can catch up. Zhou Chun's pale face was filled with sadness. As he spoke these words, he slowly closed his red eyes, leaned back in his chair, and whispered softly, "Wait for me. Let's all perish together." Chapter 57. Cousin-in-law is here. The viewing of the guests inside the venue has ended. Please move out of the venue and let the guests outside enter in order for a new round of viewing. As the funeral master's voice sounded, a new round of guests entered the number 1 mourning hall. Grace lay among the rose bushes, almost breaking down. Oh my God, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Grace doubted her life. Whose family has so many good relatives? How big is a mourning hall? How many people can it accommodate? Grace couldn't even remember how many rounds she had gone through. Reason suppressed panic and fear, and I encouraged myself mentally again and again, trying hard not to reveal my true identity. But during the long wait to see her, panic and fear gradually eroded her sanity. It would be difficult for anyone to remain calm for a long time after experiencing such a big scene. Not to mention, the light that pierced her vision through her eyelids was always there and never stopped. The long-term exposure to light made her dizzy and even a little dazed. Come on. You must hold on. The future is waiting for me. Happiness is waiting for me. Adrian is still waiting for me. Grace. Grace's heart was filled with huge waves. Her hands, covered by the white cloth, had long been clenched into fists, and her nails were almost digging into the flesh. The whole audience was silent. Lights and flashes were focused on the center of the gorgeous rose bushes. Ethan nodded mechanically as the funeral master said, "Family members, please return the greetings." His expression remained frozen in grief, with tears in his eyes. Oscar really needs to give me an award. Grace should be given an award. You're so fucking good at pretending. Ethan sneered in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire Grace's acting skills and endurance. It was painful enough that he remained in mourning, tears in his eyes. Grace was viewed by thousands of people one after another, but she was able to hold on. Go into that guy just to fake your death and get a divorce. You're really awesome. After sleeping in the same bed for several years, even Ethan didn't expect Grace to be so strong. But Ethan nodded again, then looked up, glancing coldly outside the number 1 mourning hall and looking at the main road. "Cousin, I'm sorry." This is what he thought in his heart. After a glance, Ethan looked at Grace in the rose bushes with tearful eyes again. When that person arrives, I wonder if he can still bear it. He didn't know how impulsive and intense his cousin-in-law Zhou Chun would be after seeing the video. But since Sophia was able to attend the funeral as scheduled today, it must be that Zhou Chun has not completely broken the window paper. But it's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet. Having also been betrayed, he knew too well what that rage felt like. Before the storm comes, it takes some time to build up momentum. What better time than today's funeral? With all the relatives and friends present, Sophia's cheating partner is Victor, which is a godsend explosion scene. As long as Zhou Chun shows up, the Wang family and Sophia will be completely ruined. Ethan could think of this, and so could Zhou Chun. As a person who is almost driven crazy by Sophia, he would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, even a mentally ill person is not a fool. Finally, the funeral master's voice sounded. The viewing ceremony is over. In an instant, some sounds were clearly heard in the quiet mourning hall. Grace! Grace! Lydia broke down again and struggled to pounce on Grace, who was lying in the rose bushes. But Ethan and Victor held on tight. It's finally over. Oh my God, it's already 11 o'clock just to go through this process. There are so many people. I've only seen scenes like this on TV before. It's such a sensational scene after those big names pass away. I never thought Grace would get to experience it too. It's really eye-opening to be able to participate. Family, Friends, the viewing is over. Let's all in the live studio send Ms. Grace off on her final journey together. Light up the little airplane on the screen. Grace, a renowned local businesswoman, has passed away in an unexpected tragedy. Below is our detailed report. The four major families came in person to pay their respects, and thousands of people came to see him off. This death was truly worth it. There were huge crowds of people, and the sound of discussion gradually rose and became louder and louder. When there are more than 10,000 people, they become an ocean. Even the smallest sound, when gathered together, is enough to be deafening. What's more, now that everyone has finished viewing the remains, they have relaxed, and their last bit of respect for the deceased has come to an abrupt end. The combined discussions among each other make the entire morning hall sound like rolling thunder. What? Why is it so noisy? Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? Grace lay in the rose bushes, her heart pounding with fear. Even with her makeup covering her pretty face quickly turned red, and a tiny bead of sweat oozed out of her forehead and quietly slid down to her temple. Thousands of people? A funeral for a powerful figure? Guys, isn't that the word for a live broadcast? Wait, why is there a TV station reporting on it? What the hell are the four great families? A series of question marks emerged in Grace's mind, stimulating her panic to grow wildly. She closed her eyes and was a little dizzy from the bright light, but she was not deaf. The noisy discussions in the audience burst into her ears like a tide, completely overwhelmed her remaining sanity. At this moment, she finally realized the seriousness of the matter. This funeral seems a little too awesome. Ethan, how did you create such a scene? It was at that moment that Grace began to doubt her life. One anchor suddenly looked at the message on the public screen and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sweat? How can a dead person sweat? He still zoomed in on Grace, and a crystal bead of sweat landed right on Grace's temple. Holy shit! The anchor's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, sweating. Ms. Wong is sweating. Boom! The whole audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Ethan's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's going to be bad. Grace's hands under the white cloth trembled violently. Similarly, Victor and Lydia's expressions changed drastically, and they were shocked. In a flash, Lydia hurriedly explained, it was frozen. It must have gotten frozen in the morgue, and now it's thawed. The flustered and impatient tone was completely a forced explanation. But no one paid attention to her tone, and instead thought that this explanation was reasonable. Master, let's move on to the next step. Victor finally reacted. However, the words were not finished. A roar resounded throughout the morning hall. Victor, Sophia, you two are a pair of bastards disregarding family ties. If you have the guts, keep doing this in front of thousands of people in Grace's corpse. Chapter 58, Eating Melons is Human Nature. Boom! The roar echoed in the morning hall for a long time. It was more like a heavy nuclear bomb, which bombarded the entire place with dead silence. Countless eyes turned towards the entrance of the morning hall. Shocked, horrified, confused, dazed. There are tens of thousands of people, all kinds of people. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at Zhou Chun with all kinds of strange expressions. Zhou Chun stood alone at the door of the morning hall, like a lonely, brave man who was determined to die. His pale face was so red that it seemed to bleed, and his eyes were wide open to the limit. The whites of his eyes were covered with red bloodshot, and tears were glistening in his eyes. In his right hand, he held up his cell phone. He was weak, especially after Sophia's infidelity made him suspicious and almost mentally ill, and his physical condition also took a sharp turn for the worse. But he still came. Coming to the funeral, the affair between Victor and Sophia was completely exposed. But as soon as he arrived at the scene, he was shocked by the huge crowds of people at the funeral and was stunned on the spot. The camera lights from the media reporters and anchors made him even more hesitant. But the hatred of betrayal. Each frame in the video was like 1,000 sharp knives cutting into his body and his already shaky spirit. If he is exposed in public, he will also be ruined. But so what? With so many people, so many reporters, so many anchors, and countless online viewers in the anchor's live broadcast rooms, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity to expose the couple's affair to the world? So, even if there are tens of millions of people, I will still go. The moment Zhou Chun made the decision, he had already given up everything, rushed to the door of the morning hall, and shouted out the anger that had been pent up in his chest for so many years. A A terrified scream completely broke the silence in the morning hall. Lydia covered her face with her hands and fell to the ground in horror. The scream came from her mouth. She stared at Zhou Chun as if she had seen a ghost, crying and screaming. Why is he here? Why is this lunatic here? Get him out! Get him out! Zhou Chun's appearance reminded her of the scene of catching the adulterer in the hotel that night. If Zhou Chun were to reveal on the spot, it would be completely over. This is no less than a nuclear bomb dropped directly into the morning hall. Thousands of people, media reporters, anchors, and the four major families are all present. I have no face. My face is about to be completely shattered. Even the painstakingly planned fake death and divorce funeral was a complete failure. Victor, standing by, looked ashen-faced and stunned, completely opposite to Lydia's state. Ethan, like everyone else, was bewildered, but in his heart he praised Zhou Chun. My cousin-in-law knows how to time things. The timing is just right. However, no one paid any attention to Lydia's cries and screams. Instead, they all came back to their senses because of Lydia's scream. Boom! Screams and exclamations suddenly spread throughout the morning hall. Oh my God, what on earth happened? An affair exposed at a funeral? Disregarding family ties? Is my ear pregnant? Or am I losing my mind? How explosive is this? Who the hell is a good person who would do that in front of a corpse? This guy's words are really rough. Bastard. Wait, isn't Victor Grace's father? Sophia is Grace's cousin. Explosive. Absolutely explosive. This is completely disregarding human ethics. Absolutely ridiculous and shameless. I must post on WeChat moments to strongly condemn them. Dear friends and family, my mother's funeral has been postponed. Please watch the funeral in the #1 morning hall first. It wasn't just the thousands of mourners who were completely devastated. Even those unrelated bystanders were completely furious. The crowd was bustling and the noise was deafening. In the crowd, Sophia's face was ashen, and she felt as if her soul had floated out of her body. She felt dizzy and her vision was black. Just now, she was still looking forward to how to create more intense sparks with Ethan. With her skills, it would be a piece of cake for her to control Ethan. As long as she could have him once, Ethan would definitely be reluctant to leave. But then, the sky fell. How could this weak and sickly husband rush to the funeral? What is he madly criticizing again? Sophia, with fear at this moment, and slowly retreated, creating a circular vacuum zone of nearly 1 meter around Sophia. Shock, anger, disgust, contempt. Countless gazes were like red-hot needles, piercing Sophia's entire body. That feeling is worse than death. It's over. Bada be a kino kid. Interesting. Zhang Qinghe stood beside Zhang Wuji and Zhang Tianyu, whispering softly while taking out her cell phone and pointing it at Zhou Chun at the door of the morning hall. Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened. Qinghe. Click. A shutter sound. Zhang Tianyu. Dash. Zhang Qinghe. 0. Zhang Wuji was excited and slowly put down his phone. Today's gossip is really explosive. I can eat a lot of gossip on the spot. Dad. Zhang Tianyu. Grandpa. Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Wuji shrugged and turned to look at Qi Suyi, who was not far away. Sister Qi, it's time to eat melon. Qi Suyi pushed up her glasses on the bridge of her nose, changing her previous elegant demeanor. The corners of her mouth curled up excitedly. I'm eating it. I'm eating it. I'm taking a picture. Zhang Tianyu was completely confused. Are these two big Buddhas so gossipy? But this was at a funeral. Seeing that both elders were taking pictures, Zhang Qinghe ignored Zhang Tianyu's scolding and raised his phone to take pictures of Zhou Chun. Eating melons and gossiping are always human nature, regardless of age, status, poverty, or wealth. What's more, at this grand funeral that has shocked the whole city, one can also get to know the shocking news about the head family. Who wouldn't be excited and gossipy? When the whole place exploded, no one even cared about the deceased Grace, who was surrounded by roses. So much so that when the whole audience exploded and screamed, she was so frightened that her body twitched violently. Even with such a violent movement, no one noticed. At this moment, Grace was in tears and burning with anger. Oh my God, it's just a fake death and divorce. How much sin have I committed that you are treating me like this? Grace, come on, I can't hold on any longer. How much longer will it take? Why is it so difficult to die? Dad, cousin, Grace wailed and cursed in her heart. If she hadn't been thinking about faking her death, she would have rushed up right then and there, kicked her father Victor in the crotch, and then turned around and slapped Sophia hard in the face. Go for it. Zhou Chun held his phone in his right hand, like a soldier going to his death, and slowly walked into the morning hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He stared at Victor and Sophia with tears in his scarlet eyes. Go ahead. You like it? Then do it again now. Isn't it exciting? It's so exciting now. Stop it, please stop it. Sophia was panic-stricken, trembling with despair, whispering softly, and grabbed her hair with both hands and pulled it down hard. Victor's eyes snapped into focus, as if he had suddenly regained consciousness. He angrily demanded, Zhou Chunyu, you lunatic are always suspicious and have no basis for your suspicions. What right do you have to cause a scene at my daughter's funeral? Hee. Zhou Chun grabbed a microphone from someone with his left hand and shouted angrily into it. No evidence? Old Biden, do you really think I'm crazy? Those cameras, the anchors, and everyone present. Watch carefully. Chapter 59. The Thorny Rose, the Coldness and Selfishness of the Deceased Wife. In an instant, everyone was looking intently at the phone Zhou Chun was holding. The lens is focused and a live broadcast is aligned. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhou Chun directly pressed the video play button on his mobile phone. The content played was exactly the video that Ethan provided to Zhou Chun. Boom! Suddenly, there were earth-shattering noises and screams inside and outside the morning hall. When they gathered together, they produced an echo directly in the mountains. Oh my God! Grace was lying among the rose bushes. When she heard the earth-shaking scream, she felt like the sky was falling. Her eyelashes trembled almost instinctively, and she opened her eyes. It's moving, the body is moving. Suddenly, someone in the dense crowd caught a glimpse of Grace and screamed in terror. Grace was startled and quickly closed her eyes. Lydia's attention has always been on Grace. In her opinion, Grace's success or failure is what really affects her future. So at the critical moment, when the screams rang out and the crowd was shocked, my daughter! Lydia made up her mind and burst into tears and howling, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Without a second thought, she rushed towards Grace, who was lying in the rose bushes. Oh my God! The elderly have already sent their children away. How could something like this happen? The whole audience is watching. Lydia was so sad that she cried and ran into the rose bushes. Something's wrong. The moment her right leg first touched the rose, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Success or failure depends on this one move. She gritted her teeth and rushed into the rose bushes. The next second, miserable screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the morning hall. Lydia felt a sharp pain that suddenly swept up her entire right leg. The severe pain instantly made Lydia panic. The huge inertia pushed her forward, and it was impossible for her to stop. In a flash, Lydia stumbled and fell directly into the rose bushes. Help! Help! There are thorns. These roses have thorns. The miserable screams, like those of a pig being slaughtered, filled the morning hall. Lydia's body was ravaged by the rose thorns. As she screamed, her remaining sanity completely disappeared. She crawled and rolled in the rose bushes out of her survival instinct, but she was trapped in the rose bushes in panic and could not get up from the rose bushes for a while. Instead, clusters of rose bushes gathered and fell on her because of her pulling, and the situation became more and more intense. The whole audience gasped at the same time. Even Ethan was a little shocked. Mother-in-law, so brave. From his perspective, in just a few seconds, Lydia's body was already covered with roses, and the thorns on the rose stems had already made Lydia covered in blood. Wife. As the whole audience was stunned, Victor was the first to react and rushed towards the rose bushes. Ethan felt helpless. This reaction was too quick. However, he still held his parents down immediately, then quickly followed Victor's footsteps and was the first to rush to the rose bush. Mom, calm down. I'm here to save you. Ethan pretended to pull the terrified Lydia among the rose bushes, but his attention was on Victor behind him. Sensing Victor approaching, he squatted on the ground and pulled one of Lydia's feet with his right hand, exerting force suddenly. With this force, his body directly leaned towards Victor. With a bang sound, Victor bumped directly into Ethan's back, screamed, and instantly lost his balance, flipping over Ethan's head, and then fell directly onto Lydia, who was struggling to break free with a bang. Lydia was hit so hard that she screamed heart-wrenchingly and fell to the ground. The whole audience gasped and exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's face changed drastically, and their hearts beat violently. Grace, lying in the rose bushes, had her heart pounding. Dad, Mom, you guys have to work hard too. Grace was wailing and praying in her heart. She didn't dare open her eyes, but her parents' screams and the uniform gasps of shock from the audience echoed in her ears, and she could guess what had happened. Fear, anxiety, disbelief. At this moment, Grace really had the urge to sit up. She never expected that her carefully planned fake death and divorce would go wrong at this funeral. The sensational grandeur of the funeral was beyond her expectations. From her initial suspicion of the disguise to the exclamations of the whole audience, it was a complete blow to her, making her head buzz and shocking her to the point that she was almost exposed. The sudden arrival of the cousin's husband exposed Victor and Sophia's affair in public and made the entire funeral go in an uncontrollable and unpredictable direction. How was this going to end? Grace was in tears and went crazy. But after what happened just now, when her true identity was exposed, she was now trying hard to control even her tears. Don't cry, the bad guys will laugh. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall off. As long as I can complete this funeral and fly to the other side of the ocean to find Adrian, it can actually be considered a complete success. Grace encouraged herself again and again in her heart. She even foresaw that after this funeral, their Wong family would become the biggest laughingstock in the city. No, he's even the laughingstock of the entire internet. The funeral had a huge impact. The affair between my father and my cousin alone is enough to be mocked by the entire network for 3 days and 3 nights without cooling down. And their family will become known to everyone and become the topic of conversation among the people after dinner. But so what? As long as the funeral is successful and she escapes, what awaits her is Adrian on the other side of the ocean, her true happiness. She is pursuing her happiness. It is always darkest before dawn. As long as you can endure this darkest moment, everything will be fine. What does it matter if she and Adrian can be together at this price? Help, help. Victor's screams completely replaced Lydia's screams. The scene was in chaos. But this chaos also made everyone completely ignore the fact that Grace's body had moved just now. Ethan wanted to rescue 2 people by himself. In the eyes of everyone, he had tried his best, but he felt so powerless. Someone come help. Everyone is paying attention. The camera is pointed downwards. Ethan frantically begged everyone, help, save my parents. Damn, I really deserve an Oscar. Ethan gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. A figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Ethan was startled, and it was Zhou Chun who jumped out. Zhou Chun's pale face flushed red, full of ferocity. As soon as he rushed to the front, he raised his foot and kicked Victor on the butt with a bang. Victor had almost crawled out with Ethan's help, but the kick made him fall forward in the rose bushes and dive deeper into them. Zhou Chun's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why save him? Let him die." Chapter 60 Grace. Why don't you stand up and say something? Good advice. Ethan couldn't help but give Zhou Chun a big thumbs up in his heart. But he would not miss this excellent opportunity to be both a role and a role. The scene has become so big, he has to establish his own character first. Otherwise, once Grace is completely exposed, how can he play the victim and completely ruin the reputation of this family? Just think of this. My cousin-in-law, that's my dad. Ethan's face was covered with tears, and he cried out, You want to kill him directly? You're right. Zhou Chun cried like a madman, wailing and gritting his teeth. Don't you know how I've been through all these years? I came here today to fight this pair of bastards to the death. But even if you don't want to miss it, you should remember it for the sake of your family relationship with Grace. Ethan squatted forward without caring about his image and hugged Zhou Chun's thighs. This is Grace's funeral. She's already like this. Can't you let her go in peace? Family love? Bullshit. Zhou Chun trembled all over and cursed viciously. Her father and my wife are having an affair. What kind of family relationship is that? You beg me. Why don't you help me ask those 2 bastards? The angry curses rang out, once again putting Victor and Sophia in the spotlight. The crowd was restless and chaotic, noisy and chaotic. Everyone's attention seemed to have returned to the affair. It's so shameless. They're so shameless. Which man in this world can stand this kind of thing? No wonder this guy made such a scene at the funeral. His wife and uncle are having an affair. How can this be tolerated? Grace is suffering. What's the difference between a perfectly normal funeral and a rat falling into a pot? That was her father's fault. He's a beast. The staff at the funeral home finally reacted. More than a dozen staff members squeezed into the crowd from different directions at the same time and quickly approached Ethan and Zhou Chun. It's no wonder they reacted slowly. It was just that Zhou Chun's appearance was too unexpected. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he dropped a heavy nuclear bomb on the funeral, completely bombing the entire place. Anyone would be stunned if this happened. "Grandpa, I'll go help." In the crowd, Zhang Qinghe was about to rush forward excitedly. Zhang Tianyu pressed down on Zhang Qinghe's shoulder and said, "Don't even think about eating melons up close. The bodyguards are enough for this kind of thing." While speaking, bodyguards from the Zhang family and the other 3 families also stepped forward. "Don't come over here. Don't come over here." When Zhou Chun sensed the crowd approaching, he immediately began to struggle frantically, trying to get rid of Ethan. In his opinion, once he was caught by everyone, today's incident would be completely over. On Victor and Sophia, this is not enough. Ethan didn't let go of Zhou Chun's thighs. He looked like he was trying his best to stop her. Instead, he raised his head and shouted to everyone, "Save my parents first. Save my parents first. Whoever dares to save this old Biden will be killed today." Zhou Chun's eyes turned red, and he punched Ethan's back with his right hand. To Ethan, Zhou Chun's punches had no killing power at all, but he still screamed in pain a few times, his hand still tightly holding Zhou Chun's thighs. Zhou Chun struggled breathlessly and shouted anxiously, "Let go of me, Ethan. Let go of me. I have no grudge against you. I don't want to get involved with you." "Don't want to get involved? I'm holding you because I don't want to involve you too deeply." Ethan knew what was going on, and instead of letting go of Zhou Chun, he hugged her even tighter. He wanted to bring the Wang family to complete disgrace and take severe revenge on them. He dragged Zhou Chun into the affair and exposed Victor and Sophia as affair in public. His goal has been achieved. If Zhou Chun was allowed to continue, once he started bleeding, he would be completely finished. Even if the Wang family members were to be killed, Zhou Chun should not have done it. With the help of bodyguard from the 4 major families and funeral home staff, the roses were quickly moved away and Victor and the almost unconscious Lydia were rescued. In just a short while, the 2 men were covered in blood, their clothes were torn and had rose thorns hanging from them, and their faces were especially covered with bloody wounds, looking in a miserable state. The whole process. Ethan held Zhou Chun's thighs tightly, trying his best to stop Zhou Chun from moving forward. He didn't want Zhou Chunjin to get into trouble, but when he tried to stop her, everyone saw that he was trying desperately to protect his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The character. Isn't this established? "Let go. Ethan, please let go." Zhou Chun struggled until she was almost out of strength and begged Ethan in a tearful voice, "I beg you, please." He was already physically weak, and in recent years he had become even more nervous due to Sophia's affairs. He was extremely weak, and the struggle to escape from Ethan alone was enough to overwhelm him. His chest was heaving violently, like pulling a bellows. "Cousin-in-law, this is my request, okay?" Ethan finally had a chance to stand up, grabbing Zhou Chun's arm. He turned to Sophia in the crowd and shouted, "Cousin, you should try to persuade your cousin-in-law." These words instantly made Sophia the focus of the whole audience. Countless lights, flashes, and lenses were all focused on Sophia. Sophia's body trembled. Her face, which was already heavily made up, was now exposed to the light and was obviously turning blue and red, as if it was about to bleed. The sky has completely fallen. Sophia felt her whole body go limp, as if her soul was being pulled out of her body. She is cool and knowledgeable, but passionate inside and pursues freedom and excitement. In the past struggles with Zhou Chun, she was actually mentally prepared for being discovered. But she didn't expect that the final explosion scene would be so terrifying. Everyone knows it, and it's being broadcast live on the entire network. What's more, it was so absurd that she couldn't understand it. It was simply unreasonable. It was clearly a misunderstanding with her uncle-in-law, but it eventually became the key link for Zhou Chun to prove that she had cheated on her husband. She even felt as if she was being pushed by a huge hand from the unknown into her current hopeless situation. The drama was so absurd that she couldn't believe it. Bitch. Didn't you say you would be absolutely faithful in marriage? Didn't you swear to me time and time again with your entire family? What are you going to say now? The evidence is in our hands. Everyone is watching. Why don't you just say something? Ha. Zhou Chun's questions and curses came out like a machine gun. At the end of his speech, his weak and flushed face burst into a hideous laugh. How long has it been? How many times? Sophia had called him a lunatic every time he had doubts, but now he could finally hold his head high. Relief. This is really a relief for his current mental state. Brother-in-law, calm down. Calm down. Ethan was still comforting Zhou Chun while anxiously calling out to Sophia. Cousin, you should say a few words and persuade your brother-in-law. This is Grace's funeral. What will happen to Grace if the situation continues? Persuade? How else can I persuade him? Sophia's head was buzzing as she bathed in countless lights and felt countless gazes that felt like thousands of arrows piercing her heart. She suddenly smiled in despair. Then let it all be destroyed, Grace. Why don't you stand up and say something? Chapter 61, send it to the crematorium, turn the temperature to the highest, and burn it faster. Is it going to explode? Ethan was shocked. Lydia, who was almost unconscious, twitching violently from the corner of his eye, and Victor's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, boom, the whole audience exclaimed. Is she crazy? She brought this upon herself, and now she wants the dead to rise and speak. It's definitely irritating. How can a dead person say something? You're already talking nonsense. Didn't you think it would be so embarrassing when you started? You really don't care about your dignity at all. You're not even human. My dear friends, did you all see this? 666 on the public screen. Aim, focus the lens. It's really the right time to come to this funeral today. As the audience exclaimed in shock, the media and anchors also became outraged. Sophia stood there like a soulless body. She could no longer hear the insults around her. Countless lights focused on her. This is more devastating than stripping her naked and throwing her into the crowd. There are also different levels of social death, but her social death is top-notch. So, let's really destroy them all. Sophia's eyes flashed with tears. Grace, why don't you stand up and say something? The heart-wrenching cries were extremely clear amid the noise and abuse. It was like an electric switch in an instant, and Lydia woke up in shock. The whole audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes looking at Sophia became filled with disgust and horror. How shameless is she? Let the deceased stand up and say a few words at his funeral? What's the difference between this and insulting a corpse? Compared to the uproar of the crowd, Grace, lying in the rose bushes, felt extremely uncomfortable and terrified. Oh my God, why not just destroy it? Faced with the twists and turns of the funeral, Grace completely collapsed, and even her longing for Adrian disappeared. She just wanted to end the funeral as soon as possible and get away from this vortex of right and wrong. One wave after another comes. How can there be so many combos in one funeral? Get up. Sophia suddenly took a step forward, her eyes red with tears bursting out. She's like a mad person. In the midst of collapse and despair, sanity no longer exists. Even if she was disgraced, she would drag the Wong family down with her. Victor is still the one she cheated with and ruined everything. If it weren't for this misunderstanding, why would Zhou Chun come to the funeral to cause trouble? Why could Grace still lie there calmly, pretending to be dead? What are you going to do? Stop her! Stop her! Oh my God, she's crazy. This shameless person is absolutely crazy. Suddenly someone realized what Sophia was going to do and started shouting. Ethan's expression froze, and he immediately wanted to step forward to stop it, but he immediately held himself back. He can't stop it. Sophia's current state is one of complete destruction, and there's still a link between him and Sophia that cannot be closed. That is the link when he first broke into the room that Sophia opened and took video evidence. Sophia's current condition, she is like a mad dog. Anyone who goes up to her will be bitten. If you want to stop them, Sophia would only reveal what had happened between them. But just because he can't stop it doesn't mean others won't stop it. There were even people who were more reluctant than him to let Sophia get close to Grace. Ethan glanced at Lydia, who was so startled that she turned on her phone. At this moment, her eyes widened and focused quickly. Ethan looked over. Ah! Lydia suddenly screamed and rushed towards Sophia like a crazy rabbit. It was so fast that Ethan could even vaguely see her afterimage behind her. Sophia, are you done yet? Lydia rushed to Sophia like a mad dog, and amidst the screams, she bent her knees and knelt straight in front of Sophia with a bang. Auntie, please, please, please. I will not pursue the matter between you and your uncle for the time being. Right now, I just want Grace to complete this funeral as soon as possible. The crying and wailing were heartbreaking, but everyone in the audience was surprised and puzzled. At her daughter's funeral, she was cheated on by her husband and niece, and everyone knew about it. Wouldn't a normal person be furious? Why are you kneeling down and begging? Lydia, Don't give her face. This damn girl is such a disgrace. Lydia, you've suffered so much and been wronged. If it were me, I would have beaten that damned girl Sia to death. Don't kneel down to her. We, the relatives, are on your side. We have to deal with her affairs and Grace's funeral as well. A group of relatives from the Wong and Long families said indignantly. But Lydia was so frightened that she ignored everyone. Sophia is the most important part of their plan. He is also one of the few people who know the truth. To others, it seemed that Sophia was insulting the deceased, but only she knew that Sophia wanted to drag them down with her. She had endured the cuckoldry and apologized to Sophia. If Sophia had exposed the funeral conspiracy, all her efforts today would have been in vain. Kneel down and beg Sophia for the sake of her reputation and for the future wealth and glory on the other side of the ocean. Beg me? Who should I beg? Sophia twitched her lips sadly. Now that I'm ruined, why would I care so much about you? Not good. Lydia's heart was pounding, seeing Sophia open her mouth to speak. Lydia's bloody face suddenly became ferocious. She jumped up from the ground and threw herself on Sophia, while covering Sophia's mouth and nose with her hands. Sophia was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. She immediately struggled desperately. But Lydia was completely ruthless and had the upper hand. So how could she be her opponent? Come on, we are all relatives. Can't we help Lydia hold this damn girl? You damn girl, how dare you lay hands on your aunt? Lydia, let me help you. A group of relatives rushed over, and the scene instantly became chaotic with everyone running around. Media reporters and anchors were busy filming the live broadcast. The other guests witnessed everything and were so excited about eating melons. Only Ethan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. His eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light flashed in them. Then he turned and looked at Grace in the rose bushes. The opportunity has finally come. I can finally send you to the crematorium with dignity. All the things from my previous life came to mind. A sneer appeared on Ethan's lips, and then his expression changed drastically. All these changes happened almost instantly. He burst into tears and said, I'm not going to hold this funeral anymore. I can't go on like this. Someone, come quickly and put my deceased wife into the crematorium. Turn the temperature up to the highest setting and burn her faster. Chapter 62. The one who hit me sees his ancestors. The scene was in chaos. There were curses everywhere, and the crowd was outraged, especially the relatives of the Wong and Long families. As Lydia took action, they went from verbal criticism to beating and kicking Sophia. Everyone was busy watching. Media reporters are vying for front-page headlines, and anchors are passionately striving to increase the popularity of their live broadcast rooms. So no one heard Ethan's crying. Instead, the funeral home staff would just step forward to help, and the bodyguards of the four major families heard it clearly. The bodyguards were responsible for controlling Zhou Chun. But more than a dozen funeral home staff rushed forward, quickly pushed aside the rose bushes, and then pushed Grace towards the crematorium. Oh my God, are you really going to burn me? Grace was in tears and collapsed in despair. Even without opening her eyes, she could tell from her hearing that the funeral was a mess. Now she felt the wind blowing in her ears, causing her face to hurt. She didn't know how many people pushed her towards the crematorium, but the speed was definitely very fast. Death or immortality. This is not a problem at all. She wanted to fake her death and get a divorce, not to actually turn into a handful of ashes. But if I sit up now, wouldn't it be equivalent to increasing the destructive power of a nuclear bombing brought by Zhou Chun by several levels? An affair has put her father and Sophia at the center of public opinion and made her Wong family a complete laughingstock. Her sitting up on the spot not only meant the failure of her plan, but also meant that her entire family would be completely despised by everyone. This is a price Grace absolutely dares not bear. Hurry up, we can't do it anymore. Burn my dead wife first. Ethan followed closely behind the funeral home staff, wailing and crying. He has to keep up and supervise. But when it came to the eyes of the four major families, everyone was moved. Young Master Chun is not only steady and reserved, but also deeply loyal and righteous. I really admire him. Zhang Wuji nodded in praise, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ethan was a little lost. Qi Suyi, who was standing by, looked at Zhang Wuji in surprise. I rarely hear you praise someone so much. What are you thinking, Xiao Zhang? Huh, Sister Qi, you're joking. Zhang Wuji chuckled and said, Sister Qi just heard about the C family boxing arena, But didn't she come uninvited to attend Ethan's deceased wife's funeral? Chi Sui smiled calmly and said nothing. Si Tianming and Wang Tianpeng on the side looked at each other with complicated expressions. They all made the same choice as the Chi family and came uninvited. It's a bit strange to say that I have no feelings for Ethan. But human hearts are complicated. Everyone has their own thoughts, but they're all different. If his wife knew that he held such a funeral for her, she would rest in peace with joy in her afterlife. Zhang Qinghe stared at Ethan, who was running after the cart, feeling moved. Hurry up, hurry up. Ethan followed closely behind the cart, crying and urging them to hurry. They were getting closer and closer to the passage. As long as they entered the passage, it would be easy. Lydia was completely unaware at this point, and she and her relatives were venting their anger at Sophia. Zhou Chun was held down by the bodyguards from the 4 major families and had no strength to fight back. Everyone in the audience was so focused on Lydia tearing Sophia apart that no one noticed that Grace had already been pushed to the fast-forward channel. Only one person, at this moment, was struck by lightning and suddenly came back to his senses. Grace! Grace! Victor's bloodshot eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. When he realized Grace was missing, he was so frightened that his whole body convulsed, and he was almost scared to death. When he looked up, he saw Ethan and the funeral home staff pushing Grace and about to rush out. He was so scared that his scalp was tingling and his whole body was numb. If this is pushed out, it will be pushed into the crematorium. That's really a done deal. The old man is sending the young man away. Damn it. Oh my God. What sin did my Wang family commit to deserve this treatment? Victor no longer cared about anything else. Even if he were to be disgraced, he would never let his daughter be sent to the crematorium. Stop, Victor, you old Biden. Stop right there. Zhou Chun had calmed down, but when he saw Victor suddenly rush out, he immediately started to struggle fiercely. You dare to do it, but not take responsibility for it. Why are you running away now? If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. I will kill you today. However, the bodyguards of the 4 major families are by no means ordinary. Besides, they are numerous and powerful. If a weak and frail Zhou Chun could escape from them, they would all smash their jobs. With a bang sound, the bodyguard bowed down to Zhou Chun and submitted completely. Victor was so eager to save his daughter that he burst out with unprecedented speed. Hurry up. You must hurry up. I absolutely cannot let my daughter die. Blood and tears mixed in Victor's eyes, making his vision a little blurry. But his strong desire to save his daughter actually quickly narrowed the distance between him and Ethan and others. Of course, the main reason was that Ethan and others pushed the cart in front to clear the way, and they managed to create a blank area. The two had different forces, so the speed was naturally different. Even Ethan didn't notice Victor approaching quickly from behind. He stared at the entrance to the passage. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Grace in the stroller was now in an unprecedented struggle. Sit up, the price is unbearable. If you don't sit up, you'll be burned to ashes. Life, how can it be so difficult? Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Grace was so anxious that tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. But the funeral home staff did not want the situation to escalate further and just wanted to end the funeral as soon as possible. They were all busy pushing the cart and did not notice the tears in Grace's eyes at all, just as the front of the cart rushed into the passage. Not good. The funeral home staff member who was in charge of the direction at the front changed his expression drastically. Stop. At the same time, an angry shout was heard, and a figure jumped out from the side. It was Victor. But, with everyone pushing with all their strength, the cart had already reached an extremely exaggerated speed. Even if the funeral home staff wanted to stop, the huge forward inertia and the continued pushing of the funeral home staff at the back who had not reacted still caused the cart to increase to an extremely exaggerated speed. Bang! The cart hit Victor directly in the abdomen. In a flash, Victor's face suddenly changed, as if what was crashing into him was not a hearse, but a locomotive. He flew directly into the air, screaming and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He saw stars as if he saw the ancestors of the Wang family. Bang! Swish! Victor flew 3 meters away, slid another 2 meters, and flew directly into the passage before stopping. Dad! Ethan actually reacted the moment Victor stopped the car. But he did not stop it, but let out a tragic and extremely tragic cry at the right time. Chapter 63. Sitting? Sitting up? Really sitting up? A miserable cry. The morning hall was blown up. Finally, the chaotic scene was put to a pause. Victor stopped the car, was hit by it, and Ethan cried out, all in just 1 second. Such a big commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention. Only when everyone saw everything clearly. This! Everyone gasped in unison. Someone died? A terrifying thought suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. We're originally focused on Lydia and Sophia, all turned toward the hearse. Zhou Chun's triumphant laughter suddenly resounded throughout the room. Dead, what a good death. Old Biden, you really deserved it. Being hit and killed by your daughter's hearse is truly your karma. The whole audience was stunned and silent. Only Ethan was crying and felt a little disappointed. He saw it clearly. Even if he wanted to, he could have stopped the hearse from moving forward by raising his hand and grabbing it. This was not because he was arrogant, but because after he and Zhang Qinghe had a fight, he used the immortal cave exploration move to knock Zhang Qinghe away, which gave him a new understanding of master's martial arts and accumulated confidence. But he didn't do that, nor did he intend to do so. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes committed by man cannot be forgiven. This is the price Victor and the Wong family have to pay. They deserve it. But he also knew that this collision would at most cripple Victor, but would not kill him. The first person to react after Zhou Chun was none other than Lydia. At this moment, she was already in a miserable state, with wounds and blood all over her body. But she didn't hesitate to throw Sophia, whose hair was disheveled, away and rush towards the hearse, wailing, "You old bastard, what's wrong with you now? You have no shame, but I have. You messed up your daughter's funeral, and now you want to commit suicide in front of her." She knew what Victor wanted to do. If she had reacted just now, she would have racked her brains to stop it. But at this critical moment, at the center of the storm and the target of public criticism, we absolutely cannot direct the conversation to Grace anymore, and can only put the blame on Victor. Victor, why can't you get over it? It's already happened. Even if you committed something worse than an animal, if you want to die, you can find a good place to die. Why are you still blocking your daughter's hearse? How can you be a father like this? Are you planning to let your daughter die with her eyes wide open and her body still cold? The relatives of the Wong and Long families were the first to curse. Along with them came distant cousins and former neighbors. The spit and scolding made Victor the target of public criticism. As things developed to this point, everyone's emotions had already accumulated and exploded to the limit. At this moment, they were no longer suppressed and completely vented and burst out. Not to mention, there were too many people at the funeral. Among the scolding, there were those who were truly indignant, and there were also those who had once been jealous of the Wong family's wealth and took the opportunity to turn the tables. The media reporters at this moment also behaved in the same way as the anchors. He was completely crazy and was not stingy with his words towards the Wong family. Those words spoken to the camera, once released, are absolutely earth-shattering. However, the crowd at the scene was so angry that the reporters' words were completely drowned out by the curses. The anchors were already so excited that their faces were flushed and their blood was boiling. They also didn't expect that reporting a funeral for money would receive such explosive attention. This is no longer just a curiosity. But starting from the funeral, the popularity of everyone's live broadcast room has continued to explode and skyrocket. The audiences flocking into the live broadcast room were like a swarm of fish crossing the river. Even if they did not promote it and just pointed the camera at the whole audience, the explosive and bloody whole funeral has become the biggest driving force. Not only did it blow up their live broadcast room, it also directly became a topic of discussion and completely became the #1 on the hot list of the live broadcast platform. For these small anchors, even those with millions of fans, this is a huge fortune. Even though this wealth came so suddenly, even if they did not take the initiative to guide it, they could easily take on this overwhelming wealth just by pointing the camera. Oh my God, there really is smoke coming out of my ancestral grave. I am so lucky. Thank you, Qingshan Funeral Home. Thanks, Mr. Ethan. Each anchor wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Ethan and Qingshan Funeral Home on the spot. They have even foreseen that after today's live broadcast, what awaits them will be a career explosion where they will be reborn and transform themselves into a butterfly. Dad, sit up, sit up. Ethan saw Victor lying in the passage and cried excitedly. The old man is really tough. Ethan couldn't help but be amazed at Victor's vitality. In sight, Victor not only slowly got up from the ground, but even stubbornly moved his hands and crawled towards the hearse. The collision caused his head to be broken and bleeding, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. so much so that when he crawled forward, he actually dragged a clearly visible blood trail on the smooth floor. Every time he pressed his hands forward, he left a clearly visible bloody handprint. This scene was so miserable and embarrassing that it moved heaven and earth. Say my daughter. At this moment, it seemed to be the only obsession in Victor's heart, supporting him to hold on and move forward bit by bit. His consciousness was a little blurry, but he knew that only by stopping the hearse could he prevent his daughter from being pushed into the crematorium and save her. Snap! Snap! Victor pressed his hands forward alternately, dragging his body forward. He stared at the hearse with bloodshot and tearful eyes. Daughter, Daddy is here. Grace, Daddy will definitely save you. I can't let them burn you. Let's stop playing. Victor wailed in his heart over and over again. You were knocked down, and you could still sit up? Lydia heard Ethan scream. Her face turned pale with fright, and she looked in the direction of the passage in disbelief. Victor to faint now. No, why didn't you just run over the old bastard and kill him? He will only do bad things if he is alive. But the next second, Lydia's pupils suddenly shrank into 2 pinpoints. Really sat up. Her mind went blank, and she wanted to rush up and kick Victor to death. So, she rushed forward. Mom! Ethan had noticed Lydia a long time ago and stopped her crying. Lydia immediately struggled like a cat with its fur standing on end. Let me go, Ethan, let me go. This old bastard has already brought shame to our family. What else does he want? Let you go? Then why didn't your family let me go? God has given me this chance to be reborn, and I will make your family pay for their blood debt with blood and condemn you to hell forever. Ethan burst into tears, but his eyes suddenly flashed with an unprecedented coldness. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the public, Victor held on to his body and grabbed the hearse frame with his right hand. Then, his bloody handprints grasped the frame little by little, slowly moving upwards, and finally placing his head and half of his upper body on the hearse. The blood stained a white cloth red. Victor stroked Grace's cheek with his trembling right hand, leaving several bloody finger marks. Then, he used all his strength and said in a sad voice, Grace, they want to burn you to death. Daddy will definitely save you. Get up. Let's stop playing. What? Boom. The whole audience was shocked and panicked. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, Grace's tear-filled eyes began to tremble first, and then her entire face trembled and then spread to her whole body. Her facial features were distorted. A surge of anger overwhelmed all rationality. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she went completely crazy and sat up suddenly. Then he used all his strength to slap Victor in the face. You old bastard, are you saving me or harming me? You've completely killed me. Chapter 64. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. What a bunch of beasts. You old bastard, are you saving me or harming me? You've completely killed me. The sounds of curses and slaps echoed in the morning hall for a long time. The whole place was dead silent. Oh my God, Lydia stopped struggling. If Ethan hadn't held her with both hands, she would have collapsed to the ground. Her face turned pale in an instant. Her features were stretched. Her eyes were wide open, and a long, sharp breath of cold air suddenly came out of her throat. It's over. It's completely over. Victor's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked at Grace, who sat up in disbelief. Compared to the pain of the slap, his heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of arrows, and he was in excruciating pain. He just wanted to save the girl. But Grace's slap chilled him to the bone and completely severed the father-daughter relationship between them. The moment he stood in front of the hearse, he really put life and death aside. But now, Grace! Victor opened his lips slightly, bleeding and making a weak sound. Oh my God, you old bastard! Grace sat in the hearse furiously, wiping the remaining blood from her face with disgust, and gnashed her teeth as she said, It's really filthy. Besides making my face bleed, what else can you do? Old beast. So dirty? Victor was completely stunned. His mind went blank. Sudden. It's a lie. It's a lie. Run. A terrified cry was heard from the crowd. With a pop sound, the person next to him slapped the man in the face. Pretending to be dead? What era is this? You still think this is a fake corpse? This statement was recognized by everyone. Rather than believing that it was a fake death, it would be better to say that Grace was not dead at all. However, this terrified cry woke Lydia up in an instant. Lydia, I am extremely frightened and desperate. At this moment, he wailed without thinking and knelt on the ground. Oh, ancestors, please bless me. I'm back to life. Grace must have made a mistake in the hospital's diagnosis. She's alive. It was almost, just almost. This voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. But Ethan had no intention of making Lydia kneel down. It was enough that things had come to this point. His expression suddenly turned cold, and with a sudden exertion of force, he dragged Lydia to her feet. Mom, what's going on? Do you think I'm stupid? Or are all the guests stupid? Or are the countless netizens online stupid? The cold, questioning voice echoed throughout the venue. In a word, Lydia was roasted on the spot. It also directly confirmed that he was unaware and was also a deceived victim. Being both a role model and a role model may not be a good word. But Ethan has a clear conscience. If God hadn't opened his eyes, how could he have had such an opportunity to be reborn? Even if that mysterious man and the dump truck hadn't sent him back to be reborn, given his situation after paying off his debts, dying in depression might have been the best outcome. Now, it's time for his revenge. Ethan, please listen to my explanation. Lydia was still unwilling to give up. Grace, sitting in the hearse, clutched her hair with both hands and screamed in a frenzy. What else is there to explain? I've had enough of this funeral. Lydia was stunned, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes like pearls from a broken string. Fear, panic, regret. Lydia was consumed by a variety of emotions. She glanced around with tearful eyes, but the looks she received were filled with anger, resentment, and disgust. Face, I'm really embarrassed. The sky has completely fallen. Next second, what a beast. It's really a beast. Grace, what are you thinking? What's your purpose in faking your own death and having such a funeral? Even if you wanted our condolence money, you wouldn't have kept it a secret from your husband. Ethan, would you? If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked too. I've really learned a lot today. How can there be such a shameless and shameless family in the world? Everyone started spitting and cursing. Some people with bad tempers couldn't hold back and wanted to step forward. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Even the anchors who love to stir up chaos are now completely stunned by the twists and turns of the plot. Yes, from the moment Grace stood up in the hearse, these anchors who were eager to see the world in chaos were stunned and even forgot to focus their live cameras on Grace. Oh my God, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as this. There's really no lower limit, only a lower limit. Oh my God, there's already so much gossip about this funeral, and it's been so explosive, and there's even a twist. A resurrection from the dead? How the hell am I supposed to write tomorrow's report on this? Leader, today's funeral interview was too explosive and too inhumane. The three members of the Wong family are not good people. They are all beasts. Some reporters from mainstream media even started cursing, while others were so unsure that they immediately contacted their leaders for instructions. The scene became increasingly chaotic. If everything that happened before was like a nuclear explosion that bombarded the entire place, then, as Grace sat up, it meant that the entire funeral was a huge scam. All the things that happened before combined are far less than what Grace is doing now. Even Sophia's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in blood. She struggled to break free from her relatives and stood up. Grace in the hearse, and the audience's criticism, spitting and cursing echoed in her ears, and she felt like she had vented all her anger. You still have a nerve to laugh? A relative pointed at Sophia's nose and cursed. Sophia laughed even more happily with a desperate attitude. They are all bitches. Why are you pretending to be a virgin? What? All the relatives around were shocked. Sophia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her right hand and shouted, "Today's funeral was fake from the beginning. It was simply orchestrated by Grace and her family to deceive everyone. They faked her death and divorce so that Grace could run to the stars and the sea that belonged to her and throw herself into the arms of her white moonlight. Not only that, she also forced me to falsify the accounts and transfer assets so that the magnificent and prosperous Shengding would be in tatters and Ethan would be the scapegoat. Destroy it. Since you've ruined my reputation, let's all die together." Sophia even straightened her back, completely unafraid of the countless piercing gazes around her. Her words completely exposed the mystery of this funeral that had rocked the entire city and the entire internet, clearing up everyone's doubts. The whole audience fell silent again. A panic-stricken and terrifying murderous intent suddenly burst out from a corner of the crowd. Marcus's eyes widened, his fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth. "Grace, your family is such a beast. You really are such a good escape artist." Chapter 65. Criticism and attack from all sides. Before that, Marcus remained a spectator from beginning to end. He attended the funeral today, largely because of Ethan, just to go through the motions. Of course, the presence of the four major families was beyond his expectations and shocked him on the spot. But when Sophia said this, he had completely lost his status as a spectator. Sophia is the financial director of Shengding Company, and the value of her words is self-evident. He is the second largest shareholder of Shengding Company after Grace. Grace's actions are no longer a simple deception, but a complete attack on him. With Marcus's personality, he would never tolerate such a thing. However, even though murderous intent surged in his heart, Marcus still resisted the urge to move forward. The funeral was a grand affair involving many people. If he goes forward rashly, he will only get himself into trouble. Beasts. A whole family of beasts. Ancestors. How could the Wang and Long families give birth to such beasts? And these two beasts even have offspring. Do you have any shame? How on earth could your family be so complacent about organizing a funeral like this? The old one is cheating without regard for human relations. The young one is cheating in search of Bai Yueguang, and the mother and wife are even helping the evil and organizing the funeral. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? This is completely heartless. Ethan was so devoted to you, arranging such a grand funeral for you, and in the end you actually want to murder him and make him take the blame. Don't stop me. Even if the King of Heaven is here today, I will go up and beat this family up. Hete. The whole audience was in an uproar, cursing loudly. The crowd surged like a tide, layer upon layer, toward where Ethan and the others were. Some people were so indignant that they took off their corsages and threw them at Ethan and others. In an instant, the corsages were everywhere, densely packed. Of course, all this overwhelming anger was directed at the Wang family of three. And Ethan naturally became the biggest victim in everyone's mind. A sincere heart will be rewarded with dog lungs. Even the close relatives of the Wang and Long families felt extremely sorry for Ethan for a moment. It is reasonable to help relatives rather than others. But when the truth is revealed, human nature naturally returns to normal, and right and wrong are revealed in broad daylight, and it seems weak and powerless to reverse them. Ethan still maintained the posture of supporting Lydia, but his expression kept changing. Shocked, hard to accept, desolate, and numb. In a very short period of time, Ethan's facial expressions underwent a textbook-like change comparable to an actor's self-cultivation. When is there a better opportunity than now to be both a leader and a success? As long as they grasp these expressions without even saying a word, they can make the Wang family completely drown in the spit of the huge crowd. This moment, Ethan felt relieved. He subconsciously glanced at his parents who were already stunned in the distance, and two crystal tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Mom and Dad, I have finally taken the first step towards revenge. I can finally make them pay for their blood debt with their blood. Ethan was overwhelmed with guilt. The scenes of his parents working hard to help him pay off his debts in his previous life, growing old and gray-haired, and finally passing away all emerged clearly in his mind. The two tears in the corners of his eyes were like a sharp knife cutting into everyone's heart. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The greatest sorrow in the world is to be extremely sad, but still remain calm. It's not that I'm not sad, but that I'm too sad, which leads to numbness. Grandpa, Dad, Zhang Qing's pretty face was filled with heartache. She whispered sympathetically to Ethan. Ethan, he must be heartbroken right now. Deception, betrayal, conspiracy, and harm. All of this came from the people closest to him. Oh my God, I really want to hug him. At the end of her speech, Zhang Qinghe burst into tears and couldn't help covering her red lips with her right hand. Zhang Wuji's expression was sullen, his eyes even flashing with ferocity. He said in a deep voice, "There's no greater sorrow than a broken heart. When a person suffers extreme harm in a very short period of time, and the body can no longer bear it, adrenaline surges, forcibly blocking some pain sensations or emotional changes. This is also the body's self-protection mechanism. He's probably in this state now." Damn it, Zhang Tianyu said angrily. The fact that he defeated Qinghe with a single move shows he's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Even if he's now a dormant dragon, he'll soon soar into the sky. This family of bastards actually went to such lengths to harm him for that so-called white moonlight. Aren't there already countless outstanding individuals in the world? This family of bastards would do such a wicked thing for that white moonlight. What qualifications do they have to possess two outstanding individuals at once? I'm very interested in that white moonlight. I'd love to meet him. At the end of his words, a chill emanated from Zhang Tianyu. The surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. So much so that people from the other three families looked at Zhang Tianyu in shock and horror. This person is the actual head of the Zhang family. Even the heads of the three major families had never seen Zhang Tianyu behave so misbehaving. Since the first time Zhang Tianyu entered their sight, he has always been as steady as a rock, so reserved that he would not change his expression even if the sky was falling. But now, Zhang Tianyu seemed like a completely different person. Is this still the Master Zhang I know? Or is it Master Zhang's substitute who's here today? Qi Suyi pushed up his glasses and said jokingly, "It really opened my eyes to see that the Buddha, who is so frugal with words and has a heart as solid as a rock, could express so much indignation." Master Zhang Tianyu came back to his senses and looked at Qi Suyi. "Senior, please stop teasing me like that. I may be a Buddhist by nature, but I'm not heartless. I can still tell good from bad. Moreover, Mr. Chun saved my daughter's life. If I don't even have this reaction, wouldn't I be less than a human being?" Qi Suyi smiled, but said nothing. Si Tianming and Wang Tianpeng looked at Zhang Tianyu meaningfully. The atmosphere in the venue became increasingly tense. The crowd surged, and the verbal attacks were about to turn into real fistfights. But Grace no longer cared about anything else. She sat in the hearse with disheveled hair, her eyes filled with tears and fierce anger. Just a little bit. It's really just a little bit off. But in the end, it failed. The funeral was a failure, and Sophia's word were the final nail in the coffin. Even if they escape today, what awaits them later is not just a loss of reputation and the fate of being treated like a rat crossing the street. She blamed everything on Victor. If Victor and Sophia hadn't gotten together, and Zhou Chun hadn't suddenly arrived, how could the funeral have taken such a sudden turn for the worse and become such a desperate situation? So, she lowered her head and leaned forward. He grabbed Victor's hair with his left hand and slapped Victor's face with his right hand. At the same time, she burst into tears and laughed. "You old fool, are you satisfied? Are you happy? This is what you wanted, right? You're such a bad father. You ruined my funeral with my cousin just because of something in your crotch, making everyone lose face. You're happy, but what about mine? Just now, why didn't I kill you on the spot?" Chapter 66. A true man of love and loyalty. The wind is blowing. A series of crying, laughing, and questioning. It is also a way to vent the anger in my heart. Slap after slap landed on Victor's face. Even though it was very light, along with these questionings, the father and daughter were completely separated. Victor's eyes, stained with blood and tears, no longer had any light in them, and he looked at Grace blankly. Is this my daughter? The daughter he had raised since she was born, and who he risked his life to save even though she had just become the target of public criticism. It turns out to be an ungrateful person. How funny. Victor's blood-stained mouth slowly turned up, and blood was still flowing out of his mouth and nose. This smile made him look miserable and desolate. Bang! Grace ignored it, but instead became furious and slapped Victor's face even harder. How can you still have a nerve to smile? Victor's face trembled for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. Although he was smiling, tears were pouring out of his eyes like a river bursting its banks. My vision instantly became blurred. The curses and insults from all around seemed to become extremely harsh with a click. He couldn't hear clearly, but in the blurred vision, Grace's ferocious face was as clear as if a red-hot iron was directly branded on his heart. This is all my fault, okay? I am sorry. Victor smiled and slowly forced himself to stand up, then turned around and stumbled out of the morning hall. Every step left a bloody footprint on the ground, extending all the way out of the morning hall. His body was severely hunched and staggering, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Each step is slow, but extremely firm. The hunchback looks so desolate and resolute. It was originally a misunderstanding, which made him feel aggrieved, but he had nowhere to vent. Now his daughter's reaction made him completely disheartened. He just wanted to leave this place. "Victor, you old bastard, stop right there." Zhou Chun was pressed to the ground, but he still noticed Victor at the first moment and roared. "Victor, you still want to run? You're so shameless. You've caused such a big incident, and you just want to walk away? You are such a shameless bastard. I will beat you to death today." More and more people noticed Victor's departure. and they became furious and shouted angrily. Some people even came forward angrily. But a voice in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Don't go up, the old bastard looks like he's about to die. If he falls down, and if this family of beasts blackmails you again, it will be murder." This voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, causing those who were about to move forward to calm down instantly and stop abruptly. But the cameras of the media reporters and anchors did not intend to miss Victor's back. Lights, lens, focus. The back view was captured clearly. For them, these are all materials, enough to trigger a hot topic. Run. Just as everyone was looking at Victor, Grace suddenly jumped off the hearse and fled in panic along the aisle. Grace! Lydia's attention was all on Grace, and she screamed in panic. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Only then did everyone realize that Grace had already rushed towards the passage where the hearse was transported, and only a blurry figure remained. It's too late to chase. How shameless! She ran so fast. Let alone death, there's nothing wrong with her body. They are such ruthless beasts. They must have planned this. I'm leaving with my injuries to buy her time to escape. Yes, that must be the case. No one dared to pursue Victor anyway, but when their attention was on Victor, their plan had already succeeded. Damn it, they're still plotting until now. The crowd was filled with anger and cursed loudly. At this moment, Ethan finally let go of Lydia. Lydia was shocked and glanced at Ethan in surprise. Confirming that Ethan's eyes were dull and his expression was wooden, she was immediately ecstatic. Was he confused? Good opportunity. Lydia didn't hesitate at all. She bent down like a mad rabbit and dived into the crowd. But she didn't see it at all. Just as she bent down and squeezed into the crowd, a layer of frost covered Ethan's dull face, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold smile. Ethan, your mother-in-law took advantage of the chaos to escape. Zhang Qinghe suddenly shouted to remind him. Ethan had his back to the four major families, so none of them could see the expression on Ethan's face. But the moment Zhang Qinghe's voice sounded, Ethan's face became dull again. He stood there like a statue, a walking corpse, unconscious. When everyone turned around to look, they couldn't see Lydia, but only saw Ethan, who was in a state of disarray, and they were immediately furious. Ethan, silly boy, stop being stunned. Oh my God, Victor, how can your family be so worthy of Ethan? We are all relatives, but I think you are such inhuman beings. Don't be afraid, Ethan. We will definitely catch them and give you justice. Distressed, scolded, persuaded. They are everywhere. But Ethan was already very happy. The Wong family's plot has been completely exposed, and their reputation has been ruined. His goal has been achieved. Grace and her family of 3 are not let go now. How can we continue the revenge later? The price of disgrace is too easy. What he wants is for the Wong family to fall into the abyss step by step. Now that he is the biggest victim in the whole audience, his character has been completely established. Everything is settled. Take off. Ethan felt happier than ever before. Once he took this step successfully, the road ahead would be extremely smooth. Once this wind blows, he will really soar to the sky. Ethan, I could hear my parents crying behind me. Ethan pretended to be strong, slowly turning around and looking at his parents. In an instant, all the guilt from the past life turned into a sorrowful cry. Mom and Dad. Extremely sad and heartbreaking. When this fell into the ears of everyone in the audience, they were all moved and shocked. Even the reporters and anchors looked compassionate and sympathetic. Such a big change happened in one day. All I got in return for my sincerity was a dog's lung. Even when Zhou Chun showed up and exposed Victor and Sophia, this affair, Ethan was still holding back, trying to save the funeral and rescue his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But the final ending is heartbreaking. While everyone despises and hates the Wong family, they all admire Ethan for being a loyal and righteous man. It's really enough for a man to be able to do this. But the final result was deception and betrayal. Even the 4 major families were moved and looked at Ethan with compassion. In the crowd, Marcus frowned. If this funeral hadn't been exposed, based on what Sophia just said, the end result would have been very likely that Grace would have successfully transferred the assets, leaving Xingding in tatters, with Ethan and several of our major shareholders taking the blame. A chill instantly enveloped Marcus. He instinctively looked towards where Sophia was, but there was no sign of her. She must have escaped during the chaos. Then, he looked at Ethan again, but his eyes had completely changed. Chapter 67, What a Good Man. Sheng Dingxin's boss. If Ethan hadn't desperately tried to set a 3-day agreement at the company to delay the process, Wouldn't the Sheng Ding that my joint shareholders had swallowed up be already in tatters? Marcus whispered softly, feeling a chill on his back. He didn't know the exact timeline and could only make assumptions based on what he had. In his opinion, Grace and Sophia were planning to transfer Shengding's assets. If Ethan had not stopped them from swallowing up Shengding, but let them swallow up Shengding smoothly, what would be waiting for him would be a huge mess and a mess. And Ethan really tried his best at that time. Otherwise, how could he be so different as to hit him on the head with an ashtray? Ethan was also unaware of this. He worked so hard purely because of his relationship with Grace and his wife, and the family ties with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But in Marcus's opinion, it was this coincidence that allowed him to avoid this disaster. But Marcus had no time to thank Ethan. The most urgent task is to return to Shengding immediately and find out the financial situation. He directly signaled the company's shareholders and vice president, and immediately took the Shengding employees away. Dad, Grandpa, can we help him? Zhang Qinghe felt sorry for Ethan's experience and couldn't help but look at Zhang Wuji and Zhang Tianyu with pleading eyes. Even if I want to help, it's not now. Zhang Wuji sighed and said, a man of such righteousness and loyalty was only rewarded with deception and betrayal. This really opened my eyes. Xiao Zhang, I'm afraid you opened more than just your eyes. Qi Suyi rolled her eyes. Zhang Wuji's expression turned serious. Sister Qi, what are you talking about? We are discussing Ethan's tragic experience. Your words are so disrespectful. Old fox. Qi Suyi left a word and immediately took his men away. Si Tianming and Wang Tianpeng also looked at each other, said nothing, and led their men away. Only Zhang Qinghe's young face showed some confusion. Grandpa, if you don't help now, when will you help? At least not now. They've all left, and it's time for us to say goodbye. Zhang Wuji sighed and gave Ethan a meaningful look. Although they left quickly, their thoughts were the same as yours. Qinghe, they all wanted to help as soon as possible. Zhang Qinghe was confused. Zhang Tianyu jokingly smiled. A man who could defeat you with one move is enough to amaze everyone, not to mention such a sentimental and righteous man. But a man with a master and a man without a master are two different things. Do you understand, girl? Zhang Qinghe was confused, but still followed his grandfather and father obediently. But he looked back every 3 steps. The 4 major families left, but the number of guests seemed to show no signs of decreasing. The number of guests who came to pay their respects at this funeral was too wide. The presence of the 4 major families elevated the scale of the entire funeral. But the base number of people at the funeral was the general public. Countless voices of comfort, guidance, and support resounded throughout the mourning hall like thunder. Reporters and anchors also turned their lights and cameras to Ethan and his family of 3. The 3 of them became the biggest victims of the funeral. I also received sympathy and support from everyone. Even in the live broadcast rooms of those anchors, the comments were directly polarized. One side sympathized with Ethan, while the other side severely cursed the Wang family. However, Ethan still pretended to be strong and apologized before leaving. The way he struggled to hold on was met with admiration and sighs from everyone. This is a real man. Even though he was extremely sad and felt like he was being tortured to death, he still considered the overall situation. Damn the Wang family. How vicious do you have to be so unscrupulous in humiliating Ethan? Amidst the curses directed at the Wang family, the crowd gradually dispersed. Soon, only media reporters and anchors were left in the huge mourning hall. They also wanted to interview Ethan. However, after Ethan waved his hand to decline, they left obediently. After all, people are all made of flesh and blood. If we conduct an interview now, wouldn't that be pushing people to death? A funeral that shocked the entire internet ended in such a dramatic way. Soon, only Ethan's family of 3 and the funeral home staff were left. Mr. Chun, how should he deal with it? The person in charge of Qingshan Funeral Home rubbed his hands and asked tentatively. Ethan looked at Zhou Chun, who was being held by the funeral home staff, and sighed helplessly, waving his hand. It's come to this. Let him go. He's a victim too. Zhou Chun was stunned. You're just gonna let me go like this? What else? Ethan looked at Zhou Chun with tears in his eyes. Are you gonna give you an award right now? Wouldn't that be a revelation? Zhou Chun pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but when he thought about the fact that their relationship as relatives was now completely over, he felt a chill. Finally, he could only solemnly say to Ethan, You are a good man. You're a good person too. Ethan said meaningfully. Zhou Chun was stunned for a moment. Ethan explained, people who suffer from depression are usually kind-hearted people. Otherwise, they wouldn't force themselves into depression. Zhou Chun was stunned. His eyes turned red and tears fell like rain. Ethan's words seemed to bring a ray of light into his dark world. Finally, there are people who understand. Just think of this. Zhou Chun stepped forward and gave Ethan a big bear hug. We will all get better and better in the future. Come on. Ethan looked at Zhou Chun leaving, feeling mixed emotions. His cousin-in-law is really a good man. However, after this separation, I will probably have nothing to do with Zhou Chun anymore. He was able to prevent Zhou Chun from doing stupid things or committing crimes, which was the greatest protection he could give Zhou Chun. As for guilt, I feel so guilty. Given Sophia's impulsive pursuit of freedom, it was only a matter of time before Zhou Chun would swing a knife and chop someone. Although today's funeral gave Zhou Chun a push to expose Sophia's infidelity, it was just a push. It also helped Zhou Chun to untie the knot in her heart so that she can embrace a new life. Thinking of this, Ethan's last trace of guilt towards Zhou Chun disappeared. I'm such a good person. Accompanied by his parents, Ethan settled the fees with Qingshan Funeral Home according to the contract. Then the family of 3 took a car home. Along the way, the atmosphere was oppressive and sad. The parents had experienced many twists and turns at the funeral and were deeply shocked. The father was lost and stunned, while the mother was in tears, staring blankly out the window. Only Ethan lowered the passenger window a little, feeling the wind, and felt that the wind was sweet. At the same time, Shengding Company. Bang, bang, bang. Marcus, with a bandage on his head, angrily slammed the conference table. Where's Sophia? Where did that bitch go? She's the company's financial director. If there's really a problem with the company's finances, I'm going to drown her in the river tonight. Mr. Wang, calm down, shareholder Lao Zhang soothed. Sophia has indeed lost contact, but according to the accounts we've checked, the assets shouldn't have been transferred yet. That's already underway, and there's another urgent matter. What? Marcus was stunned. Lao Zhang exchanged glances with the shareholders and vice presidents. Then he said, elect Shang Dingxin to be the person in charge. Chapter 68, A New Beginning, Seeking Advantages and Avoiding Harms. The new leader. Marcus lowered his head and frowned, lost in thought. This is indeed an urgent matter at the moment. If it weren't for the Grace incident, according to his previous strategy of swallowing up other companies, he would have wanted to be the boss of Shengding directly. But now Grace is planning to fake her own death and let Ethan take the blame. And now Ethan has the Zhang family as his backer. Marcus's thoughts raced, his eyes blazing as he said simply, Mr. Chun, the boss of Shengding Xin. But as for Grace, Lao Zhang has da. Grace, he... Marcus puffed on his cigar and sneered. Her funeral is over. How can a dead person have any company shares? With a little manipulation, they will naturally pass into Mr. Chen's hands. There's no need to worry about that. The expressions of Lao Zhang and the others immediately relaxed. As for how to operate it, they're very familiar with it. Even if Grace brazenly swaggered into the company, she would never be able to snatch away the shares that Ethan should inherit from her. The financial review lasted until after 4 in the afternoon. The result made Marcus and the others breathe a sigh of relief. All the finances were saved. Sophia probably didn't have time to transfer them. Marcus looked at the audit report, his lips curled up in relief, his eyes gleaming with a strange brilliance. Now that Mr. Chun is the new leader, I'm really looking forward to his 3-day appointment. What exactly is this opportunity he mentioned that could double Shengding's fortune? If it was just the previous situation, Marcus would have regarded the 3-day appointment as Ethan's last-ditch effort. But now Ethan's brilliance is gradually revealed. With the support of the Zhang family and the presence of 4 major families at the funeral today, Marcus is suddenly looking forward to the 3-day appointment. The sun sets. The TV in the living room was playing news about today's funeral. Father and mother sat on the sofa, distraught and with empty eyes. My mother's eyes were still red and stained with tears. The old couple has been in this state since they returned home from Qingshan Funeral Home. For them, isn't it like the sky is falling? If you put yourself in their shoes, you will realize that their grief was genuine when they heard the sad news of their daughter-in-law's death. But everything that happened at the funeral today was a scam carefully planned by the Wang family. This would be difficult for anyone to accept for a while. Ethan didn't have any good way to comfort him. Even if he was reborn with a god's perspective, no matter how careful his plans were, he could not avoid the emotional impact of his parents, and could only rely on his parents to bear it. After returning home, Ethan was busy in the kitchen and served 3 dishes and a soup. He took off his apron, turned off the noisy TV, and said softly to his parents, "Mom and Dad, it's time for dinner. Ethan, you and your dad eat first. I'll eat later." The mother said with a breath through her nose. My father looked dazed for a moment and was about to speak. Ethan squatted in front of the two of them and said, "Mom and Dad, no matter what, we have to fill our stomachs first. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. Besides, we need to celebrate properly." Celebrate. The old couple's expressions changed at the same time. Ethan nodded and explained softly, "Think about it. Grace's family painstakingly planned this funeral to fake my death in order to divorce me. They also want to transfer Shengding Company's assets. If they succeed, what will happen to you and me?" The father and mother, and they looked at each other. Yes, if the Wong family really succeeds, what will be waiting for them will be a terrifying mountain of debt. All the consequences will be borne by the three of them. For a family like theirs, it would be a disaster. Ethan continued, "So, shouldn't we celebrate? A lot happened at the funeral today, but at least the Wong family schemes were exposed. Our family didn't fall into irretrievable ruin because of their machinations. We even saw through their hearts, which is a blessing in disguise for us." These words finally eased the expressions of my father and mother a little. They're just sad and find it hard to accept the facts, but they are not stupid. Ethan's words hit the nail on the head, made the interests involved clear, and immediately made them clear their minds. Although I still feel a little uncomfortable emotionally, I feel much more relaxed than before. "Wifey," the father exhaled and patted the mother's shoulder. "Ethan is right. Although it's hard to accept, at least their conspiracy plan failed and didn't harm us." The mother nodded, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, stood up and walked to the dining table first. Ethan finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart and was about to get up and follow. His father suddenly raised his hand and pulled him, then asked in a deep voice, "Ethan, is that 300 million related to the 4 major families present today?" Ethan was stunned for a moment. It must be related to them. Seeing Ethan's reaction, his father nodded and murmured, "Your dad has been teaching for a lifetime. He's not a fool. If he thinks about it carefully, he can figure out some things." Ethan smiled casually and said nothing. He didn't want to explain more. Since his father had guessed a little, he would just leave it at that. How else to explain it? Explain that you are reborn? Even if I really said that, my parents would never believe it. Now that I have successfully taken the most crucial step in my rebirth, I will just have to work hard for the rest of my life, be filial to my parents, and make up for the guilt of my past life. Just as Ethan sat down at the dinner table, Marcus called. Ethan glanced at his parents, then stood up and went back to his room. As soon as the call was connected, Marcus sighed with emotion. "President Ethan, thank God, this is a blessing in disguise. We've confirmed that the company's finances haven't been transferred. Sophia probably hasn't had time to act yet. Furthermore, the company has decided to support you as the new leader of Shengding. We're all looking forward to the opportunity you mentioned for Shengding." At the end, Marcus' tone became noticeably excited. "The boss." Ethan rubbed his nose and laughed. "Mr. Wong, you're joking. But since everyone supports me, I'm sure they've helped me deal with some things. Please wait and see what happens next. Don't worry about you and Grace's shares. We've already figured out how to handle it for you." Marcus replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Ethan looked at the night lights outside the window and shrugged. It's human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. With a top horse like Marcus helping me manage Shengding, Grace, you really can't turn things around. But speaking of Sophia, he didn't finish his words. His cell phone rang again. Ethan was speechless when he saw the caller ID. Sophia. Chapter 69. Ethan, I'm drunk and it's hot. I want you. You really can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. Ethan laughed dumbly and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, Sophia asked anxiously, "Ethan, where are you? I want you." "So urgent?" Ethan was startled. "Cousin, after so many things happened today, are you still in the mood?" "You." Sophia was so angry that she was speechless for a moment, and suddenly she said in a crying voice, "I am very scared and panicked now, but I don't know where to go or who to find. I can only find you." Ethan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I told you that no matter how strong your feelings are, they shouldn't be this strong. I'm at home." As he said this, his thoughts were racing. Sophia's loop is somewhat difficult to close. One is that he was the first to break into Sophia's hotel after his rebirth, catch the adulterer, and get evidence. The second is what to do with Sophia. The first point can still be explained away by saying that he noticed it and stumbled upon it by accident, and he can barely get away with it. But for the second point, Ethan spent the whole afternoon thinking about it, but still couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps the best outcome for Sophia is for her to simply disappear and move away. But now Sophia bumped into him, implying that she still had feelings for him. This is not authentic. Doesn't she even look in the mirror to see how badly she's become because of all the people coming in and out? What is in your bones and blood cannot be changed. If Ethan accepts Sophia, it means he has to accept the same fate as Zhou-chan. Is it possible for a reborn person to tolerate this? Ethan didn't mind playing friendly games, but Sophia definitely didn't want to just play friendly games. I'm asking you, can you come over? Sophia's crying suddenly became sharp on the phone. Ethan frowned. This game, should I play or not? After what happened today, Sophia is no different from the three members of the Wong family. Disgraced and like a rat crossing the street. Even if Sheng Ding's property transfer was not carried out, Sheng Ding would definitely not be able to accommodate her. This means that she has nothing now. If she were to play this match, Sophia would definitely use all her skills and all her life's experience. But the consequences are unimaginable, just as Ethan frowned in thought. Sophia on the other end of the phone seemed genuinely anxious and panicked, crying and threatening. I have nothing now anyway. If you don't come over, I'll expose our affair. Are you threatening me? Ethan's voice turned cold. This was the worst possible outcome if Sophia couldn't close the loop. What's wrong with threatening you? I'm just fighting for my happiness. Sophia sneered and said incoherently, I'm at the food court outside the Yinju Hotel. I've been drinking, and I feel a little dizzy and hot all over. You better come over now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Ethan was shocked and furious. I have never seen a woman like you. Just wait. I will come over and teach you a lesson. Bang. Hang up the phone. Ethan was too lazy to change his clothes. What if Sophia sobered up and was no longer hot? My father and mother were eating at the dinner table. Although they were still in a low mood, at least they could eat. See, Ethan hurried out. Ethan, where are you going? The mother demanded. Mom, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon, or maybe tomorrow. Bang. Ethan said this and closed the door. The mother's brows were furrowed, and her face was full of worry. The father comforted him. Don't worry. Ethan is grown up. Our son is much more capable than we imagined. The lights are coming on. The food street is already bustling with people. The lights are bright, and the food is everywhere. Some people come and go while eating along the food street, while others sit down in a barbecue late-night snack shop to chat with a few friends. But the topics everyone talked about were surprisingly the same. Funeral at Qingshan Funeral Home this morning. The live broadcasts by the anchors had already made everything that happened at the funeral known to the entire network. The fermentation in the afternoon has become the hottest topic among the people. Oh my God, this morning's live stream was so weird. I actually saw a live stream of a funeral. Let me tell you, that funeral was really... Don't tell me. Hiccup, listen to me, I saw it too, and I watched the whole thing. It was so ridiculous. Even TV wouldn't dare to film it like that. Grace, the president of Shengding Company. She died young. The scene was so sensational that it seemed like all the four major families showed up to pay their respects. That bullshit premature death was all a scam orchestrated by that bitch Grace to transfer assets. She faked her death just to get a divorce from her hapless husband. How despicable. Her husband cried his heart out over her death and held a lavish funeral, and she was behind the scenes plotting to make him take the blame. It's not just Grace, it's also her parents. They're not good people, they're just beasts. Her dad is having an affair with her cousin, and her cousin's husband even showed up at the funeral to cause a scene. The streets were filled with noisy discussions. The TVs in every late-night barbecue restaurant were broadcasting the news one after another, and the news content was also about Grace's funeral. The extensive coverage by mainstream media and the most explosive local news completely defined the entire funeral. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Where is the bottom line for the loss of humanity? A family's conspiracy was accidentally exposed. For the mainstream media, such wording is extremely harsh, and it also proves that this funeral really crossed the bottom line of human nature. Victor was wearing a black sweatshirt and a sweatshirt hood, huddled in the corner. The small square table in front of him was filled with beer bottles. The TV hanging on the wall opposite him was playing the news. He curled up, trying not to attract attention. He didn't take a single bite of the skewers in his hand, but he kept guzzling the beer in his right hand. The sound of news broadcasts and the discussions and curses of people around. It was clearly beer entering my throat, but it felt so spicy and sharp like a knife, as if it was cutting my throat. In her mind, she recalled the scenes of the father and daughter growing up. In the end, all the memories seemed to turn into black and white, and rotated to everything at today's funeral. The funeral was exposed. The sky fell on the Wong family. A rat crossing the street is punishable by death. But such an ending was far less than the hurtful words Grace asked at the funeral and the slaps one after another that brought harm to Victor. Father and daughter separated. He really risked his life to save Grace. But my daughter's response was so heartbreaking and disappointing. A misunderstanding with Sophia completely ruined the funeral. But he also felt wronged. It was really just a misunderstanding. The scolding from his wife and the ungrateful look from his daughter completely extinguished this middle-aged man's hope for the future. Alcohol is the best anesthetic. Victor felt drunk. The sounds around him were a little blurry, and his head was spinning. But he didn't stop and continued to drink one sip after another, hoping that the alcohol would completely suppress the disappointment and pain in his heart. Perhaps dying is also a kind of relief. Victor murmured softly and finally raised his head with the courage given by the alcohol. His face was covered with scars and even residual bloodstains, and he looked extremely miserable and terrifying. But he didn't care. He looked around, a bleak smile on his face. Suddenly, when his eyes inadvertently swept towards the street outside, he was stunned. Even though his vision was already a little blurry, the figure that just flashed by still hit his eyes like a bolt from the blue. Sophia. Victor was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide open. Then his already embarrassed and horrified face suddenly turned ferocious and fierce. "You bitch, you stinky bastard, you have caused me so much trouble." Chapter 70 forces good people to kill. Anger rising. Gnashing of teeth. Victor's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body tensed and trembling like a manic beast. Even with a quick glance, he was certain that the figure passing by outside was Sophia. After he left Qingshan Funeral Home, he wandered around like a zombie, without any support. He didn't even go to the hospital to treat his injuries, but wandered straight to the vicinity of Yinju Hotel. In Victor's opinion, that night at Yinju Hotel truly changed the fate of his family. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Victor even thought about ending his own life after having a good meal. But he didn't expect that Sophia would appear in front of him. All sorts of things come to mind, plus the excitement of being drunk. Victor hesitated for only 2 seconds before taking out 500 yuan and throwing it on the table. Then he picked up a beer bottle and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. People come and go, bustling about. Victor looked around but couldn't see Sophia. He didn't give up. The family is broken, the reputation is ruined, and the sky is falling. All this is because of Sophia. Without that misunderstanding, today's funeral would never have been exposed. Bitch, bitch. Victor stumbled in the crowd, searching for his place. People around him tried to avoid him as a drunk. At the same time, Sophia put on heavy makeup and dressed up carefully, then walked into a barbecue restaurant at the end of the street. She directly ordered 10 servings of roasted kidneys, 3 portions of roasted lamb whip, 1 roasted lamb egg, 2 servings of roasted leeks, a pot of steamed oysters, and 2 bottles of Jinjio. Tonight, she must take Ethan. As I walked along, I heard people discussing today's funeral. Her situation is no different from that of the Wong family. But Ethan is her only escape. As long as she can successfully take down Ethan, even if she becomes a rat crossing the street, she will still have a harbor that can ensure that she has food and clothing and lives a prosperous and wealthy life. To this end, she not only dressed up carefully and changed into a slim black long skirt, showing the charm of a mature woman, but also carefully dressed up her inner self, ensuring that she could give Ethan an instant surprise. She understands men too well. Any man would be unable to resist her preparation. The TV was broadcasting funeral news. Sophia leaned lazily against the wall, her left hand playing with her long wavy hair, staring blankly at the TV. Every gesture and movement exudes unparalleled mature charm. Even if you sit against the wall, you will still attract the attention of people around you. Covetous, greedy, and scrupulous, there is no man who doesn't look at Sophia. Sophia could feel it too, but she didn't mind. To her, this was the proper reaction of a man. This also proves that her careful dressing is correct. We will definitely win, Ethan. Sophia took a deep breath and looked back outside the store. From her perspective, she could just see the Yinju Hotel building. Ethan instead of Victor lying on the bed. How could she be so nervous as she is now? It's a pity that due to a misunderstanding, everything was lost. Sophia chose this place was that she wanted to continue what happened that night with Ethan. After eating and drinking, she and Ethan went directly to the Yunju Hotel across the street. She had even booked a room, the same 999 room from last time. The wait is always long. For Sophia, she leaned tiredly against the wall, sometimes touching her wavy hair, sometimes swiping her phone aimlessly, and also declined several men who came up to her and asked for her contact information. She was known throughout the city, and her funeral was on the TV news. But her careful dressing allowed her to avoid being recognized to a large extent. Ding dong. WeChat notification popped up on Sophia's phone screen, which made her feel extremely disgusted and nauseous. It was actually sent by Zhou-Chun. Sophia frowned, and her already annoyed mood suddenly became irritable. What else does this useless and weak man want to do? After experiencing what happened at today's funeral, Sophia wanted to kill Zhou-Chun. For so many years, she has not divorced Zhou-Chun, which is the greatest kindness she has shown to Zhou-Chun. Why did he dare to expose her cheating in public? You really don't know what's good for you. Sophia gritted her teeth, suppressed her nausea, and clicked on the message from Zhou-Chun. Zhou-Chun, where are you? Let's talk about divorce. Huh, Sophia sneered. The last fig leaf has been torn off, and she is too lazy to act anymore. She replied directly, I'm at the food street near Yunju Hotel. Please come over quickly. Let's talk for a few minutes. I have to get a room with someone later. Please don't delay me. After clicking send, Sophia directly deleted and blocked Zhou-Chun. What a good-for-nothing wimp. Divorce if you want, but why do you have to talk about it face to face? You have no shame. The other side, Zhou-Chun saw Sophia's reply. His eyes were bloodshot. Shame. What a shame and humiliation. How could there be such a woman? Zhou-Chun clutched his phone tightly, his whole body trembling, the veins on his forehead bulging. Sophia, a day of marriage is 100 days of grace. We're just talking about divorce. Why are you humiliating me like this? A surge of resentment burst out. Zhou-Chun's already weak mind was suddenly shaken by the impact of resentment. He stood on the street, a chill running down his spine. You forced me to do this, you really did. I was already soft-hearted enough by not killing you. You've really driven a kind person to murder. Zhou-Chun raised his hand to stop a taxi. Master, please go to the food street near Yunju Hotel as quickly as possible. The master looked at Zhou-Chun in confusion, and without saying anything, he stepped on the accelerator. 5 minutes later, Zhou-Chun looked at the neon sign of Food Street in front of him, a little confused. Master, why didn't you tell me when it was so close? It's just across the street. The taxi driver rolled his eyes and said, I thought you were bored and just wanted to take a taxi for fun. Pay the money. Zhou-Chun gritted his teeth, paid the money, opened the door, and got out of the car. Sophia directly. After the call was connected, Zhou-Chun suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and asked in a deep voice, I'm here. Where are you? Receiving Sophia's impatient reply, he simply said, and hung up the phone. Then, with a gloomy expression, he walked into the food street. Just when Zhou-Chun walked into the crowd. At the same time, a taxi stopped on the side of the road. Ethan paid, and just as he opened the car door, he noticed Zhou-Chun's back. Ethan exclaimed in surprise. Zhou-Chun? He wanted to catch up to see more clearly, but the familiar figure flashed by and disappeared into the dense crowd. This glance gave Ethan a sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to lift his foot, his right eyelid suddenly twitched. He raised his right hand and pressed his eyelids, but he couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching. Suddenly, a joking laugh was heard from the side. Sir, if your left eye twitches, it means good fortune, and if your right eye twitches, it means disaster. Chapter 71, The Mysterious Girl Killed Someone. Who? Ethan was startled and turned his head to look. 5 meters away from him, there stood a tall girl. The girl was wearing white hanfu, standing tall and graceful, with a veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of large, delicate, and intelligent eyes, and holding a delicate white paper umbrella in her hand. Hanfu style has become popular in recent years, and hanfu can be seen everywhere. But the girl's dress still surprised Ethan. Even a panic and confusion made him pause. It really feels like a lady from an ancient family. Even if I just see a pair of eyes, I feel that she must be very beautiful. What's wrong? The girl bowed slightly. I just noticed your right eyelid twitching. My grandma taught me that, so I just wanted to remind you. Ethan smiled awkwardly. Thank you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sir, would you like me to tell your fortune? The girl smiled and said, one divination costs 100 yuan. There's a promotion where you get one for 3 divinations free. It can predict good and bad luck and wealth. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Asking for your future fortune can change your destiny. Depend on. Ethan suddenly lost all interest in the girl. All this time is spent on sales. What's the difference between this and the tarot sticks used on the street? Sorry, I really have something to do. Next time we meet, I will definitely take care of your business. Ethan was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he politely refused and turned away. A girl's voice came from behind. Mr. Chun, fate comes and goes. If you miss it, you don't know when we will meet again, etc. Ethan's head buzzed, and his steps came to a sudden halt. He didn't even chat with the girl for a few minutes, so how could she know his last name? Ethan turned around and tried to ask, but as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. The girl is missing. The two of them were clearly only a few meters apart. How could they disappear out of thin air in the blink of an eye? Ethan frowned, his eyes flickering, and he quickly looked around to find a girl. The crowds are bustling and eager to get started. Although there were many girls wearing hanfu everywhere I looked, none of them was the girl from before. What's going on? Ethan's brows furrowed, his heartbeat accelerating. The girl disappeared so quickly that it seemed unreasonable. This made him feel that something was wrong. The feeling of palpitations became stronger and stronger. The cell phone rang. Ethan saw that it was Sophia's call and was about to answer it. Sophia hung up again. But this also interrupted Ethan's thoughts. Let's deal with Sophia first. Ethan turned and walked into the bustling food court. But after taking just 3 steps, he suddenly stopped. It was like a bolt from the blue flashed through my mind. Ethan's body trembled violently, and fear quickly appeared on his calm face. Etc. Something is definitely wrong. That girl's figure seems familiar. Ethan stood there like a statue, his features distorted, as if he had seen a ghost. He murmured in a trembling voice, "It's him, no. It should be her, that mysterious person." When the last 3 words were uttered, even Ethan found it hard to believe. A dreamlike feeling of unreality instantly swept over him. This sudden, damn, familiar feeling really seems to be that mysterious person. The person he vaguely saw in the crowd after he was hit by a dump truck in his previous life. To be precise, the car accident was caused by 2 mysterious people. One was the driver of the dump truck, and the other was the mysterious person in the crowd who seemed familiar to him. However, Ethan prefers to call the dump truck driver the driver who caused the accident. But Ethan couldn't be sure. Even when he faced the girl just now, he didn't feel this damn familiar feeling. But just a moment ago, this familiar feeling suddenly gushed out like a tide. It happened suddenly and without any warning. It seemed as if the fleeting glimpse before his death in his previous life was directly imprinted on his soul. The noise and bustle around suddenly became fainter. Ethan was in the crowd and felt dizzy. The scenes of the car accident played in his mind like a slideshow. He felt like his head was about to explode. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the people around him, he simply squatted down on the spot, holding his head with his hands. Pain. It hurt so much. Ethan had a splitting headache, his whole body was shaking, and his breathing was as heavy as a bellows. The severe pain even made him lose the strength to stand up and look for the girl again. What's wrong with this person? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Is he having some sort of sudden illness? Should I call 120? Just now I saw him walk a few steps and suddenly stop, then squat on the ground. It was so scary. The crowd gathered around, pointing and talking. But Ethan didn't care about anything else. This sudden sense of familiarity was really damn annoying. It was as if an invisible hand dragged him into a dark, swirling vortex in an instant, and he couldn't even pull his consciousness back to reality. However, a sound of tearing silk suddenly echoed throughout the food street. Murder! Boom! This scream not only attracted everyone's attention, but also made Ethan's body tremble violently. The memories in his mind came to an abrupt end, as if he had instantly escaped from that vortex and returned to reality. Murder has occurred. Something has happened. Damn it. Go and take a look. Who is so bold? It seems to be at the end of the street. Go over and take a look. The end of the street. Ethan's face changed drastically. He remembered that the coordinates Sophia sent him were at the end of the food street. And just now Sophia's call was suddenly interrupted. Could it be? Ethan stood up suddenly, trying hard to hold back his uneven breathing, and quickly rushed to the end of the street with the flow of people. The scene in the distance was already in chaos. Screams, cries, roars. They came together and completely blew up the food street. A huge crowd of people ran towards this side, but collided with the crowd who rushed over to watch the excitement. Galloway, get out of the way, everyone. Ethan relied on brute force to push through the crowd and quickly approached the end of the street. His eyes swept across the crowd, and he could vaguely see the tragedy in front of the barbecue restaurant. A blood-stained figure was lying at the door of the barbecue restaurant, with blood all over the ground. The crowd around was in chaos. Some people were crying, some were screaming, and some were trying to call 120, but no one dared to step forward. The huge barbecue restaurant was empty except for the man lying in a pool of blood. Sophia. Ethan's pupils constricted, and just looking at their figure, they really looked similar. Before he finished speaking, a familiar figure hit his eyes like a sledgehammer. Zhou Chun. At this moment, Zhou Chun was standing at the front of the crowd, holding a half-broken beer bottle in his hand. The people around him subconsciously kept a distance from him in fear. Groove. Ethan was furious. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Chun's right hand, holding the beer bottle. He twisted it violently and said, "Let go." "Ah!" Zhou Chun screamed, and the beer bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. With a look of pain on his face, he turned around and saw that it was Ethan. He hurriedly said, "Ethan, your father-in-law killed Sophia?" Chapter 72, It's All My Fault. Victor. Ethan was horrified. He was not shocked that Victor killed Sophia, but was shocked how the two of them met here. During the funeral in the daytime, Victor was the first to leave, and Sophia took the opportunity to escape in the chaos behind. He was invited by Sophia, and Zhou Chun could barely explain why he came to see Sophia. But what about Victor? Even if Victor wants to seek revenge on Sophia, Sophia is not a fool. How could she easily tell Victor where she is? More importantly, Sophia had a date with him. Zhou Chun felt Ethan's strength weaken, and he broke free, smiling coldly. Good is rewarded and evil is punished. The two lovers ended up loving and hating each other. If Victor hadn't made the first move, maybe it would have been me. Ethan's expression froze. He grabbed Zhou Chun's arm and pulled him back 2 steps. At this moment, his thoughts were in a mess. He glanced around, making sure no one heard Zhou Chun's words, then asked in a low voice, "The key is, why are you all here?" "I'm here to talk to Sophia about a divorce." Zhou Chun's eyes were hollow, tears in them, and her lips trembled as she said, "But this bitch, I just wanted to talk to her about breaking up decently, and she actually said she was busy sleeping with someone else. It really made me want to kill her, but when I got there, I saw Victor had already stabbed her." Ethan's expression suddenly became unnatural. Sophia lying in a pool of blood with complicated eyes. This cousin, does she have to be so aggressive? Even though he was talking about divorce with Zhou Chun, he still didn't forget to smear Zhou Chun. Bang! Zhou Chun suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan shuddered. It's going to be bad. He looked at Zhou Chun nervously. Zhou Chun smiled bitterly. "I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. After all, I was your cousin-in-law. I've already lost my face, but you still saw it. Look how despicable they are. The whole thing has become known to everyone, and they actually still have the mind to make an appointment to do it together. This is completely devastating. When she was messing around with Victor, she probably never thought that she would end up dying at Victor's hands. That was a close call." Ethan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chun had obviously misunderstood that the person Sophia was dating was Victor. However, Zhou Chun's misunderstanding actually helped him clear the suspicion. "Where's Victor?" Ethan calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Zhou Chun shook his head. "He must have gotten away. He stabbed Sophia, snatched her bag, and rushed over to the greenbelt." "Grab a bag?" Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that Sophia had just called and then suddenly stopped talking. Not good. In an instant, Ethan changed and immediately ran in the direction Zhou Chun pointed. Zhou Chun was startled. "Ethan, what are you doing? Please help, call 120. I'll catch the murderer." Ethan threw down the words without even turning his head. "Zhou Chun, call 120. It's impossible to beat him. It's impossible to win in this life. If Victor hadn't gotten him first, he would have stabbed Sophia too. A woman is a man's face. Sophia has completely destroyed his face and dignity as a man. No matter how saintly he is, he will never make this call." Ethan knew that Zhou Chun would not help call 120, He just said it verbally to make it seem reasonable for him to go find Victor. Victor snatched Sophia's bag, and it's very likely that Sophia's cell phone was also in the bag. Sophia's mobile phone are all real evidence. It can directly prove the relationship between him and Sophia. Victor really finds it. He will definitely report it. Ethan was not in a hurry to catch Victor, but to be exact, he was in a hurry to catch Sophia's cell phone. Soon, Ethan jumped across the greenbelt. He looked around, but there was no sign of Victor. Did he really run away? Ethan frowned, looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic on the road, feeling a little nervous for a moment. Cell phones and the information in them must never be disclosed. Damn it. Sophia, why don't you think about leaving a clear name in the world before you die? The lights of passing cars flashed across Ethan's face, and a few beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. Just when Ethan was feeling anxious and at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Chun. Ethan's body shook as if struck by lightning. This sound. It's her. That Hanfu girl. Ethan turned around suddenly and looked around, but couldn't find a girl in Hanfu. Instead, I saw a transparent Ziploc bag placed next to the greenbelt, and inside the Ziploc bag was a mobile phone. This is... Ethan looked at the phone, his pupils dilated rapidly. He felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingled as he looked around, desperately wanting to find the girl in Hanfu and confront her face to face. But there was nothing around, nothing at all. All this instantly made Ethan feel as if he was in a dream, and it was unreal. An indescribable terror suddenly enveloped him. However, his rationality allowed him to walk to the greenbelt after being stunned for a few seconds, and then he bent down to pick up the Ziploc bag. He tapped the screen of his phone through the Ziploc bag with his right index finger, and the screensaver came on, showing a hot selfie of Sophia. It's Sophia's phone. But is this possible? What's going on? Ethan's heart was pounding, almost jumping out of his chest. His mind was completely blank. On the road next to us, there was a constant stream of vehicles with their lights flashing. But at this moment, Ethan felt more like he was being dragged out of this world by a mysterious force. He was reborn. But at this moment, he clearly felt that he was out of tune with this world. The sound of sirens and the call of 120 was heard in the distance. Buzz. Ethan felt a gust of wind in his ears, and he was suddenly brought back to reality. He shakily wrapped the phone in a Ziploc bag, put it in his pocket, and quickly returned to the crime scene. A cordon has been set up at the crime scene. Special personnel are currently inspecting and investigating. The doctors and nurses from the 120 ambulance were also checking Sophia's condition. As professionals arrived at the scene to take control, the chaotic scene became orderly. Ethan walked over to Zhou Chun with a nervous mood and shook his head. No, I didn't find it. However, Zhou Chun raised his hand and pointed in the direction Ethan came from. Look, wasn't he brought here from that direction? And so fast, he must not have run far. Boom! Ethan turned around suddenly, as if struck by lightning. In the sight, Victor has been handcuffed and is being escorted towards this side, but he is obviously drunk and staggering, and there's a woman's bag hanging around Victor's neck. But how is this possible? It's all my fault, it's all mine. Victor approached. He roared at Sophia's body. This bitch deserves to be killed. Chapter Hetvenharom Seek Folk. Shocked, horrified, uneasy, and incredulous. All sorts of emotions instantly engulfed Ethan like a tide. He stood there like a fool, his mind blank. He was still in shock when Victor was escorted away. The ambulance took away Sophia's body, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Until Zhou Chun pushed him, Ethan, it's time to go. Ethan suddenly woke up and said with a grim expression, Oh, okay, let's go. Is it over yet? It's over. Ethan worriedly. Why do you look so grim? Ethan shook his head, his expression gloomy, and said bitterly, After all, they're my cousin and father-in-law. They were at a funeral during the day, and now they are in this situation. Zhou Chun was stunned, then sighed and said helplessly, You're just too kind. How they treat you and me. How could you possibly sympathize with them? This matter ends here. I'm leaving this city. Let me kindly remind you, kind people are often bullied. Being soft on your enemies is the greatest cruelty to yourself. Ethan looked at Zhou Chun's back as he left, feeling a little lost for a moment. Is he kind-hearted? Maybe in the previous life. Compared to him, Zhou Chun is the one with a truly kind heart. It's just the way the world is. Kind people are so easy to bully. Everything that happened tonight was too unexpected. Even Ethan now feels it is absurd and unable to accept the reality. Sophia called and not only invited him, but also Victor and Zhou Chun. But in the end, it was Victor who ended Sophia's life in a confused manner. Ethan, even more terrified, is that girl in Hanfu. The damn familiar feeling has been lingering since it appeared. Like a ghost, he not only helped him take away the most important mobile phone. What terrified Ethan even more was that he vaguely remembered that the professionals had just taken out an identical cell phone from Sophia's bag. This alone is difficult to explain with common sense. The bustling crowd around was still there, but the topic of discussion had changed from the funeral to the murder in the barbecue restaurant. The evening breeze blew on Ethan's body, making every pore of his body open, and an invisible chill invaded his body. He shuddered, put his right hand in his trouser pocket, and quickly left the scene. When I got home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. My parents had gone to bed. Ethan was trembling with fear all the way. As soon as he entered the house, he locked the door and went into the bathroom. I scooped up 2 handfuls of cold water and splashed it on my face, and my consciousness finally became a little clearer. He looked at himself in the mirror, with drops of water dripping down his cheeks, but his pale face was still filled with fear and trance. What is real? If it weren't the stimulation of the cold water, there would also be the feeling of the phone heaving in my right trouser pocket. He might even think that everything he experienced after his rebirth was just a dream before he died after being hit by a dump truck. But obviously not. But what exactly happened tonight? Ethan staggered back to his room with unsteady steps, locked the door, and threw himself heavily onto the bed. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, his mind constantly recalling everything that happened tonight. That girl in Hanfu. Ethan murmured softly, a wave of regret washing over him. I should have agreed to her fortune-telling. Even if it was 10 million, let alone $100 of divination, it would have been worth it. He was sure that the damn familiar feeling could not be wrong. He was also certain that the girl in Hanfu did help Victor kill Sophia, and he helped him in a way that was not in line with common sense. Is it a miracle? Or is it just a ghost? Ethan was not sure. In his previous life, after being hit by a dump truck, the person who happened to be there was the girl in Hanfu, besides the driver. And she also followed him after his rebirth. Besides, Master, Ethan rubbed his face, his thoughts racing like lightning. He not only recalled every detail of the scenes after his rebirth, but also everything in the dark time before his rebirth when he helped Grace's family pay off their debts. This is extremely mentally taxing. But Ethan had no intention of stopping, and everything that happened tonight drove him to recall every detail. He wanted to compare the times before and after his rebirth, but the Master seemed to have become an inescapable existence. They met by chance in the previous life, and the useless skills he learned helped him make rapid progress in martial arts after his rebirth. After a few training sessions, he jumped from an ordinary person to Zhang Qinghe, who could defeat a martial arts family with one move. Is this reasonable? Very unreasonable. If this irrationality is extended to his previous life, then the Master is actually the beginning of this irrationality, although this irrationality was revealed after his rebirth. And after the unreasonable appearance of Master, a dump truck was sent to help him be reborn, and there was also a girl in Hanfu who was reborn with him. Xiankong Temple. I need to put everything aside and go there immediately. Ethan's face turned pale, and he rubbed his face with fear. He then made up his mind. As long as we can find the Master with this set of skills, old Biden will definitely not be able to deny it. He will definitely reveal everything. Paused. Ethan finally took the phone out of his trouser pocket. The phone was wrapped in a Ziploc bag, and the screensaver lit up, still showing Sophia's hot selfie. Sophia's selfie through the Ziploc bag, completely stunned. If the girl in Hanfu hadn't helped him replace the phone with some strange means, let alone the WeChat chat records, the call records alone would have been enough to trap him in this mess tonight. How could he get out of it so easily? Now that the phone is in his hand, he doesn't worry about anything else. Since the girl in Hanfu can help him replace his phone, other traces can definitely be erased using strange means. Just looking at the phone, Ethan broke out in a sweat. My thoughts returned to what happened tonight, and Master, no words were spoken that night. Ethan stayed up all night holding Sophia's phone and didn't even think about practicing his mental skills. It was just dawn. Ethan put his phone in his pocket, got up, washed up, and prepared to go out to the hanging temple where the Master was. At the same time, what? Are you guys a scammer? In the hotel room, Lydia was stunned and screamed. Bang! Lydia hung up the phone, her expression gradually becoming terrified, and her whole body began to tremble. She turned her head to look at Grace and started crying the moment she opened her mouth. Grace, your dad. That old bastard killed your cousin last night. Grace hadn't slept all night and was exhausted. When he suddenly heard these words, he was struck by lightning and sat up directly from the bed. Lydia in horror. Mom, what is going on? I don't know either. Lydia's eyes were filled with tears as she cursed. Your father, that old bastard, how could he not only take your cousin's body, but also her life? Grace suddenly felt like her head was about to explode, and her thoughts were as tangled threads. She trembled as she picked up the phone and called Adrian. Adrian, can you come back? I will. I really need you now. Chapter 74, He Really Loves You. The Disappeared Taoist Temple. Grace hung up the phone with Adrian in tears. Adrian's gentle words of comfort on the phone obviously calmed her down a lot. She wiped her tears and said, Mom, don't worry. Adrian said he'll be back soon after he finishes his work. It'll only take a few days. With him around, there's definitely a way. Way. Lydia's eyebrows arched and her eyes widened. Our family's already in this state. What else can we do? Are you worried that I'm afraid your dad will go to jail? Then you're worried about the wrong thing. I'm just shocked that the old bastard killed your cousin. As for his fate, let alone going to jail, even if he died, I would applaud. Grace was stunned and pursed her lips. Mom, but you and Dad have been together for so many years. Shut up. Lydia raised her hand to interrupt. If he really cared about us for all those years, he wouldn't have gotten together with your cousin. If it weren't for you and our future, the words enduring humiliation wouldn't exist in my vocabulary. I would have fallen out with him long ago. But Dad, Grace burst into tears and hesitated to speak. I told you not to mention it. Lydia looked impatient and changed the subject directly. But since Adrian promised you that he would come back after handling the matter, this is actually a good thing for us mother and daughter. Grace's expression softened, and she looked at Lydia questioningly. Lydia saw her daughter's expression and immediately began to analyze it smugly. Look, before, we were going to use your fake death funeral to divorce Ethan. Let Ethan take the blame and transfer our assets to find Adrian across the ocean. But this matter, in the final analysis, this large amount of assets we transferred was actually our family's dowry for you. Paused. Lydia smiled with relief. Actually, I was worried about Adrian because of the dowry. With this dowry, our family would have more confidence. But now it seems that I was just judging others by my own standards. Adrian must have never cared about our dowry since he came back at this time. He really loves you. Her tone was strong and powerful in the last sentence. Grace looked confused and pondered for a moment before she slowly spoke. So, Mom, you were not optimistic about Adrian and me at the beginning? Lydia waved her hand. It's not that I'm not optimistic about you two. It's because I believe in you two that I help you plan this funeral. No matter what Adrian is, he's still better than that wimp Ethan. He's just a little more cunning. After all, our family has a lot of wealth. What about now? Grace wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled sadly. I told you that Adrian never gave up on me. He really loves me. Yes. His willingness to come back has proven that he is sincere. Lydia was beaming, seemingly showing no sadness at Victor's capture. Instead, she rubbed her hands and said, even if we fail this time, Adrian is sincere to you. After we follow him to the other side of the ocean, we'll have somewhere to stay and something to look forward to in the future. Grace hesitated. What about Dad? Go to jail, Lydia said without hesitation. Although I don't know why he killed your cousin. It must have been a dog-eat-dog situation. We still have millions in savings. Are we really expecting to use this money to compensate your cousin's family in exchange for your father's letter of forgiveness? You know all this? Grace looked at Lydia in surprise. Lydia smiled smugly. Do you really think Mom is just here to eat and do nothing? You've seen on TV a lot. Your father killed your cousin. If our family spends a lot of money to win your cousin's family's forgiveness, we can indeed reduce your father's sentence. But he did it himself. Why should we, mother and daughter, have to pay for it? I'm warning you, don't. But that's Dad. Grace raised her hand and scratched her hair excitedly. Don't say any more. Let me think about it. Maybe we can wait until Adrian comes back and talk about it. When exactly will Adrian be back? Lydia asked with a smile on her face. For her, Victor's arrest was the only good thing after all the devastating news she had experienced in the past 2 days. Grace thought for a moment and said, it'll take at least 5 days. He's so busy. Lydia nodded and said solemnly, before he comes back, we still have some things to prepare. One is the family savings, and the other, it's your Shengding company's business. Now that Sophia is dead, you have to do all this. 3 poles in the sun. The sun is scorching. Ethan put on a mountaineering suit and walked into the mountains with 2 hiking sticks. Said it was nearby. In fact, it took him nearly 3 hours to find the way here by asking for directions. In his previous life, he was overwhelmed by the mountain of debt and wandered around in the nearby mountains, saying it was to relax, but in fact, he also had the idea of ending it all. So I just drove here randomly, parked the car on the side of the road, and headed into the forest. He is the same in this life, but the purpose has changed completely. Find a Xiankong temple and ask the master in person. This was his goal in going into the mountains. This was the only possible explanation he could think of after tossing and turning all night. There are towering trees all around, densely packed. There are dead branches and leaves under my feet that have accumulated for who knows how long, and I can even sink if I step on them. The air was filled with the smell of earth and decay. Ethan followed his memory, stumbling deeper and deeper, occasionally hunching over to crawl through the bushes. The memory is not wrong. The scene is also correct. At that time, he walked into the Xiankong temple along a narrow, winding path. The weeds on that path were 1 person deep and only 2 feet wide. Just when I was saying goodbye to the master, during our casual chat, the master pointed this way and said that it was closer to the Xiankong temple from here. If you take the narrow path, it will be at least afternoon or even evening by the time you enter the hanging observation tower. Ethan didn't have much time. Today, we are not only going to Xiankong temple to find a master, but there's also something equally important. That is, the opportunity to double Sheng Ding's fortune. The master as quickly as possible to clarify the situation and resolve his doubts, and then return to Sheng Ding Company to greet this exciting moment with Marcus and others. Of course, there are still many details that he needs to go through again personally. Now not only is he taking over Sheng Ding, but also involves the sudden death of Sophia, the financial director. We advanced for nearly 2 hours. Ethan looked around and found that there didn't seem to be much change, except that the surroundings became a little more spacious and no longer as crowded with grass and trees as before. Strange, from my memory, the Xiankong temple is probably in this area. Ethan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, frowning in confusion. Can it disappear out of thin air? He looked around and matched the maple trees in his memory. Even a few dry graves not far away were all there. According to the location in his memory, he should be standing at the Taoist temple of Zuankangwen. But besides the lush, there are only lush weeds around. Chapter 75, it really disappeared. Find a Taoist priest if it's haunted. It was quiet all around. A gentle breeze blew the surrounding weeds, making them rustle slightly. Ethan stood there in confusion, looking around. He was sure his memory was correct. It is also confirmed that the current location is the location of the Xiankong temple. But how could such a large Taoist temple disappear out of thin air? Could it be that because we took a shortcut, the direction has deviated? Ethan thought about it and realized that this was not impossible. Many people have no experience in going into the mountains. In fact, once you enter the mountains, you're surrounded by grass and trees, and it is easy to go astray. Once you go astray, even a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. Although he was certain that he had not made any mistakes, the current results made it necessary to doubt this possibility. So, Ethan looked up to the right front. If I can see that Skyrock and those power poles, then I'm definitely right. He murmured something and walked towards the front right. There's a small open space in the front right with no weeds growing. This is also the only place that is open enough to overlook the mountains and forests. When he came here in his previous life, he still remembered that he and the master had looked at the scenery in this open space, and the master had also enlightened him. Looking out from his position, you can see not only mountains and vegetation, but also a bare rock standing alone in the mountain in the distance, with several high-voltage towers next to it. Now the positions all correspond. The towering stone and the high-voltage tower are the final evidence. However, when Ethan stood in the open space and looked out, he was completely stunned. The towering rock in the distance still stands there, as do the high-voltage towers next to it. But the only thing is, the hanging pavilion behind him is gone. After confirming everything, Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is going on? His facial features were wide open with shock. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He turned around suddenly and looked at the empty space in front of him. The hanging view has really disappeared, but an indescribable terror suddenly enveloped Ethan. This was even more terrifying than the girl in Hanfu he encountered last night. Even the girl in Hanfu showed up, but How could the master in such a huge, suspended temple disappear out of thin air? Shock, fear, disbelief. A variety of emotions washed over Ethan. He broke out in a sweat all over his body, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Even the piercing sunlight had no warmth and became so unreal and distorted. A chill emanating from the depths of my soul swept over my entire body. Everything became bizarre. The world was spinning, and I was dizzy. Ethan couldn't tell whether it was real or unreal. The master and the suspended view, the only things that did not correspond to his past life and present, completely pulled his consciousness into chaos. It shouldn't be like this. Why? Master, master, master. Ethan stumbled forward 2 steps. Every step he took felt as heavy as a ton of pounds, and breathing became difficult and painful. With a bang, Ethan knelt on the ground. Master, Taoist Wu, come out. Where on earth have you and your Taoist temple been? The panting sound, mixed with crying, was so clearly audible in this mountain forest. But Ethan didn't get a response. He staggered to his feet, dragging his almost paralyzed body back to the open space. Facing the towering rock and high-voltage wires in the distance, he shouted, Master Wu, where on earth did you and Xiankong Temple go? The echo reverberated among the mountains for a long time. But this time, Ethan still didn't get any response. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xingding Company is already busy in full swing. Marcus, shareholders, and vice presidents were all present, giving full command and mobilization to all employees. Today, we not only need to clarify the equity, but also kick Grace out completely. More importantly, they have to embrace the opportunity of Xingding's rise that Ethan mentioned. Boss Wong, the plan has been fully implemented. Marcus, a thick stack of documents. All of Grace's shares have been transferred to President Ethan. Now President Ethan is the most influential person in Xingding. But isn't what we're doing a little unethical? Marcus, smoking a cigar, sneered without even glancing at the documents. Legal and moral principles? Lao Zhang, we're the closest people in the company, and you don't know what I'm like? How can a gangster like me talk about legal and moral principles? If a man doesn't work for himself, he'll be punished by heaven and earth. Old Zhang's expression changed. Marcus slowly straightened up, leaning forward towards the desk in front of him, striking an aggressive pose. He tapped the surface with his right fingertips. You know what Grace did? If President Ethan hadn't been unaware and accidentally stopped us, how big a hot potato we'd have been handed now. Don't you realize? After Grace did all this, has she ever considered the legal and moral obligations towards us and Ethan? Besides, Grace has already arranged the funeral that she painstakingly planned. How can we talk about legal and moral obligations to a dead person? I understand. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. Marcus scoffed. If you don't understand such a simple principle, how can I lead you in the future? Even if I were to talk about legal principles and morality, they'd only be for living people. Even if I, a gang leader, were to talk to a dead person, wouldn't it be like talking to a cow? Old Zhang thought for a moment and said, but the Wang family is so shameless. What if she still comes to the company? Come if you want. She's dead. If she's haunted, find a Taoist priest to do the ritual. Marcus said bluntly, his tiger eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. When the time comes, find a few more Taoist priests. Those Taoist priests are not only good at Taoist rituals, but also good at boxing and kicking. If the Taoist rituals can't save a ghost, then we can rely on their physical fists and feet to save it. Physical salvation? Old Zhang felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood on end. Tianba smiles, and life and death are unpredictable. But at this moment, he knew too well what Marcus' smile meant. He knows better how physical salvation is done. It's settled. Marcus placed his right hand on the documents and said expectantly, you can either stay here or go to another office, turn on the computer and watch TV, or check your phone. Mr. Chin said he could double Xingding's market value. With such a big move, there will definitely be news. As soon as the news breaks, we can open the champagne. As soon as the words fell, bang! Mark opened the door and rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang, something terrible has happened. Mark, could you please be gentler with the door? Anger flashed across Marcus's face, then vanished in an instant. You young man, you're so reckless. When President Ethan is here, you're responsible for blocking the door. When President Ethan isn't here, you're the one banging on the door? Mark naturally understood that this referred to the last time Ethan beat Marcus and how he helped block the door, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. But when he looked up and saw that Marcus was not angry, he relaxed a little. He hurriedly said, Wang, Grace, President Wang is here. Chapter 76. Shameless and Invincible. Is it haunted? Marcus and Lao Zhang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Huh? Mark looked confused. Marcus's expression darkened. Mark, you also went with us to Mr. Wang's funeral. Now that Mr. Wang is here at the company, it must be haunted. What are you talking about? Go get a Taoist priest. Mark? Lao Zhang stood. This young man is too naive. I'll go make the contact. A haunted company would seriously affect our company's image. We must deal with it as soon as possible. I'm going to go see Mr. Wang's ghost first. You should find a few more Taoist priests as soon as possible. Marcus stood up first, extinguished his cigarette, and walked out. The booming Xingding company seemed to have been put on pause with the arrival of Grace. Everyone was stunned and looked at Grace, who walked into the company in panic and astonishment. How? Does she still have a nerve to come to the company? Doesn't this person have any bottom line or shame at all? Why are you all standing there? Don't you recognize me? Grace wore a professional white suit and had her hair tied in a ponytail, looking very capable, with a look of majesty that dominated the whole audience. This is the outfit she carefully selected. Only in this way can she show her style as a strong woman in the workplace and a domineering female president. In order to stand in Shengding Company at this moment, she actually did a lot of psychological preparation. Today is going to be a fierce battle. Her funeral plans fell through, and she was devastated to learn that the company's assets had not been transferred. If the assets were successfully transferred, even if the funeral was exposed, she would not come to the company again and would just run away. But now, that's all her money. She would never allow her years of hard work to go to waste if her plan failed. Sophia was dead, and she couldn't be held accountable. But she has to give it a try for Shengding Company's assets, even if she has no shame at all. Such a big company, but silent. No one responded to Grace's scolding. Mr. Wang, who was once so majestic in the company, is now so disgusting and ridiculous in everyone's eyes, like a clown. Pa, 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 pa. A burst of applause sounded so deafening in the dead silent office area. Grace raised her eyebrows and looked in the direction of the sound. Lydia stood behind her and angrily shouted, Who is clapping? Okay. Marcus, his head bandaged, clapped his hands as he slowly walked towards Grace, a smile on his face. Every gesture exuded a powerful aura. It's haunted, it really is haunted. The funeral is over, but the spirits have come to the company. These words immediately caused the company employees to laugh. Marcus, stop being so sarcastic. Lydia pointed at Marcus and yelled, What's haunted? My daughter is alive. Grace had been mentally prepared. She still looked unnatural at this moment. It feels like my face is on fire. Especially the employees' snickers and strange looks were like needles pricking her. The majesty she painstakingly projected seemed to no longer stir up any ripples in the hearts of her employees. In the past, when facing her, which of these employees was not serious and trembling with fear? Who's being sarcastic? Marcus ignored Lydia's outburst and calmly glanced at the employees, everyone in the company, who attended President Wang's funeral. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yes, we all went to attend Mr. Wang's funeral. As soon as the sound came out, it immediately caused a chain reaction. That was Mr. Wang's funeral. All of our Shengding employees were in attendance. No one was absent. Today was truly bizarre. Some people are so shameless that they fake their own deaths and hold funerals. They're already a scourge on the streets, yet they still have the audacity to walk around shamelessly. It's haunted. It must be haunted. We all went to Mr. Wang's funeral, and now Mr. Wang is definitely a ghost. The crowd was outraged, and a commotion broke out. There were those who were sarcastic and those who cursed angrily. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Grace felt weak and panic flashed in her eyes. Are these people going to rebel against the heaven? Lydia also looked flustered and at a loss. In a panic, she waved her hands and screamed, Who do you think you are? My daughter Grace is right here. She's the company's president and the largest shareholder. The screams and roars overwhelmed the entire audience. However, Marcus was already prepared. He took the documents from Mark and threw them in Lydia's face. With a snap, Lydia was caught off guard and was hit in the face by the thick documents. She screamed and staggered back. She looked at the scattered documents and flew into a rage. You dare to hit someone? Are there any laws left? Marcus sneered. Why would I talk to a ghost? Because Grace passed away, Mr. Chun came to the company early to take charge. So we have transferred all of Grace's shares in the company to Mr. Chun. Now Ethan is the president of Shengding, and he is the largest shareholder. The words are concise and powerful. Grace and Lydia were struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. Grace's face turned pale instantly, and her beautiful eyes widened. Lydia looked at the scattered documents on the ground in shock and anger. Impossible. How is this possible? You must be messing around. This transfer agreement. Mom. Grace's eyes twitched, and she pulled Lydia with a look of disappointment, stopping her from continuing. She knew too well whether the information was true or not. Marcus's background? These are the things I specialize in. They are professional level. It was extremely easy to transfer her shares to Ethan in a legitimate way. Even if she nitpicked the details, she was certain that she would not be able to find any flaws in this agreement. Grace. Lydia looked at Grace unwillingly. Grace's beautiful eyes were dim, and she smiled sadly. So, I have lost Shengding. Congratulations, you got what you wanted. Marcus shrugged and turned to leave. It really proves the saying, people need dignity and trees need bark. Without bark, trees will die. Without shame, people are invincible. Grace stood there in a daze, but when Lydia saw Marcus turn around, she suddenly became furious. Marcus, you bastard, stop right there. You're trying to steal my daughter's assets. I'm going to tear you apart today. Lydia bared her teeth and rushed directly towards Marcus. In an instant, the surrounding employees rushed forward and stopped Lydia directly. The scene was in chaos. Curses and shouts mixed together. Marcus stopped, turned around, and glanced coldly at the crowd, looking at Lydia. Tear me? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? It was at this time. Lao Zhang ran over and said, Boss Wang, the Taoist priests have all arrived. Taoist priest? Grace raised her eyebrows, looking a little confused and surprised. Marcus sneered, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. What are you waiting for? The company is haunted. Why don't you close it down and let the Taoist priest out? Chapter 77. Whose Taoist priest holds a baton? Physical salvation is also salvation. Close the door. Close the door now. Oh my God. Finally, a Taoist priest has arrived. I'm so scared. Our company is haunted. It's really scary. Close the shop quickly. All the employees were in an uproar. Before Grace and Lydia could react, 8 young and strong male employees rushed to the company gate, closed the door at lightning speed, and then stood in a row in front of the gate. The rest of the employees retreated at the same time as if the tide was receding, leaving the place where Grace and Lydia were empty. Not good. Grace and Lydia were shocked. But now the mother and daughter felt like they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Taoist priest? What Taoist priest? Lydia took a deep breath and pointed at Marcus, threatening him. Marcus, I'm here to reason with you today. Don't mess around. Oh, you're trying to be reasonable again. Weren't you trying to tear me apart just now? Marcus put his hands in his pockets and smiled nonchalantly. Since my company is haunted, I have to hire a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. I haven't violated any legal principles or moral principles. You. Lydia's face turned red as liver. Without waiting for her to finish, Grace quickly stepped forward and pulled her. Mom, look. Lydia turned and looked outside the company's gate. I saw a row of people wearing Taoist robes standing outside the gate. There are so many of them, at least a dozen. Moreover, each of them was tall and burly, at least 1.8 meters tall, and the Taoist robes on their bodies were stretched taut by their muscles. Some of them were so burly that their robes were actually torn apart. More importantly, except for the 2 Taoist priests in the lead who were holding whisks, the weapons in the hands of the other Taoist priests were different. Most of them were holding batons, one was holding nunchakus, and one was wearing brass knuckles. Even from a distance, Lydia could feel the terrifying oppression coming towards her. Her face turned pale as paper, and she turned to Marcus and howled. Whose Taoist priest is 1.8 meters tall? Whose Taoist priest is holding a baton? Umph! One old stubborn man. Don't you know how to keep up with the times? Marcus arrogantly shouted. What's so strange about these Taoists holding batons? Physical salvation is also salvation. As soon as the last sentence was uttered, the atmosphere in the huge company suddenly became tense. Grace and Lydia trembled at the same time, clearly feeling the cold, murderous intent surging from Marcus. Let's go, Mom. Grace was so scared that her voice was trembling. At this moment, facing a dozen burly Taoist priests outside the door, she no longer had the courage to stay in the company. Marcus' words were very clear. The shares were given to Ethan, and she was now a ghost, with no protection at all. Why are you leaving? Lydia pushed Grace's hand away and said fiercely, I don't believe it. They dare to do anything to me in broad daylight? Come in and beat me up if you dare. Good. Marcus nodded, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Understood. The training session begins. 8 young male employees stood on both sides at the same time and opened the company door. In an instant, a dozen burly Taoist priests rushed into the company like a tidal wave. There were no words, but the sound of running footsteps hit everyone's heart like a hammer. Every Taoist priest is ferocious and murderous. Mom! Grace started crying out of fear and turned around and hid behind Lydia. Come at me. Lydia also made up her mind and howled at the Taoists. Fuck your mother. Fuck your lungs. The Taoist priest at the front yelled angrily, jumped into the air, and swung his stick in his right hand with the force of splitting Manhwa, smashing it on Lydia's head. Bang! Lydia's body trembled, and she was stunned. A piercing pain suddenly appeared, accompanied by a strong feeling of dizziness. Blood gushed out from her head and flowed down her cheeks. Mom! Grace was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she looked like she was about to die. It's a small problem. Don't panic. Lydia slowly raised her hands and rubbed her face, feeling moist and warm. Her hands slid down with trembling hands, and the moment the scarlet blood on her hands came into her eyes. Ah! A scream that pierced the sky and tore the silk resounded throughout Shengding Company. Next second, a dozen burly Taoist priests surrounded the mother and daughter, swinging sticks and whisks everywhere. Grace and Lydia, mother and daughter, huddled together, not even having the right to resist. They were so stunned by the more than a dozen Taoist priests that they dared not move. The screams of slaughtering pigs mixed with crying echoed throughout Shengding Company. This scene made all the employees excited, and they secretly clenched their fists. It was because they all attended Grace's funeral that they realized how cruel this family was and how wronged Ethan was. That's why they cooperate so well. People are all made of flesh and blood. Anyone can kill a beast with a human face. Serves them right. They really deserve it. They're already a household name, yet they still dare to come to the company. What were they thinking? They even staged a fake funeral just to get a divorce. What kind of decency and honor do you expect from this family? Yeah, it really is. That's President Ethan. If it were me, I would have stabbed their entire family at the funeral. The employees were furious. Even at this moment, the way they looked at Marcus was no longer filled with fear as before, but admiration instead. Boss Wong is really amazing. He even thought of inviting a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. I used to think Mr. Wong was a menacing guy who kept strangers away, but today I discovered that he's actually quite handsome and manly with his bald head. Yeah, I thought Mr. Wong was a bad guy, but today I found out he's a good guy. Marcus straightened his back as he listened to the employee's sighs. He gently wiped the bandage on his head with his right hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Damn it, this is the first time I've been praised by so many people. I feel so good, etc. Marcus's lips curled up halfway and then stopped abruptly. His expression was stunned. Damn it, how come I, a gangster leader, suddenly feel secretly happy? Zhao. With this thought in mind, Marcus hurriedly pulled out a cigar, bit off a piece, and then lit it directly. He tried to put on a fierce look and puffed out clouds of smoke. Dear Taoist priests, please help me to save my soul. We at Shengding dare not have such crooked things. If the news gets out, others will think we are not a legitimate company. Yes, sir. More than a dozen Taoist priests who were enjoying the ritual of salvation stopped at the same time and responded in unison. Marcus, all staff, 000. Grace and Lydia huddled together, trembling and weeping bitterly, filled with regret. Oh my God, I don't even want to act anymore. Bullying an orphan girl and a widow? Which kind Taoist priest calls someone boss so blatantly? Chapter 78, double them all for me. Inside Shengding Company, there were constant cries and screams. A dozen burly Taoist priests surrounded Grace and Lydia, mother and daughter, and the batons and whisks in their hands left after images. All the company employees were stunned and kept gasping for breath. But no one sympathized with the mother and daughter. God is watching what people do, and the funeral they organized has crossed the moral bottom line. Mark was young after all. Standing next to Marcus, he murmured worriedly, Boss Wong, will something go wrong with this style of play? Something happened. Marcus twisted his cigar and sneered. Mark, these Taoists are all professional Taoists. Do you believe that after the fight, they can still walk out on their own? Huh? Mark looked surprised. Marcus smirked, tapping Marcus' chest with a cigar between his right hands. Professional. That's what professionalism is. Different trades are like different mountains. Without real skills, who can survive? It's like an electrician. He can tell whether a wire has electricity or not just by touching it. It's the same principle. As Marcus said, they are all professionals after all, and they control the strength in their hands very precisely. It looks miserable, but each blow is not fatal. Even the initial swing of the baton at Lydia's head was done with precise control of force, so that the blow did not cause death. The dojo lasted for a full half-hour. More than a dozen burly Taoist priests took turns to perform the ritual. In order to save manpower, they were even divided into two teams, taking turns to perform the ritual. Marcus counted on the time for half an hour, and at a command, a dozen burly Taoists withdrew in unison. Every action fully demonstrates professionalism. Grace and Lydia curled up in each other's arms and collapsed completely on the ground. The mother and daughter had disheveled hair, bruised faces, and bloody noses. There wasn't even a single piece of healthy flesh on their bodies, but it was all covered by their clothes and couldn't be seen. However, the injuries on their faces alone were enough to make them look miserable and desolate. Especially Lydia. Her head was opened as soon as she met him. Her face was covered with blood, and small streams of blood flowed down, which was even more miserable. "Stop fighting, please stop fighting." Lydia, with blood all over her face, looked around at the dozen or so Taoist priests with a dazed look, crying and begging, without any of her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. "What do you mean by beating? We clearly hired a professional Taoist priest to perform the ritual." Marcus said righteously. "Come on, say it to me again. Do the dojo." As he spoke, Marcus, holding a cigar in his mouth, slowly leaned over and stared at Lydia with his tiger eyes, which narrowed into a slit and emitted a chilling light. The gangster leader's brutal temperament was fully expressed. Even Lydia's expression changed drastically. Grace, who was standing by, was trembling even more. She hugged Lydia tightly and said, Mom, please tell me quickly. Do the dojo." Lydia's eyes were dazed, and she repeated it with a trembling heart. "I thought you could really tear me apart, but I didn't expect that a beating would even take the light out of your eyes." Marcus straightened up, looking down at Lydia and Grace with disdain. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Grace was already frightened to death. At this moment, she just wanted to leave as soon as possible. She is the ghost. These dozen or so burly Taoist priests are performing a ritual just for her. However, Lydia suddenly tilted her neck back. I want to see Ethan." "Don't stop until your words shock people." One exit. The whole audience was in an uproar. "Oh my God, the dojo is already done, and you still want to see President Ethan? How shameless are you? You hurt President Ethan so much, and now you still have the nerve to see him? How disgusting. How can there be such disgusting people in this world? Compared to this family, our President Wong is considered saint. How crazy is this old woman? She has the nerve to see President Ethan even after her divine light was taken away. If I were President Ethan, I would have taken away their entire family at the funeral if they treated me like this." The employees started cursing. But the words, "Wong is a saint after all," mixed and caught Marcus off guard. The smoke in his mouth choked him, and he coughed violently, tears coming out. Damn it. What bad luck. How could I, a gangster leader, end up being compared with this family? Grace's pale, blood-stained face was filled with fear. "Mom, you..." "Shut up." Lydia stopped Grace with a fierce look. She understands Ethan's character and personality. In this situation, as long as she sees Ethan, she will have a way to control him. Had never failed to control Ethan over the years. Even when Ethan was willing to quit the stage of Shingding and live behind the scenes, it was not without her encouragement. Only by controlling Ethan can we gain benefits. Grace would be willing to just turn around and leave after being scolded like this today, but she definitely wouldn't be willing to do so. Lydia turned to look at Marcus. "Mr. Wong, I want to see Ethan. After all, I am his mother-in-law." "Huh, President Ethan is truly unlucky." Marcus sneered but didn't care. He took out his cell phone and called Ethan. Firstly, he knew Ethan's attitude. Secondly, he had done a great job for the mother and daughter. Now that Ethan was the big boss of the company, he had to inform them and make it clear. Lydia saw Marcus dial the phone. Her distracted eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light. "There's hope." Lydia perked up, in full view of the public. Marcus dialed Ethan's number and waited a second before being connected. Just as the call was connected, Ethan on the phone yelled, "What? President Ethan, is something wrong with you?" Marcus's expression was stern, and he clearly felt that there was something wrong with Ethan's voice. "I'm really upset right now. Tell me what's going on," Ethan said impatiently. "It's fucking haunted. I really want to find some Taoist priests to exorcise the evil spirits." Marcus. Grace and Lydia lying on the ground in amazement. Damn it. President Ethan knew about it so quickly. However, he still hurriedly said, "President Ethan, Lydia brought Grace's ghost to the company. I was afraid that the ghost would affect our company's luck. So I invited more than a dozen Taoist priests to perform a half-hour ritual." You. Lydia felt like vomiting blood when she heard this. I want to talk to Ethan." She resisted the urge to spit blood and curse. As long as she could talk to Ethan, she could use her tricks. However, Ethan on the phone was silent for a second, then suddenly started cursing. "Marcus, what are you doing?" As the second largest shareholder of the company's development affects everyone in our company. Don't you know that luck is important to the company? Haunting is really bad luck. How can half an hour in the Taoist temple be enough? At least double it, at least an hour. There are too few Taoist priests. Double it, at least double it. Double them all for me. Chapter 79, A Serious Rogue with Personality. Good. Take out the big one. Marcus felt his blood boiling as he listened to Ethan's angry curses, and his eyes were shining brightly when he looked at Grace and Lydia. Such a look made Grace and Lydia feel cold on their backs, and their hair stood on end. Grace pulled Lydia. "Mom." Stop it," Lydia said stupidly. Grace's eyes suddenly burst into tears. Who is still making trouble? Before she could speak to dissuade him, Lydia, with a determined look on her face, stretched out her trembling right hand towards Marcus. "I want to talk to Ethan." "Yes, sir." Bang. Marcus hung up the phone directly. Lydia's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. "Are you deaf? I want to talk to Ethan." The roar echoed throughout the company. Marcus ignored him and turned to Lao Zhang, yelling. President Ethan said, "Double everything." Old Zhang was confused. All the employees were stunned. Grace and Lydia were even more confused. Marcus glared. "If the number of Taoist priests doubles, the time required to run the temple will also double." "Understood." Lao Zhang hurriedly agreed. I'll arrange it right away." Boom. Grace and Lydia were struck by lightning. Grace burst into tears, and her vision went dark. "Oh my God, you're going to double the rate. Are you going to let us live?" Lydia was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned grim, and she started cursing. "Marcus, you are a gangster. You are a complete gangster." "You're right." Marcus held a cigar in his mouth and smiled at Lydia. "But please remember, even if I am a gangster, I am a gangster with personality." Good. There was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Pa, 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 pa. All the employees raised their hands and applauded. Lydia was stunned. Her head was buzzing. Marcus, words were like a heavy punch to her heart. Marcus, listening to the thunderous applause, felt more cheerful than ever before. He proudly held his cigar in his mouth and waved his right hand. "Master Taoists, why don't you double your efforts?" "Okay, boss." Grace and Lydia with batons and whisks in hand. Marcus. All employees. 0, 0. Grace and Lydia felt the lights around them suddenly dim. Next second, the baton and whisk came down on his head. Bang, bang, bang. The wailing and screams like pigs being slaughtered resounded throughout the company. The fight lasted 5 minutes. Lao Zhang returned to Marcus and said, "It's all arranged." Soon, a dozen burly men stood outside the company's gate. Each of them was burly and strong, looking murderous. 3 of them wore tight and ill-fitting Taoist robes, while the rest wore vests, revealing the tattoos on their arms, which were carved with dragons and phoenixes. This scene shocked all the employees in the company. Whose Taoist priest is this? Carving dragons and painting phoenixes. Are you too lazy to pretend? Marcus frowned upon seeing this and questioned Lao Zhang. Why are your arrangements so unreasonable? If this gets out, people will think I'm a scoundrel. Old Zhang blushed and muttered. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Where can I find so many robes and props? I'll just have to make do with what I have. Marcus nodded helplessly, muttering, the underworld is also a way of life, so just make do with it. Mr. Chun is very angry, and this old woman asked me to call him. She's really rushing into trouble. Old Zhang's expression changed. Then let's arrange for him to go to the foot massage parlor we often go to tonight. What are you talking about? How can you relieve heat by massaging your feet? Marcus rolled his eyes at Lao Zhang and tugged at his collar. If this gets out, people will say we're not serious. We're doing a serious foot massage. From now on, we have to follow Mr. Chun and walk the right path. Be decent people. Marcus in disbelief. I believe your lies. What are you crazy about today? You are so powerful that you can cover up everything. Doing 2 temple ceremonies makes you a serious person? Marcus ignored Lao Zhang's expression, rubbed his chest, and became worried. But could it be that something unexpected happened with the opportunity Mr. Chen mentioned? Another half hour of swinging sticks and flying whisks in the arena. When Marcus called a halt according to the time, nearly 30 Taoists took a step back in unison. Hiss! All the employees gasped in unison when they saw Grace and Lydia. The main reason was that there were too many Taoist priests performing the ritual around the mother and daughter, and their batons and whisks left after images, so no one could see the mother and daughter. They could only infer their miserable situation by their crying and screaming. But now that I suddenly see it, the visual impact is extremely strong. The mother and daughter almost collapsed on the ground, their bodies covered in blood, and their clothes were torn by the batons and whisks. Their already messy hair was now stuck to their skin because of the blood, and the bruises on their faces made people's backs chill. Grace was still able to maintain a slumped sitting posture, but her blood-stained eyes were dim and lifeless, as she had been completely dulled by the dojo. Lydia didn't even think about sitting. She almost lay on Grace's legs. If she hadn't been moaning, she would have looked like she was beaten to death. You guys. Grace opened her lips slightly, and blood gushed out of her mouth. She sobbed and murmured, "Isn't there no one to help us?" "Help? Are you kidding me?" Marcus said coldly. "If your father and your cousin's affair hadn't been exposed by your cousin's husband at the funeral, Mr. Chun would have been blamed and Sheng Ding would have been in tatters. Who would have helped Mr. Chun? Who would have helped us? Besides, who would have helped us?" Grace was overwhelmed with regret. If she had known that coming to Sheng Ding would be like this, she would never have come. The possible situation she had predicted in advance did not occur at all, and the emergency plans she had prepared in advance were completely shattered by the battle prepared by Marcus. "Can you please get out?" Marcus said, holding a cigar between his legs. "If you can, I'll ask some Taoist priests to escort you out." "Can you still go out?" All the employees looked at the miserable and disheveled mother and daughter in horror, some of them unable to believe it. But after more than 10 seconds of silence, Grace actually stood up shakily. This scene shocked the whole audience. "Oh my God, Beat. No, the dojo has done such a terrible job, and this ghost still has the energy to stand up. I've learned a lot. The vitality of ghosts is really strong. They are really strong enough to resist the dojo. TSK. Strong women are just that strong. Even when they transform into ghosts, they're so strong." Grace listened to the sarcasm and turned around in despair, stumbling out of the company. And Lydia was still lying in a pool of blood, groaning. Marcus gestured to a few Taoist priests. "Throw it out. It's really unlucky." Mark gave Marcus a thumbs up with admiration. "Professional, really professional. You're not bad. You're a professional at blocking the door." Marcus glanced at Mark. Mark scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. Marcus didn't care. He raised his left hand and touched the bandage on his head, then said to Lao Zhang, "Let's go. Keep looking for news and wait for the opportunity." Chapter 80. Small news, big explosion. The sun sets. The lights are coming on. Ethan finally rushed back to the city and went to Shengding Company. The disappearance of Xiankong Temple and the master brought his previous speculation to an abrupt end. But it was more like an invisible hand dragging him into another, even more terrifying dark vortex. He pondered for a long time in that open space before finally accepting the current result. However, he was still unwilling to give up, so when he left, he chose the narrow path he had taken to enter the Xiankong Temple. The result was even more despairing. The narrow path still existed, but the Xiankong Temple and the master had disappeared. The moment he walked from a narrow path to the main road, he was extremely sure that everything was real and his memory was not wrong. As for why the Xiankong Temple and the master disappeared, Ethan was puzzled and didn't want to find out anymore. Maybe the problem will be solved next time I meet that girl in Hanfu. At least I'm reborn and have a chance to start over. The guilt towards his parents, the hatred towards the Wong family, and the longing for the future all made him accept everything now. The only thing that made him unhappy was the call from Marcus when he was most upset. When Ethan stepped into the door of Shengding Company with a melancholy look on his face, the whole company was brightly lit. The originally busy employees all looked at him, and the huge company suddenly became quiet. Ethan paused, feeling everyone's expectant gazes, and immediately understood. This is also the reason why he came directly to the company after returning. That opportunity to double Shungding's fortune. They told Marcus and the others early on. They will definitely tell the employees. Everyone, get busy first and wait for my good news. Ethan pulled himself together, straightened his back, and walked into the meeting room confidently and calmly. This reaction was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. As the door to the conference room closed, all employees became curious and excited. President Ethan is back. I'm really curious what kind of opportunity could double our company's revenue. I don't know. If we knew, we'd be the CEOs. But if the company really doubled in size, Grace would be so sorry. TSK, God is watching what we do. If she doesn't have any evil intentions to harm others, how could she be punished by heaven? When Mr. Wong asked the Taoist priest to perform a ritual today, I felt so relieved. As expected, evildoers will be punished by evildoers. That's right, that's right. Grace, that idiot, thought that everyone would bow down to her the moment she stepped into the company door, just like before. She's really been spoiled in the past few years. She deserves it. I heard from President Wong this afternoon that if our company really doubles its revenue, everyone's salaries will be increased to celebrate. He didn't say by how much, so I guess he's waiting for President Ethan to decide. When they heard about the salary increase, all the employees' eyes lit up. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. Compared with doubling the company's salary, personal treatment is the real benefit that every employee can get. What can be more tempting than the word more money? Inside the conference room, Ethan sat in the president's seat and lit a cigarette calmly. The huge conference room was already filled with smoke. Marcus, Lao Zhang, and others smoked a lot while searching for news and anxiously waiting for the whole afternoon. At this moment, seeing Ethan's calmness, the anxious mood of the few people was slightly relieved. When Ethan finished smoking a cigarette, Marcus finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, President Ethan, you've finished your cigarette. Can you tell me now? What? Ethan asked. Marcus and Lao Zhang looked at each other. Marcus practically lay down on the conference table, his fierce eyes fixed on Ethan. The 3-day appointment is here. We thought you'd tell us after you finished your cigarette, so we've been waiting. Ethan smiled casually. I was really tired and irritable from traveling all the way. I saw you guys were smoking, so I took one too. Marcus, serious people are sometimes really speechless. Lao Zhang said bluntly. You are such a pretentious person. Ethan smiled awkwardly. Hasn't the news come out yet? No. Marcus rubbed his face with his right hand. After finishing the dojo this afternoon, we searched the conference room for all the news, big and small, but couldn't find it. Ethan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. When the news in his previous life was reported, it actually didn't cause much of a stir. Instead, he heard about it by chance some time after he sold his assets, and then he checked and discovered the news. Because that piece of land was somewhat special, the news report was just a line of text, and it was not even ranked among Shungding's projects. Otherwise, it would not have been so well known. Sorry, I was careless. Ethan patted his head, then took out his cell phone and quickly searched for it. Marcus and the others gathered around Ethan and looked over. Soon, Ethan found a piece of text news on the software. The East City Development Zone was established today. Ethan pointed to the news. Here, this is the news. Marcus, Lao Zhang, and others looked at each other, all confused. Marcus spoke first. This is not news at all. The establishment of the East City Development Zone was finalized a long time ago. It's just that the news was announced today. Yes, what does this have to do with our Shungding's opportunity? Old Zhang agreed. One of the vice presidents was even more blunt. We at Shungding have a project under construction in the Chengdong Development Zone, but we are only the construction party. Whether the Chengdong Development Zone is established or not has nothing to do with us, let alone asking us to double our profits. Ethan smiled casually. It's true that it was just a written announcement today, but the line dividing the East City Development Zone has shifted slightly. And don't we still have a piece of land? Land? Marcus, Lao Zhang, and others looked confused and had no idea what was going on. Even the two vice presidents were stunned and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. Ethan tapped the tabletop lightly with his right index finger. That old mass grave that no one has ever visited. Boom! A word that shocked the world. Marcus and the others' expressions changed instantly. They couldn't imagine that the company had any land in the East City Development Zone, but they were all familiar with the mass grave old cemetery. They all agreed that it was a wasteful asset, and Shengding Company even tacitly did not include that piece of land in its future plans. Oh my God! Has that unlucky piece of land suddenly become a treasure trove? This piece of news may be a small one, but it's a huge deal to us. Wait, hurry up, find a new plan for the East City Development Zone. Oh my God! If that piece of land really gets included in the development zone, our company's fortune will more than double. President Ethan, you are truly powerful. You can even predict such details in advance. The shareholders and vice presidents were excited and in a panic. Only Marcus, with his tiger eyes flashing, looked at the back of Ethan, his head thoughtfully. Precognition? How could he have so much foresight? He is not a reborn person. It's just the embodiment of the benefits gained by relying on the Zhang family as a backer. Chapter 81, President Ethan is mighty and domineering, and Tianba returns to his heart. Marcus thought he had seen through everything about Ethan. Ethan is the Zhang family. It is not so easy to predict such things. Marcus was not unexcited. On the contrary, he was excited and ecstatic. Who wouldn't be happy when making money? It's just that compared to Lao Zhang and the others, he is calmer. The opportunity to double Shengding's wealth is indeed exciting, but in the eyes of the Zhang family, one of the four major families, it is just a drop in the bucket. It's like Zhang Jia holding a handful of gold sand in his hand. As long as he lowers his eyebrows and looks at Ethan, and a little bit of fine sand leaks out from between his fingers, it will be a feast. Marcus wanted when he tried to curry favor with the C family. But he knew very well how difficult it was to curry favor with the C family, and even now he was just a pawn and a lackey. Ethan's relationship with the Zhang family and his relationship with the C family seem similar, but in fact they are worlds apart. The larger the family, the clearer the distinction between close and distant relatives is. The Zhang family's first support for Ethan doubled his income. In the past, Marcus would never have dreamed of receiving such great favor from the C family. If Ethan's chance to double his wealth this time was the fine sand that slipped through the Zhang family's fingers, then what Marcus had gotten from the C family over the years was just bones that had been sucked clean of flesh. Follow the right person. Marcus' face was filled with an excited smile, his heart pounding, and his eyes were determined. From today on, follow Mr. Chun and walk the right path. Be a decent person. Your future will be bright. There had never been a moment when he longed for light so much. When he took his first step into the darkness, he had actually prepared himself mentally. He also vaguely sensed a crisis when he saw the change in the C family's attitude towards him. It was Ethan's appearance that made him see a turning point and gave him hope of turning around and walking back into the light. Just think of this. Marcus no longer concealed his excitement and ecstasy and burst into laughter. Ha ha! President Ethan is so majestic and domineering. After the news was released, it meant that the regional division of the development zone would no longer change, and the old mass graveyard that was smashed into Shengding would completely shed its luster and reveal its golden light. This is not just a matter of doubling Shengding's revenue, but how many times will it increase in the end? President Ethan is so majestic and domineering. President Ethan is so majestic and domineering. Lao Zhang and others also shouted excitedly. At this moment, the way they looked at Ethan became extremely pure. Reverence and loyalty. It's like the look of the most devout believer when he looks at his faith. Ethan felt the gazes of Marcus and the others and smiled slightly. His position in the company was now completely stable. He could start to realize his grand plans based on this foundation. President Ethan, I'm going to announce this good news to the employees now. They've been waiting all day. Old Zhang's face flushed red, and he rubbed his hands together. He bowed slightly and said to Ethan, but as for their treatment, at this moment, does he still have the arrogance he had when he agreed to swallow up Shengding in the conference room? Without waiting for Lao Zhang to finish, Ethan said calmly, the company has doubled in size, so naturally their compensation should double. Double. Lao Zhang was a little surprised. Marcus said quickly, double it, then double it. Why are you being so petty, old Zhang? Brothers should just eat the meat and drink the soup. That's how we can be loyal. Okay, I understand. Lao Zhang walked out immediately. Marcus waved his hand again and said, you all should go out together and find the latest regional planning map to facilitate our planning of that piece of land. Wait until everyone leaves the meeting room. Marcus strode forward and locked the door to the conference room. Then he walked back to the conference table and solemnly crushed the cigar into the ashtray. Ethan watched the whole process. Although he was confused, he remained silent and calm. Marcus looked at Ethan seriously, a little surprised. Is Mr. Chun really so calm? What else? Ethan yawned and leaned back lazily. A towering building starts from the ground. This is just the first step in our grand plan. First step? Marcus was shocked. As expected of having the Zhang family as his backer, he speaks with confidence. As a lackey of the C family, he never dared to say such words. Mr. Chun is truly a rare talent, and he's deeply loved and supported by the Zhang family. I am truly enviable, Marcus said with heartfelt emotion. The Zhang family's ability to reveal such detailed information to you in advance is truly extraordinary support. Zhang family? Ethan was surprised. This has something to do with the Zhang family, but he didn't intend to expose it. Since Marcus had misunderstood, he didn't have to explain it. Nowadays, you have to be able to pull off a tiger skin before you can beat the drum well. It would be a waste not to use the Zhang family's tiger skin. Marcus suddenly changed the subject. No wonder the C family has always wanted our land. The C family? Ethan rubbed his nose and smiled playfully. In his previous life, he took the blame for the Wang family's betrayal and stumbled forward. When he packaged and sold his assets, he never paid attention to who the assets eventually ended up in the hands of. If Marcus hadn't confessed it himself, he really wouldn't have known that the C family had already set their sights on that old mass grave. Yes. Marcus nodded and smiled awkwardly. When Grace got into trouble, we were swallowing up Shengding. Si Tianming actually hinted to me that after the deal was done, we should sell the land to them, but he didn't tell me the specific reason. Now I understand. As he said this, Marcus looked at Ethan with awe. This was also what he calmly analyzed from the beginning. Ethan had such inside information because he relied on the Zhang family behind him. And there is no doubt, and it is extremely certain. The four major families stand tall at the top of the pyramid, and their intelligence agencies are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If the C family knew it in advance, how could the Zhang family not know it? If such a small matter could cause a deviation in the intelligence agencies of both sides, the Zhang family would have been kicked out of the four major families long ago. But it was because of this incident that Marcus deeply realized the gap between himself and Ethan. He didn't know how long Ethan had been relying on the Zhang family, but it was probably not as long as he had been currying favor with his boss's family. He had been a lackey of the C family for so many years, just to get the benefits of Shengding. He also had to sell the old cemetery to the C family and let the C family cash out once the news came out. As soon as the Zhang family took action, they told Ethan the news directly, helping Ethan make the choice that an adult should make. Take it all. The difference between the two is obvious. Ethan rubbed his nose and murmured meaningfully, "This is getting interesting," before he finished speaking. With a bang, Marcus knelt on one knee on the ground, his back straight, facing Ethan, and solemnly clenched his right fist over his heart. Mr. Chun, loyalty. This action was a statement of his feelings and also completely determined Marcus's position in the future. Even Ethan was startled by Marcus's sudden action. Tianba has returned. Next second, a deafening roar came from outside the conference room like a raging storm. President Ethan, so majestic and domineering. Chapter 82. Special Zone Established? Insider. A piece of news so minor that almost no one paid attention to it turned into a carnival feast for the entire Shengding company. The doubling of salaries made all employees excited and ecstatic. Ethan listened to the thunderous cheers outside and smiled slightly. Living a new life and experiencing the dark years of his previous life, how could he not understand that increasing wages is the most effective way to unite employees? If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it more grass. Otherwise, who would be willing to generate electricity for love? This is the first step for Shengding. We will further improve the treatment of these employees in the future. Ethan rubbed his nose and said to Marcus. Marcus didn't object, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Ethan's attitude towards his employees can largely reflect their attitude towards him. He has been in the business for so many years, so how important is it to follow the right people? Outside, he is a handsome, and powerful tyrant. But he followed the C family and worked as a lackey, living in a precarious situation with a constant threat of death. Big Brother also wants stability. Let's go. We have to celebrate with everyone. Ethan stood up and patted Marcus' shoulder. I'll go with you. Marcus smiled broadly, his gaze determined. The moment the conference room door opens, President Ethan is so majestic and domineering. The cheers and shouts of the employees pounded into the conference room, deafening. Ethan was bathed in everyone's excited and enthusiastic gazes, and his heart was also excited and lifted. He survived the darkest time, and just when he thought the clouds would finally clear and the moon would appear, he was knocked back to the present by a dump truck. During the day, he went to look for the matter of Xiankong Temple and Master. Although he chose to accept it, he was always in a depressed mood. But now, facing the enthusiastic gazes and cheers of the crowd, the dullness has been alleviated a lot. A new life begins from now on. Marcus asked Mark to prepare drinks and other celebratory items in advance. So when the news came out, everyone could take advantage of the excitement and start celebrating directly in the company. The celebration lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Marcus suggested that everyone move on and continue celebrating. Everyone in the company was genuinely happy about this unexpected windfall. Ethan declined Marcus' invitation to wash his feet, said hello to everyone, and went straight home. When I opened the door, my parents were already asleep. It was a quiet place in the small house. But the feeling of home also completely dispelled the last trace of annoyance in Ethan's heart. Ethan felt relieved that his parents were not affected too much by the Wong family funeral. He returned to the bedroom and threw his tired body onto the bed without washing. The funeral was over, and the Wong family was completely disgraced and became a pariah. Shungding Company was successfully preserved, not only receiving double the windfall, but also winning the hearts of the people. All the steps were successfully carried out according to his original plan. However, Sophia's death and Victor's imprisonment gave him a pleasant surprise. Next, we need to plan carefully what to do next. Ethan put his hands on the back of his head, trying to sort out his memory, looking for opportunities to make a fortune. The memories of several years are too complicated, and sorting out the money-making opportunities is also an extremely mentally exhausting task. 300 million in the card. Completely control Sheng Ding and usher in the opportunity of the old graveyard. These two things gave Ethan unparalleled confidence. Ethan had no idea why Sheng Ding would acquire this hot potato, whether in his previous life or this life. That old cemetery was indeed a mass grave from more than 100 years ago. It is well known to everyone locally. The only advantage is that the land price is cheap. But if we only consider the land price and ignore other things, wouldn't such an acquisition make Grace seem too stupid? To put it bluntly, given the original value of the old cemetery, it is undoubtedly an extremely bad investment. Even if it is developed into real estate, it will definitely not perform well in the market. Bad luck and superstition. Everyone says they don't care, but how many people really don't care? Especially after what Ethan experienced today, he can empathize more with the so-called superstition. However, the development zone plan has included the old cemetery within the development zone, and the market price is bound to usher in a crazy surge. Humans are inherently complex creatures. The world is bustling with people all seeking profit. When the profit reaches 50%, some people dare to take risks. When the profit doubles, some people dare to go beyond the rules. And when the profit reaches 3 times, death becomes nothing to fear. The skyrocketing price of old cemeteries is enough to shatter the superstitions in people's hearts, etc. Ethan suddenly sat up and slapped his head with his right hand. I'm also confused. They didn't even warn me about the big deal of planning the old cemetery into the development zone. And I was still foolishly looking for a way to make money. Shouldn't I just buy the land? The words fell. Ethan fell into deep thought, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. It lasted 10 seconds. His eyes became extremely fiery. Yundong's special economic zone. When he said these words, his heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest. The Changdong Development Zone is only aimed at Fuqing, but the special economic zones have a completely different meaning. Comparing the two, there is a world of difference. Yundong is still an unknown city now, but it won't be long before a piece of news is released and the whole Yundong will rise from the ground, and the housing prices will soar like a rocket. At that time, there will be a housing purchase boom. Ethan vaguely remembered that he had seen news reports about a dozen clients fighting over a very old house. If a real special zone is established, the entire Yundong will be very popular and every inch of land will be worth a lot of money. You will make a profit if you buy it. And now is Yundong's chance to take action. Just think of this. Ethan rubbed his hands excitedly. If I convert all 300 million into Yundong real estate, once the special economic zone is announced, How many times will this investment increase? Now that he had a direction, he no longer worried and began to practice his mental skills directly while lying on the bed. At the same time, haha, that's quite interesting. Si Tianming sat in a chair, overlooking the night view of the city through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, thinking, Zhang Wuji, does he think so highly of him? This young man saved his granddaughter's life, so he gave him a great opportunity to change his fate. In the darkness behind him, there was a figure standing. At this moment, the figure bowed and took a step forward, saying in a deep voice, however, Grace's plan has been exposed. Now Ethan has taken control of Shengding, and Marcus also trusts him. The most crucial thing is the cemetery. It's just a small amount of money. I'm not interested in the market value of the cemetery, but its location. Si Tianming slowly turned around and looked at the figure. I'm after the value of the entire East City Development Zone. If you swallow up Shengding and I buy that cemetery, then the land nearby will all belong to the C family. How it's developed will be up to my family. As expected of Patriarch C, your foresight and vision are unmatched by me. A figure slowly stepped forward, emerging from the darkness. I was unable to help you successfully acquire that piece of land this time. This is due to my incompetence. I beg for your forgiveness. A faint trace of light fell on his face. It was Old Zhang. Chapter 83, Causes and Consequences, the mastermind behind the scenes. If Ethan and Marcus were there, they would be stunned with shock. Si Tianming sat calmly in the chair, shaking his head slightly. No one expected Grace to be so vicious. Only her family could come up with the idea of faking her death and divorce. I informed you at the last minute that we were going to swallow up the company and target that cemetery. We were not prepared at first, and who knew Ethan and the Zhang family would show up halfway? The success or failure of this matter has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Lao Zhang's expression obviously eased a little. But Si Tianming changed the subject. Did Ethan and Marcus notice you? No. Lao Zhang shook his head decisively. I waited until Ethan left after the company celebration. Then I made an excuse to say goodbye to Marcus and came to see you. That's good. Si Tianming nodded. You are the one I chose to replace Marcus. You must be careful in the future. Don't worry, Patriarch. Old Zhang accepted the order respectfully, feeling secretly delighted. Given his status and position, he was truly blessed to be chosen by Si Tianming. He was so close to Marcus, so he naturally knew how much benefit Marcus had gained from relying on the Si family. As long as he successfully replaces Marcus, it won't be long before he can also make the money that Marcus has made. It's not just a matter of money, but also status. He knew too well how successful Marcus was. As for the rest, Lao Zhang doesn't care much. He was focused on the huge profits and didn't care much about Marcus as friendship or potential dangers. Friends, aren't they sometimes meant to be betrayed? Of those who can climb up, how many are clean? Marcus has reached his current level through much more dirty tricks than him. But now that Ethan has the Zhang family behind him, the time for you to replace Marcus may be delayed. A sense of depression flashed between Si Tianming's brows. It all depends on the arrangements of the patriarch. Old Zhang clasped his fists respectfully, thought for a moment, and asked, will the Zhang family become enemies with you, the head of the family, just because we touched Marcus? Hee. Si Tianming smiled casually. Which of the four major families doesn't have hatred among each other? It's not because of Marcus, but Ethan. Judging for what you said about Ethan's treatment of his employees, he is a man of loyalty and loyalty. After Marcus obeys him, if anything happens to Marcus, he will definitely take action, and will also take action against the Zhang family. What a shame. The underground boxing ring incident was all planned out. As long as Zhang Qing had died in the ring, the Zhang family would be in a state of panic. But in the end, it was still Ethan. At the end of his speech, Si Tianming raised his head, drank the wine in the cup, and smashed the cup to the ground with force. Fragments flew everywhere. Old Zhang was startled and dared not say a word. Si Tianming waved his hand and said, you can leave first and wait for my notice. I have something more important to do in the next few days. Yes, sir. As Lao Zhang left, the huge office fell silent. Si Tianming stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and stood tall in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, like a peerless king overlooking the night view of the entire city. The neon lights outside occasionally shone on his face, revealing gloom and indifference. A long time. He said softly, I don't care much about the development zone, but the Yundong Special Zone. The Si family is determined to take it. As long as we gain a firm foothold in advance, there will be no four major families in the future. Only our C family will dominate. At their level, their connections, resources, and so on are already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even for their own intelligence, they have set up special intelligence agencies to capture various information on the internet. He had known about the East City Development Zone for a long time. So after learning about Shengbing's situation, he suddenly decided to inform Marcus, hoping to use this opportunity to seize the cemetery and occupy all the land in the development zone in one fell swoop. However, for Si Tianming, this was just a sudden idea. It didn't matter whether he could get it or not. But the appearance of Ethan and the Zhang family made him very unhappy. What really concerns him is Yindong Special Zone. Now, there are countless eyes secretly staring at Yindong City. The city that was once rarely visited has now secretly become a hot spot and is being coveted by countless people. Their C family is one of the four major families in Fuqing and is at the top. But even he felt a little unsure about the competition that broke out in Yindong City. There's always someone better than you. The establishment of the Yindong Special Zone has attracted the attention of not only the C family, but also higher levels, so much so that even Si Tianming dared not speculate. Perhaps the only thing that gave him some confidence was that he knew the news of the upcoming establishment of the Yundong Special Zone a few days earlier than other forces, so he could enter the market and make arrangements in advance. The closer it gets to the time of establishment, the more families and forces will know about it. The Zhang, Wang, and Qi families probably don't know about the Yundong Special Zone yet. Si Tianming pondered and murmured, "If I just enter the arena early, they won't be able to catch up with me when they arrive. But I can't go straight to Yundong now, otherwise they will definitely smell the scent and move in." If the last assassination of Zhang Qinghe in the arena was successful and everyone's attention was diverted to Zhang Qinghe's death, it would be much easier for me to act now. But Ethan happened. Damn it. I can only find an agent to go there first. Mom, I'm in pain. Grace, wrapped in gauze all over her body, staggered out of the hospital. She and Lydia left Shengding Company. They didn't go anywhere, but went straight to the hospital to treat their wounds, which took them a while to heal. What surprised the doctors and nurses even more was that although Grace was covered in wounds, no vital parts were injured. But when Grace said that she was beaten by a Taoist priest, the doctors and nurses were all shocked. However, because of the funeral news, Grace's family has become well known now. The doctors and nurses naturally recognized them, but did not ask any questions. They just treated their wounds with compassion. I'm in pain too. Lydia's voice came from behind. Grace paused, looked back at her mother who was sitting in a wheelchair and was almost wrapped like a mummy, and was a little dazed for a moment. It seems unnecessary to cry out in pain now. Lydia pushed the wheelchair with great effort and approached Grace with difficulty. Every movement caused severe pain in the wounds on her body. She gasped. Now, what should we do now? Grace looked at the empty and deserted street with tears in her eyes. For a moment, she was a little confused. Going home, Lydia shook her head. We failed, and your father, that bastard, was arrested. Now we have no home left, and Ethan has seized all our assets. I really can't swallow this. Grace smiled sadly, her lips parted slightly. Then can you still bear to be tortured again? Chapter 84. 3 times the amount in 2 days. How big is this man's appetite?